Oh, it did
It
not.
did.
The sun's not old enough either.
So are they going to
Oh,
bring
we
back
just
a
found
test
out.
tube
Right.
full of the sun? Are they? They're going to
Yes,
bring back
Dan.
a
So
test tube full of it? Really?
no. It's not going to come back with the test tube full of sun. It's so far away.
Why
But
not?
it's sending back information. It's not going to come
How?
back. What do you
What
mean
the
how?
hell? Well, why don't they just do one of those orbital slingshotty things and send it back?
It's
What's
so far
so it
away.
can tell us so it can tell us in
It
person?
seems pretty easy. It seems pretty easy to be able to
But
do an
but
orbital
Manso,
slingshot.
but
Oh,
which way is faster? It's sending us information right now using different types of signals, or us waiting for it to get all the way back from its
no.
journey.
See, what you would do, you'd send me information, right? Then what you would do, you would confirm that information by putting it into an orbital slingshot and send it back so we can marry the two up. Until then, like we've got nothing. We've got nothing.
You're right, man.
Once again, nothing.
This
No.
sort of news needs to be, given to us in person, not fucking over the phone or text message or whatever. I agree.
I thought I heard Kosho and who was it? Oh, Nate and Kosho saying that they thought that the whole globe model was a weird and wacky idea that has no proof.
Yeah,
Is that what I heard? He's talking about
maybe.
theoretical science and how most of it's just weird, wacky ideas that have no proof.
No,
You might have heard
this. He said the smartest people are the people with the smartest jobs or something along those lines. He named a few people, and then he said theoretical physicists. And I was just joking around about theoretical. They are smart people, but I just joking around.
No, you said they're
by saying-
wrong.
I was joking around by saying that most of them are wrong. because
Yeah,
most of them
you're
are
right
wrong.
about that, by the way.
Most of them are wrong. That's true.
But
Yeah.
Kosho, if you went to if you decided right now that you wanted to become an astrophysicist, and you went through the schooling system, you go, you learn what they tell you, you read the books, you do what you do, you get through the schooling itself, and then afterwards, afterwards, you would then be, a PhD, a professional astrophysicist, and you would be being fed data. I was going to mention Chronic, but I'm not trying to call him out. I don't think he's in here right now.
I
But
do his work for him, dude. But yeah, go ahead.
yeah, but I'm just saying, at the end of the day, you could go do the schooling, you could do all of that, and then after you get the degree, you're literally being fed data by who, NASA and all the rest of it. You're being fed this data, and then you're doing whatever you're doing. There's the theories that they have, the models. You're calculating these different, light dimming processes, but meanwhile, you have no actual direct connection to it. So it's almost like playing a video game. You go through the school, you get this data, and you play the game. I mean,
and so you get data. You get the data from a different astrophysicist, but not yourself. So I thought that was the job of the astrophysicist. Was they're the ones who are actually collecting the data. Like they're not getting fed data by somebody else, and then somehow, this is recycled data or something.
Telescopes that are up there. Like, to give you a detailed explanation, what would happen is, let's say NASA had 3 or 4 telescopes up in the sky. You would need to book time to make use of that telescope. So either you individually or your team or the school or institution you work for would book 3 months to be able to use that telescope and get information from it. And then once your time is up, Kosho's team goes next, and then Joe's team.
I mean, if you're an astrophysicist or Chronic, for example, he's actually making observations and dissecting the data. And maybe somebody else in his team is collecting it, and maybe he's discerning it, going through it, or maybe he's doing both. But they don't get it from another. They get it from somebody else, and then
No, they get the information themselves, but it's not their telescope that's up in the sky. It's NASA's. They're just renting NASA's telescope to get this information. They're using that telescope to make the observations, because to put a telescope in space, it's $1 billion project. I don't know if Chronic works for an institution that could afford that. I don't know. So they would go and rent out.
We're fucking around about theoretical physicists, but that's the other thing. There's a lot of different fields in being a part of doing science. Like there's the engineers, of course, which are doing practical applications of it. But then there's experimental scientists, people who conduct and create experiments. People who are just in the field doing research, and then there's people who are literally just thinking all day. and they're theoretical physicists. But regardless, yeah, there's all different cogs in the knowledge machine.
Well, there's a little bit of room they have to kind of like wiggle room, if you will, where they can. But I mean, it's sort of like becoming a doctor as well. It's like, you go through the schooling, you follow everything, and then even once you're a doctor, you're just basically giving the prescriptions that big pharma tells you to give. So you do this test if they have these symptoms, and then if they comes up positive, then you give them this drug or this treatment. And I'm not saying there's not some wiggle room, and there's even, I mean, there are doctors that are innovating to one degree or another. And actually that's even different than astrophysics, because at least that's a tangible physical thing. Like they actually have patients, but still 90% of it plus is they're just following a protocol. They're just following.
I consider medicine a lot more like law than astro, like, because I compared law and medicine because what they do, they go to school for a long time to learn to stand on the shoulders of the people who learned before them from their mistakes and cases and this and that and precedents and all this other type of shit. Not necessarily just learning, but being programmed on what to do if this happens, but being given examples of this, how this happens, how this works. Because a lot of times doctors do come across novel, cases of something that they have no idea. I mean, that it's a mystery. It's like, in programming, you got to troubleshoot a problem because you don't know what the issue is. You got to, do this, and basically figure out what's going on first.
Not what he was saying. In medicine, what I've learned is that the protocol and medication given to the doctor to give out for this ailment, sometimes in the future they might find out it was just pushed by big pharma for profit, and the doctors normally, the normal everyday doctor is not going to go spend the time, because he doesn't have it for one, and he doesn't get paid to do it, to go research every little part of these medications that are coming out and being pushed. They're basically going with the salesman that comes in there and saying, okay, this is the new drug for, whatever it may be, X. And they start selling that based on what the pharmaceutical company are telling them. And then if they get feedback where this drug is not working, they can go to the next thing. They're not doing a lot of independent research, I think is what Gio was saying. They can be told almost anything. And when it's proven wrong in the future, they just, okay, well, let's just move on.
I mean,
Well,
that depends on the doctor, though.
It's tough on them, though. I know, like, they don't have the time.
They seem to observe results. I mean, it's one thing. They give a medication. Hey, look at that. His infection went away. There we go. That works. Now, 10 years down the road, they might find out it causes cancer. And that's not the doctor's place to figure that out. He's not an independent researcher, but he will find out that this drug does get rid of pain. Yep, that's what it's supposed to do. Well, it didn't seem to raise his blood levels any, so he's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my point is a lot of doctors used to smoke, not really because they were being told it wasn't harmful to them. When even after it was definitely found out that it was harmful to them, no one was told for a long time. I think that's kind of what I was saying. Like they do the same thing with drugs.
Doctors never recommended smoking as a, well, I shouldn't say all doctors, but 99.9% of doctors never recommended smoking as a cure.
A lot of them still.
But I mean, even if that were the case, which I'm not sure it is, they used to regularly prescribe bloodletting, applying leeches and stuff. So I think the suggestion that people in the field could be sort of overwhelmed or obsessed with a paradigm that is faulty is well demonstrated in medicine.
Yeah, that's it. All they go off of is, like I said, when they're in school, just learning about what people have done in the past, and in law, the precedents, and in medicine, previous cases and stuff. And yeah, of course, case by case. There's doctors who, will take the incentives from whatever drug company and prescribe whatever it is they're giving them. But typically, like I know, like the doctors I know, they actually read papers and stuff. Like, especially if something's kind of new or controversial or unknown or something, they're well read on the literature.
But that whole thing
But
about acetaminophen is a really good example of why that's shit. Why I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but the stuff on acetaminophen, I don't know if you've seen, there's a documentary called The World's Safest Drug or something like that, was continually peddled as like, if you're worried about this person's liver, make them have it. It's a really safe drug to take. That was all of their marketing, and they could show a bunch of studies that said this is a really safe drug. And it's not until they did those, like, I forget what you call post-clinical trials, that they were like, actually, this is killing people a lot, you know?
was Pfizer behind that, or centered in that movie?
Acetaminophen, let me just see. It's what is it? It's a well-known,
For aspirin?
I forget its counter name. It's not Tylenol, is it? Something like that.
Is it sure it's not aspirin? It's Tylenol?
No,
No.
Tylenol.
Aspirin's super safe.
Oh.
Aspirin comes from root bark or something like that. It's super safe. It's really difficult to take enough aspirin to kill yourself.
Oh,
But
horseshit.
acetaminophen.
No, that's wrong, dude. Don't tell
Is
people
it?
that. Oh, yeah. Aspirin is
Yeah.
probably one of the deadliest
Well, you can overdose on
over-the-counter
it.
things ever. It would never be approved today, I think is what the quote is.
You reckon?
I know that you can overdose on it, but I don't know about it. So
You'll hemorrhage
Yeah, I
to
don't
death
know.
if you overdose. And that's not that many tablets. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, acetaminophen definitely is a liver killer used improperly.
Yeah, I thought aspirin was.
I gotta look it up. I mean, I'm only going by what I've heard.
I mean, certainly
I haven't done a research.
it thins blood, and so I have heard something about it causing other things. So basically, what's the one where you won't stop bleeding?
Hemophilia, some shit like that?
Hemophilia.
Yeah, something like that. Like if you've got some other problem and then you're taking too much aspirin, you can just bleed to death. But
Jeez.
I'm not sure if it's Guillain-Barré or something.
deadly is 500 milligrams per kilogram. That sounds very high. Isn't that essentially half of
Eating
your
it
body weight?
like a steak.
like 500 milligrams per kilogram? That doesn't seem like
That's what it's saying. Deadly is greater than 500 milligrams per kilogram.
Isn't each pill like usually like 2,000 or?
No.
What's the dose?
Let me just check. Average aspirin tablet strength.
300.
500. So it goes from 81 milligram chewable to 500 milligram tablet. So 500 milligram tablet is.
You said how much?
That would be for me. I've had 100 aspirin tablets. That's what's deadly.
Yeah, that's crazy. That doesn't seem deadly at all because that's what in 24 hours or something.
Yeah, I'm looking to see what I had heard.
I forget which one. I thought it was aspirin. Maybe the other one that we were talking about. The
Tylenol was the one I'd heard of, which was like
you take
your active dose is like 3 tablets, but if you take 4, or if you take like it's a very low bar above, like I forget, there's a thing they call it in medicine, which is like the amount you need for it to be active versus the amount you need for it to be deadly. And for aspirin, it's quite wide, where you need a relatively small amount of aspirin before your headache goes away, and then a very large amount of aspirin before you die. Whereas Tylenol, acetaminophen was the one where, particularly if you have an underlying liver condition, I think it was, where the amount to treat it was actually quite close to the amount to die. But yeah, if it's 500 milligrams per kilogram, I'm just shy of 100 kilograms.
You got to take 100 tablets to take you out.
Yeah, like I'm going to accidentally take 100 aspirin.
Or maybe if you fell down the bottle.
You'd be surprised, man. I swallow at one time. At one time, I'm saying, like earlier today, like 8 ibuprofen. If I have what's the other one? Aleve, which I don't even know what's in that. I'll take like 8 of those, 8 ibuprofen, like 6 Aleve, and I might have to do that twice.
Jeez, man.
Dude, that's definitely go read up on that.
You said you're
that's
suffering
not a
from
lot,
a
man.
migraine
I
headache.
get migraines. Sometimes they come on and then they persist. But yeah, my girlfriend, I had one earlier, and I told her, so yeah, go get your brain checked for an aneurysm. But I don't like talking about that when I have a migraine, so I gotta.
I mean, it can
that's
be
like two.
organism based, and I was just wondering if you had like a pool store near you, if you could go in there and spend some time in there when you have a headache.
What store?
A pool store with pool chemicals, and that you can smell chlorine.
Oh, isn't that what's that stuff that was I don't know, we probably shouldn't be talking too much, but I forget what it's called.
MMS gas.
I don't know the side effects, I believe, but I believe the dosing is 2. You can take 2 tablets initially and then 1 12 hours later. And I think they say do not exceed 4 a day. So you're doubling that. I would find out what
When I was,
dose
I think like 8. I remember. I actually did get sick when I was in Mississippi, and I think it was because I had too much of the ibuprofen and shit. Because sometimes I
But I
don't
mean,
count them.
these things like tear up your liver. Not knowing the side effects.
A visit to the pool store will tell you at least something.
What's the thing about the pool store?
The chlorine that's in the air, it's kind of healthy for you, and it will definitely reduce like organisms that are reduced when you inhale oxygen.
Yeah,
that sounds not dangerous, but it sounds like I'm not sure if the chlorine levels get the levels that kill pathogens in your lungs. If it did, then you might have a problem with your lungs.
I'll check it out though. Isn't that just reminded me of what because Trump got in trouble during when he was president because he brought up that pool cleaning stuff that he was suggesting people take or
bleach.
No, the hydro.
Oh, MMS is something else. Yeah, my research is based on MMS, actually.
I know. It wasn't MMS. Remember, he said the something. I forget what it's called. Hydrochloride.
Sodium hypochlorite.
Hydrogen peroxide.
No, I forget what it was. It was a big deal though because he was talking about it for a while. And people were getting on him for it. I mean, if Lemon was here, he would know. Brings it up a lot, but I forget what it's called.
Not that miracle mineral solution.
I kind of find out where it says, the thing I heard about aspirin was that it would never have passed FDA today. So I'm trying to find out what the source of that was, because that was the anecdote I was working on. Plus, I know that you can hemorrhage and get ulcers and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not suggesting it that there's my thought with a lot of that is if anybody ever claims that there's a drug that has no side effects, then it has no effects.
Yeah.
So I'm not suggesting it doesn't do anything, but my understanding was it was one of those ones that, for example, doctors prescribe it regularly. I was reading something about asking doctors how often have you prescribed a placebo to somebody. Somebody's wanted some help for something and you've been like, I'll just give them a placebo. And what they're most commonly likely to diagnose the person with, or give the person was aspirin.
Say that last part again.
Doctors were asked this questionnaire of how often have you ever prescribed somebody basically a placebo?
Right.
What did you recommend they take? And the most common answer was aspirin. Presumably because they were like, well, this is the thing that's least likely to kill them.
We're talking about what doctors know. That's one thing, but we're talking about what doctors a lot of times might do in practice. Especially the lazy doctor. Because I have friends who have prescribed all sorts of stuff, and sometimes you see a doctor and you tell them what kind of ailments you have, and like I said, that's what I was saying earlier. Troubleshooting, like programming and troubleshooting, I'll typically go for the most common problem with the simplest solution, and I work my way up. And it seems like a lot of times, that's what a doctor does. Like you tell me you have something, and I guess not really, without really even investigating too much, they'll just assume it's like, this thing. Say, come back and see me in 2 weeks. I'll give you this, and then they'll keep doing that until they work their way up, which I guess is a fitting practice, but depends how lazy you are, how thorough you are when you do the investigation.
Oh yeah, no, they often get into these. If you get this,
The other thing I
that's
was
working on the side of things.
well, look at this. Was that you've got to think like I mean, there is no reason to think that people in history were dumber than humans today, just that they had less information. And there were the most learned people having debates about bloodletting, and I presume it was a fairly robust debate back then of like, how much blood should you let? Where should you let it from? Are leeches the best way? Or is there? So the idea that like they would be infallible because they read the research, I think is hopeful, but it's also possible that as much as they read the research was based on faulty foundations. And we may, I think, find that in the future that certain parts of current quote unquote modern medicine was just causing far more problems than it was solving.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, it's always. I mean, 200 years ago, they didn't even know what air was, but yeah. I mean, there's probably practices happening right now that 10 years from now they're gonna think was ridiculous.
All right. I posted an article with just an interesting tidbit from it. However, the side effects of aspirin killed roughly 10 out of 100,000 men. And it states that the FDA would likely never approve aspirin today.
Moyak, you're a little hard to understand. Your mic's doing that thing where it's fading in and out.
I'll wait for others to tell me.
All right. Does anyone hear Moyak's mic fading in and out?
It's something's malfunctioning. The trigger point, right? The threshold.
It happens every day.
It?
Like I don't.
Yeah, I don't even know who Moyak is, dude. So.
That's good.
Funnily enough, your mic was doing that earlier too. So it sounds better
now.
I
was thinking like for somebody talking about their mic fading in and out, Jeremy, yours is fading in and out every day.
I'm having some serious mic issues. Yes.
You're like selling drugs fucking earlier, dude. I don't know what you were doing, but you're like, yeah, 11 o'clock, dude. Yeah, that's right. We'll meet up at 11. And you have no disregard for anybody else in the server when you got somebody else to talk to.
I don't even know what you're saying right now.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Smart move, dude.
Aspirin seems so safe to me. Wow.
What do you mean?
He's being sarcastic.
Do a lot of people die of aspirin?
Daily aspirin therapy. That's the other one. You got blood clotting, and they just go, just take an aspirin every day for the rest of your life, and you'll be fine.
What's left over when the aspirin's done? Is there anything? What's left over?
What's left over when the aspirin's done? What?
I don't know. My understanding is a lot of their thought is with things that are natural, quote unquote, like of plants. They seem to have far less left over or strain on the liver, but I don't know if that's just sort of woo thinking or based in something.
I think one of the ones that I don't know if I believe it, but I heard that other than the horrible side effect of heroin on addiction, biologically it's not damaging to the system.
Heroin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, heroin's pretty good, provided you keep taking it. I do keep hearing. Have heard a lot of things on that, which is like, if you knew how many heroin users there were who weren't just your junkie in the street, you would have a very different view of it. but like your view of cocaine is like, oh yeah, high-powered executive takes that stuff, whereas you know, when you think of smack, you think of junkies.
You know, in America, all the cocaine, all the legal cocaine is sold to the pharmaceutical companies and the CDC, or sold to the CDC. I'm sorry, by Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola buys a bunch of cocaine, and they produce this flavor. They extract this flavor from the cocoa leaf, in this, and they put it in a fucking recipe. They do it in like New Jersey or something like that, and then they sell it to the CDC. What's left over because it's still usable cocaine.
Dude, they don't put that in Coca-Cola anymore, bro. Why?
No, they do take coca leaf extract.
Is that right? I'm just making
I
up
thought you said
stories.
they were putting cocaine in Coca-Cola. Never
I
mind.
did. I said they take the cocoa leaf from the cocaine plant, the coca plant that the cocaine comes from, but they're not putting the the drug that's gonna get you high in there, but they use it for the flavor, and then they give the what's left to the CDC because it is usable cocaine. They can extract usable cocaine from it. It's sold to somebody in St. Louis. I'm pretty sure it's CDC.
Yeah, I wasn't positive about that, but yeah, coca leaves are still used in Coca-Cola.
There's a lot of people saying it never had cocaine in it.
That I think could be false.
People weren't alive, I guess. Just like you were saying about bloodletting, but back in the day there wasn't any FDA or anything like that, so they could sell you anything. They would put all sorts of obviously stuff that we find to be powerful drugs. They would mix it with random shit, and you would think that you were king of the world or something.
Yeah, that's where like double-blind studies and stuff come in. You know, it makes it a lot better. You have this thing, where your internal biases say, "Yeah, my last bloodletting got me better because I'm not sick anymore."
God, I felt good after I got over the dizziness and the falling down the stairs. And that's the thing, like that they would have had reasons to believe their methods were rigorous, and there would have been a few people around going, look, I'm not sure slashing open my veins and letting my life essence fall onto the floor is actually the best way to get rid of cancer. What does this guy know? Are you a doctor? No, I believe the guy in the plague mask.
That's the problem with all these woo medicines that they have today is that they may work. They may be the best thing since sliced bread, but the problem is there's no studies. Do a study. Even the woo peddlers were doing the studies.
Well, that's what I didn't get. I didn't get to say this in the end to FE the other day, but like that's why what my view is. I used to be really hardcore skeptic about like homeopathy and stuff, but now I'm like, it is objective, even though it is 100% woo in my opinion. It is better than many other treatments for the same thing.
Well, it's largely because I know it's from my experience that a lot of times you'll be prescribed, like let's say you're depressed or something like that, or let's say something in your body is aching, bad back or something like that. A lot of times they'll prescribe you a drug and maybe even suggest, like in the case of bad back, like a surgery or something. When if you had a more conscious and maybe dedicated doctor who's actually worried about your actually, like, he had the focus to actually help you, in a more unique way, like towards the individual. They could actually do like the therapies that would help this person, and more natural, simple, everyday kind of remedies that are not as extreme, whereas those other things are probably solutions too, but maybe in the worst case scenarios, or last case scenarios, something like that.
Ask a surgeon if you need surgery, kind of thing.
Yeah, if you talk to a surgeon, he's almost always going to tell you need surgery.
that's a funny thing my mum told me, and I still haven't ever checked this fact, but I think in some ways I don't want to because it sounds too good as a soundbite. But that she said, statistically speaking, the people least likely to get surgery are surgeons, their wives, and their lawyers.
Huh. That's funny.
That's a funny thought. It's not funny, but it is.
But you think about a lot of people who have back problems. If you can identify it early enough, there's therapies and just habits that you could take on that could help to prevent you from later on needing surgery. Where I have friends that are younger than me even that are already thinking that they're already talking about getting surgery, like for slip discs and that stuff. And so sometimes it is past the point where you do need to sort that out, but sometimes it's at that point. Sometimes they haven't gotten to that point yet, and they could slow it down or reverse it even.
Yeah, I think it's a challenge of the quick fix. Like my mum's a physio and a quite famous one, written books, treated the royal family and all that kind of stuff. Regularly talks against getting surgery. Is regularly like, seems like a quick fix, but it's always bad. She always talks about like the prognosis of the treatment when she treats somebody for something and they have had surgery. The prognosis is usually like, oh, I might be able to get you to the point where you can live with this. Whereas for people who haven't, it's sometimes like full recovery, healing, all this stuff. Then when her knee gives out, she's like, secretly, without telling us as well, I think because she knew I would have been like, I won't listen to you. You said this is bad. Just straight away went and got surgery, and then straight away was like, yeah, it didn't work very well.
Now I've had chronic. I would say chronic. It's a sporadic back pain for 20 years, and I haven't found a drug that works, which kind of pisses me off. I mean, I've tried most of the Eames, yeah. I've taken most of the classic painkillers, and for me, it's like taking placebo. Absolutely no effect at all. What was the last one? Hydrocodone. I took that, and I asked the doctor, okay, I'm not getting any results from these. He's like, oh, double the dose. I'm like, okay, I'll double the dose. And I think he had me double it again, and I was like, okay, this is stupid. It's not doing anything. I might as well just be taking a spoonful of sugar.
He's like, fuck, he's catching on.
Well,
He's under
what do you guys
speaks into his collar? Suddenly, a bunch of guys.
What do you guys think about psychology and like the medications like involved there?
That's the worst, man.
I've such a like I think the best way it's ever been put about psychology was by what's his name, The Psychopath Test by John Ronson, where he talks about how conditions get entered into the DSM, and he asked them the question. He said, do you ever reject conditions? He said they thought for a bit, and they went, yeah, actually once. And I said, okay, what caused you to reject a condition? And he said, well, this, it's a smallish group of psychologists who define the conditions. Almost all of the conditions about whether you get diagnosed are subjective. And he said when this one guy proposed this thing which was called abnormal child syndrome. And the other psychologist turned to him and said, well, how do you define abnormal child syndrome? To which he said, well, it's difficult because all children are abnormal in some way.
Yeah, right.
It sounds like you're just trying to give all kids drugs now. Like, what the fuck is this? Where's the science here if you're just being like, everybody needs my treatment?
They are.
And I think that's like, you look at the DSM and there are some that are robust. Like schizophrenia appears to be quite robust. It appears to have genetic markers, and it appears to stand up to scrutiny in terms of like a diagnosis of schizophrenia from psychologist A will yield a similar result from psychologist B. But when it comes to like abnormal personality disorder or like attachment disorder or stuff like that, it's just an absolute crapshoot. There's no reliability in any of the diagnoses whatsoever.
Designer diseases that happen today.
Or
We're
social.
putting kids on younger and younger kids on more and more drugs and not controlling their diet or exercise. And it's a formula that's gotten us to a lot of dependency and a lot of, oh, I can't believe this 15-year-old took a machine gun and, did this. I think it's a chemical, it's a cycle that started way back when. And then, given.
See, now that machine gun thing, I think that's something that was just waiting for the first one to do it, and then having the media present
Exactly.
to show all these people who get picked on in school that maybe they're not so powerless. They can get revenge.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I think it's writ large in history that the boy who's just reached adolescence going on a murderous rampage, I think it just seems bizarre now because you've got high capacity magazines and high rate of fire guns that are able to make it. But I mean, like, what's the difference between a guy doing that and say someone like Genghis Khan, apart from the fact that Genghis Khan was more successful?
So ISIS did a lot of their recruiting too. ISIS was recruiting people from all over the world.
And one of the most reliable markers of it is success with women. Access to women drives, I think, that homicidal behavior.
What?
Right. Having access to them or not having access?
So not having access to them. So
okay.
Roger, who went dudes who are
Well, it depends.
killing people. You take the guy Stephen Paddock is the only example of an outlier, but like I can list them, everybody from Timothy McVeigh to Alec Manassian and Elliot Rodger explicitly stated this in their manifestos, whereas who was the guy that did the what's his name?
They were incels, right?
Incels. Loads of them are incels.
Hey,
whether
be
they
careful,
describe
man.
themselves that way or not.
You're gonna piss Jeremy off, dude. He's a huge fan of the Unabomber.
That's it. Unabomber was Timothy McVeigh. But a load of them, like, they're just terrible with women. And I think it's actually somewhat understandable adaptive trait, which is if you are not getting any women, then going on a suicidal murderous rampage, I think is actually an adaptive strategy, which is and it's demonstrated in a few ways. One, mathematically, just look at it. If you're in a tribe and you're not getting any because the other blokes in the tribe are, then just you're increasing your chances mathematically. But beyond that, look at the way women treat psychopaths. Like a guy goes on a killing spree and the whole world goes, oh my God, that guy's terrible. But then you see a jailhouse interview with the guy a few years later and he's getting sent naughty pictures from women around the world,
Yeah.
Like there's some I think adaptive quality to it.
I think more.
The thing is, women are crazy. Is 100% true.
I think they have to be crazy though to deal with like for women to put up with and move past a man being a homicidal maniac.
They have like they wake up
homicidal nature
each day with like a different set of hormones or hormones in different amounts or something.
As in, why are women crazy?
Yeah.
I don't think they're discernibly more crazy than men. It's just they're crazy in far more different ways because I think men are far more pragmatic is probably the wrong word for it.
They're set up different than us hormonally.
If you think the number of women throughout history, this is a horrible thought I'm about to hit you with, so like content warning. But if you think the number of women throughout history who were forced to bear children to and raise children to a man who was far older than them and had essentially snatched them from childhood and raped them is, I think, quite high. Like the number of women who's had to fall in love with their abuser, the guy who snatched them from their childhood home, is probably numbers in thousands, right? Millions, really.
Yeah.
So that a woman could go, look, I know he's a murderer, but I love him, to us is really weird. But I think it's
say one thing about women seem to vacillate towards seem to migrate towards older men, whereas men typically want younger women.
Yes. You
Um,
me.
so I mean, I don't know. Like there's extremes in the condition where you said, you know, the girl was sold off into an older relationship, but I'm not sure if by nature, yeah, you want to have the man already proven himself to be a success biologically, um, and as like a hunter and whatever else. So you wouldn't want the teenage boy, the equal age boy. I'd say biologically, you'd want the older.
Yeah, you'd want the older man because he's amassed resources, and also I think there is something about, like, there's something viscerally attractive about a man who could beat another man to death with his bare hands, but there is something much more, like, deeply attractive about a man who could command an army of men to do the same thing on his behalf. And that's what I think the incels are tapping into, which is if you what am I trying to say? I'm trying to sort of be careful about what I say.
Trying to garner, trying to gain that power, or at least sort of like display it. Yeah.
Yeah. That they've, and I don't think they've gone, well, based on my analysis of, you know, socio-cultural mores and anthropology, I think they're just like, when men can, like, and this is an interesting thing I used to notice as a at university, was like I could pick the parties. You know, when you're like 18, 19, 20s and you're going out to parties, I felt like I could pick which party was going to turn violent based on the balance of men to women. If it's even, there would be no violence. And if it was 100% men, there would be no violence. Men would do weird shit, like semi-violent stuff, but it'd be like, we're going to slap one another in the face repeatedly as a game.
Yeah.
But like not a fist fight trying to hurt one another. The most reliable recipe for violence, in my opinion, was have a couple of women and too many men.
Probably exactly right, man. Especially in Australia, of all places, where
we've got to fight kangaroos and emus to just live. So.
And even if you,
I just figure out that in the end, men, you know, because women aren't just nuts, right? It just depends on the men how much crazy they can live with. And the women would just fucking settle for anything.
I had a theory about this, although I don't know how true it is, and this is more of a hypothesis. But I always thought that maybe, because I think you think you're right, men and women are both crazy in different ways. And you know, I talked to a lot of like women. You know, we talk about different stuff. So I talked to them about, like, you know, what if they were ruler of the world or the president? Like, what would they do to punish these people? And they come up with some pretty cruel shit, like some shit that, like, and I know it's true too, because I see women, when certain women, I'm saying not all women, but certain women, when they have authority or power, sometimes they can be more vengeful and more cold. Like, sometimes the punishments are harsher and colder. And I just always wondered if that had to do with the fact that, you know, men, we have a long history of experience in this sort of, in those, you know, with authority and that kind of thing, and so we kind of understand the nuances of mercy, almost, you know, for the sake of, like, future, you know, for future reasons or whatever, you know, political reasons, whatever it is. Whereas I feel like women sometimes will go for the harshest punishment because there's almost no consequences for, you know, doing something so extreme like that. But I don't know if you guys ever experienced that. Like, so a lot of times when we talk about punishments or whatever, it's always much harsher or colder or crueler than what a man would do for, you know, punishment or vengeance or something like that.
There's a lot of programming involved with that, though. Social programming, cultural, historical, and then
Yeah, I do wonder though if there's some of what Kosho's saying there that might, not be exclusive to the programming, but like, because it's, you know, it's a nature or nurture question. It's impossible to pick apart, and the two are intimately entwined, that they couldn't be. but in essence, a sort of I've been watching Black Sails recently, and it's a great like pirate show. And yeah, they meet this woman, and she's like incredibly harsh because her job is to look after people. And I wonder, like, look after this entire sort of tribe of escaped slaves. And I wonder if some of it is in what you're saying, Kosho, is like because they're not able to defend themselves. Like if you sort of go, let's say we defeat this neighboring tribe and we beat them into a bloody pulp, and we get all their silver or whatever the fuck it is that we want from them. We go toddling back. Once we've got that stuff off them, there's like, I imagine, limited desire to put them all to the knife. You're not going to murder every last one of them because you're like, I beat them once, I'll beat them again. Do you know what I mean? Because you still have the capacity for violence and victory within you. You don't need to be ruthless. But if you're a woman and you've managed to get that victory, probably working through the men,
Right.
then the desire to absolutely exterminate them and wipe them off the face of the planet is important because you're like, well, these men aren't going to be around forever. I don't have the same.
Yeah.
It's a thought.
I think a lot of like Machiavellian, the Prince, and all that kind of stuff. A lot of lessons in that book are based on sort of that same thing, the sort of the experiences of past, gaining some other principality or gaining a new principality or whatever, having subjects, not betray you and that kind of that kind of stuff. And without that experience or lessons from failed experiences gone wrong, it might not even cross your mind to even consider any of these kind of things. So yeah, like you're saying, like this kind of like the cruelest, harshest punishments are not beyond them, But I don't know. They could just be a. There's not really a lot of examples, real life examples of that. So I'm definitely not saying that. I'm not saying anything against women in power. If anybody.
No, I generally quite think the idea of putting women in positions of power is probably a good idea. Even if they are cruel bitches. don't want to touch my penis.
Why is that a good idea?
Huh?
Why is that a good
just
idea?
Maybe if they've got more power, they'll be more down for touching my penis. And they'll buy me some drinks in order to touch my penis, where normally it's me buying them drinks and then still not being able to get them to touch my penis.
That's a funny thing. I said this a couple weeks ago. We were talking about this a little bit. When I was saying that we live in a weird time, sort of like an in between time, or something like that, where it's there's still this air of chivalry. Like I'm chivalrous because I like to I want to get laid, and these are the rules, like unwritten rules, and some of them are actually written and spoken, even, but there's still these rules. And at the same time, though, sometimes you'll date a woman who makes a lot more than you do, and it still requires you to be chivalrous in that way. And it is bizarre, but
it is, isn't it? I've had a couple of girlfriends that I had one when I lived in India. She was ran a market research company. She was making bank. It was just ridiculous how much money she was making compared to me. I'm an actor, so I'd make a little bit of money this week and a little bit next week. But the amounts when I would make a lot of money. I remember one time I have very leaky eye sockets, so I cry very, very easily. So I wasn't having a full on blub, but I just I was properly drunk with her, having dinner one time, having sushi at this Western restaurant in Mumbai, and the bill came out, and as per standard Indian thing, they put it in front of me, and I slide it across to in front of her. No, she kind of snatches it out from under me, so I wasn't even able to see it. And I was like, let me see it. And so she did. And it was the same amount as the most expensive thing I owned, which was my motorcycle.
Wow.
It's just holy fuck. Us having a couple of sake and some...
What the fuck?
What's
funny?
25,000 rupees or something, like $1,000 US or something like that. It's like that's my most expensive object you've got right there is my motorbike, and we just had it for dinner, and you're just like gonna write it off as a business expense, and it's gonna be nothing.
Wow.
But
She
here
wrote.
they
She had that
charge
written
people
off.
for
That's easy
like,
then. But...
yeah, the chivalry. Sorry, go on.
No. I'm saying that that's crazy. She had that written off. It's funny that you said that though, because the most expensive, like not the most expensive, but I did go with these ladies I worked with and lived with. And when I was in Bahrain, we went to a Japanese restaurant because they wanted to go there, fucking for whatever reason. We knew it was an expensive place, and I was like, "Fuck, let's go somewhere else." But we went there anyways. I got a Heineken and I think one sushi roll and edamame, and I paid $180, and they were. I don't know. They bought a bunch of dumb shit, but they don't mind wasting their money. So I'm a Jew, so I don't really I don't like just spending money on things just because they cost it or something. You know what I mean? If I'm gonna buy sushi, I can buy it for a lot less than $180. But anyhow, no, yeah, that's funny. Like I said, my current girlfriend, she makes a lot more than I do currently, but still, she.
Crazy one.
Well, they're all crazy. All my girlfriends have been crazy, but yes.
Do you meet a chick who's like, like, I just got let out of the asylum or something, and you're like, really? Tell me more.
Well, the last 4 or 5 girls I've dated, all have all have told me even on the first date, whatever, they have been to the loony bin multiple times. So that's every one of them. But my current girlfriend,
Do
she
you
said,
find yourself? Do you notice yourself?
Yeah.
Being like, oh, hello.
yeah,
Yeah. Are you attracted to crazy girls, Kosha?
yeah, I think I am, man. I've said that for a long
Yeah.
time, dude. Like, you know how like red flags, it's like people run away from red flags, but for some reason I'm like attracted to.
He's like a bull.
Yeah.
He's like, I know what that red flag means.
Do you think you can save them or something? Fix them?
No, I don't want to save
Make
it.
them
Like my
better?
current girlfriend, dude. I'm trying to urge her, not openly, but I'm trying to help her become a flat earther.
What?
Yeah.
Now you're sounding like a proper fucking enabler or some sort of like,
Yeah.
like those documentaries you hear about the feeders.
No, but not really though. She asked me the other night. It's only because she made me upset one time because I was watching this thing about magnetism, and then it said something about space, and she's like, "Wait, I thought you didn't believe in space." I was like, and then I just then after that I just started showing her like flat Earth videos, like ODD videos and stuff. But
It's a bit fucked up.
well, no, I mean, I'm honest with her about everything, and then it's just I'm not trying to convince her it's a globe, though. You know what I mean? Like I'm just she's open minded, and yeah, maybe we do an ISS viewing, and she helped me with the celestial navigation thing. So,
Are you secretly a flat earther, bro?
Not so secretly, evidently.
I mean,
Don't make this weird, man.
keeping it even for myself.
We don't have to make eye contact or anything.
I wouldn't be mad if she full out became one. I mean, she basically is one. But her sister told me last week that she didn't believe in bears, but I don't think that's true. But
Bears.
yeah, I don't know where that came from. But
As in the large brown
yeah
herbivorous thing.
Yeah, but her
I
sister.
saw a bear the other day.
Where in Florida?
Did you see a bear the
Yeah,
other
in
day?
Florida, bro.
What the
At my campsite, at the RV site, a big ass black bear was just chilling, just walking through the campsite.
Hang on, black bears are the ones that are okay. Brown bears are the ones that'll chase you and shit, right?
That's right.
I mean, I wouldn't exactly go cuddle a black bear, but is that the gist? The brown bears are the ones that'll fuck you up?
I think they say they're more aggressive. Yeah.
Grizzlies and polar are the scariest.
I've come across bears numerous times though. Like usually, if you're not like in the middle of the woods and you see a bear, they're normally kind of chill. Like they don't really want to like have an altercation with you. You know, they're just trying to find food.
They are very, 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 very curious animals, though. Like if you leave food lying around, they'll definitely come and investigate what's going on.
Yeah, they just want food. Like I was in
want food.
Gatlinburg. and I saw another bear when Kai and I got there. Like as soon as we pulled into Gatlinburg, there was a bear just walking down the streets of Gatlinburg, but it's just trying to sneak up to dumpsters. You know, it's not like trying to go eat a human. That's like the last thing they want to do.
Yeah. Have you seen that movie Grizzly Man?
Oh,
No.
it's awful. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
It is. Well, the guy throughout the whole movie, just like what it was saying, like he's such an eccentric weirdo. You know what I mean? But he was very much he believed what he was peddling himself, and he was probably right too. So it's like his demeanor with the Bears were completely acceptable and probably confusing to the Bears. So it's like he was. He was in a position of like an alpha. I guess not really an alpha, but maybe like an outside alpha. So it's like he never portrayed himself as like being afraid of them or lesser or whatever, and they weren't interested in eating him until they spoiler alert
Until they were.
Chewed through his skull, and there was the sound of their teeth on his skull. Was one of the last things on the tape, wasn't there?
You heard it? I never heard the tape.
Oh yeah.
No,
What
I don't.
the
Think,
fuck?
or do they play the actual sound, or it's
No,
just
they don't play the
Werner
sound.
Herzog, yeah, Werner Herzog describing it from memory.
Oh yeah,
You hear the scraping sound of the teeth across his skull or something.
yeah.
Werner Herzog, and he's a twisted individual himself.
He did good though for not playing that. Though I think it was the right thing to do to not play that video, in his movie. But
Wait, why'd they eat him though? Because like my experience when I literally talked to the bear like it was a dog. I was like, "Oh, you're a good boy."
but check it out, dude. Check it out.
He thought he was friends with them.
Oh, he was though.
He was not friends with them. They ignored him.
Oh, check
They
this
ignored
out.
him. They seemed to just abide his existence until one day one got jack of him and just came and ate his skull.
I think there's something a little bit more though there because he would go up there every summer to Alaska. He would go by himself up there, and he would act weird and talk to them like that. And they probably did think he was weird. A lot of them were probably confused, but he was probably just another. He would have been just another dude there, and I think his body language, like he had an air of that they could read him what he was expressing to them, and I think when he brought the last time he went up there though, he brought his like new girlfriend, and she probably was interested in what he goes up there and does, and that was the first time he ever brought anybody up there with him. So he's not able to. He's like if you have somebody there with you, there's a little bit more fear. You're not gonna be able to give. You're not gonna be able to express the same demeanor that you could have had when you were just fucking arrogant. Where and also this bear happened to be really hungry. Like it was like the videos leading up to when he died, like the bear was like skinny and it was mean already. So all those things put together.
Yes, but I'm not sure, but I think if you took 9 out of 10 people and put them up there, most of them would not be eaten. It's a game of averages. You're gonna get eaten if you play that game for long enough.
It really
You think if he was by himself, he would have gotten eaten at the same time?
Probably.
See, that's why I'm not sure about that. Just because, like I said, I know that like human language is 85% body language, what they say, and a lot of what you communicate is in your presence and how you're actually expressing it, even. And I think that an animal is going to be able to read that far easier than another person, even. And I think that in his I think that the bear could sense that he was weak for this reason. Like he was probably giving off this kind of a little bit of fear over those last few days and stuff like that.
You're putting so much on this. I mean, like I said, he did not do the wrong things for the most part. Like he didn't. I don't know if you're supposed to back down, retreat, make noise, whatever. But there are certain things that definitely do help with the interaction with bears.
Females will get you
at the
eaten
right
every
time.
time.
But that doesn't mean that they work 100% of the time. Eventually, that you get the bear who says, "You know what? I'm sick of berries."
Yeah, it's like the people who own big cats, and they're like, they're my friends. I know how they behave. Yeah, other people shouldn't own them, but I know what I'm doing. Next minute, cat food.
Females will
do
get
do
you eaten because like when animals feel fear, man. Like certain animals interpret fear as a threat, like that. They say that's why bees sting people, because when you get scared, they interpret that vibe as an attack or a threat. So I wouldn't go anywhere with the female that gets scared. Like if you're gonna go mess with
also
animals.
also stay away from animal babies, cubs and whatnot.
Oh yeah,
You
Yeah,
ask
for
it to
sure.
be killed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that fear
Don't.
thing is a bigger deal than people realize. It was there. Remember, there was last year. I'm not trying to change the subject, so please don't go along with this. But there was that guy who got shot by these two white guys. There's a black guy who got shot, and he was jogging or whatever it was. But if you pay attention to the altercation, it was it was they had a gun on him, and he could have subdued right then. But some people in some situations, if your life is threatened, then now the only choice that you feel you have is to end the other person's life, or to stop the other person, neutralize the other person from shooting you or whatever. So you go to attack them, and then it becomes a thing where now you're defending your life from this person, and you're gonna do whatever you need to do to stop that. And that kind of shit happens all the time. That's why women, like I have a friend who carries a knife when she goes out and stuff like that, and I just tell her, it's like, just be careful before you pull that out, just because you think you're being threatened by somebody or something like that, because if you don't need to, and you garnish that and or brandish that, I say garnish that, you brandish that, and somebody has a better weapon, or they fear for their life. That's the second time I've said that, garnish instead of brandish. But anyway,
We're just
Whip
looking
out your
for a
knife and make garnish.
parsley on your weapon.
but regardless, yeah, you do that, and somebody fears for their life when all they're going to do is maybe take your wallet or something. Now your life might be in jeopardy.
That's super cool, Witsit. I've just seen your video in the chat. It's a proper fucking bear.
Yeah, I'm about to find
That's
you
the
guys
thing.
the other one that was
We got a
way
bunch
closer.
of animals in Australia, but they're none of them big. Like many of them are scary, but they're almost scary in inverse proportion to their size, if you know what I mean.
You guys have retarded bears.
I thought Australia had big animals.
No, not really. Kangaroos had been about, maybe in complete weight, about the size of an adult, a proper big red, but that'd be the biggest one. It's just that they're scary, like in their behavior, like redback spiders or brown snakes will kill you, or goannas won't really kill you, but they're like a monitor lizard that are just super menacing and do not give a fuck. So like a 2 meter plus long lizard that if it sees you will just walk straight towards you, and if you're still standing there when it gets there, it'll claw you, it'll bite you, or it'll whip you with its tail. But nothing as big as that's a big old bear. And is that a full size one? Struggling to tell from that distance.
Oh no,
That's
it's
an
pretty
average
big. It was
brown bear.
dark and I
That's
zoomed
pretty
in
big.
quite a bit, so the quality sucks. And then this next one is in Gallenberg. It's much smaller though. It was pretty
That's a
chill.
proper
You could
size
tell it
bear,
wasn't.
actually,
It was
now
just
I've
trying to
zoomed
find
in.
food, man. It was not trying to find humans. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah, dude. That's why they say don't feed the bears and animals in general. That's why rodents do that. It's because they taste the shit that we make, like the weird food that we put with preservatives and weird flavors and sugars and shit,
That's good.
and it's like crack cocaine to them.
That's a black bear, right? Witsit, you're in the East Coast.
Yes,
Dude,
that's in Florida.
Yeah, so that may be 250, 300 pound. They can get over 450, black bear, and a grizzly bear is a lot bigger than that.
Yeah,
Like
but
this last one I posted, you can see it's like a baby. This dude was cool. Like when I talked to him, he turned and looked at me and like would tilt his head over, like what?
We saw a
so
bear
that-
this weekend. We thought it was a statue. Oh, that's a little guy.
I was in a car though, so I knew it was no problem. Like Kai was freaking out, bro.
But
Why
the
are you
black bear
talking
is
to the bear?
interested in the garbage, not you, right?
What?
He's interested in the garbage, not you. Even if you walked out, he's just gonna eat the garbage.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I wasn't gonna get out of the car because Kai was freaking out. And like when people freak out around animals, that's the only thing that makes me nervous. The only thing that makes me nervous is when people freak out around animals. Like, that's when I kind of get uneasy. I'm like, yeah, they're gonna think something's wrong. Like they think they're gonna have to be aggressive. You know.
Yeah. Real quick about that movie, that Grizzly Man movie. The bear did eat both him and his girlfriend. Like he killed and eat both of them. But there's a tape you can hear. I guess you can hear the whole thing, and it's on the internet somewhere. But my friend did it, and he says, "I wish he says he wish he hadn't." Like,
Yeah, of course,
just
man.
he said, just don't listen to it. But also, hey, Riding, your mic is low on the live stream. Not so much in
I've
here.
heard that a lot. Yeah, I've heard that a lot. I
Okay.
think Geo turns it down because it sometimes blows people's ears out, and because I speak too much globe earth truth.
Well, just now there's a variable volume sometimes. Like it'll just change randomly.
Sometimes your
It's
mic's too loud. Sometimes it's too soft. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he turns it down just so it doesn't.
No, I'm saying your actual volume. Yeah.
Yeah, but in here, yeah, in
Oh,
Discord,
yeah.
for some reason, it goes super loud sometimes.
Yeah, on YouTube, he's got him at like 40%.
It's
It
okay.
looks
People
like
have to lean in to get my globules of wisdom.
it looks like there's about one black bear caused death per year in North America.
Plains
Versus brown bears. What do brown bears do?
I looked at black bear. I do know I don't know, but secondhand somebody, a geologist, was suspected to be killed by a black bear. I don't think they ever found his body.
No, dude. It's 2022, dude. We call them African American bears.
Plains of wisdom. Levels.
No, the brown
2 to
bears would
5
probably
people.
kill. Brown bears would probably kill a ton more people if they were in the lower 48 in every state.
Two to five deaths per year for black bears in North America. So, but yes, they're far less common.
Black bears are actually black though, cause you know what I'm saying? Like they're actually the color black. I've never met a black person, dude.
You being racist?
Yeah, they come
Yes.
African American bears, man.
I'm just saying I've never met a black person, man. That's all I'm saying. I've never met a white person.
Imagine meeting an actual white person.
I know, dude, or just actually being black. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Like,
mind you, my skin, where I've got vitiligo and where my skin is white, it is white, like it glows under black light.
wow. Well, I guess technically there are what are they called?
Albino.
Yeah, like they're kind of white looking, but they're really still just peach. You know, like really light peach looking. I mean, you know. Anyway, I think it's just a convenient binary to divide. Like like during the summer, do I turn black? Like, am I still white? Like, if I have a baby with a black girl, like, what color is the baby?
This was a visitor on our street the other day.
Say again, Mark?
I said this was the visitor on our street the other day.
Oh shit!
Oh wow, you've had a bear incident too. Is that your house? Is that your Ring doorbell?
That's my sister's Ring doorbell. She lives. I live 500 feet in the direction we're looking.
Yeah, I think that's right after I left.
He's got a bum
looking for
leg.
Kosho.
What's cool about him is he's got a bum leg, so I mean, he's even more dangerous than normal.
It's fucked up, man. Man, it's typically dangerous. I mean, it's nice to feed them. It'd be nice to share a meal
smell-
there, but it's really dangerous to do that because they end up just getting really accustomed to it, and then
Dumb question, Moyak. Do your bears hibernate or no?
I don't think so, but I don't know.
Yeah, because he's pretty fat for this time of year. Ours are really skinny right now.
What's he doing on the porch, dude? Was he just sitting there?
Was it garbage day?
No, he's just sitting. He was like it's hanging over the rail. Then I was sitting on the floor.
My sister, I think, has some funky shit that she would like feed a squirrel in a container on the rail there. So I'm guessing that slop is all over the porch now. But now my brother, my nephew lives down on another 500 feet down the road, and he met him at the window. He's been living in a camper, and he went to go to use the bathroom, and he decided he was going to hold it.
Oh, you had to go outside to use it.
Yeah, he had to walk to the porta potty that we got down there. So he had to walk like, oh, I don't know, 300 feet to the porta potty. He's like, yeah, I don't think I have to go anymore. I think I just filled my shorts. Because he was looking at it nose to nose through this little tiny camper door.
You are more dangerous down here than bears. Cause we have some of them too somewhere. But more dangerous than those are wild hogs. You guys ever come across those, man?
I haven't seen any of those around here.
Yeah, they're extremely aggressive and pack oriented and determined, you know. So like you're camping, like when I was at the McDonald's observatory, we were camping over by Big Bend or whatever. At nighttime, they come around in packs, and they they almost knock your tent over. You know, depending on if you're careful enough with your food. Of course, we don't have that stuff laying out or anything because that's what they say. They say that they'll come out there, and if they sense that you might have it, you and your party are gonna get attacked.
I'll tell you one thing though, my nephew, although he's not terribly afraid of animals, he is packing though when he goes to the bathroom. He carries a Smith & Wesson 460. That'll take a bear out, no problem.
What about a wild boar?
He would split a wild boar in half.
You know, there's bounties for wild boar here. Somebody told me $500 a pop, dude. No way. But I think they were at one point like $50, $25 for each boar, and like because farmers are worried about them going, you know, fucking up their farms. See if there's one right now.
Yeah, I think I might have stumbled on the bear one night, but I never actually saw it. But I heard something heavy stomping through the woods when I was walking the quarter mile in the pitch black. It was a dark night. And I hear this noise going through the woods. It could have been a deer, or it could have been a bear. But that was uncomfortable because I mean I'm totally blind. I have no idea how close I am to him. I could just make out that the sky existed so that I could navigate down the road.
Oh my god! I was just looking up the bounty for those wild boars, dude. It's $5 per tail right now. It's a waste of time.
God, that doesn't even pay for the ammo these days. We're gonna have to use a 22 on them. Keep my profits up.
If you can kill a boar with a 22, we need you in Ukraine.
Allegedly. Hey, did you guys see I've been on the ISS recently.
No shit.
Yeah, doesn't look anything
Where's
like
your
it.
mask? Where's your helmet or whatever?
Oh, we don't need them. That's just a misnomer.
What did you mean by allegedly in the Ukraine?
Yeah. It's all just allegedly, man.
Right. There's nothing going on there.
I didn't say nothing.
So what do you mean by allegedly?
I don't know. I'm sure they're playing chess there or something.
Oh, that's what they're doing. They're
Dude,
playing chess.
Xbox
you're
or
just being a
something.
jackass.
It might be playing
14 was
PlayStation.
it 14,000 civilians dead? No,
Yeah,
40,000
how did you
civilians
verify
dead
that
and
number,
money.
man? How did you verify that number?
I didn't. The UN did. The UN just did.
Oh, so that makes it.
But some guy on the internet, it knows more. Guy who doesn't even probably know where the Ukraine is on a map.
I'm not even claiming anything about anything.
Why don't you just shut the fuck up then instead?
Why are you so triggered, man? That I don't believe.
My last name is Boychuk. Why do you think I'm triggered, jackass?
Because you're lame.
My last name is Boychuk. Guess again.
I still think you're being lame.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
So you're from Ukraine. That's what you're trying to tell me. You're
murdered.
from Ukraine.
Yeah, we shouldn't
Nope,
care about
my
people being murdered.
great-grandparents
This
were,
is
though.
some Christian.
Could I just jump in?
What
Here's a
about all
little
the people
story.
that died in Russia?
Witsit, can I just say something? I work for a removal company. My boss, my mate, we were talking today, and yesterday he done a removal. I live in Denmark. He done a removal for this woman, and her son. He's only 25 years old. He was in the Danish army, but he flew out there and he's over there fighting. He's been across there since January, and that was just today. That apropos whatever what we're talking about. I think it's real what's going on. I thought, but the reasons are made up. You know, I believe it's there's a different reason, but that I know it's just hearsay, but I don't. There's no reason why the woman would have said that to him. You know, just a normal woman, but her son's out there fighting. He's only 25-year-old, so just
I know that something's going on over there. I know that. I just don't believe the Western depiction of all the details. Like every mainstream media tells you to support Ukraine, dude.
Guys, if you
yeah, I know. I'm probably with you on that regarding the proper story.
Hello,
Sorry,
I'm
Banzo.
talking, man.
Yeah, I said I apologize.
If you guys want to talk about the stuff that's going on in Europe, you've got to take it down to the other channel where it's not being streamed.
Oh, sorry.
It's the same with the C and the V and all that sort of stuff. We're just trying to protect the channel.
Doesn't that raise a red flag? Like I can't even ask.
We don't. It's not. We don't agree
No,
with
I
it.
get it. I get
it.
it. I
We
get
don't
it.
agree with it. We're just
Yeah, I'm with you, man. So
I'm
sorry
just saying
about
that kind of
but-
makes my point stronger. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like I have no beef with either people, you know. It's kind of like back in the day, like way back in the day, everyone talks about, you know, the 6 million number, but what about the 22 million Russians that died? Why don't we talk about them? Like I just think that
you didn't make a point.
My point is that the media very rarely accurately depicts things fairly. So
22 million Russians, that is a tragedy.
yeah, but why are we not? I didn't even know that until I was an adult on the internet.
When was that? The 50s?
Yeah, no, a little earlier than that.
Okay.
That was Stalin. Stalin apparently massacred. I think it was 50 million actually of his own people,
and many were Ukrainians as well.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because exactly. Yeah, they were, but it wasn't because they were Ukrainians. It was because what most communist countries do, they always target the intellectuals, you know, the artists or the thinkers, philosophers and shit
the
like that.
Ukrainians were starved because their food was stolen by Stalin's people.
My point was pretty simple, that whenever you're told about that area, you're told the 6 million number a lot, but you're never told the 22 million number. It's not that one's better than the other. It's not that if I acknowledge one, I don't have empathy for the other. All these are straw men. It's just that you never are. You're only told the narrative they want you to talk about.
And we have no idea whether it's right or wrong.
So
none.
Holodomor had 7 million Ukrainians, not 6, and total 10 million, not 6. So
no
where
one's
do you keep
talking
hearing
about
6
Ukraine, man.
Yeah, well, you say they keep on saying 6. Well, there's a 7 and a 10. Neither of those is a 6.
Supposedly 6 million Jews died
But back to what Witsit said about the media. Yeah, we don't even know what I just said there could be total bollocks. You know what I mean? But it's like we don't get told, especially from media and stuff like that. And
Dude, anytime all the media agrees on something, man, I'm just saying it raises a red flag. I'm not sitting here trying to argue about it, man. Like,
no, I was agreeing with you.
I'm just
I know
implying
you
that
were.
it's
I'm
not
just saying,
true. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm just implying it's not true.
I'm implying that the official story has a very unlikely chance of being completely true. That's correct. Like there was a journalist that was covering the war pretty honestly, and he's just disappeared, dude.
Wow, in war, somebody disappeared. That's amazing.
It's very convenient that the one guy that was really giving the truth has just disappeared.
Was he
Yes,
giving
yes,
the truth?
yes. We have a media problem here.
Was he giving the truth? How do you know? Did you verify
Because
it?
it was raw, like it was showing raw footage. It wasn't lying. It was live streaming raw footage.
What was the raw footage indicating that was true?
Well, no, it was just like it was showing the actual areas that people were making claims about these areas, and he was going and showing the actual areas, and sometimes the claims don't match up with what's actually going on over there.
Well,
He
found
wasn't
the
like,
buildings. So he found a building standing in an area, and then he
yeah,
found the
certain
one building
areas.
that was untouched, and he says, "Oh, okay, this is what it's like over here."
So look at you right now. You're
It's all
frantically
puppies and kittens.
you're frantically trying to
Well, no, I'm just
preemptively
trying to understand. You buy this kind of shit. I see
No,
buildings. I see photographs of buildings destroyed. What are you talking about?
I never said. See, what you're doing is you're strawmanning what I'm saying, and you've never seen this guy. You feel some need to preemptively discredit him.
Preemptive, that was the word.
Preemptively discredit you.
I haven't made any claims.
No, implications. That's what you do.
No, you're interpreting them as implications because you're emotionally involved. But I'm not making any claims.
I'm not emotionally involved. I
don't like any world leaders. I don't like.
emotionally involved.
I don't trust any world leaders. I don't have anything to say about this. I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm not over there. Okay. I think America needs to stop intervening in everyone's business. That's what I think. That's why
Oh, we shouldn't help people who ask for help.
all my friends died because people asked for help. Yeah, that's right.
Have any Americans died
I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about that's how my friends died. Let's understand. America intervenes all over the world.
What have we intervened in here?
They intervene everywhere.
Are we intervening here?
Well, we're aiding them. We're making a public. We're making a public proclamation of who we're supporting. We clearly will physically aid them.
Oh, we shouldn't choose a side.
Why don't you just
people are right?
Don't you think the best way to have a conversation is to let the other person talk and just have a calm exchange of ideas, not like make it so extra?
I'm just trying, like, the things that you're saying are like ambiguous at best. I'm trying to understand, what do you mean by we shouldn't intervene? So if somebody asks for help, we should not help.
Well, what if North Korea asks for help?
That's an option. We have an option to offer help or not.
Do you think we should though, just because they ask?
Let's see. What do you mean? We do attempt to try and subvert their government.
I'm saying if the North Korean
kind of closed, we can't just go.
If the North Korean government asks for help, should we help them just because they ask for help?
We have the right to refuse and choose who we want to support.
Okay, and when you say we, you're talking about the people, right?
I'm usually speaking about the government.
Well, isn't it supposed to be the people? The people have the right?
I'm going to go. How do we do that? How do we do the people with Ukraine?
Well, it doesn't. Now it wouldn't work anyway. Everyone's brainwashed. Like everyone just changes their profile picture to the Ukraine flag because CNN said so. So I mean, it doesn't matter nowadays.
I didn't change mine, so not everybody did.
Well, look at you, man. I bet you thought about it.
No, not in the least.
Well, like I guess my point is that maybe America shouldn't put their nose in everyone's business when we have a plethora of domestic issues that should be addressed.
Okay, so because we have a homeless guy in Seattle, we can't address with another group of people a military conflict in Russia and Ukraine, because there's a guy in Seattle who doesn't have this.
Did a Russian girl dump you or something, man? Like, what's the beef?
No, the stupidity is the beef.
Okay, well, see, this
Now
is what
that
I
was
do know.
funny.
What I do know is, like, Russia, they banned GMOs many years ago. That's just objectively a good thing. They incentivize reproduction in nation. That's not a bad thing either. They've done a few things that aren't bad, and for me,
Who
it's.
told you they banned GMOs?
Are you saying they didn't?
Who told you?
I read it somewhere many years ago. It's not even new.
And you
It's
believe
like
it's true?
2016.
That's cute.
So you're saying that isn't true?
No, I'm not saying it's not true.
Okay,
You
so
say
I'm just
you
making
don't
a
believe
bigger
what you
point. I'm
read.
making a bigger point. Just because Russia banned GMOs, that doesn't mean that they can go do whatever they want. I'm just making a point.
You're a bit of a hypocrite there with it.
Why? Why? Because I'm not picking any sides of this conflict. I don't
Because you
even.
do believe what you read if you believe what you read.
I'm saying, yeah, I know people that used to live in Russia that said they banned GMOs, dude. So what are you talking about? Are you saying they didn't ban GMOs? Or are you just speaking of ignorance? Everyone knows they banned GMOs in Russia, man.
I think they banned the using of and the making of, but not the selling of, because they were still selling like American products or different shit like that, GMOs. They
Yeah,
were
you just
selling
can't
them.
produce GMOs in Russia anymore.
Yeah, I remember that was this. I got in an argument with somebody, and I was thinking, they banned GMOs, good for them and everything. And then
But
I
they still
looked
had a
into.
McDonald's,
Yeah, exactly. They still got some bullshit going on over there, but not nearly as much. I mean, they kicked Monsanto out, so Monsanto, right, doesn't get to do that shit there, I think.
That's
So that's
correct.
yeah, so that's one of the major, pluses for their side, I guess, if you ask me.
And that's all I'm saying. Like, that's not. I'm just saying that, like, that country has actually some, advantages on our country. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's not. Dude, Putin is obviously a psycho, man. Like, he's a world power.
Yeah, Royal Ark Freemason, KGB prerequisite, all of that.
Yeah, you guys know, little interesting tidbit. The reason that he walks with his arm like that, like, if you ever watch Putin, he walks with his arm like his I think it's his right arm bent up, like at a 90-degree angle, effectively, because that the KGB trained you to walk with your arm like that, so you can more easily access your weapon. So, like, if you watch Putin walk around, I mean, he's just KGB, and that's open information that he used to be KGB. So, I mean, I don't trust that dude.
No, fake switchery, right? Where the KGB pretended to try and kill him so that would remove him from that organization in the public's eye.
Yeah, now he's a hero that's trying to fight back
Yeah.
against corruption. And that's something else that people need to realize. If you look at the source of the story of what started this conflict, Russian people were told something completely different. Now, I know a lot of people are like, yeah, but that's how propaganda works. That's how communism works. That's how I get it. But I'm just saying, like, you need to understand that. Like, they were told a totally different story. They were told that Ukraine was the aggressor and was told numerous times. And that where they even told them we have no interest whatsoever in taking back over the territory. That's what the Russian people were told. That's all I'm saying. I guess we're not supposed to be talking about this. But anyway, my point is just that, just like with the moon landing, right? So we're told America was the first country to land on the moon. We beat Russia in the space war. They tell their citizens that they were the first ones to send something to space. They were the first ones to send something to space. I think even first ones to send a woman to space, first ones to attain orbit. And the stupid Americans went and landed on the moon, even though there's nothing to do there. So you see how both countries were able to spin a propaganda narrative as if they were the superior ones.
Right. And they, I think they're, I know it sounds crazy, but I think they're both controlled through proxy and all by the same controller. All the same secret societies are running all these countries through proxies, I think. I know
Correct.
but
it's like the game Risk.
Exactly.
Wait, in Risk, though, you're playing against other people.
That's true. That's true. But I think that may be the case in the sense that they kind of have ongoing feuds, but maybe not. So it's kind of like just a group of people playing Risk, and the one other person that's playing that's opposing it is just like free people, and they would actually just be scattered out throughout the countries, like the remaining countries without a centralized banking system or something. Like there would only be a couple pieces on the board today that aren't already all on the same team. It's like Risk when you're about to win.
It's like Risk if you're the only one playing and you're just pretending that other people are playing.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
That's what I mean, though. Is I think that would be an extreme, because I think there's some truth to what you're saying about there's obviously a story that we're being told, and the people who you think are in charge, and influences that are actually have more power and things like that. But I do see, because when you look at the progression over the past couple hundred years, political progression and the wars and all that kind of stuff, they seem to match appropriately. Actual conflict, actual interest being counteracted by other people. Like in the case of the Cold War, it does seem like the Russians or the Soviets and the West did have both had different interests in the same places, like in Asia and everywhere else. And I think both parties wanted to be the victor.
I think they
Feels like a
were
movie.
using Russia, right, as because you need an antagonist, you need a protagonist, right, or whatever. You need in order for these secret societies to scare the whole world into obedience, there has to be nuclear weapons and a threat of these two countries that might just destroy the whole world if we don't all behave and try to figure out how to make them all behave. So that focuses our attention all on these same centralized, situations, or I don't know how to explain it, but it's like everybody
It's like
else needs to be.
distractions, Grim.
You're
It's
not as
like
big as either one of these two biggest countries, right? So if you're not as big as them, why should you expect, you know what I mean, to have to do any? They're going to continue in the world with with nuclear weapons and all that, and and everything.
Compete with them.
Yeah, well, I mean that would establish like a a power structure that would because a little guy in a little state, he doesn't know he's a little guy in a little state, right? You have to be told that. You have to be told that you're nothing for a long time, that these other things are super powerful and they're going to destroy you or the whole world if you know what I mean, if we don't obey these whatever things that come along at whatever time they tell us. If we're not scared when they say be scared, then we're probably going to die. If we don't
I mean,
duck
just
and
all very
hide under
sketchy,
the,
man. You
they
have
did
like
children, right? They told the children in schools to get up under desks, and they used to do nuclear bomb drills and all that kind of shit to scare the shit out of the children. What the fuck is getting under a desk in a nuclear bomb going to ever do? Right? But scare children into believing the narrative of the bombs, and to be afraid of the big countries. You know what I mean? Do what the government says, because they're going to protect you from the death that can happen from this enemy right over there.
Yeah, it's like, oh, the hero of the world who changed the way we drive our vehicles and changed our internet and is just here to save the world, building tunnel systems for more efficient transportation, wants to put a chip in your brain to remove all these illnesses. He's a genius. 155 IQ. Oh, yeah, he's such a genius. That guy is conveniently the one that's, drawn into the picture to save the day as the hero. And then he tweets recently, if I mysteriously die, it
What-
was nice knowing you. Like, because supposedly
what
Russia's
chip?
mad.
What chip can cure diseases?
Well, that's what they claim Neuralink is going to do. It's going to be able to cure many ailments.
And you wouldn't take it if it could?
No, I'm not a psychopath.
Does it cure psychopathy?
I don't know.
Well, if I was a psychopath, would it cure me?
No, it's probably secure your psychopathy.
Yeah, we probably just ate it.
Based on your study of this?
Yeah.
For a guy that doesn't make any claims, you sure make a lot of claims.
Dude, you're sitting here defending
right
your
now.
leaf, man.
Yeah, I think it's a psychosis
No.
right there, dude. To think that that's
I'm
something
asking
that
you
a
a
human
question.
being should have.
How is
Your
that
question
defending
was,
it?
would I take it? And the
Well,
answer
you're
is
asking questions
no.
with a tonation of your voice that implies that you're defending it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
What
wouldn't
does
you
it? What
take
does
it?
it
Don't
claim to
pretend like
cure?
you're not. It's just a question. But the intonation of that question, we're all here. I mean, we know that the question
Okay,
was not
Grim.
a question.
What does it claim to cure?
Oh,
It
I'm not
claims that
English. I don't
it
know
claims
at
it's going to
all.
be able to cure all kinds of things. Like if you lose any motor, like any motion ability or whatever you would call it, motor skills. There's some word, I don't know the word. But anyway,
Right.
like
So it's actually it's being the pathway from the brain to the
muscle.
yeah, motor
it's correcting the
development or
nervous
whatever.
system, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that actually makes sense.
Yeah,
So why
and it
would you
says all
take
kinds of
it?
things though, like certain imbalances in the brain seem to actually cause disease potentially. I'm just telling you the official
Okay.
story from Elon is that it can
But
cure stuff like being blind, not being able to hear, not being able to walk or feel certain parts of your body, to be able to potentially cure paralysis and to cure many different elements. Okay, this is the official story. So,
Seizures too.
I would
yeah.
definitely take it if I had any of those problems.
Okay, well that's
What if
cool,
you didn't
man.
have any of those problems?
But
Would you take it?
no, why would I?
Wait, how long would you wait to know
Well,
that
that's the
they
same thing
actually?
with the vaccine, dude. Right?
Well, my question, yeah, but they're
No.
the same. It's the
Vaccine
same
is a
thing. This
No, yeah,
question
it is.
applies. This question applies to both. So, how long
Be
would
like
you
you're
wait to see if it worked? Right? Like, if it
You
says,
don't wear gloves at work because you already have a cut. You wear gloves at work so you don't get a cut.
how long would you wait to see if it actually worked?
No, I meant by
How long is it supposed to take to work?
Well, I'm saying, like, yeah, like if they made all these claims and then they started facilitating the chips, which they are doing this year, then like, how long would you wait before you wanted yours? Like, because you can claim that you can
I
cure
don't
paralysis,
have
you can claim that
one
you
of
can
those
attain,
problems.
dude, you can attain that you can claim telepathy, you attain telepathy, you can claim all these things, but that doesn't actually mean it's so, right? Like if I told you I have a chip that's gonna cure everything, you're not just gonna run and take it. What if it just literally doesn't cure anything?
They're not saying it cures everything, though. They're saying, wow.
I didn't say they did, man. I just said if I had a chip that said, okay,
Well,
bro,
if we
my
see
question
somebody
is
who's
simple.
paralyzed and they install the chip and
you
it
can
works,
go even further and
and
say,
I
well,
was
what if you
paralyzed,
don't
I would
have a
take
chip?
it.
This is so crazy, dude. It's such a simple question. You know
Yeah.
what I'm asking. You're being dishonest, which is weird.
Yeah. If I saw
Well,
somebody who was paralyzed
you're
and they
just
installed the
disruptive.
chip and they weren't paralyzed anymore, and I was paralyzed, I would take it.
Okay, what
You'd
about
probably
if the
take it
other
anyway,
9
dude.
people? Okay, there was 10 disabled people. One person's
Why
not
would I
paralyzed
take it?
anymore. And what if the other 9 people died?
Then I
You'd take
wouldn't
it
take it.
because the rest of your friends took it.
Okay,
I
you
don't
wouldn't take it. That's
have
my
any
point,
paralyzed
right?
friends
You would
that
wait
I
to
know of.
see. You would wait to see about safety and efficacy.
Yeah, my grandma was half paralyzed after a brain tumor, so she would have been a good candidate, but she's dead for 10 years, 12 years.
Okay, so you get the point, though, right? Like, you're not just going to take the chip. What
No.
if the chip doesn't actually do what it claims? It's kind of similar to this just take 2 and you're good narrative.
Yeah.
Who said that?
The whole entire mainstream media network for months.
And Joe Biden, he actually said,
The
if you
mainstream
get the
media
vaccine,
said that,
then you're
but
not going to be
wrong.
hospitalized. You're not going to
But
get
health
sick.
professionals never
You're not
said
going to
that.
die.
Yeah, the health professional said too, and you're good to go. Fully.
Really? Who told you that? Not
We had to take
not
2
my
to be.
wife.
We had to take 2 to be fully
You don't know that.
covered, right? That's the phrase they used. Fully. That's the word they used.
Yeah, that was what they determined to be called fully. That didn't. Everybody who knew what they were talking about suggested there's probably going to be booster shots needed.
Okay, so then it
So,
wouldn't be fully then. If you need
You'd
more,
never
then
be fully.
yeah, then it's not
Well,
fully.
after you get the booster, you're fully vaccinated, and then the
You notice
efficacy
how-
I
of
don't
that
think we're meant to
wanes.
be talking about this.
You notice how
guys.
quick
I
they
don't
are
think we're meant
to show. Oh, sorry.
Well,
We're
wait,
not meant
that's
to be
not what they
talking about
said,
this.
though. That's not what they said. They said if you take 2, you're fully good to go.
Hello,
Just like
I don't think you're meant to be talking about that.
Yeah.
Right.
We're not
But
we're
Alex,
not
and it
talking about the
wanes.
specifics of it or the efficacy of it or making claims as to what's in it.
Robbie.
We're talking about
No,
what
I'm
they
just
said
saying.
about it.
My apologies. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
YouTube
And then
doesn't
it
care if you
wanes.
talk about
Yeah.
this, man.
And then
YouTube
you
only
might have to
cares if
get a
you
booster.
question what's in it and if you question what the agenda was and all this stuff. My point is that just objectively, everyone can go verify that the story has changed. Now, your argument has to be, well,
No.
yeah, they found out new information. If you can't at least be honest enough to say, well, they found out new
Okay.
information, then it's weird.
I guess the problem is that you only get your information from the media instead of professionals.
The professionals said
Yeah.
too, and you're fully good to
How
go.
do you know that? Like the professionals are on the media. What are you talking about, dude?
The professionals that I talk to all
Yeah, but
thought we
that doesn't
probably
matter.
be taking.
That doesn't have anything to do with who What's it talk to. Different people are
Did you
heard
talk to
from.
medical professionals with it?
Yeah,
What do you?
I talked to many medical professionals that either agreed or disagreed. I talked to both sides of them in person and on the phone.
And they were all shocked that we need boosters now?
No, that's a straw man. They were all
Yeah.
under the
Okay.
they were all pushing the same narrative that, well, you have to get 2 of them and then you'll be fully covered. And now that's not the case. It's like when I went to court and it says you have to be fully covered to get in without a mask. And then I said, okay, well, what does fully well, I can say it. What does fully vaccinated mean? And they didn't know. They don't have an answer. And the reason they don't have an answer, which means the law doesn't mean anything because there's not even a defined parameter. What
Right.
does fully vaccinated? They literally couldn't answer me. I'm talking about
Why is
every single person in the court could not answer me, including the judge.
I don't think
why
there's
is
such a
two
thing
the
as
magic
100% immunity.
Yeah. Why is 2 the magic number?
You tell me, man. That's what they
Yeah,
told
that's
us
what
all to
we're
go get.
asking.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense that it would be.
Yeah, we agree.
We
Why would
actually
they say that?
we're the ones that said from the beginning it's going to be way more than 2, and everyone called us crazy.
Yep. I said it was never going to stop.
They'll never do
It'll be
that.
like a yearly
The
flu shot.
professionals are saying this. Why are y'all going against the professionals saying you only need 2?
Grim is right. Grim is right. We thought this would be like the yearly flu shot because it's going to mutate. We all knew that. Or
No,
sorry,
that's
some
not
of us
true.
knew.
Whenever we went around telling people that you guys were going to have to keep taking
Come on,
them,
let it
everyone
finish,
called
man.
us crazy.
Yeah, I remember being called a nutter for saying, no, this isn't going to end. They're going to try and pop you at least once a year with a new shot to be
Wait, check.
called
This is
fully
where it gets better.
vaccinated.
This is where it gets better.
And
I
I was
had
an idiot.
numerous
I was an
Facebook
idiot.
posts. I had numerous Facebook posts deleted, removed forcibly as misinformation because I said that you're going to have to keep taking them. It got removed as misinformation. It said, no, scientists are saying that if you take your 2 shots and then just the one with the certain ones, that you'll be good to go. You'll have coverage from COVID. Dude, they took
I remember
my
that.
post off of
They
Facebook.
said you'd be good forever.
I saw it and I remember that. No, of course not. That's the fucking
Oh.
straw man. Why don't you just listen to what he said, man? I mean,
And
he's being a
science
little bit
changes
hyperbolic.
based on new information. So when new
See, that's
information
what you
came
should
out,
have said. That's what I told you. That's your answer. Your answer is that supposedly you figured out new information. If you're trying to argue that they didn't tell us at first that it was 2, I know everyone here knows that's not true. I had Facebook posts deleted saying they were going to make you keep taking them.
Yeah, we were all here for that, man.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be weird.
well, I don't think I ever said you would only ever need 2. And the people
Yeah,
who
we
talked to
don't
me
need
would
you to
say
Okay.
be
Well, they
Oh my
said it. No one said
goodness.
you said anything.
You just
Well,
changed the goal.
then
Dude, why
it's
don't
a
you put the
straw man.
goalpost
You
down a
just
little
want to
bit,
argue, dude. Why don't you
Why
go
don't you
somewhere
set
else
down
and
the
argue with
goalpost?
your neighbor or something?
All right. Have a
Yeah,
good one.
all right. See you
It's
later.
real easy to pick up on goalposts when you're doing it, changing the
Jesus, man.
goalpost. But when their side changes the goalpost, it's like, no, that goalpost is allowed to float around.
What about the large group of people that didn't take any and never got sick and blah blah
Here
blah?
I
Like,
am. Yeah, here I am.
I don't
Knock, knock.
understand. Yeah, I'm one,
Here I am.
and a lot of huge portion of people around me.
Yeah.
We have to tiptoe around this area. I'm just saying. Well, I mean, actually, I don't
Crazy.
think that they really care too much about like Discord live streams, but I'm just saying when you get into the efficacy discussion, that's when they freak out. It's like I'm surprised. Like, okay, they censor anyone that posts right now that there's been like an abnormal amount of food processing plants burning down. If you post that, it gets blocked out. It gets blocked out on social media right now.
Hey, completely different story. Did y'all hear about the red sky thing in China?
No. Red
Look it up.
sky.
Yeah, there was like this huge orange red glow in the sky, and they blamed it on fishing vessels or something. Let me find out what they sent me.
Are you guys excited about the psyop of all psyops, where they use the sky itself as a projection screen to brainwash all the people?
Oh, I
What?
can't wait.
Isn't that
They
gonna be cool?
what?
That sounds
They're gonna
awesome.
use
They
it.
use this.
Wait, you can go look at it, man. Like China's a good example. You can use holographic technology, dude, and it looks so real in the sky. They are already showing people. It looks so real, dude. It's insane. Using the
But
sky. They use
what are they
interferometry.
gonna
They
project?
use like
But what are
crossing
they gonna
patterns of
project?
light, lasers, to make a
Project
projection.
what though? Of what?
Whatever they want to. I mean,
Of what, particularly? Whatever they
I
So
put
think
like,
down
I
on the
think it will be
computer.
for
whatever will make
example,
you be good little slaves. So
Like a
Well,
whale swimming in the sky?
China talked about projecting the sun to light up this. This is about 40 years ago or something like that. Make a holographic projection that was going to actual beam light down on a certain village or whatever that didn't have light. That was in China anyway. That's about 40 years ago that I first heard about
well, what they're
all
doing
that stuff.
now is
Yeah,
absolutely insane. Like
yeah, I
they,
bet.
they did it with the Space Needle in America, and then China just did one where they have a dragon in the sky and all this crazy stuff. And dude, it's very crazy what they're able to do. So, whatever. I'm just saying
Do you
it's gonna
remember the
happen.
Olympic Games? Do you guys remember the Beijing Olympic Games? I actually watched it live, right? And one of the scenes was these fireworks. It looked like fireworks. It was like a drone footage coming into the stadium, but from about 10 miles away. And there was these fireworks going up, and they were making big footprints. And I remember sitting there and watching. Oh, fuck the Chinese, man! Experts with fireworks and blah blah. And then about 2 months later, it came out that it was actually CGI. And the Beijing Olympics, I think, was 2002 or something. You can check it out. And so think about that. So when you talk about or putting holograms in the sky, this is stuff that happened like 12 years ago, and we know how technology grows. So I think ballers need to catch up with the times.
They're
Yeah, I'm about
science
to drop a link.
deniers.
I'm gonna drop links to some of these holographic shows. They're like usually 2 minutes long or so, and they'll blow your mind, dude.
Yeah, I was talking to my mate because I like come from when games you could play on the television were so basic, man. It was unreal. And now coming up to where I am today, I could get a 50-inch television and play video games in my living room so I'm fascinated by the technology. So it doesn't surprise me that that stuff. They were going to beam something to replicate the sun, which was then going to shine down and illuminate a village. That's crazy. How the fuck do you do that? Even trying to conceive of what's happening there.
When you have the wildfires out here in California, the sky gets red. It's just like that. That's probably smoke.
Apparently, it's due to a refraction of light.
Yeah, that's what smoke does, refracts light. And so we end up with the red, the red light, the blue light separated, I guess, because of its higher energy state.
Wow, so the smoke acts as a different medium and then refracts the light.
Yeah.
Crazy. It's almost like you need a change in
The
medium.
fact
It's almost the exact.
But it absorbs the red light and then projects that back out, yeah. So it kind of distinguishes the greens and yellows and all that other colour, and then just absorbs all the red light, and then it projects it out.
Yeah, well,
not-
different medium. So the light's traveling from one medium to
Yeah, I know,
another.
but I'm just
It's the
saying.
opposite.
But
It
hey,
absorbs
guys, do you
blue
see
light
these?
and lets the red out, right?
See,
Yeah.
no, it absorbs the red. If it has to absorb it to project it, if it absorbed it, that's why things are certain pigments, because it absorbs that certain light. According to that, it absorbs it and projects it. Don't know what happens to the purples and the blues. If something's green, don't know what happens to the rest of the colour, but it projects that light, so it absorbs it. And
I think red
then
light
projects.
refracts longer than air light. It's the same reason sunsets look red, but not that red, of course.
Yeah, but the
might
fact
be, it might be the same reason, but it might not be. It might be the absorption rate of the, the actual material itself. Like you said, like, some, the reason things are the color that they are,
Yeah.
that we see is because that's the color of the light that thing will let out.
Yeah, but that is so it absorbs, and that's what I'm saying. To let out, if it was any other colour, right, and it absorbed it, that means it would take. And if you put blue ink into water, it turns blue because the water
Absorb the other colors, and it's reflecting
absorbs.
blue. Yeah. However,
What is it absorbing?
I don't know. Don't ask me about that because I don't know what light is.
Well, it also has
Sunset.
emitted, which I don't think
it's emissivity and and reflectivity, right? I mean,
it's not physical matter being absorbed, but I was just saying. He said the right answer. He said, "I don't know. I don't know what light is." Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, but wait a minute. That's what I'm saying. It was just that I was just given the opinion that I've been told through science. That's what they say. It absorbed. I don't. They say it's an electrical.
You're good, bro. You're good.
Electric magnetic wave, right? So I was sitting thinking, right, but if I strike a match, so you're telling me that sulfur, where's the electricity coming from? Because if it's electromagnetic,
it's
I asked
it's the
this question.
opposite. Ali B,
Yeah,
check it out. Hold on, just so you know, you're very close.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, you're right on the right right on the right thing. But it's when an object receives light, it absorbs some wavelengths and reflects others. The ones it reflects are the ones we see as color. So it's the ones that it absorbs is the ones we don't see. The ones it reflects are the ones we see. That's what I was trying to say. I just wanted to check and make sure I was right before I corrected you.
Sends it back
That's okay.
through.
It's the same thing. I mean, but your principle is still, yeah.
It was real fast. It sends it through in a certain vibration. Okay, so like that's what it is. Like infrared is a different shade, right? It's just a different spectrum of vibration beyond the limits of the naked eye. So like, I think light is very misunderstood.
Yeah, I agree because all the explanations that I've heard, it doesn't. I was getting to the point that where I sort of thought it was like, do you know how if you see a big sign and it's made up of light bulbs and it can make it look as if there's something running through it just by specific light bulbs lighting up at a certain time. That's what I was kind of thinking, that image, because I don't believe, that reflection, because it doesn't make sense if it comes in straight lines into the sun. We know about the science of the angular reflection. How could you get so much detail if a photon is a single photon, right? That photon will hit a specific point on a complicated building, a stone, for example, and you'll be able to judge by that. That will give you the shape, the depth, and all that. How come those precise photons can bounce back at impossible angles coming from the angle from the sun coming in straight lines, as we're told? That, usually when something bounces off an object or a ball off a wall at a certain angle, it'll come off at the same angle that it entered in, unless it's spinning, and then you'll get movement. But if it goes just a ball and it's not spinning and it hits a wall, it'll come off at the exact same angle as you threw it. It's like a law of physics, according to them, and they say photons do that. Right, so how then, if the sun's up at 45 degrees and it's shining down. I'm capturing that whole picture for some reason.
Well, think
Right?
of photons as pixels, right?
Yeah,
There's
but
so
they've still
many.
got to
There's
come
more
directly
photons
into your
than
eye, though.
pixels.
But they've got to come directly. Those photons, these singular photons, these minuscule photons with this specific color, shade, pixel, or whatever, has specifically got to bounce off at an angle
Yeah,
according to
it
the
works
laws
that
of
way too.
reflection. Doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Oh no,
For
it does. No, yeah, it does. That's an issue because there's enough of them, right? So there's enough. So I can go and I can move my as the
but
observer. I can
it'll
move,
be like,
and
right,
I
but
can
listen,
see them. I can still see the object until you know what I mean. Until I'm at the point like at the new moon, right, where the light
but
is
imagine a
actually
bullet,
behind the
like,
object.
right,
Then
but
I don't
Grim,
see the object.
listen, imagine you've got this machine gun like a warthog machine gun, that thing that sends out tracers, right? So
No, I
say
understand what I'm trying to explain. I already know why you're making the mistake. I'm trying to explain it to you. You're trying to explain it to me again. I get it.
It's
I'm
not
not
a
trying.
mistake.
No, it is because there's not enough. You're in your like in the gun, machine gun, right? There's literally not. It's not even close to the amount of photons. You're not really imagining what's actually happening when you're thinking of it with such a simple little
But they
thing.
come in streams though, right? In straight
Yeah, but
lines.
those streams
So
came
that
in from.
photon,
Never mind.
yeah,
They're
but no
bouncing
matter
back out
which
in all
way,
directions, except
yeah,
for
but exactly
behind
all
them.
directions, right? But you've got to understand the thing is when they hit an object. But wait a minute, when a photon hits an object, it's going to bounce off. It doesn't matter how many millions are. If they're in different directions, it would be the wrong point of the stone. You wouldn't be able to define anything because even if they go off in all directions, it doesn't matter for you to see a specific point on that stone. It has to come off that ray. Has to come off at a specific angle to come in a straight line back to your retina, your eye, or whatever, so that you can decode the information or the data or whatever you want to.
That's how it would look if it was a perfect reflector. It would be fuzzy like that. But it's not. It absorbs some of the other colors and light. Right?
Man,
So
we were just talking
that
about the sky
absorption
before.
balances out and gives you that line that you need to be able to see the outside edges of these things.
We were just talking about the sky being
Clear
red.
line.
China, I mean, do you guys know that they use lasers to create interferometry projections that are holograms in the sky? And they're super realistic looking now. They can do it from the ground, they can do it from the sky. So I think that's pretty
Remember the Pink Floyd
interesting.
concerts 30 years ago?
I mean, they look so real now, man. It's insane, dude. Like, has anyone ever thought about that? Just hypothetically, if governments were to want to project something in the sky,
We were laughed at when
brainwash
we were talking about fake UFO wars and shit, and the government was going to be doing that maybe and all this stuff. Everybody was like, "That's not even possible." Ha 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 ha! You're an idiot.
Well, now they're just
if we just had some
showing-
external threat that would bring the world together for a new world order. I mean, here, all they need now
But they're
is
still
just to
gonna
get
fall
psyched
for
up.
it, bro. They're still gonna. That's my
I know.
point. Because they're starting to pull it out in the public, and it looks crazy. And whatever they're testing it on the public with is not the best they have. So I just think it's gonna get crazy. And when people look up and it looks real, I mean, dude, it's still gonna work. It doesn't matter if we try to tell them. I guess some people might think about it, maybe, but probably not. And you're not gonna be able to see the source of the hologram.
I'll
It's
tell you
like the
what.
face
First
of
thing I'm going to
Allah
do
weapon.
though is I'm going to take my laser and hit that hologram with it, and see that it doesn't reflect. I'm gonna be like, "That's a hologram."
What y'all think the
That's
James
fake.
scope is? It's the secret hologram projector.
Yeah.
Good
I bet
morning.
you it is.
Grim. What's up, Grim?
Hey, what's up? Good morning.
I think people would.
It's on fire today, dude.
I think
It's
you guys.
easier when there's nobody arguing with us. You know what I mean? It's a lot easier to have discussions.
I think people would fall for it. So imagine if you have a Neuralink in your brain at the same time,
You got the sound coming in now too, right? They can pump the sound in and everything. Yeah, wow.
And it's just a gift you get from Neuralink. It's not them deceiving you. It's you're more awake than everyone else. You're actually superior to everyone else because you can hear it. You can hear things and detect things and understand things and be aware of things that the average human without this mystical brain chip, could
You
never
know,
do.
if people were inherently good at the top, if we had a good, I mean, this shit wouldn't even be scary to me. It would be amazing, right? But I just know we've never really had any non-corrupt, people with absolute power. There's never been that. So that I'm not gonna just go, oh well, maybe this time it'll be a non-corrupt absolute power situation, and then go for it. You know what I mean? But I mean, shit. If we had evidence of non-corrupt absolute power in the past and stuff, this kind of shit would be amazing. But we're coming from a place where it's all corruption and people are greedy, and you know what I mean? Like, there's not a chance in hell I'm gonna allow somebody to control my fucking brain with that. I mean, I'm already having a hard time, dealing with the fact that I'm hooked onto this smartphone. It's getting on my nerves. About to throw it the fuck away.
Bless your brain, Grim. Bless it.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna have to tell say there's not a scenario in the world that could happen where I would ever seriously contemplate having a chip put in my brain. Even if it gets to where it's so easy that it's just like basically they put like what looks like a thermometer up
Plug and
your
play.
forehead and then
Yeah.
push a button that clicks and it basically stamps it into your brain and it's painless. I still would not do it. Never ever. So I don't know. Like there's not a scenario. Anyone that would want to do that, that automatically removes the motive of any type of benevolence. What the hell, dude? That's what you do. That's what you do to cattle, and I think that's wrong.
Yeah.
There's so much more health advancement that can be done that's needed, than it seems like so extracurricular activity to just throw a chip in your brain. It seems like not necessary for anything. A luxury, a handicap of a luxury.
And the experiments that they're doing on these poor little monkeys to get the data they want for this fucking shit is so appalling. I can't even think about it right now. It's disgusting.
They're about to do it to humans, man. They're rolling out the human trials this year.
About to do it. I know they've been already doing it. They always
well, of
have.
course, I'm just saying they're publicly
You know what I mean?
rolling
Like,
out the human trials.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. I know they're publicly about to, but I think that these crazy sick fuckers, they've already got the success in some rate. In order for them to start talking about it out loud and bringing it out to it, that's the conditioning part. That's because they already got it figured out.
Yeah, correct. But I mean, that would be very incompetent of them not to do that.
Exactly. That's why I imagine that they have done that. I mean,
yeah,
I don't think that they're incompetent. I think the incompetence is a perception that we are made to think about them as incompetent, so that we won't, fear them quite as much as we probably should.
Well, I don't think we should fear them, but yeah, like people
Well,
don't.
I mean, fear their motives, like fear their, be more hyper aware of the idea that they might not be doing.
Yeah, awareness
is
their kryptonite, basically.
Yeah.
I don't like the word fear, man. I don't like fear.
True. I use that word colloquially, because I mean, a lot of people, I mean, in a sense, it does immediately scare me, right? And like, oh shit, if that's happening, but I don't.
Nah.
Well, yeah, you got to be true. To be brave, you have to actually be afraid and power
Well,
through
like
that.
think about it. Like if that is the case, look at how awesome the world still is overall. So it's like
it is. Yeah.
They're just doing all they can. They're insane over there, and they've been trying really hard for a long time. And it does appear they've got a lot of people brainwashed now. So,
yeah.
But whatever.
But that does remind me of like how my grandpa used to say, he's like, don't be worried about anything, just be concerned about everything.
Yeah, I mean, you should be like honestly
fear,
investigative with anything, in
That's
life.
like a statement saying, don't be afraid, be aware, Don't be worried, be concerned.
Well, not even concerned maybe,
Yeah,
but like
of course
just
concerned.
Sure, but like yeah, definitely not afraid. Like, because I think that's actually what they want. I think that's what I had an issue with what you're saying in that sense. Like, they don't want to make sure we don't figure out so we can fear them. They want us to fear them. Like, I mean, they put their identity out and stuff, and these are low level organizations and names, in my opinion. We don't even know the real names, but you know, they want us to know they're there and there and like
Yeah.
as in like that pronoun. I mean, the possessive pronoun I'm using is kind of the whole trick. Like, who is they? So it's like, you know,
Well,
I don't
every
know. I
time you
think they
say
want us
they,
in fear.
I kind of imagine the they that you're talking about, since you know, like you just said, the ones you don't know their names, but you know they're behind the game, and they put the people with the names out front, like Elon Musk and Donald Trump and Joe Biden. They put all those names out front, tell the puppets what to do, but they're back behind the scenes pulling strings, like the proxy. You
Yeah, and
know,
I think
with
the ones that you can see behind the scenes that are pulling the strings are also kind of
yeah,
proxies.
front guys. Yeah,
Like
if
the
you see them at all,
Rothschilds and George
yeah, exactly.
Soros, and Bill Gates. It's like these are like
Front men.
even those families I think are not even the full truth. Like because
They're
again,
low level.
my only evidence for it is just that it would be incompetent to do it that way.
Exactly. A proxy for a proxy for a proxy is safer than just your original proxy. You know, so imagine that they've set up many proxies throughout the, you know, here's how I think of it. Like, I don't think the Pharaoh ever fell, right? I think they just uh, switched the way they run the shop, pretended to fall, and then ruled through proxy, and then another proxy through Rome. They pretended to fall again, also the Pharaoh, started up and opened a new template of rule, right? And because you know the times change, the populations get bigger, the people get smarter. You have to change. You have to roll with the punches, right? So to continue to control people, you can't do it through absolute fear and you know this and that now, because until you get some sort of a you know weaponry or something like that, like a nuclear bomb that can scare the rest of the world into submission. You know what I mean? So they went with the religions, and they, you know, it's just, to me, I think it's thousands of years of honing these techniques in, and
And I
I'm not
think
sure that.
I think that I totally agree. But I think during the 80s or around that time is when they started getting people into power, and they've got the people in place now that will go with their agenda. The younger or the people that younger generation, they've got that mindset. I always use it. You ask a kid today about climate change, for example, they'll school you on it. They'll repeat everything that you've probably studied about it or whatever, know about it, but they'll give the mainstream word for word, verbatim about it, and they're experts. They're experts. I've got it off my daughter. I've had it off my daughter, and you know, choose your battles. I said, okay, fair enough. Even though I've taught her to think for herself, and you know, not, I didn't challenge her on it. I said, okay, you know, I asked her a few questions. I thought, right, fair enough. I'm dealing with someone that's been indoctrinated, even though she's my daughter, or she's been told something and not looked
Well,
from
it's
the
in
other
all their
side.
TV shows. Yeah, it's in all their little
Yeah.
cartoons. It's
But
in
they get it
everything.
taught in the school. They get it taught at school about it. They're
Yeah.
so highly educated in all
It's in all the
the
movies they watch. It's global
yeah.
warming, and it's real.
Yeah.
And they laugh at the people who don't believe in it in the movies. And
Oh
the
no, it's
conditioning
climate
is
change.
there.
It's climate change, not global warming, Grim. How
Oh,
dare
well,
you
I know.
repeat
I
the old
know.
one?
Global warming
It's
pisses
how
them off.
dare
That's why I say it. But global
they
warming,
changed it.
it got
It's
colder.
marketing.
The
You know,
past
when you
12
look
years,
at
it's been
it, like
getting colder. I don't know why they keep saying it's getting warmer.
well,
So,
that's well, they had. I come from the 70s. I specifically, well, I was born in 65, so I can specifically remember in the 70s it was called the Big Freeze, and this was blasted all over news, the British news,
going into another mini
papers.
ice age.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
never.
exactly, man. And you got models and videos of what was going to happen and all this kind of shit, man. It was funny as fuck. They were
And then
going, but
15 years later, oh, we're moving out of that ice age. We're going into a heat wave. You know, it was like,
yeah, exactly,
and you
exactly.
really
So,
promote that. They promote it to people in like the really hot areas too. It's like, oh man, and so they can, because people are subjective to things like that. They go, oh wow, it does feel hotter than ever before. Oh, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
oh,
exactly, yeah,
come
yeah.
on.
And because and that goes down to the psychology of the humans, because I've learned, that way, what you guys were talking about, they've learned that way to interact with our brain in a certain way, that the fear factor
Yeah.
kind of thing, and use that kind of, and they've learned that. And the thing is, they only have to influence, I always say in a vote, no matter what national vote, I said, all our party has to do, like the Democrats or the Republicans or whatever, is get 33%. It's funny, a third of the population of a country to believe the shit they're promoting, and they'll win every time. Because there's people that don't vote. It's never 100% voting, is it? So so they've got a statistic. Well, the most people come out is maybe about 70%. So if we get 30% and there's three parties, we just have to convince them, and a bit of manipulating, and we'll get some of the fence sitters and stuff. And that's all it takes, man. It doesn't take to convince a whole country, to deceive a whole country, because the other 66% or whatever gets dragged
Well,
along.
yeah.
I mean,
now all they have to
democracy,
do
man.
is just own the media, right?
That's so simple. It's so simple, man. And it's like right in front of people's faces. But when you try to tell them, like that conversation that was going on maybe a wee bit earlier on, it was like, it wasn't a conversation. It was like an inquisition. You know what I mean? It was like, because it was a great subject, about the media or whatever. But it would have been a better conversation if there wasn't the aggression, I suppose, that skepticism, hyper skepticism. What do you mean? Have you any proof? Have you got that? Rather than saying, "Well, that's interesting. Tell me a bit more." That kind of thing.
Exactly. It puts you on the guard. Yeah. Trying to, puts up walls. Becomes a
Yeah, man.
battle. It's really easy to see it.
Yeah, but even if we disagree in well, actually, not many things. Probably only about maybe one or two, actually, about all the subjects that are out there. I think it's probably maybe
I
one
can't
or
even
two.
pinpoint one, to be fair, right
No,
now.
yeah, myself, and that's what I said, sort of one or two, and it's a hard think. But the point is, we can still have a conversation, and it's not saying, "Oh, look at us," and that. There's loads and loads of people, but it's when certain people come in that haven't learned. All right, this guy disagrees with me. Let's get to know him, understand his point of view, and remember.
Yeah, where are you coming from? I need to know where you're coming from before I can judge like why you're giving me this information too.
And we all know that, or most of us know, is we don't really know the truth. Any statement I make, as I say, I always give it as a disclaimer. It's only speculation. It's only part of my belief, or whatever, because I've come to accept it. I can never say specifically about. I can say specifically, for example, if I punch a wall, I'm going to hurt my hand. I can say stuff like that, but regarding the metaphysical, or what light is, or consciousness, or stuff like that, it's only mere speculation. And I think if people got that and didn't become emotionally attached, what Whitson was saying to that guy earlier on, that he was emotionally attached to an idea. I think it was that Chucky or whatever. He was emotionally attached because he was showing it that he was. He was like, "What do you mean?" And like that.
His intonation told the story. He's trying to act like,
And
"Oh,
that's
just ask a simple question." I'm like, why do people do that? Why do they pretend like we're not aware of their intonation?
yeah. Oh,
You
yeah.
know?
Yeah.
What the fuck
And it's
is
no
wrong with
criticism,
people?
because we've all, I've been that as well. I remember the mindset in that, because I've had conversations like that, not on flat earth or conspiracy. I mean, throughout my life, being in a certain frame of mind where you know, it's absurd what this person is saying to me, and being like that. Oh, what do you mean by that? And you know, being that confident rather than saying, "Oh, that's interesting." That's why I know the difference, kind of thing, because myself personally in my life, I've been exactly like that negative hyper skepticism. I think Immanuel Kant called it hyper skepticism, and that means
I like that word.
it means you don't believe you don't believe that in anything, right? But that can come in. You can take that down to, I don't believe anything this person's saying, so I'm going to act as a skeptic, you know, and that adversarial thing comes out. But I think it was Immanuel Kant, he was talking about skepticism, and he said about
Well, it's a good thing, right? I mean, because you know,
yeah,
it gives
balance.
you the tools needed to try and figure out whether some, you know what I mean. You don't take everything on its face. Like my dad used to say, you know, believe none of what you hear and half of what you see in the world, man.
No, my dad never told me that. I wish my dad had. It was
Yeah.
like a long process. But I've met people that told me when I was younger. You know, I did meet people. My dad taught me a few things, but like stuff like that, you know, I've actually passed it on to my kids. Like, you know, that other one as well. Nobody's got a right to tell you what to do. You know, when they were very young, 5 or 6, but I explained why, you know, the only reason I've never told them what to do. I've only say, well, you know, if you do that, there's this possibility, blah, blah. I'll still love you anyway, but, you know, it's your choice, kind of thing. And it's kind of, yeah, there's no confrontation there. But as I say, but just to get told that, and that kind of makes you, well, yeah, exactly. Not more, not emotionally attached in their belief because, or you know, just because if someone's got a uniform on, authority.
Oh yeah, however you think of that person, yeah, if you look up to them even, or if you know, if you look down on them, or there's all different kind of ways to trust is something that somebody's saying, you know, psychological, you know, situations that they change for everybody. It could be different for everybody. Like some people would believe like a poor bum over a rich doctor, and vice versa, depending on their life's experiences and situations, you know.
Or
Different
the
taste of their
judging the person, because the bum, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
I've lived in all sorts of levels, and I've been homeless and stuff like that, and I've met diplomats, diplomats that just ended up alcoholics, and they were living in one bedroom, one room block or whatever. They lost everything, their wife and everything, but the most intelligent person. People, and that's where when I was younger, but that's where I learned, right, okay, right, you know,
Dude,
just
you're gonna
because,
trip out, right? I knew this millionaire, right? And he was like a little bit mentally challenged. We used to hang out and talk to him and stuff. And he lived in Daytona, and he would have a limousine come and drop him off, and then he would go and collect cans and live on the street for about a week.
oh wow,
He was so crazy.
yeah,
Yeah, and we would hang out with him and shit. Like, what the fuck you doing out here again, man? He's like, you know, I love this shit. He'd be wallering in mud, dude. It was just the craziest fucking, you know.
yeah, there you
But
go, man.
he did not like to
Yeah, exactly.
sleep in his own beautiful big house. He would rather be sleeping on the streets.
Yeah, and
And
just
they
think
would pick him up and
if
make him
you
go
can
home
get
and bathe, and they would do all this, you know what I mean? And then bring him back and let him play out for another week.
I've taught my kids. That's what I said. I taught my kids because my dad always remember wherever we were. If we went up to Glasgow or to Edinburgh, if my dad seen, because in the old days you could be walking through a park or whatever, and you'd see the old drunks, and I don't mean that, and people call them bums, but or drunks, but the old guys that have an alternative lifestyle. You know, they maybe don't clean as much or don't care, but they sit there and they meet every morning on the bench. And like loads of times, my dad's walked past and he's walked into a you know, a 7-Eleven or a off sales as we call them, and maybe buy a couple of cans and a packet of cigarettes and walk back. You know, I'm like, you know, it was like me growing up kind of thing. I sort of learnt this, and he'd stand and talk to them for a bit. and we'd be up there, and as I say, I sort of experienced that, and I think that was an influence, you know, just because someone's got a PhD or someone's dressed nice or someone's, you know, got.
Well, yeah, what it really teaches you, right, is the opposite. You know what you're saying. Just because they don't have nice clothes doesn't mean they don't have something nice in the mind. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that goes down to, like, just because, you know, how many times you'll know this, you know, I've lived through 6 years of you getting abused at least.
Yeah.
Probably 7 actually. You getting, just because you had ideas or whatever, you know, you thought a bit alternative. And
It's
it
been
was
so
always, oh,
long,
what
yeah.
do you know? You got a PhD or what are you? You know, I mean, it was like, I was even, you know, if you think of it logically, you know, when you hear someone saying that to someone else, it's usually, it happens in the point of the discussion where the other person has exposed themselves having the weaker knowledge, and the only defense they've got is to attack and stuff
Yeah.
like that. Because usually, you know what I mean? It's like, and it's so obvious. You know, it's like
Yeah.
that was. I used to think that's when you won a discussion or an argument. I never really argued with anybody. I just, like, tested myself as well as the other person on their knowledge. I
would
you
just
know, I
hate to
didn't.
be some of those people, right? Because I mean, they don't want there to be anything new.
Yeah, it's
They want
crazy.
that shit to be solid the way it is. You know, they don't. It's just weird to me
Because
to
maybe
even stand
perhaps they're
in that
looking for,
position.
stability because of that.
Yeah.
You know, or something deep like that, or whatever. Maybe, you know,
Comfort, security. Yeah, all of
yeah,
that.
safety. Because
Scared.
why? Yeah, well, exactly. And why would you? Why would a human being feel like that? And I always believe is because we've been programmed through education. I hate saying it all the time. It's like an old song, but education by our parents, the way they were. Society was designed for a certain group of people to interact, knowing that if that certain group of people had children, their children would end up like this. You know, given this certain blah blah. There we go. We'll make some people that build things. You know, it's crazy, man. It's so complicated.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you know, it's fucking mind blowing.
It's like I would have to set up some. Just think of it in like circles of groups to control those types of aspects of mind. I would split them up and like have them all. You know, this group focuses on, you know, fear and motivation. This group would focus
Yeah.
on positive reinforcement and motivation, and then see, you know, how to manipulate populations with fear and how to manipulate them with positive reinforcement. And then you mix those two things in for the overall game, and you give them a mixture of fear and then positive reinforcement, so that you see this shit coming from all angles. It looks very confusing. Like, are they trying to make us happy or are they trying to scare us? But they're trying to do both, because the overall motivation is the same and centralistically. So it doesn't matter. People think, oh, well, they're just trying to scare you. And then people go, oh, no, they're trying to make you feel safe. Well, actually, they're just trying to make you move in this direction over here that you're not looking at. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Those other two things don't even
Yeah, I
matter.
get you. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About the
They're
direction
baking
you're
a
going.
cake, man. They're baking a cake, and their cake is how they want the world to be or whatever. Their ideal of the world, yeah. But they're baking a cake. That was good
I mean, I just
analogy.
imagine
Exactly.
how would I
Yeah,
do it?
yeah.
Like if I was going to be a
Yeah, fuck, man,
maniacal
yeah.
world looter, I would never let you know my name ever, that I even exist, and that I would make you think that there are 47 different other ones in front of me, you know, and they were the originals, and I was never even there, right? It would be like that, and so you would never come at me, and it would be so layered in proxy that it wouldn't even matter. And then all of those, you know, spokes of one hub equal the wheel, right? And then the outside edge of the wheel represents the actual regular Joes. They're the ones that get treaded on.
You know, when I first got into conspiracy, as I say, my path was, I got into the corporations and the big family, the Rothschilds and the DuPonts and the Ashers and all those people, right? I got into that and thinking, that's fucking thing. But see, as I got more and more years, I came to the exact same conclusion, and just exactly what you just said there. You ain't going to put your name out there. These are just mere fodder for the conspiracy theorists and the people actually. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man. Nice. Yeah, exactly. That's. Yeah, why the fuck would you? You know, it's so obvious, isn't it?
Yeah, but they figured this out when they pretended to fall. See, that's how it makes me think this is all so easy. Like
that's interesting. Yeah.
They like people don't. I mean, if Rome really fell, why is everything Roman? Right? We didn't like them, right? So if they were terrible bad, why do we mimic all our capitals and shit in the U.S.? Why do we mimic them so much? Why are we them? Just want to know.
and the laws. Why
do we copy Vatican City? Why is this the same, pentagram bullshit and all the same symbolisms and all of that over here in our place? We didn't want that, right? So how come it's here then?
Oh, but it's pareidolia. That's pareidolia. You know, you're just imagining these shapes, Grim. That's all it is.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly.
I know, but that's the funny thing about it. That's the answers you get. Well, I've had those answers. They're not. Those lines are not really perfectly at 90 degrees or whatever, or 45 degrees or facing exactly north and south. That's just.
Well, would they have to be in order to be the symbolism? Like a symbolism isn't that does it? Like if I draw you a picture of an American flag, that's the symbolism of an American flag. It's not going to be exactly proportional to the actual American flag because I just drew it freehand, but you still knew the symbolism of it. And that's the same thing I'm saying. I'm like it just, even if it isn't exactly 90 degrees, it's 89 and a half.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They tried to do it. It's obvious that's what they tried to do.
Yeah. My mate, I got him into, I kind of changed his paradigm, which was quite worrying actually. In real life, I showed him a few videos years ago, not about Flat Earth, about something else. And he he actually got interested in the symbolism, etymology of words. He went down that path, right? And it's great having conversations because, I know a little bit about those subjects, so I had questions. But anyway, we went.
What's that guy's name? Chatser Frats or some shit?
No, it's my friend in real life, my mate Daniel.
No. The subject that your mate Daniel was
symbology.
Yeah. I mean, remember that guy on YouTube? His name was like Chatser Frats, or I can't really remember. He was like the Swedish dude or something, or no, he was like Finnish or something. And he used to go to.
Okay, I never. Oh no, I never heard. I never.
Yeah, Switzerland, and he would talk about like the all the symbolisms and stuff. And
Spinoza, he died or something.
He was such a cool dude.
Was that the guy
camping and shit?
He was just a young dude, yeah. No. Was he just a young dude or something?
No, this was an older cat. He had a lot of knowledge.
Right, okay.
Yeah, he had a lot of knowledge, and he did. He traveled. He went to their graveyards, right? And he was like, "Look at this. It's very interesting. It's all this pharaonic symbolism, the obelisks and the fucking, you know what I mean? Like for their headstones and the Freemasonry, and it's like all of this is where they go. This is where they get. This is them here. This is crazy."
Well, that's one of the things. If anybody goes to a graveyard, just have a look for the graves. The majestic ones, just like what you said. Maybe it's got the needle, Cleopatra's needle, kind of shape, the obelisk or whatever, or pillars where a square it looks like a temple and stuff like that. It's a Masonic. But exactly on that point. So my friend, he went down that. So just a couple of months ago, we went up into the city, into Odense. This is in Denmark. And we were walking around, and we started talking about, you know, buildings, because I've always been interested in buildings and architecture. Before anything, I used to fit fireplaces and, you know, Victorian, Georgian, Tudor fireplaces, or replica Tudor fireplaces and stuff. So I got interested in the shape of stuff, and then I learned about symbolism, about, you know, Masonic, you know, about buildings and stuff like that. So we went for this walk around, and I'm not joking. It was one of the most fascinating tours, right, that we went on, because even though I was spotting some stuff, we were looking at churches, because Denmark's quite an old country. We were looking at churches and, you know, carvings there, and it was quite a fascinating tour, even if it does, I suppose it is a secret hidden language, because a mason, or someone that was a mason or educated in the masons, he could be walking down the street, he spots something, and he'll go, oh, that's such and such, that's a Masonic shop or whatever. I'll go in there and give my money to my brother or whatever. So it is kind of in a way, but architecture and stuff, there's no doubt they did use it, architecture and stuff like that.
Absolutely. I gotta jump out for a little bit. It was good talking with you, though. I'll be back around.
Nice one, Glenn. Thanks. Yeah.
Hell yeah, thanks.
Cheers. Are you there, Nate?
What time does Jeremy come to work?
The fuck? Where do y'all go, man? Hmm.
You take that. I go in out of sight, I swag back. I always found Antarctica a fascinating subject, especially the restrictions. I think there's a 300-mile zone where you're not allowed to, when you cross that zone, you're not allowed to eat on board. You know, above the deck, you've got to do it. That under the deck, you've got to smoke under the deck. You're only allowed to carry a certain amount of fuel. Plus, to go there, you have to ask permission from your government. So I always found that kind of fascinating, that, you know, I know about national waters and stuff like that, the law regarding that and stuff, but it's quite strange. And when they say, you know, it's to protect the local environment, in Flat Earth, or a guy that had actually been there on Antarctica, worked there, and he was telling us about the rubbish, you know, the alfil, all the garbage, and American, all the garbage that's get left there, and all this kind of shit actually gets left there. It kind of makes, you know, people that are going to question things wonder why that is. And then we look at the Antarctic Treaty. If people look at the Antarctic Treaty, there's a huge chunk of land that hasn't been claimed, right? Nobody's put a claim on it. I know America doesn't have a claim, and I think Russia, if I remember correctly. The biggest powers in the world have not got a claim yet. They have American scientists and whatever.
Hold on. Isn't that the purpose of the treaty?
What's that?
So that nobody will lay claim to it.
Yeah, and there was, well, no, go and have a look at the map and look at the countries. I think Venezuela, the UK, Argentina,
Australia,
I think New Zealand or whatever. Russia. Yeah, but think, so nobody's laid claim to it. You understand that? The treaty was that it was never going to be used for military purposes. But there's film of military boats in that area. If you actually look into the law, the treaty, and read the treaty from an unbiased point of view, not trying to prove a point, someone right or wrong, just go and read it and see the implications of it. So when people say, you can freely travel down there and all that, that's not true. That's not true. And then they'll say, that's just nuances. Of course, you've got to save the environment by not eating. That's not the point. The point that people like myself, or people that question what's going on down there, as I say, it's like what I believe space is. It's a fucking militarised zone. There's a huge chunk, and it's so funny. That land is named after Admiral Byrd's wife. That big chunk that you see on the map, have a look what it's called. And that was that guy, Admiral Byrd, the unexplored part of it, or the so-called unexplored part of it.
Didn't he find it first. Like, didn't he go there and you know, I guess it's like when they find a new star, new object in the sky, the rights of naming it go to the person who found it, typically.
Yeah,
And
but
also,
that interview that we did, that interview that we
let's make
did,
another
Kosho,
comparison
right?
with space real quick. The other comparison with space I was going to make was with the there's a similar treaty regarding the moon, at which you know, they're not allowed to lay claim and militarize it, or you know, claim territory for their own, according to this treaty. However, the only men that have been to the moon,
1 second, I have to mute all that.
unless I'm mistaken, the only men who've
headphones.
been to the moon have been in the military, but I'm not 100%. I have to double check that.
We knew y'all was gonna talk about the moon.
You sound like you're listening to fucking Biz Markie. Playing the piano over there. But anyway, so sorry, Ali, go ahead and continue. I was just wanting to finish what I was saying.
Yeah, tell him, man.
That's what I was about to say.
Why all the smart people know we ain't go to the moon? Why they just know? Why is it so easy to know?
It's one of those things, man. I mean,
Smart people
know.
That was my boss.
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead. You said you got to go. You said, Ali?
No, it was my boss just came there to tell me I was working tomorrow. That's why I muted or, well, I didn't mute. So,
all right. Can I ask a question, Ali B? Or anybody? Has anybody been has anybody been to the North Pole or to the South Pole or to the moon? Have any of y'all?
I've been to the strip
pole. Yeah. I think they've been to North, the South, and the moon. Yep.
Right. Okay.
I think he's asking if any of
one
us have
liar,
been there.
buddy. One liar, and then we got
No,
the rest.
I haven't. No, sorry, I haven't. But I believe people have been there.
Oh, say you remote view that shit?
No, I don't. I what you on about remote?
You know, there's a fella.
It's a belief. 1 minute, Kosho. It's just a belief, as I say. You know, I believe it. Right. That doesn't mean I know it as a fact. It just means I believe it. So it's nothing to do with transcendental fucking navigation or anything like that. Yeah, I believe it, and I choose to believe it, and I know it's just a belief. So, no need to get fucking astral projection.
Ali, you know, Don's here in my city in Austin, and I've asked him to hang out with me last night, and he turned me down. He doesn't want to hang out.
Don who? Who's Don?
This asshole who just asked us the question about the North Pole, the South Pole, and the moon.
Oh, you didn't have to say asshole. Well,
no, he knows. It's not an insult. He's an asshole, you know.
Yes, sir.
Just a fact, right? I get you, right? Okay. Yeah.
There's
no emotion behind no emotion behind it. You just.
I just called myself an asshole this morning, about 20 minutes ago.
I would have stood him up as well, Crux. Don't worry about it, man. No, I'm only kidding, Kosho.
No, come out, Kosho. Come out, bro. Come out. We're at the thing.
All right, fair enough.
Are you coming to the thing? Are you at the thing?
Is it in round? Is it in Rock?
Yes.
I can maybe make that happen. We'll see what I can do.
Well, we about to go throw down 1,600. Let's get it. Yeah.
Good luck, sir.
New perspective, are you? Yeah.
New perspective. If you speak up, I'll quiet down. I wanted to finish one last thing with the. Oh, well, Don left, but it's about the North Pole, South Pole, and space. I was gonna say Richard Garriott. His father was an astronaut, and he's a video game maker. He lives here in Austin. Anyhow, he has been to the North Pole and the South Pole, and actually the ISS. So not the moon quite, but I think he's one of the only people who have done.
Did he see curvature then, Kosho? If you spoke to him, did you ask him? Oh, is it a ball or is it curved or whatever? And
you know, what's funny is
sort of
a couple years ago here in Austin, the radio station here, the rock station, he actually debated a flat earther.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't mean anything to me.
Well, I think it's funny. It's a lot of, because I mean, I make games, not professionally. Scott Beach also, he has a computer science. I mean, a PhD in computer science, and his father and his uncle were astronauts. His uncle was on the moon, so he has a lot in common with Richard Garriott. But I just think it's funny that Richard Garriott is somewhat adjacent to this community. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's strange how that. I heard a lecture years and years ago, right? It was by a guy called Alan Guth. He got a Nobel Prize for the inflationary theory, right? It was just a lecture. It was quite funny. So, doing the introduction, he was walking up between, and it was older people that were at the lecture. It was about, the inflationary theory. And he walked up and he just said that it was like a matter of fact thing. He just goes, he was saying something, and I wish I could find it again, but I can't remember which one it was, but it was like a throwaway comment, and this is years ago. This lecture was done before Flat Earth sort of hit about 7 years ago. It was a lecture before that. But he asked that question, he said, anybody a flat earther in here? And nobody responded, and he just goes, oh, okay. And then he continued with his lecture. But I thought, fuck, that's strange. And that was a lecture before Flat Earth came out. I wish someone had said yeah, because I would have loved to have said, I would have loved to have heard what he was, going to say next, but nobody responded. It was like a class of maybe 30 people sat at desks, he had the whiteboard up, and then he explained about, inflationary theory and blah, blah, that kind of thing. But that was interesting, Kosho, right?
Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness gracious. God damn it. Give me a second, sir.
So anyway, back to Antarctica while Kosho was doing his stuff, right? So there was a guy from Norway called Jarle Andhøy, and he actually he named the boat Berserker. It was a documentary I seen before I was into Flat Earth or anything like that. I seen this years and years ago. It was on BBC television, and it was a story about how he set off his crew, and he basically filmed it all the way down to Antarctica and sailed down there. And when he got back, the Norwegian government wanted to charge him with not asking for permission to actually go down there, register. Hey, by the way, I'm going down there, or whatever. Right now, if a guy, it's like people were talking about insurance the other night there, or about, but you can sign a waiver, right? It's dead easy, man. You sign a waiver and you say, under no circumstances do I want to be saved, right? So that you don't cost the rescue services or anything like that, because it's the whole point. If you're going to take on an adventure or whatever, you can't, if it's going to cost other people money, you're not going to want that. So there's no need to have that, but you have to have that insurance. It's kind of restrictive. There's a name for it in law when prosecution, when they're asking for evidence or they're asking something that's absurd. I can't remember what it's called. It's not that argumentum ad absurdum or whatever. It's not that one. There's a special thing in law where you're asking the impossible. You're asking for something that that the defendant or whatever, or the person you're asking to do it cannot perform, and you're doing it in a way that's going to prove your point or whatever, kind of thing. It's like in law or something. But that's what you're getting asked to do. Yeah, of course you're free to travel all the way to the South Pole under these conditions. The minute they're under these conditions, you're not free anymore to travel.
You know what, Ali? There was another gentleman called Stiggy. Regardless, Stiggy used to make phone calls, and he would call observatories and all these different places, NASA, and he would kind of just do a fake voice and ask them questions, so that he can find out what they know, and kind of end up embarrassing them and putting it on YouTube or whatever. Regardless, I always he was interested in calling to inquire. I think in like embassy or somebody relevant to where inquire on the requirements for obtaining passage to Antarctica. And this, regardless if he does it or not, I think it would be interesting if somebody did a thorough exploration of the process of what it
I've
takes
looked at
to get to Antarctica. Yeah, but I think more than just looking.
That's a process. I've looked at the law. I've looked at the stipulations of what you have to do. If, say, I wanted to take a sailboat, right? There's a 300-mile zone covering around there where all laws change. All what I told you, you're not allowed to eat on deck, smoke or anything. Your fuel that you've got, what Jen was talking, you're restricted by fuel because they're trying to save the environment. That's under the premise of that,
Wait,
right?
give me a second though. If you're smoking a cigarette, who enforces that law?
Now, well, there you go. Yeah, exactly. So who's guarding that?
Well, that's my question. Is if you're saying someone's saying that you can't do this, and I'm asking who is enforcing
the military
the law?
then. Right, there you go. I thought I asked you because it was a rhetorical question. I thought because it was like you should ask yourself that question. So who would, if someone
your government, your so in the United States,
well, no, a military,
we have border agents and people like that, custom agents, and when you come back to the country of origin, or you go back to the country that you embarked from, maybe they will have questions for you if they somehow know about you doing that. Other than that, I'm not sure if that's an enforceable.
Well, do you think you could actually have, say for example, right? You need a license to go there. You need to stipulate the date or whatever. So now, a certain group of people, say for example, the military, know that you'll be arriving. They'll already be monitoring your boat through GPS, all your radio, saying, "Oh, we're here," or if you're warning another ship, if you see another ship or whatever, right, over radio. So you're already getting monitored. So while you come into, wait a minute, I'm not being apologetic. Right, so you come into that zone, you're getting monitored straight away. How hard is it? It's not like there's a million squillion, 100,000 people bombarding, sailing off to Antarctica, right? There's only a few boats. It's dead easy to surveil a few fucking boats, man.
Right. So, what you said a second ago about million skrillion. What did you say before that? You said that they.
Right.
I'm trying to remember. What you said. I was about to respond. Remember, I was about to interrupt you, but what were you saying right before that?
No, just about getting surveyed. Surveilled. It's not like there's millions of boats that head towards that 300-mile zone, knowing like most people that sail, they don't want to fill in all that fucking paperwork if they want to do that. You've got to get special permission. You've got to be allowed to go in there. But anyway, that was the point.
Right. So if you're a pilot, so in Texas, if I had an airplane, right, and let's say I don't even have a license, I could fly around, the airspace in Texas, and if I was a decent pilot, I wouldn't really have to worry about getting caught, flying without a license. And if I really didn't want to get caught, when I'm in the airspace of certain areas. I could you know, radio down to the station or the airport, whatever, local airports, or I could radio down to them and let them know, you know, my information, my call sign, and whatever else, you know, just kind of, you know, let it pass or whatever. And, you know, just making them aware that you're there flying, they know who you are, and they have no reason to, you know, be concerned that there's a, you know, some unidentified object in the sky, you know, not identifying themselves. It doesn't mean that they're surveilling you. It just means that now they're aware of you. And if you go to Antarctica, I think it would be the same thing. Like you let, you know, somebody know that that's where you're going, so that if you do get spotted, or if somebody does notice there's a person walking through Antarctica, it doesn't become like an issue for you or for, you know, whoever else.
Yeah, but on inside, imagine that 300 mile exclusion zone, for example, before the rules change and stuff like that. Imagine that's a military base, right? And that 300 mile exclusion zone or whatever, or that thing, you have to show a pass. Do you think that if you cross that barrier, right, it's like going into a military base, right? It's the minute you cross there, they know you're there because they're surveilling that. It's
Right.
not hard. I mean, the
What if they
text
come?
there.
What if they come across? What if they are, the military is there, and what if they
are there?
Yeah, I know, right. But they are looking out, and they, you know, they do their work there, whatever, and they see somebody with a sled and, you know, red coat, and they're going through and they have no idea who this person is, or where they're going, how they got there. It's kind of their requirement to find out, for several reasons, right? Like it could be one of their personnel, and they're lost, or in trouble, or
I agree.
perhaps maybe it's somebody who's trying to cause them trouble. So it's like,
you're agreeing with me. Yeah. But that's the whole point. Of course, it's for me anyway, right? You've got to think as military, right? National security or Antarctica security, right? So if you're you will survey every, and you will use, because I'm in the military, I've got public money. It means I can fucking spend shit, and I can spend on the best technology, sign other people to not disclose the technology or patent it or whatever. It's my patent, you know, intellectual property rights and all that kind of stuff. It's mine. We'll give you loads of contracts. We keep the tech. You build it, design it, do that. We'll take it. And that's what they do. So it's absurd to think that zone around there, man, is not being. Do you know what a degaussing range is? You know how you lay cables underwater.
Yeah.
I had one right outside my house, right, and it was it's a electromagnetic field you create and underwater, but it goes to the top of the water, so it covers all boats. So it's like you can see the shape of the boat, or what kind of boat. You can also disable it as well.
Okay.
But that's the whole point. So the thing is, you could have an area there that the minute it gets crossed over, little red light, and boom.
And boom,
you're
what?
being surveyed.
Yeah.
Well,
being
that's
surveilled. That's appropriate, though, don't you think? Like they're there in Antarctica, and yeah, maybe they're not there to.
Well, it's not really.
War.
It's
They're
not really.
they're not there to start a war, though. But they are going to protect
I'm not
themselves.
There. I want to go down to Antarctica, and I want to go and fucking do my shit, and I don't want to ask anybody else. All right, excuse me.
No, check this out, Allie. If you wanted to be a hot air balloon pilot and travel the world or whatever, right? You want nobody to stop you. That's totally fine, as long as you don't cross into somebody else's property. And so if you're traveling in Antarctica and they're not aware of you, and you're coming close to where their base or whatever, they're gonna have questions, and they're gonna.
Property.
Hey, really quick. Hey, Ali, really quick about Antarctica. Regardless if you think that there's military patrolling the waters down there or whatever, if you wanted to find, let's say you had a military base, right, and you wanted to find out exactly how big that military base was, would you necessarily have to go on the base, or could you just walk around the base to find out how big it is?
You could walk around the perimeter fence, yeah.
Right, right. So if you wanted to know how big Antarctica was, you don't necessarily have to set foot on Antarctica. You could just sail around it, like people
No, but
already
that's not
do.
the point. Ah, but I don't. That's not the point. And that's all very well. Yeah, you could probably do that if you could. Well, no, you couldn't actually do that. You could go around it.
Yeah, you can,
and then
because
you
people already do that.
would, yeah, what the round the world yacht race and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I know
Yeah.
all about that. Yeah, I know about sailing. I enjoy sailing myself. But the point is that I don't care about the size of it, but I would just like the freedom, because there seems to be. It's not the fact that not that I'm going to go there, because I would never have enough money to do so, but it would be nice if there was nothing going on there. Why should I? I'm not going to go and pollute some place or whatever. I respect
I mean,
nature.
Could you do
you
that?
could
Could you
just
do that?
follow the rules, right? Just follow the rules. Go through there's some red tape to get a pass to go down there. It's not
Yeah,
that difficult. I think there's a you can go to New Zealand or Australia. There's a boat that goes from New Zealand to Australia.
and take
I
care
think I
of it.
posted 2 of them in the chat.
Ali, I mean, can you do what you just asked that you wish to do in Antarctica? Can you do this in, say, I don't know, Russia or Zimbabwe or anywhere in the United States or Canada for that matter? And the answer to that question is no. You can't freely just go wherever you want. That's not a new thing.
I think surely the only
What
thing
do
you
you mean?
need
Of
is
course.
insurance.
Who say? Wait a minute here. What do you mean I can't go freely wherever I want? What do you mean by that?
Well, if you enter the United States without, warning anybody or letting anybody know, you have a chance of being killed by the border patrol. Depending on how you go about it and what happens.
All right. No, now I understand. No, I can go wherever I want to go, but there's people that can use force to stop me. But I have a right, so I can go wherever I want to go. But
And that's true.
unfortunately, there's
That's
people
true
that
for
want to
Antarctica
stop
as
me.
well.
Yeah, you can do that in Antarctica. You just need the insurance. If you want a boat, I think if you want the cooperation of a ferry or whatever, or a boat trip, you have to have insurance to go there. Providing you've got the insurance, in other words, that you can be rescued, your medical treatment, etc., is paid for, then you can go there and do what you like.
And you can sign a waiver
without polluting the place. Providing you don't pollute the place, you can basically
you
go
should be
wherever you
allowed
like
to
if
sign
you've
a
got
waiver.
insurance.
Yeah, but you should be able to sign a waiver, say, hey, by the way, I don't want anybody saving me or anything. I don't want
That
any
wouldn't go
you
down
guys.
well. Then they don't agree with it. You would
See,
annoy every.
well, there's the point. That's
Well,
the
so
point. That's the
in other words,
philosophical
the
point.
only thing that's stopping you is insurance, Ali. So stop making it
Right.
as though it's something more than that.
Well, even that. What do you mean the only thing? Is it?
It
That's
is the only thing.
already
We're
a
providing you
restriction.
don't pollute the place. You can go there, providing you've got insurance to guarantee that no one else has to come out from the South Pole and try and find you and rescue you. And you've got your
Why don't
own
you just sign a
insurance.
bit of paper, a contract? You could sign a contract saying I don't want any help, even if I go into, I won't phone for help.
Yeah, but
I
we
won't
don't.
use any
The
contact.
world doesn't work like that. If there's a South Pole, then
Right.
you're abandoned. Someone's going to say to them, "Oh, but he signed this thing to say don't go and rescue him." And they say, "Well, we can't do that. He'd change his mind now," and then you'd be
And that's
some
a weak
outlaw.
argument.
The southern people at the South Pole, was at the American station there, they'd say, "We got this guy. He didn't sign something, and we're just going to leave him there and die." And they'd have a little meeting and say, "No, unfortunately, we can't just let him die. We'd have to go out and find him."
They wouldn't know that I died because I wouldn't call them for
you
help.
would. You'd have some sort of a GPS, whatever it is, satellite phone, and
No.
and
Yeah,
if
but
you
they
were being
wouldn't
run
have- I'm
over, you'd
not
just
gonna
fallen
phone.
down something, you would ring up on your phone and say, "I've just fallen out of this bloody thing, broken my leg, can't move, I'm about to die," and they would have to say, "Right, we're going to have to go and
That's
save
what
Ali."
you would do, Rumpus. That's what you would do.
Rumpus, is that required that you take
No, but
satellite phone, or is that
You have
just,
to be insured. There has to be some
That's what
arrangement
Rumpus would
for
do.
rescuing
He'd call
you,
for help.
and you have to pay something. I think it's something like £10,000 insurance or something like that.
Oh, you have to
Providing
pay
you
that?
top up with that and pay some company, the insurance company, that do have the resources that will all come and find you and fix you. Providing you do that, then the people are prepared to transport you there, and then they don't mind you being there. But they don't want to be responsible for paying hundreds of thousands of pounds potentially to come and set off some aeroplanes and helicopters and risk people's lives to come and find you and fix you.
Is that a universal thing that you just because I'm learning about this, the 10,000 pounds you said about
I think
the
I think it might be 20. I can't remember which it is. If you do it individually, I think it's that expensive. Obviously, if you go as part of a country mission or something, then you don't have to pay it. But if you want to go as an individual traveller and you want to have the cooperation of the ferries and the flights, then you have to show that you've made arrangements for you to be rescued in the case of something bad happening to you, and it doesn't have to that cost doesn't fall upon the Antarctic missions that are around there.
I suppose that regarding what you just said, that then this would only be enforced by enforced by the people that you would need help, the ferries and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you
didn't
made
require
your
that,
way there and you jumped on onto Antarctica, no one's going to come with a gun and try and kick you off. But they won't help you. You won't be able to get a flight without showing you've insured. You won't be able to get a boat there using other. But if you get your own boat or your own flight, then no one's going to come out with a gun and shoot you.
You think if you're smoking cigarettes there, and whatever other things you aren't allowed to do, like say you're.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you were down there polluting or something, you've got to say.
Who do you think? Who do you think is?
I don't think there is any police, but I mean, anybody who comes across you, you will shun you or make it clear. I mean, I don't think that there's no military. There's not allowed to have any military forces down there. It's a demilitarized zone, and I don't think there's even such thing as police either. But whoever is there and you come across, you will be reported presumably to your national, whoever you're a citizen of, and saying this guy's come down here and most people, most countries are signatory to the Antarctic Treaty, and then you will be reported presumably by some sort of authority as a citizen from that country that's just breached an international regulation. So you'll be unpopular. So when you might get arrested when you go back home for breaching it, but I don't think there's anybody on Antarctica that will grab you.
That was my assumption as well. That you probably, I think, if anybody at all, let's say it does get back to anybody somehow by a small chance, it would be like your customs or border patrol or whatever it is. Whenever you embark back into the country that you left from, or whenever you get back to the country that you embarked from, or you get back to your home country and they have found out about it, I think that's the only time you get in trouble. But I don't think it's possible. I don't think there's any other recourse. To do anything to you.
I mean, for instance, if you went from Australia or something, and I don't know, I suppose if you're not an Australian citizen, but if you're not an Australian citizen, for instance, and then you went back to Australia, I'm quite sure they would lock you up if you. But if you weren't an Australian, they might detain you for if you've been shown to have done, say, polluted the place or something. Then possibly there might be some detention in Australia or Chile or wherever it is you go, because Chile I think is the closest one. But there's nothing in Antarctica. There's no provision for locking people up there.
And Rumpus, could I ask a question? Sorry, Kosho, could I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Right. Do you think you have a right to travel unmolested?
Well, no. It depends on what country you're in. If I go to Russia or something, I mean.
Well, that's a no. Then you don't. No. So that was no.
Well, no. Yeah. I mean, there's nowhere in the world you can go except.
No, I never talked about the world. I was asking you personally. Do you believe that you've got a right to travel unmolested? And you said no. And that's enough.
No, you don't have that right, because you have to respect the fact that other people have got a country that they organise. They don't let people just run in, and I mean that's like saying, can you just emigrate to a country, just turn up on their door and walk in? And no, countries have borders, they have rules, and they don't allow anybody just to walk in. So no, you don't have a right.
People talk about rights as if they're inalienable, like it says in our Constitution, inalienable. They were given to us by God. But the truth is, that's not what a right is.
I said inherent. We have as human beings. We have.
I know. It seems so. It seems. It doesn't
seem.
But hold on.
Who says we have that right?
Hold on,
by you saying that, right? By you saying that,
let me finish what I'm saying.
Tell me that you can't control yourself.
Right now, you have the right to interrupt me, and you're doing it, Allie. Just hold on a second.
All right, I apologize. Sorry,
It's fine. I'm just saying that these rights, the truth about rights is they're only granted if somebody already is claiming authority over you, right? So like a government or somebody who has the ability to, execute force over you, then they can grant you rights based on what they're agreeing not to, to do to you. But otherwise, you don't have any rights. Anything that is can't be taken from you or has to be given to you. Like you're only granted rights by certain governments or whatever. So
if you're a Chinese citizen, at the moment you can be just locked up just because the rest of the city you're in has got a bit of COVID, and they can just lock you in your house and not let you out, and they'll punish you and imprison you if you. Well, so what are their rights? No, they don't have any. Basically, depends on which country you're in. I mean, Britain invented the idea of human rights, but I'm afraid it doesn't prevail for very much around the world.
Actually, the Bible invented human rights. Not fucking.
They don't protect them very
Bible,
well.
whether you believe in God or not, if you believe in God or not, the law, it stands in the Bible. You can
the right to take up slaves and have for a slave for 7 years and rape women. You have a right to do that. That's not the sort of rights I want to be involved in. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I know, and
there are no worthwhile rights in the Bible, and it's not part of any legal system.
Again, I believe in God as well, Ali. I believe in God as well, but the Bible doesn't protect your rights. You can claim that it gives you rights, but there's even
no, it doesn't protect that.
It
doesn't protect you from people that want to fucking tell you that they've got the right to tell you what to do.
Yeah, at that point, then how is it a right?
And you said, well, exactly, it's not, and they don't have the right to tell me what to do.
Who doesn't?
That's the whole point of it. That's the whole point of it.
Yeah.
The might doesn't. Well, might is not right.
I don't know what the Bible basically is the most horrendous thing. It allows women to be raped, slaves to be taken, people to be killed for picking up sticks on a Sunday. It's absolutely no basis for anything sensible whatsoever. So, and the idea, the only way you get rights is if you're in a society that embraces those rights, as in we sort of invented them in 1688. That everybody's equal before the law. These are all things that were invented in this country.
Thou shalt not steal? What about thou shalt not steal?
Right.
Is that a good
right. That's a commandment. That's not a right.
No, it's not a commandment. It's a philosophy. It's like an obvious thing. Thou shalt not steal.
Well, it's obvious. I mean, most societies, it's not unique to the Bible. I mean, the societies for many thousands of years before that advocated that. Well, it's not to suggest that the Bible is somehow unique in saying don't steal from people. Like every society.
No, it's not. It's not.
Why are you talking about it? What relevance does it have? If every society in the world has got that, why are you bringing up the Bible as being special in that regard?
Because we were talking about rights, and you were saying, human rights were just invented by the UK. We've had them. It's an old book.
That's a law. That's a right. Hold on, you've got confused between rights and rules. Right is philosophy. No, that's something you can't do. That's not a right. They're telling you that do not steal is a commandment, a rule. That's something you cannot do. You're talking about rights, which is something you can do.
No, it's an obvious philosophy. It's a philosophy.
It's not a right. You've got confused between rights and rules.
No. No, wait a minute. That's all. That's
saying do not steal is not a right.
You changed that subject. We were talking about the Bible. Excuse me. We were talking about the Bible.
You advocated do not steal as being a
laws.
Right.
About laws.
Now you never mentioned that.
About laws.
Oh, that's a new thing. You mentioned that as a right.
Wait a minute. Someone mentioned the UK gave us human rights.
I did that.
Exactly,
yes.
And that's how we got onto this subject.
You said they invented the idea.
Then you said, but then you disagreed because the Bible gave us rights, and it doesn't.
Yeah,
those commandments are things of not to do.
Excuse me. It said,
so, for instance, there's a right under the British law that you can't be just held in jail indefinitely without being prosecuted. Habeas corpus, which has been adopted around the world, which was in 1215. So, and then in 1688, a lot of these sorts of rights, like being equal before the law, and all those things were then encrusted in legislation, which actually then the Americans took up in 1776 and basically ripped out the Bill of Rights from the 1688 legislation. But though we were the first one to have a representative democratic government, equality before the law, those are rights, but being told you can't steal from people is not a right. That's a rule you can't breach. That's not a right. You seem to be completely confused.
I explained.
When I mentioned rights, you then offered up the Bible gave rights and then gave an example of not stealing, and that's not a right. Anyway, let's just move on because we're just getting you denying you've done it. So let's just move on. Anyway, so the
Right,
point
okay.
is that you do not have there's nowhere, the rights are basically something designed by society, and there's nowhere around the world you can go unless you find an island that's not inhabited where you can basically do what you like and go where you like. Nowhere. And that's not regarded as being offensive to most
I never
people.
said do what you like. I said go where you like. So stop.
Okay, we'll stick with go where you like. No, there's nowhere in the world where you can go where you like.
It's the truth.
Because
societies and governments don't let people just wander around doing where they go. There are lots of places they can go, but there are some that you can't go, and you normally just can't walk through a border. They're very keen. Governments are usually very keen on you just not being able to enter a country of your own free will.
I can go all over Europe, Rumpus. I live in Denmark. I can go all over Europe, and I've done it without a passport.
That's an agreement between those countries. If you were a Ukrainian and you tried to do that, you'd be stopped.
Yeah, but I've just proved that I can go wherever I want.
Show them your ID, right?
That's like saying I can move around inside the country.
No, I don't.
We were talking about borders, weren't we? Well, you can't go around anywhere you like in Denmark.
Yes,
you
I
tried
can.
going anywhere. No, you can't.
Yes,
You tried
I can.
going to a military establishment. You tried walking into a military establishment in Denmark.
Right, okay.
You tried walking into a government building. No, you won't be able to do that. You will try walking into a university without permission. You won't be able to do it.
Yes, I can actually.
Not anywhere you like in university. You
Yes,
try
I can.
walking. You could try walking into the, for instance, even the TV studios. Just say, I'd like to walk into here, please, to the national studios or whatever that is of Denmark's national broadcaster. They're not just let you walk into the
Yes,
thing.
you do. Yes, you do.
No,
I can walk into the national. Yes, I can. I can walk into the National Opera House.
But you won't be able to go where you like. You will not.
Right,
Ali, you know you can't go where you like, for Christ's sake. This is an idiot. You're not this stupid.
Only military places, but I can walk into the National Opera House in Copenhagen and go and sit and listen to the Danish National Philharmonic Orchestra practice.
That's one of the places you are allowed to, but you can't go everywhere. You know this, Ali. You're not this stupid.
Ali, I'm on a military base right now, and there's even places on this base that I can't even go.
Yeah, I worked on a military base half his life, so I know what a nuclear submarine base. So I worked inside. That's right.
Ali,
so I know it's restricted.
You can't go everywhere you want.
So why are you advocating then that you should be able to go wherever you like if you're fully aware that you can't?
But that's military, though.
You know there's lots of places besides being military. There are lots of you can't go inside a bank wherever you like to go to. You can't go inside or numerous institutions wherever you want to go to. There are some places you can go, but not where you want to go arbitrarily. You know this, Ali.
And so that's the point I was making. The only places that I can't.
You're being a silly Billy.
Why I can't go to Antarctica is because what I said, it's militarized zone.
You can go to Antarctica, but you need some insurance. Otherwise, you're not going to get any cooperation from the flights, from the ships. They'll say, no, we're not going to let you on board, matey. But if you had your own ship, you could get there yourself, and you will not find anybody there stopping you getting on Antarctica.
Yes, there is. Of course there is.
No.
And you're naive to be. Well,
there's no border. There's restrictions. There's no police.
Yeah.
I don't think there are any police at all in Antarctica. There'll be no one to arrest you.
No, I don't think there's a London Bobby wandering about going evening all during the 24-hour sunshine and stuff, evening all guys and stuff like that. No, I don't believe that. I don't believe there's police. That was absurd what you said there. But it's a militarized zone. You just make my point.
It's not militarized. It's absolutely not militarized. It's absolutely not. There's no military establishments allowed whatsoever in Antarctica. That's part of the treaty.
Why is there submarines and why is there battleships that patrol that area all the time then?
I'm not patrolling it all the time. You just made that up.
They fucking are. They've been filmed doing it. All right, okay, I made it up then. Right, fair enough. You believe that? That's fine. Yeah, okay, fine.
Good. I'm sorting that out. Yeah, just looking here whether there's crime in Antarctica, and there's no mention. I don't think there's any mention of police at all. No, there's no law enforcement at all.
I never said there was police rumpus. Stop it. That's a
Okay, what
straw
were you
man.
saying? Well, okay. What? Okay, there's no one to stop you going into Antarctica. If you've got your own boat, you can go up to the Antarctica, get off, and start walking around. No one will stop you doing that.
Right, here's a challenge for you, Rumpus. Why don't you phone up the British government and say, hey, by the way, me and my mates, I've got a 50-foot, probably, yeah, 50 foot should be enough, maybe 60. You could do it smaller, but say 50-foot yacht or whatever, and we're sailing down to Antarctica. What do I need to do?
Right, they would
And
say
see,
you've got to abide by the rules about pollution, is what they would say. But nothing, as we discussed earlier, nothing would happen to you, Antarctica. But if you were found to be are you a British citizen? Are you a British citizen, Ali?
yeah, I've got a British passport, yes.
Right. So if you then if someone said, "Look, I saw Ali," someone in South Antarctica said that we saw Ali, I don't know, his ship was chucking out loads of oil or something, or he polluted it in some way, then
Which
they would
it
report
wouldn't
back,
do.
and then you would have then breached. You would have been as a British citizen. That would get back to Britain somehow, and then potentially that might be some sort of legal action taken against you in Britain. But I mean, I don't know quite how that would work. But that's the worst. That would be the worst of it. If you were shown to be breach, I mean, I suspect that you could probably make quite a bit of a defence and say, look, I wasn't really polluting this. I don't know quite how. I mean, people do run around on motorcycles. I mean, there was that motorcycle people who went from one side of Antarctica to the other on motorcycles. And I don't know. Presumably that's not regarded as pollution. They have to
It was
carry
a
fuel.
car as well. I think the crew
Yeah.
from Top Gear, that program, they did it in the.
Yeah, that was the Arctic. That was Arctic.
Sorry. But the Arctic. That's
was
just
the
water,
Top
right?
Gear was. Sorry.
Isn't the Arctic the North Pole? Isn't the North Pole just water? A big sea.
Just ice. Yeah. We were talking about the Antarctic, weren't we?
Yeah, but I thought that's what
there's no restrictions on the Arctic at all. There's nothing on the Arctic at all. No restrictions whatsoever, as far as I'm aware. You can do what you like.
Okay.
You can go there, land on it. There's not even a treaty. There's no treaty regarding to it. You can even go there and urinate everywhere and drill a hole in it where you like, dump some oil in it. I suspect you won't get. There's no treaty relating to it, so you can do what you like. And in fact, amusingly, I was reading something about the history of the British submarine service, and they actually they dug a hole they went up to the North Pole, dug a hole, and they played a game of cricket on there. They actually had a portable cricket pitch. They laid out a green and something started playing. I don't know quite whether they all got up in whites or something, but they certainly can. Basically, it's basically free reign. That's very silly. They've got pictures of it, and so yes, so they basically the North Pole. There are no rules there. You can do what you like. But we were talking about the Antarctic.
Why? Yeah, but why is that over the South Pole then? What's so special about the South Pole?
It's land, and it has resources. It has minerals and oil and stuff on there, and therefore it would be a race. Whereas the Arctic is just, as you said yourself, it's just floating ice. So that's not not terribly useful. There's no reason. There's no resources. There should be no fight over it, and it's moving around. So it's not. Whereas in the Antarctic, there's resources and potentially valuable resources.
Right, do you think scientists are equipped to deal with people wanting to steal the resources then? Do you think they would?
In Antarctica? Well, no one does. I mean, no one does. And there's no one in Antarctica. I mean, if someone turned up with a drilling rig, then there would be trouble. I mean, thanks to the Russians.
It would take ages for the American military or the Russian to get to Antarctica to save the world or whatever from.
I'm confused by what you're. So you were saying if you're going to exploit the resources, then you'd need something. I don't know. If you wanted oil, for instance, well, then you need to build some sort of oil a drilling platform or something. Well, immediately that started. I mean, because everybody knows what everybody's doing down there, because there's only a very few people and only a few ships going there.
What happens if you came in from the other side? You kind of sneaked in, and you landed
you'd need to be a country to do that. To build an oil drilling platform, you'd need quite a substantial piece of kit, and that's going to be visible. I mean, immediately that became aware that you'd be there'd be in breach of the treaty. so there'd be an immediate trouble, and then all the other nations
Right,
that are involved
okay.
in that treaty would then complain and say, "No, stop that." And no one so far has tried to do such a thing because they know it's
So
it's
what
totally.
happens? What happens if it was a NGO or a not an NGO actually, because but a private entity?
Elon
Say
Musk or
someone.
something. Right.
No,
So in other
not
words, it's something
him.
like Elon
Someone
Musk.
richer. Or someone richer than him. Someone that's not in the media. Someone that we're not aware of.
Yeah, it'd be similar
Because
to
there's
when.
plenty of billionaires. There's plenty, probably
Okay, well,
trillionaires. But let's say there's
no one's tried it
plenty.
so far, but I mean, yes, if
But how do
some
you know
billionaire.
that? How do you
Well,
know
because I
that?
think it would be in the news because
Oh my goodness.
because there are so few people there, and it is that any sort of you'd have to go there by a boat. I mean, even a billionaire would have to hire a boat to do that. And if they were to take a big drilling rig with them, and I mean, they'd have to employ. They'd either have to have their own oil drilling company, or they'd have to employ something from from Britain or the US or somewhere else that does drilling rigs. And they're going to say, "Hold on, where are you taking us to? Hold on, we can't go to Antarctica. That's not allowed." And so they'd have to they'd have to go and build their own. They have their own engineering firm to build it. So, but the point is, no one's. It would be a big operation, and therefore it'd be bound to come out. And so, as far as we know, nothing like that has happened. And there are lots of scientists around there who are monitoring things. Now, obviously, they can't cover the entire coastline, but there is a. I mean, they're constantly monitoring the state of Antarctica with satellites and things because they're always checking on the state of the ice flows and things. And they're also always cracking up. There's always, I think, at the moment we've got some British station that's always being hauled away. There's a huge crack turned up. I think a 200-mile crack in the ice that we've had to sort of move I think on which side of Antarctica it is, and that meant we've had to move this station a few hundred miles or something. So you have to. So basically, it is being observed very carefully because it's of such interest. That's why there are so many scientists down there, because the climate in the ozone hole and all that sort of thing is very carefully monitored. So if there was some drilling rig suddenly turned up, somehow they managed to get their own drilling company. I mean, it would be found out. Now that I'm reasonably confident that 99.9% this has not happened. And if someone were to try, it would cause a rumpus. I mean, imagine what the Russians would do, or the Americans would do. Say, hold on, someone's going to start drilling oil, and huge reserves there. They're going to go bonkers.
Do you think the South Pole actually drives our atmosphere then? And that's why there's so many scientists there?
It's very sensitive. It's a bellwether. It tells us what's going on. That's where the ozone hole, for instance, is biggest. So it's a very great interest to science. I can't remember why now, but there's something to do with the fact that because it's coldest there, it's most sensitive to a lot of the environment. In other words, whatever's going to go wrong with the environment goes wrong first in Antarctica.
It's also the driest.
Ozone issues. Sorry?
It's also the driest.
Yeah, exactly. It's dry, and because it's a land body, and also because it's so cold. I can't remember why those things combine. Whereas it's not the same for the North Pole. It means it's much more sensitive to environmental situation than the North Pole.
Is the elevation maybe, Rumpus?
Yeah, it could be that.
So again, Koshar.
Is it the elevation?
Yeah, the elevation does, I think, adds to the problems. Yes. I mean, it's quite high.
Oh, well, it would be. That would explain it, because I think it's about 2,000 feet above.
Yeah, the
sea
central.
level, 1,000. That's a good point.
The central is really high.
Yeah.
And I think they've got something like, is it a kilometre of snow on top of that of ice? It all adds up, because the ground itself is quite high, though it's actually more like an archipelago, I think. But anyway, it's semi, it's almost solid, but it's basically a lot of islands underneath. But it's got a kilometre of bloody snow stuffed on top of it as well.
And that's fascinating, though. That's the thing. It'd be really amazing to find out what was underneath all that fucking snow, man.
Well, there's some strange lake. There's some really ancient million-year-old lake they found there about a year ago, where they think it's the oldest water that they can get their hands on.
Fresh water. Is that right? It's fresh water, isn't it? It's fresh water.
I think it's fresh water. The oldest fresh water. And it's something millions of years old of undisturbed fresh water or something they found. So yes, so that's why it's an incredibly sensitive and it's a sort of captured thing. Things aren't moving very quickly, so it's a record. It's got a history of what the planet's been up to for the last X million years. So and if someone like for instance, the Americans and the Russians would be very keen on seeing if anybody else was doing a bit of drilling. So there's a lot of interest in other countries checking that there's no misbehavior. So if someone like Elon, the equivalent of Elon Musk, turned up and started doing a bit of drilling on the side, the Russians or the Americans or us would go absolutely bonkers, and they're always checking on one another as well. So we want to make sure this treaty is complied with, and so everybody's checking. All the other countries are checking that no one else is misbehaving. So any other third party that's not independent Elon Musk type character coming along trying to muscle their way in, it will be immediately detected and slapped down.
Right, have you heard of the polar cyclone, Rumpus? Polar cyclone.
Haven't heard. Yeah, if you're.
No, check that out, man. That's right. No matter it's projected onto a ball, but it's quite fascinating because just right on the edge of the atmosphere above the South Pole, there's this cyclone that it sort of goes around the perimeter of the South Pole, right?
I'm
and it
vaguely
travels
aware of
like
it.
400
has something to do with
kilometers.
what you were talking about, Ruckus.
Yeah,
that's quite fascinating. How
Because they exist year round.
Say again, Coach.
Say again.
It says they exist year round, so they're it's always there. Now, I mean, I've looked at
No, but it's not actually. It travels, Kosho. Yeah, and you can watch it if you look at it over a year. I watched it. It actually travels to the North Pole, so it comes from the south, right?
From the South Pole to the North Pole.
Yeah, it does.
I don't think so.
Well, wait a minute. Listen.
Hold
Just
on,
let me
Ali.
explain. That's why I find it fascinating. Is what happens is right. I think it's I can't remember. It's summer or winter, right? It goes round in a sort of oval shape around the South Pole, right? And
Hold on,
then
let me
it
get
starts.
sorry to interrupt you, Ali. You're claiming that there's wind that goes from the South Pole directly to the North Pole.
No. Listen. Let me explain it properly. Right, up on the edge of the atmosphere, right, at 10 hectopascals on the thing, right. There's a thing called polar cyclone, right? Now, what happens is at some point the winds are like 400 kilometers or 300 kilometers an hour, right on the edge of the atmosphere. And what happens is, as the season changes, it degrades. And then you can actually follow this. It's like a wisp, and it travels up, and it ends up on the North Pole, and it cyclones up there, and it actually shifts this just right on the edge of the atmosphere. There's a wind that does this.
Confused between jet streams. It doesn't. I've got just a quick look.
No, it's on.
It doesn't go from the South Pole to the North Pole. Ali. It's the jet streams form the boundary, and they form a cap.
It's not. No, that's 10 hectopascals. It's right on the edge of the atmosphere. It's like the lowest pressure.
And it's all North Pole stuff here. There's no South Pole stuff here.
And there is. They sent it around. If you Google that and say balloon, they sent a balloon up for 58 days because of this. They sent it up, set it up in this cyclone, and it came down. The reason that they used this thing is because wherever it landed, it would land on Antarctica, not in the sea, because this wind circumnavigates around Antarctica.
It doesn't go from the South Pole to the North Pole, Ali. It just goes to mid latitudes. That's what a polar cyclone.
If you follow it, honestly, follow over the year. Follow over the year, and you'll see it happen. You can do it on Null School. You can type in the date.
I'm looking at. I posted some pictures right now from Null School, and I'm about to search back for 6 months ago and see what compare it to right now. Perhaps maybe what you're suggesting is that it shifts, like it happens year round. Maybe it shifts. Exactly. I don't think it travels from one place to the other.
Yeah, exactly, Kosho. My question is, it's nothing to do with the flat Earth or shape of the flat Earth. It's just an amazing phenomenon that there's this wind going round just for some reason around Antarctica.
Yeah, but it doesn't go. You said it went from the South Pole to the North Pole. That was the bit that I was complaining about. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, but it does. Watch it break up. It breaks up. If you follow it, if you do like a month, next month, what you'll do is you'll watch it break up, and this wind, this high wind that's going maybe 200 to 400 kilometers an hour or whatever it is, it travels up to the North Pole and it forms a little cyclone up there, and it does it like
they've got their own one. they've got there's a one in the north. There's an Arctic one and there's an Antarctic one, but they don't cross.
Yeah, and it's the same one. It travels from the south to the north and north to the south.
No, Ali, I don't think that's right.
Yeah, 6 months ago,
No,
the one in
you
the
don't
south
think
looks so much
that's right.
stronger. It does look like there's you know, it does seem like there's one that's kind of north, kind of above where I live, kind of above where I guess we all live. I'm gonna go back a little bit further and see if maybe and see if it ever is as far north.
It
Because in the
breaks up
south,
and
in the
it
South Pole,
travels.
it does seem pretty more aggressive than it is like in the north. But
Yeah, but it's fascinating to see that you can actually watch it travel. These up there on the edge of our so-called atmosphere or whatever, it actually travels. Where we've been told there's actually no atoms up there. It's no gases.
they don't say that.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, but this is like 10 hectopascals. This is like on the edge of space. We're talking it's.
I forget where 10 hectopascals is, but I don't even think that's the I don't think that's
No, it's not. It's not. But it's
carbon number.
literally on the edge of space. Literally.
Hectopascal sounds like high pressure, doesn't it? What's a pascal is how many?
I was looking this up the other day because I was just looking up for a chart that had the hectopascals and because I was looking at what it was.
I think we're at like 1,300 or 1.3 down here. So you go all the way to 10 hectopascals. So if you look at the difference between
but what's the altitude?
Right on the edge. You can so to do with altitude and how close to no hectopascals. That's
Right,
10,
standard pressure in pascals. One standard atmosphere is 100,000 pascals. What's a hectopascal?
A hectopascal's divided by 10. It's like megabytes, gigabytes, bits, or bytes. Or whatever.
Well, what's the value for?
Pressure.
What does it represent?
Pressure.
Yeah, what does it represent? Where is this type of pressure claimed or found?
Well, on the edge of the atmosphere of what we're talking about.
It's a factor of 100. It's not 10. It's a factor
100
of 100.
then. Okay, so but I knew it was, and that's what I say. So if 10 is.
Yeah, so 10 to the minus 17th isn't good enough. Or 10 to the minus 10. Ali, 10 to the minus 10 torr is not good enough for you for a unit of measure.
Well,
I was using a unit of
feet, by the way, 85,000 feet.
Yeah, so 10 to the minus.
We're talking about
Right, so standard atmospheric pressure is therefore about 1,000 hectopascals. So what were you claiming it was? How many hectopascals?
Up at 10 up at the top of the edge of the atmosphere where I was telling you these winds are going about is 10
hectopascals. Yeah, that would be okay. That would be very low. Yes, okay, that would be.
Why don't you just talk in terms that you understand, like PSI, because everyone can relate.
Well, no, but he's talking about no school that's how to give it to you. You know, I mean.
Of course, yeah, but we're talking about I just want.
I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, so the simple way to think of it is that one standard atmospheric pressure is 100,000 pascals, and if you divide that by 100, you turn it hectopascals. It's 1,000 hectopascals, or as I say, 100,000 pascals.
They do that.
Hectopascals is the same thing. Apparently.
They do that so people with a calculator can throw a number with a bunch of zeros and be able to divide and multiply easier than exponential formats.
Well, apparently, I said apparently hectopascals and millibars are the same thing.
Right.
Yes, they are very close. Yes.
Yes,
that's right. It's 1,000. So there you go. So 1 bar is atmosphere. 1,000 as 1,000 1,000 hectopascals. Therefore, 1 millibar and a hectopascal will be the same thing. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So yes, you're right, Ali. Yes. Now we worked out what your units are. Yes. So 10 hectopascals would be very low indeed.
I mean,
but these jet streams that these winds you're talking about, they're not that high. They're above what is it, 30,000 feet or something? Yeah. The jet streams.
I looked at the converter. It said 85,000. It said 10 hectopascals was 85,000 feet.
Yeah, that's just too high. I mean, you have these. What's the height of a jet stream? That's much too high. I mean, admittedly, that aircraft can get up to there. I mean, the U-2s and things and Lightning, the old British Lightning could get up to 80,000 feet, but that's a very high. Yeah, Blackbird. Yeah, Blackbird. Yeah, that's right. Here we go. So Jetstream is up 5 to 7 miles up, which is oh god, what's that in bloody feet?
It's like 30,000.
Yeah, exactly. So it's exactly. That's true. That's an aircraft. Yeah, 5 to 7 miles. That's typical aircraft thing. Yeah, so you're too high. You're too high. I think you're too high there. Okay, what height? Oh, there is a diagram here about how high it does go up. God, okay, let's see what they. No, it said 5 to 7 miles. No, it's not 7. No, you're too high, Ali. 80. What's 80?
Well, I guess 5 would be about 40, and 7 would be about 55 or something. Not 55. I'm sorry, 50.
Yeah, so 80,000 feet is 15 miles. So you're about twice as high, Ali, than the Jetstream. They said goes up from 5 to 7. If you're presumably if you're talking about these vortexes
I
being
wasn't
part of
talking
the
about the
Jetstream.
Jetstream.
Well, I think it is. I
I
think
was
that's
just talking about
integral.
a phenomena. I was just talking about a phenomena that I seen. I wasn't trying to prove anything. I was just talking about it.
Right, but I think the thing you're talking about is a sort of jet streamy type thing.
No, it's not. It's a cyclone. It's specifically called a polar fucking cyclone. So it's a cyclone.
Yeah, I saw that.
So it's not a jet stream. It's not a stream. It's a cyclone, meaning it goes round in a circle, or it goes round.
That's what the jet streams do. Admittedly, the polar vortex, for instance, is one of the names.
Well,
So
the jet stream doesn't go round the whole Earth on the ball model.
Jet streams don't. You're saying
the jet stream doesn't know.
I think it does. I think that's the whole point.
Yeah, I don't think it does.
I must admit, I can't. I'm looking.
But
at
I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Actually, now you're making me doubt it. Actually, but
we were studying Nell school not that long ago, and when you play around with it and you study it a little bit, you see that the higher you go, you get to where the 10 hectopascals and the jet streams are predominant. It does have a predominant direction in most places, but it's kind of like those polar storms where there's a specific strip, a specific latitude or several latitudes.
Right, okay, they are high. Yes, Ali's right in this regard. They're just looking at this. They're 20 kilometers high, these vortex. So they're separate from jet streams, but they seem to be looking very similar to them. But yeah, so the things that Alice, these vortexes, these cyclones, one's called I think it's called the polar vortex when it's referring to Antarctica, and I think it's called a cyclone when it's Antarctic or something like that. And yeah, they're talking about 20 kilometers here, which is twice as high as the jet streams.
Wait, so you said 20 kilometers?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm just estimating. That's about 85,000 feet. Right.
No, it's higher than that.
It's higher than that?
I think so.
I'm just going off a rough estimate.
2,265,000 feet.
Yeah.
265,000 feet is
correct.
20 kilometers?
Correct.
Yeah. I thought 20 miles was roughly a little bit less than 120,000 feet.
Sorry, not 2.
65,000.
65,000 feet.
Okay.
65,000. Yeah, the 2 was not needed.
Hold on, the 5 to 7. I'm now completely. Okay, I've got confused now because I thought we were talking about 5. It said 5 to 7 miles. Oh, that's right. No, that's right. No, sorry, that's what's confusing. Someone who said 80,000 feet. So yes, the person whoever's saying 80,000 feet. Yes, that's where these things. But the jet streams are lower. Yes, so that's. I'm not confused who said what. Yes, so the jet streams are between 5 and 7, which is the sort of aeroplane type area, and then these things, the polar vortex is 20K, which is at sort of 70,000 feet and around that. So whoever was it? Whoever mentioned 80,000 feet.
65,000, but yeah, I said.
Yeah, well, I think that's a tip. Yeah, that's around then. I think it can go up above that. So. Yeah, so let's say 70,000 feet is where this so it's different from the jet streams, but jet streams are between 5 and 7 miles. I just read, which is down in the 40,000.
Yeah, that's why planes use a jet stream that could take shorten the travel times, and we know it's true because they get here an hour quicker sometimes.
So Ali's correct in saying that this is not the jet stream stuff. This is something different from jet streams. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, I see. I didn't know that either in Nell school. Because in Nell school, I suppose that's about the jet streams are about 70 millibars, I suppose, and the which was 57,000 feet. But when you look at Nell school, it doesn't look as pronounced as those higher. I always thought like when I was looking at Nell school
up to 57. Okay, well, that is encroaching on the area.
This says Ali. Do you know why the the U-2 spy aircraft has such long, straight wings? Because it flies up around 100,000 feet, right? 80,000, 100,000 feet.
Yeah, and what?
Do you know why
That's
the wings
interesting.
are so long and straight?
I think he does because he talked about the SR-71. Yeah.
Tell me.
Well, this is different. Why does the U-2 have straight, thin, long wings, and it's
Tell
used
me.
for spying? And the SR-71 looks like a missile. Why the difference, Ali?
Tell me.
No. I just want to see if you're understanding how the atmosphere
Well,
works
doesn't
and why
matter.
we would do that.
Tell me. See,
Just take a
instead of
guess.
saying that, well, because inflation has went up 20%.
No, I think Ali knows this actually, Zanik. I think he knows there's not much atmosphere up there.
I don't. Yeah, but why are they?
That's stupid.
So how
What you
high
trying to
does
do? We're
these
having a
SR-71 fly?
conversation. We're having a conversation, not a fucking swinging dicks
No,
or
it's
anything
just a
like
friendly
that.
conversation.
Zanik, I think he knows. He knows
Well,
there's
I
not
don't
much
think he
atmosphere up
does.
there.
I don't think he
I
does.
think
Why
he
does it?
does.
Why is the SR-71 have swept back bullet shaped wings, and why is the U-2 have straight thin wings that go out like a glider? Why does it
You're
look like a
comparing the
glider?
two. Right, you're trying to compare the two differences then.
Right.
Okay.
You just
That's
gave
a
away
slightly,
the answer
that's a
already.
slightly different question to one I thought that you okay, right. So you're
I
asking a slightly
choose.
different question.
I choose not to participate in whatever you're trying to do. Okay,
Well, he's just
Zanik?
trying to. He's basically.
it's really
Zanik is
interesting.
not
Actually,
claiming you don't know about the atmosphere being thin. He's
my
asking you
kids asked
why the
me,
U2 needs big, long, wide wings, whether the SR-71 can get away with narrow wings. That's all. That's a different question. Even though they go at similar heights, and that SR-71
Well,
can
the
go
U-2's
slightly higher.
a little higher, 120,000 feet, I think it can go.
Yeah, really as high as that? Bloody hell! No, I don't think it can get that high. Surely,
At least 100.
Yeah, that's even that. I think it's a bit dodgy.
Can I say something very quickly? Or left lane?
I've heard 80, 90,000. Go ahead, Kesha.
Left lane. Do you think left lane you were going to say something though?
No, I was just going to say it's to produce lift in a very thin atmosphere. That's why they're so big.
Well, they
Yeah,
both
but I think
produce
Zanik's question
they
is
both
how can it
produce lift
do
in a
it?
very
How
sim-
can they? I think
They
Zanik's
both-
question is why
that's
can
not
they
the
do
reason.
it with little wings where the U2's got big wide wings?
Yeah, that's not really the reason. But they both achieve high altitudes in thin atmospheres. That's not really the reason why they design them that way. So why would they design the U-2 to have super long straight wings when obviously if you're going super fast, I'll give you a hint, that would not that does not fly very well in supersonic conditions due to those wings not being able to. They would structurally self-destruct.
I don't know this for a fact. Let me answer because Ali's not going to. I presume
No,
it's because
you gotta get out. You said he knew. I want to see if he knows.
No, he didn't say. Well, no, I think he's being. I don't think he wants to cooperate on this. I'm afraid.
Oh, okay, I thought this is a discussion.
I'm just going to say basically the SR-71 goes faster, therefore it doesn't need to have such doesn't need such wide wings. It can cope with smaller wings. I'm going to guess, and because it goes that much faster, basically.
Well, the spy plane would need to fly slowly, wouldn't it?
Well, they're both spy planes.
Yeah, both
but
spy
obviously
planes.
the cameras are better on the SR-71. When they did the U-2, obviously they didn't. I mean, the SR-71 has got better technology, so it doesn't have to be presumably go along quite so slowly. It can go along faster. The lens and things will be a bit better. Focus the F number, for instance, presumably, and the speed of the film or the digital.
I'll give you another hint. The SR-71 has to fly fast to actually stay airborne.
You sure about that? I think it's a down low. I think it can go reasonably. It doesn't have to go supersonic to keep in the air, I don't think.
No,
but it does change its configuration. I mean, if you're talking about those big things, they open and close those vents to sort of turn supersonic into subsonic air. But it can change its configuration to do one or the other. It doesn't have to go along at super speed to stay in the air.
Right. Well, they're variable inlet jets.
Yeah, they're variable geometry. Yeah. And they therefore
inlet ducts are designed to deal with supersonic flow and subsonic flow for the pressure waves that enter the turbine.
They can configure that. They can change the configuration.
They designed the U-2 so that it could fly very close, but not beyond the supersonic barrier. So that means, but because the higher it goes, though, the faster the ground speed it goes. So even though you're flying at 120,000 feet or 100,000 feet, you're able to traverse the surface of the Earth at a much faster speed, but not have to go through the air at supersonic speeds. So they can design it like a glider, So it's right at. So they want to go high enough where it's just at stall speed, or significantly below it, so it doesn't become uncontrollable. But it flies near the stall speed, which is around, generally on the surface of the Earth, around 60 or 70 miles an hour. So it can fly 70 miles an hour, but at a super high altitude. So the ground speed is near supersonic. I mean, air speed is through near supersonic, but the ground speed is very high. 1,000 miles an hour.
80. I've just looked up the SR-71. It's 85,000 feet,
right,
at least. But I
and
think
the U2 is 100 over 100,000.
No, it's not. No, the U2's lower. I think it's about the. I don't think there's much. I think the U2 managed almost 80,000 feet. Oh God, let's look it up. No, I think
I actually got the glider. I thought of the glider, but I didn't know it travelled so slow or
That's why
so
they make
fast.
That's
I didn't know that.
If you think about it, they can go close to supersonic speed at only 85, 90 miles an hour.
Right, because they're so low in the atmosphere.
Just check. The U2 could only manage 70,000 feet, as I said.
They cover more
U2
ground.
could only manage. The
No,
U2 could only manage. The U2 could only manage 70,000 feet,
Okay.
and the SR-71 85. And that's
I thought it was
because, as you say, Zanik, basically it goes faster, and therefore, as we know from the Kármán line, it's basically the speed you need to travel to stay up there without having to go into orbit. Is when the Kármán line, when you have to have an orbital speed as an orbital speed to stay up there. But yeah, so you need to go faster to stay in the air, basically. So once you go really, really high, and there's very little air. But the SR-71 can go
was
harder
talking
than
about the wings. That's why they're so long. It is like a glider. That's fascinating to know, actually, that's the speed.
Yeah, but it goes
travels
faster, so that it doesn't need such wide wings because it goes so much faster. I mean, it does Mach 3 or more, whereas the U2
ground speed
is subsonic.
Yeah,
well,
ground speed.
Well, I'm just worrying about S. I don't quite know why Zanik brought up the S. But the thing that's important is the
because that's fascinating to know that an object that's travelling so slow, but ground speed's high, but
right, that's the point.
It's actually only. I know. That's
so
what
thin
so I got the glider.
that it just wants to fly near the stall speed of it. So they want the stall speed to be as slow as possible. And that's the same. It doesn't know where all it knows is it has air flowing over its wings, and it wants to be that stall speed. And if that stall speed is an indicated airspeed of 70 miles an hour, and up at so 65,000. I thought it was maximum was 100, but let's say if I'm wrong, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. We know it's still very high at 75,000. You said 65 or 75,000? 65,000. Okay, whatever.
70,000 for the U2, 85,000 for the SR-71.
The air is very, very thin, Ali, and so that it flies near that same stall speed. The indicated airspeed still says 70, 80 miles an hour. It's only going 80 miles an hour through the air, but it's going near supersonic. It's going 9/10 the speed of sound.
Yeah, I've got you. Right, okay.
So it can travel over the ground very quickly, right? Just like the SST, just like the Concorde are flying. They're flying 1.5 or 2 times the speed of sound.
Oh my God, what's the point of this?
The point is that the air is so thin. There's not much air there, and this is proven by this glider that is flying up at 70,000 feet, traveling in enormous speeds over the ground of the Earth, but in the atmosphere, it's flying very, 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 very slowly.
Yeah, dude, Jeremy. Today's Zanik's birthday, dude. We're all being nice to him today. He's allowed to talk about this stuff, okay, dude? Be a little fucking.
Don't start your shit, Coco.
Who being nice?
No, it's because Zanik's been nice. That's the only reason.
Right. So apparently, this U2 is amazing, as Zanik was saying. That it has to keep within a speed of only between 10 knots between the maximum speed and the stall speed, and there's only difference of 10 knots. It's called the coffin corner, because if they breach either one, if they go too fast, then they have a problem, and if they go too slow, it stalls. So they've got to fly within 10 knots above the stall speed.
Could I say something? And then I have 2 questions involved. Zanik, go ahead. I know you wanted to respond to that. So.
No, he's already got. Sounds like he's got a web page. Sounds like he's got a web page open. He's got all the nasty details. Yeah, it's coffin corner. I forgot about that. It's very tricky, and that just shows that there's air up there. It's very, very thin, and then there's also the jet streams, which the air commercial airliners use to get from San Francisco to New York in record speeds. This is all real stuff, and they can measure the pressure up there. to be fractions of the surface pressure of in the atmosphere.
It is amazing. You do. I mean, you tend. I mean, in years gone by, I've never really thought. You think of these aeroplanes going up and down, and you talk about they keep on going about the altitude ones. I just thought, well, they're just making a fuss about nothing. But the difference in performance between saying at 5,000 feet and 20,000 feet is huge. I mean, in the Second World War, they had to, we had to, the Germans and ourselves and the Americans had to deal with aircraft with these. Multiple stage superchargers that kicked in at sort of 10,000 feet, 15,000 feet, and 20,000 feet. The engine just basically wouldn't work if you didn't do these things. I mean, when you think of Everest, it's 1/3 the air pressure, is 1/3 the amount of oxygen. So I suppose if you think of it like that, I suppose it's not really surprising that as well as you've got the aerodynamic issue, you've got the actual trying to get enough oxygen into your system. So there's dramatic differences between the air range aircraft and jet aircraft have to cover and huge.
How did England build these amazing airplanes with super? This is like modern technology. This is in the 30s and 40s. Superchargers, building airplanes that look like they did back in with no freaking wind tunnels, all just basic.
Yeah, it's amazing. Oh, they did have some wind tunnels. They did have some wind tunnels. The Germans actually were the ones who actually developed the first wind tunnel. When we found it, because they did that for their ME242, then we found that, and that's how they came with the wing slope, the slopey wings.
Swept wing.
Swept wing. Thank you. The swept wings, and then we found this tunnel. We nicked it when we were in the middle of Germany. We thought, hold on, what's this wind tunnel lark? And then I think we may have had some other more basic wind tunnel, but anyway, they had a supersonic or. They had a fantastic wind tunnel somewhere. I can't remember where. And then we nicked it, and we used that for years afterwards to help us with our because we were the.
Yeah, the F-86 was our first swept wing, and then the MiG.
We gave you all that technology. We were going to do the first bloody supersonic thing, and then eventually we said, "Oh, let's give it all to the Americans," because we couldn't afford to develop it. So then the key thing to discover when you're doing supersonic flight is the rear tail has to be all moving. You can't just have an elevator on it. And then we gave that technology to the Americans, and then they did that with old Chuck Yeager and the whatever it was thing. And the year after we gave it to them, they did it. Honestly.
Yeah,
but that's possibly because we had to spend a lot of the time in the Second World War. We were fighting the bloody Germans. If we weren't fighting them in the North African desert, the only way of us striking back at them was with aircraft. So we were developing our aircraft like crazy.
But how'd you guys build those things while you guys were getting shelled on a daily basis? The supply chain.
Yeah, well, I think 10%. We had enormous. I mean, after the Second World War, we had something like 10% of our GDP was going into aircraft things. So we were very heavily aircraft oriented, and that's why we were able to compete. We had to build the first transatlantic jet airliner with the Comet, and then 5 years later, along came the Americans with the 707, and because Americans are good at better business, they managed to poor Comet and discovered fatigue and started falling out the sky. But anyway, so then so it was just an area that we were really good at, and of course, but we were impoverished. I mean, America became twice as rich after the Second World War thanks to all our orders, but we were impoverished by the Second World War because we spent all our money on getting stuff from the Americans. So
and also rebuilding the country. My God, your country was desiccated.
Yeah, we were a bit. Well, actually, by the end, we hadn't been bombed anything like as much as Germany had, for instance. I mean, we were the Blitz in London, but actually we had control over our skies from about 1941 onwards, and the Germans had problems coming over. Although they did flatten things like Coventry in mid-41. But after that, we were sort of attacking them rather than the other way around. But when us and the Americans went for them, from 43 onwards, we basically absolutely flattened the place. And then, of course, the Marshall Plan from the Americans basically gave them money to rebuild it because they were frightened of the Ruskies going to move in.
Well, by the time everyone woke up, and then it was the whole world against one small country, which is amazing that they were able to give the world as much havoc and problems as they did for so long. They had
more when they attacked Russia. They had 3 million 3 million Germans against, I think it was 4 million Ruskies. So they did manage to collect together quite a few people. I mean, they had all the other satellite countries, Romania and the Poles and some French and Italians.
Yeah, Russia's never been huge in numbers. I mean, they're half the even though they're a much bigger country, the people are only. They're half the population of the US.
250 million. They were a bigger population than Germany was.
250. I think even today they're only 150 million, right?
Oh yeah, that's because they've lost Ukraine and Kazakhstan and
that's true,
and Estonia and.
They're going to try to fix that though. You wait.
Yeah, they were trying to fix that. Absolutely, that's exactly.
They're trying to fix that. That's the problem. I think they heard.
Yeah, Putin wrote a poem about a year ago about how much he wanted Ukraine back, and saying how much it was part of Russia. And then so basically now he seems to have cancer or something. He decided he was going to do something about it before he died. It seems to me.
So you can put on his tombstone how he killed millions of thousands of kids and women and children.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, yeah, bastard.
Hope that ends soon, one of these days.
Yeah, well, the Ukrainians seem to be doing quite well actually. Get armed with 30. The American scores 33 billion. Was it 40 billion? Sorry, of kit they're sending over now. Bloody hell. Yeah. That's as much as the that's almost as much as the entire defence budget of the UK.
Right. Makes this whole argument with Trump in the border wall that's a $4 billion argument, and they fight about that every day. Now suddenly, let's just give $40 billion to Ukraine.
But then again, the Americans did spend, I think, is it $1 trillion on Iraq?
Yes.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
It's unbelievable.
They lost through an accountancy error. They lost 50 billion. They just couldn't find 50 billion that somehow been gobbled up in something. Couldn't lost track of 50 billion or so in the accountant. So that's quite impressive. But anyway,
my dad had an analogy when he was alive. It was something about something balancing on a pin, a ball on a pin. It's ready just to fall right off.
Sorry, what are you talking about?
The whole economic system.
Oh right, okay. Yeah, it's only 40 billion now the Americans have given to the Ukraine, so that's going to be that's going to sting the Ruskies. They're going to know all about that. I mean, we're giving them tanks and anti-aircraft stuff, but 40 billion's worth of kit. Now that is going to make quite a big difference.
They should have gave them A-10s before this thing started, so they could have nailed them on the freaking trails that were rolling into. Right?
It's been a lot cheaper.
They're all lined up there ready
earlier.
Here, just knock them out of the. Maybe they would have dropped nuclear bombs.
Oh right, this is why we're getting annoyed with the Germans, because they're saying, "Oh well, we don't really want to commit now." But I'm afraid if you don't sort it out now, it's going to be much more expensive later. If we can just get the Ruskies out of Ukraine now,
right?
That will solve it. And then,
either way, they should have known. Either way, they were going to get bombed. So why don't you get them early so that this becomes less destructive for them?
Get it quicker. You don't want a long-running saw. Yeah, and I think also what I think is going to happen is there's going to be a palace coup, as it's called, and some Ruskies around Putin are finally saying, "Look, we're losing this damn thing. You started it," and in fact, he didn't even tell the Foreign Minister Lavrov that he was going to invade, and Lavrov would just inform that day or something. So basically, I think there's going to be eventually some load of Ruskies are going to come together and say, "Right, we've had enough of you, matey," and come around in a big group and make off with Putin. Though it's going to take though he's got his own personal guard and things, it's going to take quite an effort. But I think and then he might withdraw from Ukraine, and then that'll be the end of it. But I think other than that,
you think they'll put the pressure on Russia to back off, to stop?
I don't understand the question.
You think they're going to put pressure on Putin to stop? The Russian influence inside Russia?
Yeah. I think the people have power in Russia. Eventually, enough of them are going to say, "We're losing this war. We're losing," and eventually, they've already got 20,000 odd casualties dead. And that means 4 times that number being injured, and those mothers of those people are eventually going to start causing a rumpus, and and also the fact they're completely economically isolated. They're already in a 20% loss of GDP. Right. Oops! I think eventually some oligarchs and some other people come closer to Putin, because the oligarchs don't have too much power. Eventually, going to say, "We've had enough of this. We're going down the toilet," and it's all down to one guy's basic madness, because it seems lots of people didn't agree with him.
I hope that happens.
That'd be the easiest way out, and then he'll just hopefully then withdraw from Ukraine, and then
I think about with their financial crisis, what are they going to accomplish by acquiring this country, and then realize how much damage they've incurred, and how long and how much money it's going to cost to rebuild it? My God, they're just
just think the population that the Ukrainians that they can take over are going to be fighting them. Just like we found in Iraq. Jesus Christ, we couldn't even hold down however, what the population of Iraq is it 10, 15 million people? And they were just making our lives, us and American lives, a bloody misery. These Ukrainians are going to be absolutely going bonkers, killing Russians. So they're not going to be able to keep control. I mean, places like Kherson, which they've taken over, they've got checkpoints at every bloody road junction apparently. Then they're not going to be able to contain 40 million people or whoever they have got. It's just not going to be able to hang on to it.
The Russians are. Go ahead.
Well,
They are deporting people. Of course, they've claimed to have deported 1 million people from Ukraine.
Rumpus, we got it. Yeah, no, Rumpus or Zanuck, you hit the nail on the head when you said, all of the infrastructure, that's the point of war. You didn't get it that the only people who really win the war are the bankers, are the people who sell the contracts to rebuild all of the infrastructure. That's the point of a war. Right, the whole facade. Listen, the whole facade of like NATO and Russia needs to do this because of NATO. Dude, you just admitted it, Zanuck.
It's a forced New Deal.
Do you know how much money? Do you know how much money the banks make? Wait, hold up. Can I ask you a question? Do you know how much? Okay.
So this is like a forced New Deal. Destroy the Ukraine. Their economy's ailing. Go and invade Ukraine. Blow the whole place up. Destroy everything. So that all those new jobs and contracts for all the suppliers and workers right. That's why they're doing this. Let's destroy a country and they rebuild it for the monetary gain for the people.
Yeah, there's
monetary gain is the point of.
Do you know how much Russia's lost? They've had half their overseas assets seized, something like 300 billion. Their GDP of the country's gone down by 20%. This is not an investment. This is not a money-making exercise. This is a political piece of empire building that Putin wanted to restore the Russian empire.
Guys are actually,
if you think otherwise, you're absolutely nuts.
You guys are absolutely guys.
You've no idea about politics,
fucking
clearly.
Slithering fucking.
No, you've got some bait. You've basically got some conspiracy theory in your head.
Who are they going to borrow the money from, citizen?
It's the mute's just temporary.
Yeah, who are they going to borrow the money from?
The mute's just temporary, Zanuck.
Oh, I'm not muted. Okay.
Real quick, I just got to temporary mute you. I don't know why you can't stop talking for 1 second, but whoever that was, we don't call names here, please. So, anyways, carry on.
Names.
Yeah, carry on.
Well, you need to unmute Zanuck then.
I actually can't. No, it's frivolous. It's pointless carrying on. Like I just thought I'd mention it, but you guys are actually just Rumpus. You literally have mental cognition problems. You fail to see the bigger picture on so many things. It's not even. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, Rumpus. Oh, you're literally just.
We know what you're listening.
What are you saying, citizen? You made a point.
Hold on, citizen. Hold on, guys. Citizen, we don't do personal attacks or name calling or nothing like that.
Who is citizen, by the way? I recognize that voice. Who is that?
He's a moron.
What's your name normally?
What the fuck, man? All right. I don't know. What do you guys want me to do? I got to just start muting people or what?
Well, he did call me quite a few names, Jeremy, and he's made some claims on my mental health.
And you heard me step in. I understand, and I stepped in both times.
You can call me names all he wants. I don't care. You can call me names all he wants.
He can't call you names all he.
I know, but I don't have a problem. Just so you know, it's okay. He's not
okay. I don't care what you do or don't have problems with.
Yeah, Jeremy has a problem with it, which is understandable. And I think Jeremy's right.
Yeah, no, I get it. But the point is, why does he think this is a money grab? It's going to cost. They're not going to be able to borrow the money to be able to create the workers and the jobs and all the construction and all the contracts and things to rebuild Ukraine. That doesn't seem like it's a very well thought plan. Do you, citizen?
Yeah, dude, listen, it's not even worth my time explaining to you guys. Banks, this is the point. Okay, Rumpus, you listen to yourself. Listen to yourself. Listen, Rumpus, dude, I opened my mouth. Okay, hello.
You have no understanding of economics.
Hello.
Hello, person who doesn't understand.
Can I talk?
Politics.
I can't even talk over you, dude. Can someone mute this blithering
it's
moron?
It's Flat Earth Data. I recognize him now.
Yeah, it's Data.
No, it's not. It's not Data. I'm not Data. You have no idea who I am. No, but I can't even. I can't even open my mouth for 2 words without getting spoken over by the Rumpus.
This and start the true colors show up.
Pillbox.
Data.
I muted him. Zanuck, stop, please, for 1 second. I've just got to mute you every time I want to. You can't control yourself.
Yeah, Jeremy. Why you try and like plug in with when they don't shut up? Just mute them and then unmute them later.
I know.
Don't even just do it. Like, why are you trying to be friends with them if they're not respecting you? I don't understand.
I muted him. Yeah. So, citizen,
Anyway, the
don't
point's
call
yeah,
names, dude.
okay, yeah, I won't. Look, the point is
Thank you.
totally lost now. The point is totally lost now. You guys are like lost in the trenches. You guys think that like the war is between Putin and Ukraine, and there's like neo-Nazis in Ukraine, and there's like NATO influence in you. Dude, NATO countries have been bordering Russia ever since the end of the Cold War for decades and decades now. Okay, so no, it's not a NATO issue. This is not a political issue. This is a war of banksters, you fools. This is all has to.
It's
This
not
is a
Data. It's the other
giant
guy.
money grab. This is a no. Do you guys have no
The guy
idea
that
who I
lost to
am?
the female
No,
wrestler.
you guys have no idea who I am. Stop trying
Yes,
to
the
tell
guy who
people.
lost to the
No.
female wrestler,
Hold on a
the
second.
kickboxer. You lost that battle. That's who you are.
I'll tell you 100% this is not flat Earth data. I promise you.
Right the hand.
Yeah, no, it's not. I just told you who it is. It's the guy who lost to the female wrestler.
I don't know
Is
who
that
that
right
is.
there? Well, whoever that is.
He had the videotape of
You
him
called
wrestling.
names.
He said he
Hold
could
on,
take a
hold
girl,
on,
and the girl
Xanax.
beat him up.
Muted you just temporarily, Xanax, so I could speak. Whoever you are, citizen, you've called names. Every time you've talked, you've either called someone a name or personally attacked someone. Please stop doing that.
Is that Timmy? Is that Timmy? Is that?
It's not Tim Osmond. It's not right the hand. I
Yeah,
would.
it's not right.
No, well, he just
I
said.
would stop guessing if I was everybody.
No,
I'll
he
pay
talked
money to
about
find out who it is.
wrestling.
That's a good game for today.
Well, there's
I would
only
say-
one person that lost to a girl wrestler,
$5.
and that was
Anyone can tell
Timmy
me the name.
Osmond. Who knows?
Jeremy, if anyone calls anyone names, just mute them instantly. That's the way to stop it. If you keep asking them and they keep doing it and you do nothing, they will keep doing it. It really is that simple.
I like to give a few verbal warnings first. I mean, you've been warned, guys.
They've had hundreds of verbal warnings.
Who's
This
they?
citizen
It's
guy.
only citizen. It's insulting people.
The citizen guy, I haven't really interacted with enough. Hold on.
Citizen has called names. I've heard a couple of other people saying that people are mentally challenged. If this kind of rhetoric continues and nothing is done about it, it will continue. This is really basic.
Yeah, no doubt. Next person that calls a name, I'm just gonna mute you instantly. All right, you've all been warned. Thank you.
Yeah, it's really simple, dude. It's really simple. Like we can break down a war. Like they give you the plebs, the sheeple, an excuse as to why they're going to war. But like this all comes back down to like the whole war in Iraq, right? Like why did the U.S. occupy 20 years in Afghanistan, right? Oh, because brown sand people bad or whatever, or like terrorism, weapons of mass destruction. No, it was just the entire excuse for that war could have been summed up as go secure my daddy's drug money. Okay. But you guys simply don't understand that. So like the war in Ukraine and Russia, this is all just a bankster money grab. You people know nothing. Halliburton, these companies, these construction companies, when countries are demolished via war, all that infrastructure needs rebuilt, all that weapons, all those tanks, all that old military gear needs to be replaced, updated. It's all a tax write-off. Everything has to be paid back with interest. Dude, it's all a banker's war. You guys are totally blind. This has nothing to do with NATO and
I suggest anybody that doubts. I suggest anybody that doubts what Citizen says, just have a look at go look up the definition of reparations. The loser always pays, but it's usually the population that pays. But I think you're spot on there. It's to do with bankers and stuff like that, but on a higher level. But look at what reparations is.
Yeah,
Germany's a great example. Sorry, Citizen, on you go.
Yeah, I was just saying, just to sum it up, both sides, the people always lose the war. Both sides of the war, the people, always you and I, the people, we always lose. Guess who wins? The banksters. The war should be between us and the banksters. You guys it's completely off topic. It's just completely asinine. Everyone's in the wrong pocket. It's just totally off base.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but as I say, it's I don't know if it's denial or if you look into it, you see it in a different kind of way. It's so blatantly obvious, but some people they're not interested. They don't think it's important that what the wars are about or whatever, because maybe it doesn't affect them because they're always so far away from home. So it doesn't really matter, right? Because it's with other people. I asked the question, about like, it's a fact that in Iraq, it was like, schools were bombed, Afghanistan, there was kids killed, documented fact, right? and I was having a discussion a couple of years ago about wars and stuff like that. And I said, well, I said, think it this way. I said, how would you feel if that kind of happened to your kid in that school that was only 5 miles, or your local school 2 miles away? You know, and that's, I think, the people that instigate these wars, pretend wars or whatever they're called. You know, people do die. They prey on that. They prey on that the people are not interested. You know, they're too busy thinking of other things. They don't see the bigger picture, and because it doesn't affect them. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think, obviously, I think that you see things in the same way as me. It's like the war itself is actually happening and people are actually dying, but the reasons they tell you and the events that are happening are made up or fake or not necessarily as described, if that makes sense. That's kind of how I see things, because I mean, look, they're capable of lying about the past. They're capable of lying about the present, and the reason that they're capable of doing these things is because we can't go and verify, right? It's pretty simple stuff. We can't go and verify that what they're saying is true. So everything that's being discussed in here right now is based on media reports that no one's verified, right? So like, how can we even pretend to have an intelligent opinion on this when we can't verify anything they say? So obviously they can feed us any old stream of bullshit they want, and justify anything at all. And what I find really interesting is that they've actually got British people, Americans, everything, arguing for killing people, right? Because they're saying, oh, well, you know, we've got to stop these Russians, blah, 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 which I think it comes from a good place. They want the Ukrainian people to be free, whatever, blah, blah, blah. That comes from a good place. However, at the very basic element of it, they have people arguing for people to die. And they're trying to present it as a moral argument. And that is an amazing piece of propaganda when you think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally
Yeah.
agree.
Yep.
Is that true though? Is there people in here arguing for that for the?
Oh yeah, 100%. There would be more people dying in an equally matched war than in a war where one side is much more powerful than the other. 100%.
Well, I mean, so I suppose you're saying that they're basically arguing that by implication and not directly. Like they're not actually saying that.
No, that's what I said. That's what I said. Like maybe I didn't make that explicit enough, but that is what I said.
Well, I wasn't here. So I'm saying I missed some of what people said. So.
Yeah, I'm not saying that people think in that way, because they like this is the argument I presented, is that people are thinking that they are arguing for the Ukraine and for their freedoms and all the rest, which I think comes from a good place. People are good people if they want Ukrainians to be free, right? So I'm just saying that they're deceived and they don't realize that when they argue for, say, giving 40 billion in arms to Ukraine, that they're actually arguing for a prolonging of a war that will therefore kill more people, regardless of who wins.
This is what they want too. This is, I think, as silly as it sounds, they want an endless war. This is what they're trying to make, and I've heard this sort of like theory bandied about here and there. I don't know if it's actually true. They want an endless war. These people want an endless war. Why? Because it's just much easier to control people. It's much easier to control areas. It's much easier to just restructure things if you need it. Have things on a whim in a war. They want people arguing over territories. They want territorial disputes. They want this. They need that conflict. It's good revenue. War's good money. We all know this. This was like first grade of fucking kindergarten class. You learned that like war was good for the economy. Oh, wow. Okay, but it's just much more than that. It's not just these, it's all these people. It's the Federal Reserve, right? That's the real problem, right? That's the real war. It's us versus the Federal Reserve and a few shisty people who control everything. Literally.
Yeah, they definitely want an endless war though, because I mean, look, they've been trying to fight the war on drugs for decades, the war on terror. Like they're fighting wars you just can't win, and it'll never end. And as far as like Russia going in and trying to hold on, to a piece of Ukraine or the whole thing or whatever, you know how hard it is to hold an area where the people don't want you in it. Look what we had to go through in Iraq. Like that shit is not easy. You're going to be at war forever. Russia would be at war forever. This goes like...
It goes against
I
what they...
I've spent a little bit of time in Iraq when I was younger. And I can tell you right now that when Saddam Hussein was in charge, yeah, the kind of extremists didn't like him very much, but he was a very popular leader with virtually everyone else. And yeah, he was made out to be like this terrorist and not terrorist, like this authoritarian dictator guy, which I guess in a way he was. But he kept that place in control. And I think that the problem is that, say you've got I've lost exactly where I was going with this point. Sorry, give me a sec. Let me think about what my point was.
Yeah, it's different if you got just a ruler that you don't like. Like, no, a lot of people don't like Biden, right? But we ain't gonna do nothing. That's our people. If some Chinese guy was to come over with his army and try to be our leader, like that ain't gonna go down well. I'm just saying, like, you can't hold an area where the people don't want you in it, especially if you don't. Especially if you you have any kind of morals and you don't just go around just killing people willy nilly. Like, it's super hard to hold an area down where the people don't want you in it.
Yeah, I'm gonna paint a slightly different picture, but I'm gonna wait for Crypto to recall his point.
Yeah, sorry, I remembered my point. I'm just in traffic at the moment.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, man. I'm gonna share something in a second.
Cool. Yeah. So basically, there's one huge difference between Iraq and the Russia-Ukraine thing, and that's that in Ukraine there is an enormous population of ethnic Russians who have sympathies for Russia, and that's something that Rumpus didn't
That's
really
true.
appreciate.
I forgot about that.
I don't know what the proportion is, but it's something like a third of them are actually Russians ethnically. And sure, they're going to have diverse opinions and all the rest, but there is that kind of pull towards being more loyal to Russia than Ukraine for those ethnic Russians. So, and that's an enormous dynamic difference between the Russia-Ukraine thing and the Iraq-US thing, where the only Americans in Iraq were expats who were working for the Iraqi government. And I know that because my dad was one of them. Right, so
Your dad was American, you said?
No. My dad isn't American, but we were there, and virtually all of the expats were American.
Oh, I see. Was there more?
Sorry, say again.
Was there more? I didn't want to.
Oh no, I was just basically saying that that's the difference, is that there's an enormous amount of sympathy towards Russia in Ukraine from ethnic Russians,
Right.
and that's the big difference.
It's not a hate sort of thing. Actually, that's kind of, I wanted to paint a different picture too, because I feel like there's a lot of generalities being thrown around that I don't necessarily disagree with about the banks and about perpetual wars, but these are very general rules you guys are making. When in some cases they're not as black and white as you are saying, because in this case the Federal Reserve is not really profiting from a perpetual war between these two, especially if we're not giving them if we're giving them what we've given them, $1 billion, and that's it, then it's just a drop in a bucket. It's not like they would cause all this just to get that. But regardless of that fact, in this case also, I think that the perpetual war outcome actually would favor, and I think is probably in the motivation of Putin in Russia, because what I feel like is happening is, since the Cold War, Russia has been, had a lot of pressure on them, from the West being kind of the victors of the Cold War, not having to disband, and we're kind of been slowly taking out the allies of Russia, kind of making them less powerful. At which point we're encroaching on them with NATO slowly and secretly, and kind of with these sneaky tactics. And it's obvious we have friends in the Ukrainian administration, and it's clear that they're almost like kind of like, I wouldn't say puppets, but they're very much in our favor, and this outcome is not advantageous for Russia or Putin. And I'm pretty sure he feels like if this were allowed to continue the way it was with us and the West and the Ukraine, it wasn't going to get better. It was only going to get they were only going to have more and more pressure put on them from Ukraine, and I think that he saw it as his only last ditch effort to immobilize or completely immobilize Ukraine, such that if there is a conflict with them right now, at the very least they would be weakened enough to where if even if their administration were allowed to stay there, they wouldn't be able to attack them at any point in the future with anything meaningful at all. To kind of just render them like a useless ally of NATO if they ever became one. And
Sure.
Yeah, I mean,
it seems clear that's and so I don't think it's in our interest to persist this effort against Russia. I think it's in Russia's motivation.
Well, real quick,
well,
I'd
I
just
mean,
like to
it's
say,
Sorry, go on.
I just wanted to caveat that real quick by saying, but with your first point, Kosho, about the Federal Reserve, I didn't make the claim that the Federal Reserve is directly profiting from this Ukraine war. No, my point to why I mentioned the Federal Reserve is just because that should be the true war going. That is the true war that should be talked about. That's the war. I didn't make the connection between the Federal Reserve making, although they probably indirectly are in some ways. But
Well,
yeah.
I mean, aren't the board of directors for the Federal Reserve kept secret, and so we actually don't know who they are, and then so therefore they could actually be having investments in all these large tech and engineering firms anyway, which they probably are because rich people all have diverse portfolios. If anyone knows any rich people, you know that that's true. They'll have like 2% of their wealth over here and 1% of their wealth over there and 5% over here, and it'll all be moved around by a money manager who will know what the best investments are. And of course, they'll know who the best investments are if they're friends with, say, Lockheed Martin and Lockheed Martin CEO, and Lockheed Martin CEO is aware that there's going to be a war in the Ukraine, right? So it's a lot more. Sorry.
So they basically own Lockheed Martin, but yeah.
But that's my okay, fine. But you see what my point is it's not as simple as say I have company X, but I might know the CEO of company Y, and I might be dating the CEO of company Z, and suddenly I have all this wealth of information I can pull from, and so you can't necessarily see a paper trail for why I would have an interest in company Z, but I am dating that person, and so I now have that information and I know what I can do to make more money, right? So it's a little bit more sparsely, loosely connected, and I think people give it credit for. Like these rich people, they know what's going to happen, they can influence decisions, and you won't know about it.
Kosho, 1 second. I just want to comment on Google, right? Government, US government contracts, .com or something like that, right? You'll go to a government web page and you'll see all the contracts that get handed out day by day, and have a look at the names of the companies that are most prevalent and how much it's for, what the contract is, and all that, and look into that, and you'll be amazed actually how much what crypto's saying there about how you might sort of say, okay, so there could be something going on, just to back up your point, crypto, was if you just do that government contracts.us or whatever, check that out, man. It's fascinating.
I already made that as a given when I said that. I didn't say it explicitly, but I said what the amount was. But I was using it as a given that let's just say 100% of the aid that was given to Ukraine was given to them by people who borrowed money from the Federal Reserve to make purchases to give that aid to Ukraine. Say 100% of it. Okay, just to nip that in the butt. And the reason I'm doing this because it's about $1 billion, which is a little bit more than $1 billion. So it's not very much compared to the amount that we actually borrow from them every year. It's like a drop in the bucket. So let's say that is their motivation. Let's say that is why they're doing it. It seems like a lot of work to get a little bit of gain from their perspective. But regardless of that,
but it's not a lot of work, Kosho. They've got people to do it for them. You understand? It's not a lot of work.
I'm saying that a lot of work. No, they're not the ones going to war. I know that, but they're mobilizing these countries, and in order to, when you go to war, you may think that it's already been decided in this kind of thing, but actually, what ends up happening when there's chaos, even if it's been planned out by the leaders, ultimately, there's still going to be unpredictable things that are going to occur, and this unpredictability is not advantageous for people who have, and only half the side would have money on the line because Russia's not getting their supplies and money from the Federal Reserve. So, but that's besides the point. And then they do own they basically own Lockheed Martin anyway, so they're going to give them giant contracts.
Damn, expert in global finance too, huh, Coach?
Dude, you know who owns Lockheed Martin? A huge vested interest in Lockheed Martin, the Bush family.
Well, no, what we do in the Federal Reserve does was, I think we didn't guarantee their loans, but they were one of the companies that got pushed far into debt, that they got bailed out by the Federal Reserve, and the only reason they got bailed out was to get assurances from our government that they would pay those loans. So they're basically guaranteed, and they're also like I think Crypto said, like on the board is someone who's very close with. They always when they do those giant bailout loans, they always put somebody from the Federal Reserve into that fucking company to make sure that they're managed it correctly.
Which board you on, Wachovia? What board do you sit on? Like, how do you know all this?
I wanted to make a couple of other points without getting too combative.
I don't want to be combative. I just don't want to listen to BS. I mean, I would like to know how he knows all this is fact, since he's spouting it off like he's teaching us something.
I read it on the back of a cereal box.
Cool. So another thing I would like to mention in a more meta sense with regards to, I think, is Citizen still here? With regards to his point about the banksters always winning, it's not so much about a specific war that actually matters. It's about the expansion of the money supply generally always benefits rich people because most of that money finds its way into assets in the long term. So if you have a war, cool, you got to spend money on arms, you got to spend money on tanks, you got to spend money on guns, you got to spend money on wages, all the rest, and then you've got to build the place up again, right? So that is trillions and trillions and trillions per war when you add all of that up, which leads to an expansion of the money supply and an enormous increase in the velocity of money as well. Two very key linked but separate things, which generally speaking find their way into assets, which enables rich people to have more control over the poorer people because it leads to a disproportionate balance of wealth. So it's all about control. This money thing actually isn't about value anymore because they've got plenty of, like, the rich people who print the money, literally print the money, or are like the beneficiaries of that printed money, don't need money. But what they do need is control over people, and the way they get that is by making sure that you need money and that you don't have enough money. That's how they control you. Yeah. And the way that they do this is by expanding the money supply all the time. And war is one of the best ways of doing it.
It's extremely
I would agree.
That 110%, that was like more of an in-depth sort of parsing out of what I said. Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly how they do it. And it is more asset controlled. They 110%. That's well.
I agree.
Rocky, you're roboting. I don't want.
Yeah, that's. Oh, I'll just.
Let me just say.
Oh, go ahead, Jeremy. Go.
Let's let Rocky go. I think he just joined back. Try it again, Rocky.
Yeah, is that better?
Yeah, you sound good now.
I'll make it quick. I think what he said was pretty correct. They don't need the money, but they do need control of the money, which is the asset part of it, like the other gentleman said. But we just have to be careful saying we know something and
still roboting, Rocky. The thing that I see, I don't agree with that when people say they don't need the money anymore and they got enough money. I think they still want the money because the more money is just more control. The more companies they can buy into, the more.
Jeremy, that's exactly what Crypto's saying. That's what he said. They don't need the money, but they need it.
No,
for
but
control.
I think they do need the money. I think they do need the money. So
Yes, they need the money for more control. That's
Yeah,
exactly what
yeah.
crypto
Well,
is saying.
he
All
said they
right.
didn't need the money. I think you might have misspoke a little bit. They definitely want control of the money, and they want all the money they can get, so they will have more control. More assets they have, the more control they can have over you. But anyway, it was just a little miswording or whatever.
Not only that,
No,
well,
and I'll explain why. So when someone says that they need money, right, generally speaking, what they mean is that they need money in order for an emergency purchase or an immediate purchase, such as food or rent or bills, right? So when someone says they need money, that's really what they're talking about. If you say that you want money because you want to control someone, that's an entirely different motivation. So I
get it.
stand by my wording.
Yeah, fair enough.
no
Fair
doubt.
enough.
As far as the whole money thing goes, though, like they need money to constantly be moving, right? They need more money moving. They need every time someone does a job or something, they need the money moving. So the more things you can do to keep the money moving, the better, because the more money that moves, the better it is for the economy.
Yep. And also, there's another knock-on effect that you guys may or may not appreciate, and this is why savings are always being eroded, and things like housing is always a good investment for us, right? This is what people don't really understand. When there's an expansion of the money supply, then inflation is going to happen sooner or later. So people in England, they're like, oh, why is there 7% inflation this year? No one can work it out. As if we didn't just invent 300 billion or whatever for the COVID thing, right? So obviously inflation is going to happen because now there's more money to buy less stuff or more money to buy the same stuff. So then what happens to the current dollar, the current pound? Well, of course, each pound is worth less, which is why a property goes up in value and savings go down in value. But what does that mean for the individual person? Well, if you have savings, they are worth less, right? Not worthless, but worth less. And so you're better off having assets. But that's the whole point, is to make assets more valuable than cash because they have assets and you don't. That's the whole point.
Yeah, I think they're actually these people are probably the people that stockpile assets like real estate, gold, all kinds of valuable shit, diamond, any kind of assets you can get. They just stockpile. But yeah, that was a good point. Like they don't need the money, but they definitely want more money. Like they want more money. They always want more money.
You really think that they stockpile?
Yes.
Definitely, I would think so.
100%.
Because these people are smart, right? They know that the assets are going to be worth. Inflation's going to happen. Assets are going to be worth more. Their money will be worth less. So they don't want to just have. Like if you have $1 trillion, you wouldn't want $1 trillion sitting in the bank just now with the inflation that just happened. What you want is $1 trillion worth of gold in your basement or whatever.
Gold, but real estate and
they invested.
Yeah, real estate, whatever.
That's what he was saying. They invested in real estate, gold, silver, other commodities that is going to be, worth different amounts at different times, but always have a value, always have worth. Cash, on the other hand, is more volatile.
Somebody will become worthless if they kill us all. Some of the people say.
Well, I agree with you. That, like I said, that general strategy is usually a decent one. It works out most of the time. I don't think this is one of those cases though, because it doesn't fit the bill, and there's much easier ways for the Federal Reserve to get $1 billion. Let's say everybody borrowed money to give these arms to Ukraine. They would have just done all this just for $1 billion, and they can get that much easier just from the banks borrowing money from them. And what's actually happened this past couple months is the stock market has lost a lot of money. So whatever value was, whatever they gained, they would have lost more money in the stock market than they would have gained just from people borrowing money to do this. Which, like I said, I don't think that they all borrowed money to do this.
Sorry, Coach, where does this $1 billion figure come from? Because last I checked, the Ukraine war was costing trillions.
Well, no, I'm talking about the people. I'm talking about specifically the people who are giving aid to Ukraine.
They gave $1 billion, but isn't the Federal Reserve just a bank that does the dealings, the loan, covers all the loans of the other banks?
Well, they lend money to the banks.
Right. But they're not federally run, right?
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, they're not federally run.
They're
They
privately owned.
just call it the Federal Reserve. It's a world bank.
I mean, they lend money to banks in the U.S. and foreign banks. They have foreign investors, but
right.
And when it comes
but that's what I'm
and when
saying.
it comes
in
time
this
to
project,
rebuild the, go ahead, Kosha.
I'm saying in this project alone, though, this is not a giant money grab. If this was their big plan,
what are you talking about?
It doesn't make much sense. They're not making money. They're not making more than $1 billion from doing this.
They're making huge amounts of money.
Russia's
It's
gaining.
not. Yeah, dude, we just discussed this. It's not about the money. Yeah, it's not. There's a billion other ways they could do to get the money. It's about the whole process of what war entails, dude. It's the loss of lives. It's the loss of infrastructure. It's the securing of markets. It's the securing of trade routes. It's restructuring global fucking everything. It's like an entire power block restructuring, dude. Like, they need the war not just for the money. It's the control of all of the assets, control of the money, control of the people, the everything. It's not just a fucking money grab, dude.
That's my point,
it's taken over the rare earth minerals in the area, all the resources of the area too, and installing fear into the public in that community and surrounding countries. I mean, it's the same old thing, same old story.
Yeah, but none of those things happen. It's only this that all this the perpetuation of this conflict only benefits the side that is not getting funds from the Federal Reserve or giving money to the Federal Reserve, or any of the resources are going to the Federal Reserve.
Okay, let me ask
this conflict only benefits Russia. It's not like Ukraine is gaining resources from Russia.
You don't think an American company is going to benefit from this war, or is it benefiting right now from this war?
Yeah,
I hope that's not what you're saying.
Resources and stuff would only go from Ukraine to Russia because Russia is invading Ukraine. There's nobody who's gaining resources from. There's nobody gaining resources on the West from Russia gaining Ukraine or Russia invading Ukraine.
Not the only way someone benefits from a war. And if you think American companies aren't benefiting right now or are not going to benefit in the reconstruction of Ukraine, then you're misled.
Well, can I just demonstrate that instead of just saying it? So, who is currently donating 40 billion in arms to the Ukraine?
The U.S. tax people. A lot of it.
Specifically, which company? So is it the U.S. government or is it a company that's?
It's multiple people.
If it's a government, it's a company, because who do you think the governments go to get the stuff? It's always going to be a company. You know what I mean?
That's my point. So if the US government is donating, say, 40 billion in arms, tanks, whatever, I'm just taking Rumpus's word for it, because I don't know that that's true. This is what he said. If that's the case, right, then who manufactured all of that kit?
Russia.
No,
it's
different
all Russian arms.
No, that's not true.
What?
That is not true at all. And different technologies come from different countries. Russia might use a Chinese instrument.
They're selling Fu-25s and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're sending all kinds of equipment there.
Artillery pieces have been Russian. I'm sure they send the complex systems are all Russian.
You're telling me that Russians built arms to sell to America to give to Ukraine?
I don't know who they sold them to.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, it's not just. I mean, the arms are coming from all over, and the instruments that make up the arms, the steel and the electronics and all that make up all these systems, come from multiple countries. Many people benefit from this.
Okay, so my question wasn't the countries; it was the companies, because we're talking about companies, right? So, I think I would like to do some research on this to figure this out. But my let's just say my suspicions are that it will be companies like Lockheed Martin, not necessarily them, but a number of these companies who are donating, quote unquote. But how do we know it's worth 40 billion? Probably because the US government had to pay for it, right? And at that point, it then finds its way into the money supply in the US. So at that point, when Kosho is talking about 1 billion, that's misleading, because on its face, we've got 40 billion coming in just from arms. And then we're talking about the wages of multiple servicemen. We're talking about the infrastructure that's going to need to be rebuilt. We're talking about loads of like multiple billions on top of that as well. So 1 billion isn't the point.
Well, I mean, you said 40 billion. I think it's 4 billion is more correct, unless there's some other large
It
amount.
doesn't matter when it's time to rebuild. When it's time to rebuild the Ukraine, all right, this shit's going to be zillions of dollars.
Yeah, and they'll go in there and they'll build it, and the government of Ukraine or the country will have to pay back. And what they'll do is they'll trade out natural resources or blah blah blah, or pay over time. But the U.S. tax dollar usually pays for these companies, these contracts to go in there and rebuild it, and then the U.S. government or the Federal Reserve will get that money back, paid back towards the interest debt that we owe.
And so you guys,
happened over and over.
You guys are speaking in this general way as if there's not details to this that maybe render that conclusion kind of backwards. Especially the fact that in this case, there's a strategy already from both sides. We've put people in place in Ukraine so that we had influence in their government, such that Russia had less influence in Russia. I mean, in Ukraine, I'm sorry. So that Putin had less influence in Ukraine. We have obvious influence in Ukraine, which we've managed to put there, and we obviously want there. So we don't want to destroy Ukraine just to make the Federal Reserve, $5-10 billion. That would put
I told you, look up the meaning.
Hold on, let him finish, guys. He's probably almost done.
Yeah, that would put a damper on the entire strategy that is already being put in place, which is obviously going somewhere else. It's not going towards the destruction of Ukraine.
Yeah, let's let Coach repeat what he said. Yeah, let's let him repeat. Have you not been here for the last 20 minutes? I mean, if you hadn't, you can repeat it.
We've literally, sorry, Rakia, I've only got 2 minutes, so I just want to we've already addressed all of the things that Kosho just said. I did give a detailed 2 separate ways. I just feel like he hasn't fully appreciated what I've said. First of all, the expansion of the money supply via a 40 billion arms, let's just say, investment is a response to, say, Russian aggression, right? Whatever. It's got nothing to do with the US wanting Ukraine destroyed, which is what Kosho just said, right? That isn't what I said at all. Nothing to do with what I said. I was talking about the amount of money that this war will cost and how that will expand the money supply. So donating 40 billion in arms is a way of doing that, because guess what? Those arms will need to be replaced and remanufactured because they're going to be used. Who's going to do that? Well, the same companies that made them in the first place. So that's going to be another expansion of the money supply on top of all the other stuff that I've said. So I don't really think he's appreciating what's being said. Anyway,
I wasn't countering what you said then. I think we're in agreement. When you said a second ago that you don't think that this was this was planned or pre-planned by the Federal Reserve as a way to make money. That's basically what I'm expressing. You're right that after the fact, people can make money. People obviously are going to try to make money from a conflict that's going on. I'm talking about the motivations of why this is occurring and the why this pre-planning thing for financial gain is kind of nonsensical from the standpoint of the Federal Reserve. Being the mastermind behind this, or the bankers being the mastermind behind this.
No, see, this is where you're wrong, but this is where the disconnect.
When Russia is the one who benefits from this being perpetuated.
Dude, both sides benefit. You want to have to understand this, okay? Because this is the thing. It's Russia and Ukraine. Okay, China's involved in this, right? United States, and it's a multipolar, sided war, a proxy war that's going on right now. Okay, the Federal Reserve involved. So are banks in China's involved. Banks in Russia are involved. Banks all over the place are involved, dude. This is not just the Federal Reserve. Okay. Okay, there's many banks all over the world that are going to profit off of this. Okay, guaranteed, 110%.
Sure, and
it still doesn't make a difference on the motivation of why this is happening in the first place. I mean, it's obviously banks are making profit after the fact. My point is that strategy is not beneficial to anybody who's back in the West or back in Ukraine, anybody who put powers in Ukraine, and anybody who wants to put pressure on Russia. This doesn't
Yeah,
benefit any of that
Kusho,
part of
You're
this.
looking at the small
yeah,
picture,
you're
dude.
just repeating yourself over and over again,
They
Kusho.
can only make banks make money from it or whatever, but they're not interested in this happening.
Okay, we
Right?
heard you. Can somebody else get in a word? Do you think, Kosho? Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. So I've been listening to you guys for a while now. So you guys are talking about the small. Some people were in on the big picture, right? When one guy was explaining how it works and how the war and all that, but I'll be brief. We have the controllers, right? The guys that run the show. Okay, now these dudes, they have the Federal Reserve. What they do is literally they have a fucking printer, excuse my language, and they print money. They take that money and they lend it to you, to the American government, for profit. Okay? These are the bad guys. These are the guys that control everything. All the banks, everything, these are the dudes. Now, what you have under them is the military-industrial complex, right? If you make bombs, tanks, and planes, right? What do you want? You want war. So this is what goes on. They make war, and it's a system that feeds each other. And then you have the fiat system. That is kept in place by the military machine, right? So it's all these guys are profiting. They're all working together.
Why don't they just go for all-out war? I mean, if this is so profitable, why not just go for World War III?
Because they don't want to destroy everything. They just want to keep enough wars going. Sorry?
Why not? You get more money.
Well, you don't want to destroy everything. If you're a farmer, you don't want to kill all the cows. You want to cull them. You want to control them. You want to breed as much as you need. If you need more meat, you get more cows. Think of it like that.
Well,
That's all it is. It's not difficult.
Part of the conflict. This isn't even a fleet for it. Things it could get without causing an appreciable decrease in population. If you kill 100 million,
everything you say after that is just meaningless. Everything you say after that is just meaningless. They just want people like you to argue about while they control you. It's as simple as that, man. It's the money printers and the military-industrial complex. That's it. Simple.
Yeah, the response to Kosho talking about earlier, like the whole notion of why the war was started and the whole money grab thing. Look, it's more, like I said before, it's obviously more than just a money grab. Okay, war is a very diverse, multifaceted subject, right? And this is just, I think you're failing to see the greater picture here about do you know of anything about the Belt and Road Initiative in China? Because that's literally what this war is all about. The whole NATO thing is to complete nonsense, complete garbage. Okay, this all has to do with the Belt and Road Initiative, which is China's initiative to literally restructure the fucking entire global fucking trade war. Okay, in their favor, placing it around Israel. Okay, it's like it's called an ancient bunted leaf clover map that's placing Israel at the center of a global trade route that's leaving America out. Okay, and this is a long, ongoing, multi-decade long process that's unfolding. This specific Ukraine war is just a smidgen of everything that's happening in a greater unfolding agenda to restructure global trade routes. Okay, money grabs, more control, more destruction of infrastructure, human surplus, everything. War is the greatest thing at destroying human innovation, human surplus, human food, everything. It's a total overhaul of the entire network of the power blocks of the world. So it's more than just a money grab. Yeah,
I'm glad you brought that up, man, because I think now it's easy to lay out what. Because I understand the general points, the generalizations you guys are making about general conflicts and this and that, and this very specific conflict, right? Where, as you stated, China has a way to benefit from building the roadway, that would leave U.S. out, and you look at the lenders of Ukraine, and I'm pretty sure whether it's the IMF or what's the other one, the World Bank or whoever. It's not the same banks that the BRICS nations like Russia and China are part of. So the lenders are not going to benefit from. I mean, the ones who are lending money to Ukraine or anywhere that Ukraine is getting his money from is not going to benefit from China's motivations, right? So the ultimate motivation of this conflict is not like it's correct that these banks could profit from doing this, but it's not their ultimate interest. They're not interested in Russia and then China, being victorious and laying claim
Banks don't
to
make the decisions,
land
Coach.
at all.
You're not listening.
It doesn't
The
make
banks don't
logical
make the
sense. It doesn't
decisions.
make logical sense to what was just laid out about China.
The banks take orders, bro. You're not listening.
Yeah, I'm
You're
trying to
not listening. You're looking at the small. You're looking at the pawns. I was just talking to you about the queens, the knights, the kings, the bishops. You're looking at the pawns right now.
Coach, I'm not sure where our disconnect is. At this point, I think we're agreeing. I don't know like where the disconnect is.
You might be right, man. You might be right that perhaps, but I guess my only point is that the sides that would be lending money to Ukraine and Ukraine themselves, I don't think it's in their strategy to be having this conflict with Russia. I think in Russia's,
Still not getting it, bro.
only Russia benefits from this being perpetuated because then they weaken Ukraine's position and then possibly make them less relevant and bolster their own. And then, as you said, with China, they can have a way in. I think it's in the people who are backing Ukraine currently's best interest to end this conflict and maintain their status quo and their position in Ukraine currently.
No, you don't. You know what a proxy war is. And by the way, before you answer that, I got to clear up one thing. The banks, they lend money to both sides. Let's just get that clear.
Yeah, that's why I'm not sure what you're thinking about. You've even just admitted a second ago, Coach Joe, that the banks will stand to make a ton of money on this. That is one of the points of this. It is one of the biggest points of this because they rebuild both sides. This is the thing. Both sides are funded, both sides are reimbursed, both sides have to pay, and that's why the banks ultimately win. Okay, on both sides, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Ukraine's going to get destroyed due to it. Whoever it is that comes in there and sells the contracts to rebuild it and have those contracts repaid with interest. Okay, so there's going to be billions of trillions of dollars made on this. Okay, and that's one of the things. That happened in the war. Yeah, a bunch of money is like displaced or like made. Inflation goes up, right? People get fucked. Okay, resources get destroyed, infrastructure gets destroyed. Dude, war is the biggest waste of resources ever on both sides. It's a laughing joke, and here you are playing a geopolitical thing. Like there's some like Putin's trying to do some big brain move, and it's all like natural and organic. No, this is all orchestrated. This is all tidy. All the world leaders are into it together. Nothing you've said will convince me otherwise. Nothing you could ever say could convince me otherwise. It's clear as day to see. Okay, it's fucking clear as day.
Right. All right. Well, as you just said with the banks, there's obviously two interests here. There's two completely different economic interests, and there's not funding coming from one side to both parties. There's obviously funding coming from
there is.
one part.
Yes, there is.
Point that out to me then.
What do you mean point that out?
The same banks that are the same banks that China's borrowing from, the same banks that are lending to Ukraine?
Listen, bro.
Are they completely different?
Listen to me, bro. Check every war that ever existed and look at the bankers, right? Look at World War I, World War II.
A general
they lend money to both sides, bro. They don't care who wins the war. They're going to win in the long run.
I've already addressed it. The general strategy is indeed present a lot of times, sure. I'm talking about this very specific conflict in which I'm asking about the lenders on both sides and if they're, maybe they're secretly in bed together. Right, the people who Chinese are borrowing from, and the people who are supporting Russia or aiding in Russia, and then the banks that are obviously lending to Ukraine and the people aiding them. These aren't the same entities at all.
There's many interests.
I think it is.
There's many interests. Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, go ahead. My bad, bro. You're in the middle of it.
I was just gonna say there's many interests at play here. I told you about the military-industrial complex, right? Then we have the oil pipeline. You have to look into this. Then we have, first of all, Ukraine, right? The Russian people, the Russian religion started there, the Orthodox. It's part of their soul. It's part of their national heritage. Now, the West knew this. Now, this was done on purpose, bro. This is a play to weaken Russia. Now, they were building their gas pipelines into Europe, right? Now, the States is competing with their natural gas. So that's part of it. It's all, you got to look into this behind the scene, what's going on, bro. It's not about good guy, bad guy. It's all about politics, money, oil, all this shit, bro. Power. It's not what you think at all.
I'm only talking about the money and the power. I'm not talking about good guy, bad guy. I'm talking about actual strategies, not made up or general strategies from the past. I'm talking about strategies that are based on the same strategies they've been having for the past 20, 30, 50, 80, 100 years, since before the First World War, right? The same progression of conflicts leading to this point, and what their strategies they've persisted this entire time, right? And it's been persisted. It's clear that even though there may be people behind the world stage, behind the banks, behind the governments, but it's also clear that it's not a single entity that is just manipulating the whole thing. There's interests that are on opposite sides of this, and those interests have strategies because they don't want to be the losers. They want to be the winners. And it doesn't have to be the Russian government or the U.S. government. It's these
agreed, agreed,
people behind the scenes in Russia.
Okay, don't just talk for 3 hours, bro. Agreed. Let me get in here, man. I agree to what you're saying. Now, there's two options here, right? There's either they're working together behind the scenes. That's option one. Or there really is a conflict of interest between the United States, China, and Russia. So these are the two scenarios here, right? Which do you subscribe to?
Well, as I said, there's people behind the scenes, but it's very clear that even behind the scenes, there's more than one interest, and they're opposing to each other. And the people backing Russia and backing China's interest is not the same as the people in the West and the financial interest and the entire umbrella. In the West, in Europe, in the States, these are two different interests with different motivations, and so there's an outcome in which one side is victorious, and there's an outcome where the other is victorious. And I think if Ukraine was destroyed and China, have its way with this belt, that would obviously be a loss for the interests in the West. Both the banks.
Can I give you a third option? Can I give you a third option? Would both parties agree to screw the third? Excuse my language. To play over the third party. How about if the West and Russia made a deal where Russia gets Crimea, Moldova, and all those, the eastern part that they want because they have a warm water port. That's their only warm water port for their Navy. There's no way in hell they're going to give that up. Forget about that. It's never going to happen, the Crimea, right? There's no power on earth that's ever going to take that away from them.
Well, I think Kosho respond to what. Oh, go ahead, sir.
No, that I was just saying that's like, is it a possibility that they made a deal that they'll take half of that and the West will control the eastern part of the Ukraine? Is that a third option?
I mean, doesn't seem likely. It seems like that would make everything that's happening, pointless.
Because the way I see it, that's where it's heading. It looks like they're going to annex the whole east of Ukraine, part of Crimea that they had, plus all the other two regions there. The whole eastern.
Part of what I got from what you said, Kosho, was like,
Yeah, you're just saying that, like, yeah, there's different vested interests, right? They're like separate, right? You have the Russian China bank and you have the West Bank. There's like other invested interests, right? They're like separate things. Right? Yeah, that appears that, and all you're saying is like, yeah, look, there's separate interests. But what we're saying is like, yeah, that's just a part of the game. That's the way the game was made to look, to appear, that there's just all this conflict going on between the East and the West, or the whatever and the whoever, and that's literally just the game of Monopoly. That's the structure they gave us, and it's part of the game, and it looks and it checks out. It's like, yeah, there's the East power block over there attacking the West power block, but it's just a game. Like, again, like below, like wake up. It's all a facade. It's all a facade. You're saying it means something. We're just saying it doesn't really mean it.
Right. But you see that as I stated, that there's certainly an outcome where, let's just call them Party A is victorious and Party B is at a great loss, and their strategy is they had to restructure their strategy. And there's also an outcome where the opposite occurs, and it's clear that whether you're on Party A or Party B, you don't want to be that person who loses value, who loses position in the strategy that they're in, and all this other stuff, because there's in that scenario when these banks are completely separate, there isn't an actual there's not a path to gaining anything at that point. The other side is gaining something. So I'm just missing the part where, even though one side's winning and one side's losing, there's still some overall win, because they're on the same side. When clearly they're separate entities, they're separate banks, they're separate financial sources, all that stuff.
Kosho, you've been fed the illusion of there's a choice, there's a difference. That's all you're saying. That's all you're saying. Everything that you're saying right now just literally can be just decided down to, yeah, it's the illusion that there are those things. Yes, that illusion is there. I agree with you, Kosho. Yeah, that illusion is there. The illusion of separatism and the two distinct factions is there. But again, it just doesn't fucking matter. You're missing the entire point. It's about control.
He's arguing just to argue at this point, I think.
It's about control. Both, I'm just going to say this, and this is just objectively true. The people, the common people, you and I, everyday Joe, will always lose in the war, no matter what side it's on. The people lose, and the banksters win. Go ahead and argue that. Do you have a point against them? Because you don't.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to address what I stated. That's fine, but I'm still looking for that connection between the profits that the, let's say, IMF and World Bank or the European Union central banks, the profits that they would get or lose out on, versus the lenders, the people that the Chinese and Russians are borrowing from, and how these two entities, the European Union and IMF and World Bank, if they lose money or if they gain, how are they gaining from the other side? Gaining money or being victorious. How is that connected? You're just saying that I'm missing out how that's how they win no matter what. I'm asking you, how is that the case when they're two separate, completely different entities?
You can't see the big picture, bro. That's your problem.
That's why I'm asking you to show it to me, how these two entities are connected in that way.
I showed it to you, bro. It's all connected. It's called the fiat money system, right? Look at all the wars your government has fought against. Check out the countries. They were either trying to get out of the money system, or they were out of the money system. It's all about control, bro. Don't look at the small picture. Look at the countries that the states is at war with, okay? NATO, right? Basically the states. Look, what money system do they have? Just have a look.
So I've addressed that issue. I've already agreed with you that strategy, the general strategy, is common in the past and present. You're not addressing what I'm saying, that's fine. I'm telling you, and that's not small pictures. These are the biggest banks in the world, the biggest lenders you can borrow money from. Two totally separate interests. They're not, secretly cousins or secretly brothers. And if they are, you can tell me. You can just say, oh, actually, they're secretly cousins.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
I know, so show that to me. Show me how the people who are lending China money and the people that are lending money to Ukraine are secretly in bed together.
There's people behind the scenes that have all the money. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's been like that throughout history. This is what you're not trying to get intentionally. You're not understanding that. There's an entity in the States that literally prints money in the basement of some building and then lends it to your government. Which part do you not understand about that, bro?
Well, that doesn't happen. What they do is they lend money to the United States for treasury.
Where do they get the money from?
For T-notes. And what they do is they get the mint to print the money. Okay? So
Where does
the mint is actually owned by the government. So they lend it, they loan the money, to the government, and the government owes it to them.
Is Isa here? Because if he is, you're in for a world of hurt, bro.
Why does he work for? What is he? Why would he want for a world of hurt?
Because he knows this.
We know the
What
brain.
did I say? What did I just say that was incorrect?
You have no clue, bro.
Really? So you tell me that the Federal Reserve doesn't loan money to the federal government in exchange for government bonds, for treasury bonds?
Say it any way you want.
And they don't then allow
Listen to me, man. Listen to me.
Money?
Say whatever you want. Say it any way you want.
True?
Where do
That's
they
what you just said that you said you better hope Yusuf's not here.
Yeah, let me repeat it again. Maybe you didn't catch it the first time. There's a group of people that have a printer in the basement of their building. They take paper, they take ink, they print what you have in your pocket right now. They lend it to your government, and your government has to pay it back with interest. Which part of that did you not understand?
I just disagreed with that. I just told you how the money is issued.
Well, then you're in La La Land, bro.
The Federal Reserve in exchange for treasury bonds. Then the government then issues the mint, which is run by the government, to print the money. There's no printer in the basement of the Federal Reserve.
Right. If you believe that, then you're part of the con.
Capital that they already have.
Yeah, and where does this capital, that the money that they print, where does it come from? Where does that Federal Reserve get the money? What work do they do to get that money?
They have a board of investors, and then legally here you have to have a certain amount on reserves in order to even lend that money.
You really are that unintelligent, right? Seriously.
This is actually how it works.
Wow, man.
There's a reason why you didn't know how the money actually is issued, and I told you exactly how it was issued. It's because I've actually been doing this for fucking 15 years.
Brother, people like you are part of the problem.
I know about what they gain and lose, and
You
what
have
they own
no
and what they don't
clue.
own.
You have no idea, bro. People like you are part of the problem. They have convinced you of this fiat system, printing money out of thin air, which has no value. It's not bond to any gold, nothing. It's just literally what I told you. People print the money and lend it to your government, and they convinced you otherwise, bro. It's an amazing system, bro.
The government.
It's the biggest scam. The biggest scam ever made in history, bro.
To issue money. They're the ones who issue and print the money. The government does. The Federal Reserve doesn't do that.
Biggest scam ever invented, and they have people like you defending it. It doesn't get better than that, man.
I see.
I'm not going
to try to inform you about this, but I will challenge you to show me that the Federal Reserve prints money. Okay, and I'll give you $1,000 if you can show me that. Okay, $1,000 American dollars.
Hold on.
The Federal Reserve doesn't print money,
from where do they get the money then?
They have a board of investors.
Yeah, but from where? Does it come from out of thin air? Who prints the money?
When the Federal Reserve was created, it was created by member banks. There's member banks.
Who
there's
prints
a board
the
of
money?
investors that have value. The money doesn't just come out of thin air.
Yes, it does. It comes out of thin air. That's the part you don't get, bro.
They loan money based on the reserve currency of their investors, dude. This is how the Federal Reserve works. This is how banking in America works. The money doesn't come out of thin air. The reason why people say it comes out of thin air is because once you're allowed to loan out more money than you actually have in reserves. You can loan out money that you don't actually have in reserves. So when they loan money to the U.S. government, they're actually loaning money that they may not have in their vaults to issue. And it's not them that is issuing. They're not issuing anything. The Federal Reserve, the federal government issues the money. They're the one who prints it.
Okay, can you stop talking for a second? You know that every bank, right? They get issued, let's say 100,000. They can lend up to 10 times the amount of that out of thin air, bro. You have no clue of what you
Banks don't
talk
get
about,
issued
man.
money.
It's just a number
What
they
does that mean
punch
when you say
into
a bank
your
gets issued
account, bro.
$100,000? What does that mean to you? A bank gets issued $100,000. Banks don't get
Yeah,
issued anything. They
if
borrow
the
money.
Federal Reserve gives them $1 million, right? Now this is the amount they have to work with, right? Well, they can lend up to $10 million.
This
Do you
isn't
understand that, man? And
This
even that
isn't true.
million
This is a
came
misconception.
out of thin air, man. It's the pyramid
That's a
system.
misconception, dude.
It's called fiat
That's
currency,
a
man.
misconception about reserve currencies. They're not allowed to lend more money than they have on the books at all. They're allowed to lend out money that they don't have in the vaults. They don't have they can lend out money. They can lend out the money, not have it, and they can lend out
Exactly what I just said.
10 times. Yeah, no, you're saying that they can lend out more money than they have. If they have, if they only have $1 million, they can't lend out more than $1 million.
No, they can. That's the whole
No, they
thing.
can't. They can't.
All
They
right,
cannot
man.
do that. They can only. They don't. That just means they don't have to have the money in their reserve, so they can lend it out up to
Dude,
10
in
times.
your off time, when you're quiet at night tonight, research the fiat money system. You got a lot to learn, bro. A hell of a lot.
What you've just expressed is a common misconception of how it works. I've heard other people say that incorrectly as well. Right? That's not. That's not how it works.
Where does the money come from when they print that money? Where does it come from?
It comes from the money that was lent to them by the Federal Reserve, which came from the Treasury bonds that were given to the Federal Reserve in exchange for that money being issued. Once
Exactly.
that money is
Paper,
lent
right?
to them, they now have the
paper.
ability to go to the mint, which they own, and have them print out the money.
Exactly. You just said it. All paper.
Not the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve doesn't own the mint.
Oh my God. What was the value of that money? Like, can you show gold for it? What can you show for that money, man, that they just printed?
That money was traded for the bonds that they gave to the
Exactly. Promissory notes. No value. Paper. Get it through your thick skull.
That's what money is. That's the value. That's the value recipient comes from.
No,
they don't give them actual items. They give them promises to pay them back.
Negative. What money is that they convince you that you can work for a week, toil your sweat, and they'll give you, let's say, $1,000 of that paper. That's all it is. You've been conned. That paper dollar has no value. Zero. Nothing.
I haven't said anything different than that. It's just paper money. It's just value. It's just the idea of value. That's right.
Exactly. And there's people at the top that
and they've
print
given us
this
idea
money.
of value, and we use that value to print out real money. This real money is just based on this idea of value. I don't disagree with that.
So there we go. We're in agreement then. It's all a con, right?
Banking systems are a huge con, but a legal one. So, well, still, what's your point?
It's called
Finally, it took me half an hour.
Right?
No, it's not. You said something totally different a half an hour ago, SC. Okay, this is what I'm saying. My point is clear. Okay, that this doesn't benefit. This doesn't benefit certain parties. Okay,
Coach,
so to say that
that's been his point the entire time, bro.
To say that this conflict is in the interest of these banks, IMF,
you don't listen. That's the
World
problem.
Bank, and the Federal Reserve, things like that, that makes no sense whatsoever.
Cocho, last thing I'm going to tell you because you're thick today. Research fiat currency.
I just explained to you how it works.
Basically, there's a central bank, and they basically transfer digits over to other large banks or the treasury in exchange for buying up bonds, and that's how money's created.
Well,
and then
that's how currency.
And then with each bank, it goes to that new money goes through each bank, and those subsequent main banks will then loan out that money 9 times the dollar. I'm not sure. It might not even be 9. Sometimes it's like 19 or 20 times to the dollar.
It's at least 15 now. It used to be 9, but it's 15 times over they can loan on their reserve.
Thank you, guys. Finally.
Again, that's not. That's a common misconception of how it works. It doesn't work like that.
So basically, when the money is created,
it's fraudulently created, and then when it's expanded through the fractional reserve system, it's fraudulently expanded, basically. Yeah, where it's basically all promissory debt notes that the government will never pay.
Yes.
Yeah, but
yes.
the value didn't come from nowhere. The Federal Reserve has reserves as well, which is how they're able to lend money. The money that's issued, the money that's issued to the banks, whatever bank it goes to, the federal government can then use that money that was lent to them by the Federal Reserve.
The Federal Reserve does not have reserves, Coach.
They don't have reserves, and they're not federal.
Yeah, they do. No one said they were federal. Nobody said they were federal, and they indeed have reserves. They absolutely have reserves.
You to get this, they do not have anything there. There is no reserve.
Yes,
when they create the money,
there are reserves. That's where the value comes from.
From what?
What are you talking about? You think that they're just allowed to lend money out for no reason at all? They're allowed to buy bonds for free. That's not how it works.
Listen up. They lend out their money whenever Congress lets them. Nothing else stops them other than Congress. There's no reserve. It's just Congress. That's it.
Understand how the Federal Reserve was created, right? It was created by these big banking interests in Europe, the United States.
Yeah,
they came together. They came together with the reserve in order to lend to the government for a central bank. The money doesn't come from nowhere. It's an actual bank with actual value. That's crazy to think that there's no value from the Federal Reserve, and they're literally just announcing that they're going to lend money that they don't even have. That doesn't make sense. If that were the case, any 6 people could have came together and created a Federal Reserve, but it wasn't 6 people. It was
Try it. See what happens. Try it.
Yeah, Kosho.
You can't even get off the Federal Reserve. They'll bomb your country to smithereens and then charge you interest on rebuilding it.
Exactly.
Kosho, you're so out of whack, bro.
I guess if you want to say the reserve is violent action of the United States military, I guess they do have a reserve of that. But that's not really a reserve of money. That's just coercion.
No, they get, like, for in the case of the United States, we trade them treasury bonds, which are promissory notes. Which means we have to pay them money at a later time.
Kosho,
what's backing it.
Kosho, you're right. Wait, Kosho, you're right. But the thing is, those promissory notes are backed by nothing. That's the problem.
No, they're backed by the U.S. government. The U.S. government has to pay those back.
They're backed by.
So Kosho, they grab a piece of paper, the government, and says, "Lend me this money over this paper that I'm gonna sign." And do you think that has value?
Yeah, that's why people.
That's your problem right there, buddy.
Bonds today, they have value. When you give them back years later to the government gives you money for them.
You're not getting it. The Federal Reserve literally makes it up out of nowhere.
The Federal Reserve doesn't make the government bonds. The government gives that to the Federal Reserve.
All right.
Yeah, you're right about the bonds. You're right about the bonds, but you're wrong about the Federal Reserve notes. Those Federal Reserve promissory notes are created from nothing.
The bonds.
I don't know what a Federal Reserve promissory note is because I didn't say anything about whatever that is. The money that's issued to the lender and to the country when they borrow money from the Federal Reserve, then gives the Federal Reserve, gives the federal government the ability to print that money. That money's on the books. They can get the mint to print the money. Right. It doesn't come out of thin air. It comes from them borrowing from the Federal Reserve.
Kosho, you do realize that money did not exist before the Federal Reserve lent it to the United States government or other central banks. You do realize that, right?
It exists as the exchange for the promissory note. And the promissory note promissory note gets paid by what's in the Federal Reserve's reserves.
There's no investment fund. Oh my God, you're not getting it. I don't know what it is, but you're just not listening to what I'm saying or something. Because I keep explaining it to me, and you keep literally contradicting what I'm saying and saying something that's not true. So I don't understand where the fucking communication.
So you're convinced that the money comes out of thin air?
Yes, it does.
Right. You're convinced that this value that the world trades in, it comes out of thin air. Yeah, and it doesn't come from the banks. That's the biggest banks. what was the ones in the 1800s? The ones that came together and made the Federal Reserve from U.S. and from Europe that backed this reserve in order to create this bank to lend to the federal government. You're convinced that this money doesn't exist. There's no reserve.
Kosho, I have one question for you, Kosho. Have you actually read the Federal Reserve Act?
Yes, I've read the Federal Reserve Act. I've read not only the Federal Reserve Act, I've read into all of the engagements they've been in since then.
Yeah, he knows everything about everything, except he says stuff like this.
The Federal Reserve Act in 1913, signed by Woodrow Wilson, or after Christmas, same year that the income tax.
Kosho, what do you think you're going to find? A piece of paper that says, "Yeah, they're right. We're conning you." What do you expect to find in the paperwork?
No one's saying they're not conning. You guys are convinced that these banks that came together to be this investment board, to have this reserve bank that lends money to the government. You're convinced that they don't even have anything at all. That doesn't make it. What are you talking about? They're a bank. They have reserves. And you guys are also.
Let somebody get in. Go ahead, Rakia. Go ahead.
Are you under the figment of imagination that these banks are so smart and have it all figured out that they don't need bailing out? And what you're saying about the bonds, the promissory note, that's exactly what it is. It's like an IOU by the federal government. Now, because it is issued by the federal government of the United States, it has great value because the United States has assets and ways of getting loans to pay back those notes, promissory, if they need to. But it isn't backed up by anything physical like gold or anything else. Just a promise. Jesus.
It's a loan, exactly. They're
promissory.
They guarantee to pay them back.
Yeah,
now let me ask you a question: if the Federal Reserve is not giving them, any money, why don't they just not borrow money from the Federal Reserve and just go straight to the mint and print it out?
You do realize that they don't give. You do realize that the billions of dollars isn't $100 bills, right? It's just digital currency now.
Yeah,
you do realize that.
But the mint is still where it's issued. The mint is still where it's issued. It's in the books.
No, that is only money in circulation. You're under a full imagination, bro. That's money in circulation. The money that the banks transfer isn't cash. It's digital
but you're
currency.
convinced that at one point it didn't exist, and then now it exists.
The cash doesn't matter, bro. You are
all right, Rakia, can I respond to Kosho's actual statement instead of ranting about something random? Listen, Kosho, they did used to mint their money. The United States did used to do that. That was the greenback during the Civil War. They
still mint their money, man. That's what I'm telling you. They absolutely still mint, even if it's not printed. As Rakia saying, a lot of it is not printed. That's true. The money is still issued by the U.S. It's
to the
borrowed by the
public.
Federal Reserve.
Yeah, but that's currency in the population, not within the banking system. It's all digital when it comes to them.
No, of course, yeah. I'm not talking about the difference between digital and physical money. I'm not making a distinction between that because it doesn't matter. It's still issued by the U.S. government, not the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve.
It's not backed up by gold or oil or anything else.
Yeah, we know.
Or land. It's not. It's just a promissory note to pay it back by the U.S. government.
Yes, that's what fiat money is. That's right.
Basically, the Federal Reserve, regardless of what you speculate on if it has reserves or not, has only given out promissory notes and has never paid anything of actual value ever.
But they've loaned money to not only the federal government,
but they loaned promissory notes out. Yeah. That's not money.
No, they don't do the promissory note. The promissory notes are what are given in exchange.
What do you think the national debt is?
The money that we owe to all the creditors.
No, to the Federal Reserve for all the interest.
Not just to the Federal Reserve. We owe more money to China. We owe just about the same amount to China that we do to the Federal Reserve. Yeah, that's just one of the people we borrow from.
Yes, to their banks for interest.
That's do you think China is giving us fake money too?
Bro, they don't even give us money.
Yes, they do. We borrow money from them. We borrow money from them. We borrow money from the Federal Reserve. And a few other lenders. Those are lenders.
Kosho, by the fucking definition of money in Black's Law Dictionary, a Federal Reserve note is not money. That's it. That's all. Ends right there.
What's your point?
Debate's over.
Okay, so you're saying money's not money. That's fantastic.
No,
he's
I'm saying
the
Federal Reserve notes are not money.
Yeah, well, we use Federal Reserve notes for money. So that's what we
You
use for
just heard
money.
the
So
words
you're
come out
saying
of my
money
mouth.
is not
You
money.
straw man me fucking 3 seconds later. Listen
The
to what
piece
comes
of
out of my
crap.
mouth.
He's like trying to deceive on purpose for some
Okay, you're
reason.
saying Federal Reserve notes are
Yeah,
not
dude,
money.
that's
We use Federal
extremely
notes for
fucking
money.
dishonest if you're gonna straw man me 3 seconds after you heard exactly what I said.
Okay, you're saying Federal Reserve notes, the things we use as money, are not money. That's what you just said to me.
It's
Federal
currency.
Reserve notes, which is
It's
what we use for
currency,
money,
not
you're
money.
saying those are not money.
Buddy,
Yeah.
Kosho, go look up the definition
Okay,
for
that's
money
not.
in
I'm not
Black's
worried
Law
about the definition. I'm worried
Dictionary.
about what you're saying. You're saying that
Buddy,
Federal Reserve
go
notes
look
are
up
not
the
money.
definition in Black's Law Dictionary. It doesn't match up. It's a currency,
Right. You're
not
saying
money.
that Federal Reserve notes are not money. We
Yes.
use Federal Reserve notes for money, though. So what
No,
you're
we use it
saying
as
is the money that
currency.
we use as money is not money.
Do you know the definition of money?
Is that what you're saying?
Do you know the definition of
I'm
money
trying to
in
make this
Black's Law
clear because I just
Dictionary?
got called the
Sir,
jackass or something
sir,
for
do
claiming
you
that you're saying
know
that.
the
That is what
legal
you're saying.
definition of money? Sir, do you know the legal definition of money? Yes or no? Yeah, you don't.
Just
You're
getting
looking it up right
silly,
now.
dude.
You're looking it up right now.
You guys are
You're looking it up right now. You don't know what you're talking
I'm
about.
looking anything up. I'm not, you're saying that money's not money and then getting mad at me whenever I'm
No,
claiming
I'm
that you're
saying
saying
the
that.
Federal Reserve. No, you're straw manning me. I'm saying the Federal Reserve note is not money. That's a straw
Right, and what do
man.
we use as
I
money?
did,
What
not
do we use
once
for
did
money
the
in this
words,
country?
not Kosho, not once did the words money is not
What do we
money
use as
come
money?
out of my
What do we
mouth.
use
You
as
fucking
money in the
mouth
United
breather.
States?
You straw manning mouth breather. When
What
did
do
you
we
hear that
use
come
as
from
money in the
my
United
mouth?
States,
When
Numpty?
did you hear that
Have some
statement come
balls.
from
Have
my
some
mouth?
balls and answer the question. What do we use
When
as
did
money
you
in the
hear
United
that
States?
statement come from my mouth? Dishonest.
What do
You
we use
didn't.
as
So
money?
is the Federal Reserve notes money or not?
Yeah, what do we use?
It's
What do
by
we use as money in this country?
Hold on, Kosho. That's not
by
to you. Hold on.
definition. It's by definition money. It's what's printed on the top of your dollar bills.
Yeah, I don't understand what the argument is right here. Is the Federal Reserve notes money or what?
Yeah,
That is the
Numpty
money.
said something silly like a Federal Reserve note is not money. I think that's what he said. And if that's what he said, then that is a bit silly.
That's not the issue. The issue that Kosho doesn't understand is we can call it money, but it's not tied to anything. Kosho seems to think that the Federal Reserve has some sort of reserve, I don't know, of cows, of gold, of something, of diamonds, maybe. I don't know what he has in his mind, but that's not the case, Kosho. This is the disconnect.
All right, let me ask you, Kosho. Let's say that creditors right now they want their money back, and the government cannot pay it. What would they impound as collateral for that money?
Okay, so this is the way the Federal Reserve works.
Answer
Whenever
the question.
yeah,
Answer
I'm
the
answering
fucking
your
question,
question.
bro.
I'm answering your
No,
question,
you're not.
dude. I'm
You're
answering
not.
your question. I'm answering your question.
I ask you
And you can learn
what
something if you close your mouth.
Oh my God.
Okay? Because what they've
Listen to that
historically, since
pretentious
they've been a
prick.
bank, since they've
You're a
been lending money,
pretentious
this is
prick.
how they work. What they
Yeah,
do
we
is they
should
lend
listen to you
money
teach us,
and they
Coach.
keep
I'm gonna
lending
talk
money.
all over you
They keep
until you
lending money.
apologize to that man.
Why would you ask me a question and
No,
then
come on,
talk to
guys.
the answer?
Apologize to him and don't tell him, don't talk down to him. It's rude.
The only reason I'm not saying what I'm about to say to you right now,
I
what
don't
I'm
give
saying
a
in my
shit
head to you
what
right
you
now, is
say.
just so
You're a
I can get through
pretentious
what I'm
prick.
actually trying to say.
You're not
Dude,
answering my question.
Listen,
Just to be
yeah, Silent Zero, you have no way of knowing that because you didn't let me say anything yet. Okay?
well,
let me
you
get
start
through this.
by
Silent Zero.
Go
Let
ahead.
Kosho talk. Come on.
Let
Like,
Kosho finish his response,
can the
guys.
mods do something here? Jesus.
Yeah, I am right now. If you stop talking, let Kosho finish his response, please, guys.
Yeah, the Federal Reserve you basically asking how do they guarantee payments? How do they enforce the payments? This sort of thing. This is exactly how they work. They lend the money out. Let's say to Penn State Rail. Let's say to Lockheed Martin. Let's say to New York City. Okay, they lend out money. Then when you can't pay back the loans and you're about to default, what they do is they offer you another loan, and with that loan comes some reassurance that you'll pay it back. Either that means that they're going to put people on your board to ensure that you're managing your finances correctly. They're going to put restrictions on your business, so like you have to sell off some of it. Or in the case of, I think it was Lockheed Martin or Penn, one of the two, they made the federal government guarantee those loans so that if they didn't pay back this loan that they've lent to us 4 or 5 times, the federal government is now guaranteeing those loans or payment of those loans. So
you see how he didn't answer my fucking question?
They put steps in beforehand, so they're not worried about people defaulting because they've made it so when they give these loans out, they come with these.
That's not what he asked you. Stop
You
blabbering
did not
on.
answer the
That's not
fucking
what he asked
question.
you.
Thank you. You did not answer the fucking question.
Yeah,
I say at the end.
Take as collateral.
I say at the end, when they're not able to pay, what would be the collateral that they take from the government?
They've already taken it, dude. I've just told you.
Oh my God.
I've just told you. Let's take the case of Penn State. Let's say they're not allowed to pay. They can't pay it. But guess what? The Federal Reserve already has the company. They have the company. The company, they sell off everything. It's already owned by the Federal Reserve now. All the money that they have is owned by the Federal Reserve. If at the point that they now cannot pay anything back, and if they can't do, and if they, in the case of Lockheed Martin, if they can't pay the government loans, I mean the loans back to the Federal Reserve, they have the Richard Nixon signed an executive order into law stating that the taxpayers' dollars are going to pay for those. They're guaranteeing those loans. So there's what you're asking for is answer what I'm saying, dude. This is exactly how they enforce that. They don't wait for that to happen and then.
So you're going to pay for the loan. You're going to pay for the debt, then, is what you're saying.
Why Lockheed Martin?
You're going to pay the debt that they own.
Why we get contracts from Lockheed Martin at these giant rates. It's because it benefits us to do that because they owe money to the Federal Reserve, and if they couldn't pay it, then we're liable for it.
It's not about Lockheed Martin, man. You're skirting the question that he asked you very, very carefully and very nicely asked. What collateral? What is the collateral? Don't talk about Lockheed Martin or any other story, bro. Either answer the question or pass the mic, bro. That's it.
I've just told you how it works, dude. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. This is how it actually works. This is the way it works.
If the Federal Reserve loan, hold on a second. If the Federal Reserve
just want to make clear, Jeremy. He did not answer the question.
I know. We're gonna try to get to the bottom of it. If the Federal Reserve loans money to say New York City because they need a bridge built or something, what collateral is there for if New York City doesn't pay back the loan? Like, what's the Federal Reserve going to do to New York City?
What happens is New York City is about to go bankrupt, which actually happened in the 70s. They were on the verge of going bankrupt. I think they actually might have gone bankrupt in order to do this. Okay, at which case they're not protected anymore. So before that happens, this loan that they can't pay back, with the Federal Reserve, because they're the lender of the last resort, as well as being the person that they already owe money to, they're going to offer them a new loan, a loan that's going to help them pay off the other loan. But then what comes along?
And then what if they can't pay back?
Hold on, dude, because they don't get it for free. It's not just they're not just offering this nice friend. They offer them this deal in exchange for ability to manage their finances directly, putting a Federal Reserve person on the their board or whatever else. So they put people in place to ensure that money that there's no risk for them. They're putting somebody to manage their money.
I'd like to respond to something. I'd like to respond to something Kosho said earlier. He said that it's ridiculous and retarded to claim that Federal Reserve notes are not money. But here I have money is usually an ordinary exception means gold, silver, or paper money used in circulating medium of exchange and does not embrace notes, bonds, evidence of debt, or other personal real estate. So, given that these are bonds and these are notes, they are not money by definition legally. It's not money. It's a promise to pay. That's not money. Nowhere in the world is that. Nowhere in anywhere in the fucking Black's Law Dictionary is a promise to pay money. It's
right.
Not. You're wrong.
It's a promissory
dollar
note.
bill was the Federal Reserve note.
Yeah, a promissory note. It's not money.
Yeah,
You call it money.
Do you guys see what Kosho and I just posted? Those are Federal Reserve notes. Our money, the money we use every day, Rocky. Come on, man, guys.
A promissory note. It's not backed by any.
Yeah, dude. That like I said, it said directly in Black's Law Dictionary.
I can't believe
it says. Consciousness. In the definition, it directly states that a promissory note is not money. Given that a Federal Reserve note is a promissory note, that directly precludes it from being under that definition of money.
Don't say these things in public. You're going to be
Huh?
laughed at by little kids going around saying, you know, money is promissory notes and a
Okay,
Federal Reserve note is not
a
money.
fucking argument, dude.
A
That's not an
dollar bill
argument.
is not a
That's not an
dollar
argument.
There's
That's like
there's
saying
no point
yeah.
arguing
if I
with
went up to
what
you and I
you're
said,
saying.
you tell a bunch of kids in India about the globe that never heard of it, and they're gonna laugh at you and think it's funny. That's not
Sure,
an
a bunch of
argument, dude.
kids
This
in
is not a
India don't
logical
know that
argument.
Earth is a globe.
That's
Are
a
you serious?
fallacious, dude. That is a fallacious
I'm not
argument
trying
that
to bring
little
an
kids will
argument.
laugh about
I'm
something.
trying to help you.
Fallacious argument, dude.
I'm
Fallacious as
trying to
fuck.
help you.
One at a
I'm not
time.
trying to
One
bring
at a
an
time,
argument.
please, man.
Right, but Jeremy,
Sorry.
come on. He's saying that little kids will laugh at it, and that's his argument. Is that really an argument we should be?
I don't have an
I don't
argument.
care what the argument. I don't care what the argument is. I want us to go one at a time. Otherwise, nobody can even know what the rebuttal is or what the argument is or anything. You
Right,
can't
but
hear
what
anything.
kind of a
My
fucking
bad. My
response is
bad.
that? Little kids will laugh? That's not an argument.
But Howard
You might as
wants
well
to
say
say
nothing.
something.
You might as well say nothing, and it'll be more useful than saying little kids will laugh.
Cool, man. Howard wants to say something.
No, I say the dollar bill
What
is
did
not
you
a promissory note. It's a
Yeah,
Federal Reserve.
exactly. Yeah. But these guys, I like it's crazy. I've never heard what they're saying before.
I've been listening
You know,
to you
it's
guys.
just,
And
it's
what I've determined from the conversation is that basically people that call money paper money, it actually isn't definitionally called money. It's because it's a promise to pay. So it's not like gold or nothing material. That is actually money, like some goods that can be traded. That's money. That's on the definition. So it's like fake money.
Right.
I mean, your mic's mad low. Hold on a second.
Can I
One
give
second.
it?
Yeah, 1 second, Numpty. 1 second. Brummy, your mic's mad low, dude. We can barely hear you. I don't know if anyone even. Did you guys
Basically
hear that?
saying that it's fake money, right? So fake
Right.
money would
Wait,
be
Jeremy, wait, holy fucking shit.
what he's saying. He's saying it's not exactly real money. It's a promise to pay, so it doesn't fall under the definition of money. A definition of money would be like gold or something actually. That falls under
Wait, can I clarify? Even if it was a note even if it was a paper note, but you could go somewhere and exchange it for gold, that would still qualify as money by the legal definition of money. But given you can't go anywhere with a Federal Reserve note and get from the government anything physical, it is not legally money. I mean, you can use Oxford's dictionary. You can use Oxford dictionary or Webster, but by the fucking law dictionary, it's not money. So if we're talking legally, no, it's not money. If you want to debate if it's Webster fucking level money, then yeah, go ahead. You're using a different definition than me.
Numpty, why don't you Google Federal Reserve note and see what's the first thing that pops up?
Yeah, if I
Why not just
Man
do
of
that?
consciousness.
it's not
Man
a
of
promise to pay.
consciousness, can I take the
paid-
Federal Reserve note and go to the Federal Reserve and trade it in for physical gold or anything else physical? Because if not, it does not legally meet the definition of money in Black's Law Dictionary. I don't care what's on Google.
Why is he arguing the
I don't
definition?
care
I
if little
understand
kids
what it means.
laugh.
Obviously,
I don't care what's on Google.
I know.
It's
Obviously,
not, that's a fallacious argument.
a dollar note is money, but you are right. By definition, it's only a promise to pay. It's not actually money. The definition of money isn't a promise to pay, is it? So just stop arguing over this semantical game. He's right, but I guess he's not. Uses money. I guess we still use money. Call it money, and we still it behaves as money, but it definitionally isn't money. But it is.
He's not right at all, bro.
No,
it's a currency.
Howard, go ahead.
It's legally defined as a currency.
Yo, Numpty. Howard was trying to get in. Come on, man.
I was going to say, if you do, Numpty, if you come to my house and you do something for me, and I pay you for it, that's not a promise to pay. I have paid you.
Okay, that's
with
nice.
A Federal Reserve note.
You paid me with
a
the Federal Reserve note, but the thing is, what you gave me is a fraudulent document. So even if I accept it, it doesn't. I'm participating in the fraud, but I mean, it's still not money. If you and me both agree that a rock is water, that still doesn't make the rock water. That just means both of us are calling the rock water now. By the legal definition of money, a Federal Reserve note is not money because you cannot go and trade it in for anything. You can only use it as a currency. I mean, dude, you basically are arguing from the Webster dictionary version of money when I'm arguing for the actual legal version of what money is.
You just argued that you can't trade, you can't exchange money for anything. You can go to trade it for lots of things.
Exchange it with the Federal Reserve, Kosho. Exchange it with the Federal Reserve, not with you and me. When you and me use it as a medium of exchange, we're using it as a currency, right?
You
can't actually go to the Federal
are required
Reserve
to give it to the Federal Reserve.
back. You and me can never go to the government and get anything back for our money.
No, but the government has to give them they have to get paid back money to the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve needs to get money. And like I saw a minute ago, it said 2006 they made $35 billion or something like that. They made $35 billion US because that was the money they loaned out and they got paid back.
You're not getting it. The moment we left the gold standard, it stopped being money. You can have a paper note that you go to in exchange for gold. That's still legally money. But when it comes to the fact that you can't actually go to the person and trade it in for anything, it's not money anymore. It's currency by the definition. If you want to change the definition and use Webster's definition and not Black Law's dictionary definition, go ahead. But I mean, you're talking past my argument if that's the case.
This is ridiculous.
Why does Black Law's definition still come up into conversation? I mean, is Black Law's dictionary actually recognized as a legal base for legal argument?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
This is very silly, man.
No, it's not very silly. It's just I've made my
So what
point.
now?
You just kept talking past me.
I'm still talking, bro. I'm still talking. Come on, man. Calm down. So I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Lost sight of
Well, my point has
I think Black's Law,
and none of you have refuted it. So I mean, none of you guys have refuted it. You've either attacked something that's not my position or made claims and not supported them. Yeah. So,
you know what? I say you do well. You do well to learn about the Black's Law Dictionary. Hang on, let me say something. I say you do well to get yourself a copy of Black's Laws Dictionary. It's an education. Get it. Get yourself a copy. Because they're still
the fact that you didn't know that Black's Law Dictionary is used as like a legal dictionary, I'm kind of shook. Why are you arguing something
used in
from
law?
ignorance?
They use it all the time. That's how they pull the wool over your eyes. If you don't know your position and you go to court and you're not aware of the rules that they play by, then you're already be on the back foot. This is
all your fault, Kosho. I blame you.
Possibly.
So yeah, man, Black Laws Dictionary. You better get yourself a copy and start looking in. Start learning how to
say money
play their game properly.
And you can't trade money for anything. You made them say it, Kosho.
Mike check.
So can you go to the your first reserve bank and get gold with your promissory notes? Can you?
Mike check.
I hope you can. You can't sleep at night, Kosho.
1 2 3 1 2 3. Mike check. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, sir. Can hear you. Yes.
Oh, thank you, Jim.
Yeah, I asked you, can you take your promissory notes and go to the Federal Reserve Bank and get gold with it? Can you?
Do you have a promissory note?
The gold is not there.
Who has the promissory note?
Yeah, what the fuck is who uses that?
A promissory note is your
Have
dollar.
you ever taken a promissory note anywhere in your life,
bearer of this note.
and exchange it for something? Have you ever used a promissory note, Fortune?
That's what your dollars and
That's
pounds
not what I
are.
would. That's not what I would. Our money isn't that. Maybe the British pound is. I don't know. But the US dollar isn't that.
No, it's not used as one though. Like I said, what's happened is they issue it to the U.S. government. The U.S. government then is basically selling them bonds in exchange for this. Now that they have this exchange, they have the value, which is real money, by the way, because they were real banks with real value. They lend money to the federal government. They lend money to the federal government. The federal government, which has charge of the U.S. dollar, can now that they have more money, they can either print it out or they can it's in the books or whatever they want to do with it, or it gets lent directly to the banks.
Dude, you just completely begged the question through your whole explanation.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, they have money now. Wait, that's what we're discussing. You can't just beg the question into the middle of the fucking thing.
They don't lend out. They don't lend out thin air.
No, dude, you're not getting it. If I can't take the Federal Reserve note and exchange it for gold or silver or something like that, it's not money legally by the definition. If I use it to trade, that just means that if I use it to trade, then legally it's just a currency.
You're using them to buy back. They use them to buy back the government bonds.
Kosho, shut the fuck up.
I'm telling you what they buy. What they pay for them, dude.
Listen, by the legal definition, retard. Let me speak. It's fucking currency. We use it to trade amongst each other, but we can never go back and get fucking gold back. I mean, I don't understand. Do you not understand the fucking Black's Law Dictionary definitions? It's pretty simple cut and it's pretty simple cut and dry fucking situation. You keep strawmanning my position because you keep strawmanning my position because you keep using a different. You keep strawmanning my position. You keep strawmanning my position because you're using a different definition of money. You're not using the Black's Law Dictionary definition of money. You're using Webster's definition. That's the fucking problem. Is you keep fucking talking past me and strawmanning my position.
Now,
your position is as stated by you. Your position, as just stated by you, verbatim, was that you cannot use these to buy anything back from the Federal Reserve. You can't use these to get anything in exchange for them at the Federal Reserve. When actually that's completely false, because what the Federal Reserve is using is government bonds that they used when you traded when you got this from them in the first place. So when the U.S. government buys back those bonds, they use these treasury notes that they got from the Federal Reserve.
Give me gold.
A bond is not gold. A bond is not silver.
No one said it was gold, but this is the thing they're purchasing. You said they don't purchase anything. This is what they're purchasing with it.
He said
gold. Right. They're purchasing it with fraudulent fucking notes. It's not money. I don't think you fucking quite understand.
I don't think you understand what you just stated. What you just claimed yourself.
Listen. If I go to the Federal Reserve with my Federal Reserve note, I cannot get anything back. Therefore, it is not legally money. I can use it to trade amongst each other. Therefore, it is legally currency. It is legally currency, but it's not legally money by the definition, because I can't get anything back for it.
What would you go to the Federal Reserve to buy?
Not to buy, to get back, to get.
You're saying you can't go to the Federal Reserve to buy anything. You can't exchange anything from them as a person.
I didn't say buy, I said exchange. The gold that the money was supposed to be backed by. If it's not backed by anything, it's not money. It's not backed. Yeah, you're right.
Backed by gold.
What's it backed by? What's it backed by? Wait, Kosho, what is it backed by?
It's not backed by gold. It's backed by the U.S.
But what
government.
is it?
It's backed by the U.S. government's promise to pay it back.
Right. So then it's not money then. That's a bond. That's a bond.
It's a value based.
That's a bond. That's a bond. No, that's a bond, bro. If it's backed by a bond, it's not money. It's not money.
We use bonds
by the legal definition. By the legal definition, it's not money, because I can't go and get anything back for it. All I can get is a bond. All I can get is another promise. That's not fucking money by the definition.
Yes, it's a promise.
That shows that it's our country.
Are you intentionally being ignorant, or like
you're saying the bonds aren't worth any money? You're saying the bonds aren't worth any money, but they are. Our country gives them value.
No,
as long as our country has value, those bonds have value.
Your country is not a country, Kosho. Kosho, you don't live in a country. You live in a fucking corporate prison, mate. 24-hour film set. That's where you are. It's not a country. Now listen up. On the British pound notes, it says the Bank of England promises to pay the bearer of this the value of the paper, of that actual note. So it's a promissory note. That's what it is. So
what do you get?
The dollar is just a promissory note.
Right. And if the promissory note is not backed by anything physical, then it is not legally money.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it. The only reason it has value. When I asked, wait a minute. When I asked, what is the Federal Reserve note backed by, and the moment you said promise and not an actual physical thing, not an actual physical money, your argument went straight out the window.
Yeah, I didn't say not actual physical money. Didn't say that.
Yeah, your argument went straight out the window. You said
the Federal Reserve note is valued at what our country is valued at.
You're begging the question, dude. You're begging the question.
Stop begging the question. That's what they are, dude.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're saying something is money because it's backed by money. But the thing is, for something to be
No, it's not worth anything.
Yeah. Okay.
People have said it. Monopoly money is worth more. It's just like monopoly money.
Actually, not.
It is.
It's not.
All the documentaries I've watched.
The value of our
all the
country,
documentaries I've watched.
The value of our country gives that money value. Our country could be valueless tomorrow, and that money would be valueless tomorrow. But today, it's not valueless because our country has value.
Your country has no value. Listen to this. The country that kills its own people. That's value, is it? Kills its own people, destroys buildings, blames it. Hang on a second. Blames it on another country. I don't want that kind of fucking value. You have no value. The country that poisons its own military, navy, and air force personnel, servicemen and women, and then doesn't pay compensation when they get sick after coming back from an illegal war that they committed. That's your country. And it's not a country. It is actually a 24-hour film set imprisoned in a corporate business. Okay? In a corporation. That is where you are, sir. You don't have a country and it doesn't value you. Your so-called country is at war with you and you don't give a shit. They're pissing and shitting on your face on a daily basis and you don't give a fuck. That means you're a coward. That's what it means. Because you don't stand up. That event, 9/11, that was the worst thing that happened on this earth. When I hear the word terror, I look USA instantly. USA. Terror. Okay? Fucking talk to me here, mate. Let's start talking real, yeah? Stop running away from the truth. The man's telling you your money doesn't worth anything. Your money's worth shit. It's toilet paper. So don't fuck
That's
with me.
not true, Jen.
I'll tell you about your fucking country.
That's simply not true,
I'll tell you about your country. Tell you
well, it's worth what people are willing to give to you, but it's based on a system that can be turned off at any minute. That's a scary proposition.
That's right. And they want to go digital. They want to go digital on it. I'm not on top of that. How much more control would they have if they go digital? Right. So let's be real here, folks.
I think it's already gone digital on a big scale. It's just they keep the currency and, like the money in our pocket. But most people use chip credit cards and all that now anyway. They're getting rid of cash, the cash currency as it is anyway.
Slowly. But the expert, you know what the experts have said? The expert has said that cash will never go away. Because there's going to be people who are going to fall through the cracks of this technological system purely because they don't want to be part of it.
I kind of feel that way too. I mean, as long as there's people willing to take a $10 bill for $10 worth of sugar, then the $10 bill will be worth something.
Yeah, I think the people with the paper money they're going to have a better life and more control of their lives because they're free of the stupid, strangled system that they put around the world. That's what's going to happen. I'm already on that road. I am.
It's when you can't go to China or Switzerland or Australia and give a $10 bill and have it be worth anything. That's the issue.
Well, you look for people who are in the same situation you're in when you travel. You do your little research and you'll find it. I guarantee you. Don't worry, man. No, it's not the end. Don't worry about traveling. It's not the end. So it's just people don't seem to understand that. Like America does not value its people. No government does really, but it's clearly evident when you can see that you go to join the military or the Navy or the Air Force, they pump you up with all these vaccines and shit. You're poisoned up. You go to war. They drop dirty bombs. You come back. Your children are coming out with your wives. The wives are coming out giving birth to babies with no legs, no arms. This is in the US, right? The soldier himself is contaminated, right? And they don't want to pay compensation. If it wasn't for this man called Gary Null, okay, who pursued the government all the way so that they could recognize that the soldiers indeed were contaminated from the vaccines and the theater of war, they wouldn't have started paying the compensation. There's your so-called country.
I did hear another.
Anyways, I would like to make a point on the money debate real quick. And basically, if you can't go to the issuer of the note and get actual real money back, aka silver or gold, then it is not money.
Yes.
Period.
There you go. And that's the truth. That's the truth of the matter. The gold is not. You know what I heard? And this is from a documentary called. This is the first time I heard this was in a documentary called America, From Freedom to Fascism. Aaron Russo, and in there it stated that if you try to take your money to the Federal Reserve, you won't get any gold because the gold is not there. It's not in the Federal Reserve Bank. That's what they said. It's gone. It's not there.
Well, it's also not backed by gold, so that would be a weird thing to do. No, I saw that movie. It came out in 2009.
It was supposed to be backed by
Fascism,
gold.
Is that right?
If it's not backed by that,
it's not movie, but it's not backed by gold, and that's not a requirement that makes it money.
Supposed to be backed by gold.
Yes, that is. Yes, that is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, dude. The only thing that makes the only thing that
you can't fool me.
The only Jin, let me take this. The only thing that makes note money or paper money actually money is the fact that you can go into the issuer and get back the physical money that actually does exist. If you can't do that, then legally it is not paper money.
Believe it or not, you can pay all your debts and taxes with this currency. So this thing that you're talking about going to buy at the Federal Reserve is not needed to purchase.
You're right. It's a currency.
That you can go and purchase.
You got it right for once.
So what you're saying is
you finally got it. You finally got it. It's currency. You're right.
There's not.
No, it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. It's just using the proper legal definitions. That's not irrelevant.
Yes.
Just because you don't understand how the proper definitions work and you don't know how to use them doesn't mean it's not fucking irrelevant.
Poor man. See, and I learned that 2001, shortly after 9/11. Aaron Russo, check it out. Brilliant documentary.
You said 2001?
Yeah, that's when I learned that. Yeah.
Oh, maybe I saw it in 2009 then.
I don't think you saw it because if you did, you know what? If you did,
Aaron Russo, he's got black hair,
He's dead now. He's dead now. He died. They killed him.
He's not alive anymore. I'm saying the person though. I was talking in the movie.
Okay,
talks in like a looks like he's in almost a hallway, sitting in a chair the whole time.
No, not him. If you saw this video, this documentary, there is something so poignant that comes out of it, which shocked me. And that, do you know what that was? Can you remember? Because this is unforgettable.
There's a lot of shit. He brought up a lot of different fucking conspiracies.
No, what was the number one? What was the number one conspiracy?
There was a bunch of shit. I mean, he said shit about computer chips. He said microchips. I mean, he said a bunch of shit.
What was the number one fundamental thing? This statement I'm about to make, quoting Aaron Russo, will rock your world. It would have rocked your world if you heard it. No, you haven't seen the video. You haven't seen it. You haven't seen that video. What he highlighted was that there is no law written down that states you have to what?
Pay income tax.
That's correct. It's not written down.
He said so many things in that movie, dude.
And he proved his case. And
there's an amendment written in law.
Hang on, let me finish. He proved it. He proved that point. He backed it up. There was a man who was taken into court for not paying income tax, and you had the jury, right? And he asked his solicitor, representative, lawyer. He asked for the law. Present us the law. And the jury also asked the judge to present them with the law that states that a person has to pay a portion of their salary or their wages as income tax. And that the judge didn't present it. Guess what the judge kept saying? This is what the judge kept saying. You know what you have to do. You know what and he's talking to the jury, the jurors, yeah? You know what you have to do. That was his reply when they asked to see the law in black and white. Okay? Do you know what? They found the guy not guilty of not paying income tax. Because he didn't.
What you just expressed, Jen, is not how court works in the United States. The jury doesn't request something from the judge.
And that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. It's documented for future prosperity.
They get the final word, but they don't get to ask for stuff.
They don't get to ask the judge for evidence.
The jury asked the judge to present the law. Yes, they did. The jury asked the judge for the law.
It doesn't work that way, Jen.
Well, you need to watch the documentary and listen to the people who were in the jury themselves speak. self-evident themselves telling you that they asked the judge. And you know when they asked the judge, hang on. You know when they asked the judge, you know when they go into the back room, sit down to discuss what the process is going to be. That's when they asked him, right? And he never presented it. Okay, that's how it does work. You're talking out of your asses. You don't even know.
That's
you don't even know.
how an American jury trial
You fools. Just fucking, you're just going through the motions like just drones. You know what I mean? Drones and sheep led to the slaughter. You don't even want to fight. They fucking did 9/11 in your country. They did 9/11 in your country, and not one of you is saying that was a bad act and it's time for revolution. Not one of you. Not one of you. You're fucking cowards. Fuck, and you're carrying on like nothing happened. That shows how mentally disturbed and fucked up you guys are. Because you can't even stand up and say, yes, 9/11 was an inside job, it was our government, and we should be doing something about it. Like not voting for your fucking demise. But you can't even do that. You're cowards. Cowards, the lot.
You're just ranting like a lunatic, bro. No one cares. No one's gonna listen to you. You're a crazy person.
Stand up. Stand up, you coward, spineless wanker. You're a spineless little twat. Spineless.
And you're a nutbag.
Come on,
look, I'm a man from another part of the world telling you that your country can crime on your own land and then went on to hurt and kill innocent people in another land. That's why I have the right to speak. And I will always speak that truth. That you cunts are cowards. America is the land of the imprisoned, the home of the cowards. Okay?
Stop calling people names, please.
Oh, fuck. No one wants to hear you rant. No one wants to listen to it, bro.
Because you know what it is? They're listening, and the truth is the truth.
They're
laughing at. That is the truth about your country. The sooner you understand that, the sooner you can effect change if you want change. A country that blows up buildings, kills innocent people, right? Blames it on another country. What kind of a place is that? What could they take?
They were having a convo until you came in here just ranting.
Attack. Do a timeline in your prison. Do a timeline.
There was a conversation going on until you came in here ranting.
The USA is a non-stop movie.
He's killed the conversation. That's the problem.
Jin, just take a Jin, just take a break. Just take a break. Just take a chill pill for a sec.
I'll take a break, guys.
I agree with you.
Received and understood.
Jin, I agree with you. There's a lot of cowards and liars. But just please take a break. Please take a break for the sake of the VC.
Yeah, go ahead.
And anyways, I don't think we should continue with this. I don't think we should continue with this convo because Kosho keeps talking past my definitions and straw manning me. So there's no point.
Yeah.
If I can't present my position and have them actually refute my actual position, then there's no point in even discussing it.
You can't demand concession from your opponent. I mean, argument is argument, but you can't demand your opponent.
I demand my opponent actually attacks my position and not strawman me, which has not happened once. So there's no point in moving forward because you guys don't
do that. The combo can't proceed. Like, who the fuck are you? Jesus.
No, it's just that I made a point, and the point was never refuted and strawmanned the entire time. So there's no point in making this conversation. Dude, there's no point in making this conversation because I made my point perfectly crystal clear like 13 times, and it was never actually addressed. So there's no point.
I hear you. Yeah, if Kosho didn't address it, tough luck, bro. That's how the cookie crumbles. Like, come on, man, let it go.
I am letting it go. I'm just accurately describing what happened. I'm not crying about it.
We were all here. We all saw it happen. You know, come on.
All right, I gotta go. I'm at the dentist.
Jesus. That was fucking crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they disagree with the definition of money. Somebody's got an echo.
Someone has an echo, yeah. And that echo's been around for a minute.
Who's got the echo?
That'll be me. Hang on a sec. I'll mute myself.
Jen, come on, man.
Shut
Every
up,
day.
Booyah. Shut up.
Goodness.
Yeah, they trying to hear that.
Yeah, and Jen, try to like have a conversation. Don't just like have a conversation with people.
Well, sometimes you got to hear the truth, brute force as it comes. That's how it is. That's how I roll. I don't fuck about. I'm not here to make friends or anything. Here to let's get change. That's what it's all about. Fight, fight.
Oh.
No, we're
I
not
was
here
ready
to
to
fight.
fight. Fucking clowning, man.
Yeah, dude. I went ahead and read some more about this guy that you claimed got off of these tax charges, Jin. This Whitey Harrell. Although he was being charged in both Illinois and the United States, which are two different entities. Okay, the United States is where you pay federal income tax to. In Illinois, he did get his charges dropped for whatever reason. However, in the United States, he did not get those charges dropped, and it says that I don't know when this was written, but it says since then he's been tried again for tax fraud. So, yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, at the end of the day, he was found not guilty, and not only that, several personnels, in fact, who worked for the IRS. They left the IRS because they knew that they were perpetuating a crime against the taxpayer. So they didn't. They stopped. They haven't themselves filed a tax return regarding their income tax. They haven't done it. And Aaron Russo goes around America asking people if they knew about the law. Even Wesley Snipes tried it on, didn't he?
Yeah, so like I said, he didn't win the case in the federal court, and then later on, when he was tried in federal court again, in Illinois again for failure to file taxes, he was found guilty, and he was found guilty and paid a fine, got sentenced.
No, he didn't. You're lying. Present the citation and everything and what jail he went to, you liar. Because he was found in that documentary. He was found.
Hey, Jen, don't call people names, and please don't call people names, and definitely don't.
I get called all sorts.
Don't talk over people.
I get called all sorts. Yeah, don't worry about it. Look, the fact is you're misinformed.
I am worried about it.
You are misinformed.
And you still got an echo.
Yeah, don't worry. When I'm finished talking, I'll mute. You've been you're
There you go.
Muted. You're muted. Yeah.
Someone
there you
mute
go.
him?
Let me know when you fix the echo or something.
Oh damn. That's wild. I thought that would never happen.
He's in the valley.
He is pretty wound up, but I like his passion. But rules is rules.
Yeah, and we ain't gotta be talking to each other like that, Rocky. You know, like
But we do have our
own.
own. We do have our own reasons. Like I call people liars so they'll finally get that name calling thing forced in as a rule where you get exited out of here, and then I can control myself and never ever call names again. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You liar.
But I don't think Jin does it for that reason.
Yeah, I don't either.
What even started this whole debate anyway?
Just trying to make Coach
The
look
war
weird.
and money.
Huh?
I think they were talking about Ukraine, the conflict in Ukraine, and like the banking and other things.
We were trying to find a topic that Kosho is not an expert in and failed again.
On the land of the blind, the man with one eye is king, isn't he?
Why not just ask Kosho? You know, what is it he doesn't know much about? You know, what topics he hasn't read up
Well, the
on?
thing, a lot of this information that
Tell
that
you
comes
something. Hold on. I'm
up
sorry
is
to interrupt, Left Lane. I'll tell you something Kosho don't know nothing about. Getting respect and getting pussy.
Oh, damn.
That's correct.
Sorry, Left Lane. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I'm just saying a lot of the information that Kosho's got is from studying and you know looking stuff up and studying it. And I am surprised at the wealth of knowledge that he does have from doing those things.
I don't have a lot of knowledge, but the Federal Reserve stuff and banking stuff and this conspiracy stuff, I've been interested in for a long time. So I mean, I've definitely done research to, and I've
What have
definitely
you
been
not
wrong about
looked
stuff
into,
and been corrected about stuff and argued with friends about stuff and yeah.
Yeah, but what have you not looked into? Have you looked into psychology?
I mean, when I don't know something, I tend to be interested to look into it. So, this is what I
So
do.
what don't you know?
I mean, I
That's
don't know
what
a lot of
we're
stuff.
trying to
I
find
don't know
out.
a lot of stuff. Just, man, even things I looked into, I don't remember what I read.
Yeah, so what haven't you looked into? Have you looked into psychology?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't.
Chemistry?
There was honestly, if there's something that I haven't come across, then I'll
Botany?
look into it, dude. I have time. Waste my time.
Anthropology?
But what's anthropology? The
Archaeology?
study of
Geography?
is that the study of civilizations?
What?
Anthropology. I guess I haven't
Okay,
looked into that.
You haven't looked into anthropology, okay.
I mean, I know a thing or two about it. I know what it means, but I haven't.
Okay, so you have looked into it.
I mean, I know what it means. I mean, I don't know. So I'd say anthropology is probably something I'm not really.
Mm-hmm.
I think so, probably is.
Yeah, and anthropology is the study of humans.
The study of humans? I thought it was like the study
Yeah.
of like cultures or civilizations or something.
I feel like you got it wrong on purpose.
So it's just study of people. That's what it is.
Humanity as a whole, yeah.
Yeah, I guess. You see, there you go. Learn new stuff every day, man.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I finally cleaned my room. That looks nice. I'm supposed to go meet up with Don in a little bit. Maybe watch him play poker or something like that.
What?
Yeah, supposedly he's down the street playing poker.
But why aren't you gonna play as well? Like, watching is boring as hell, bro. Why don't you just
I
play?
think I almost signed. There's a club. If he's at the club, I think he's at. I almost signed up for a membership there, but it sounds like he came all the way here to do some tournament that might be a part of a bigger thing. He said he was paying $1,600. So if that's the buy-in or what's going on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So
I backed him once though, and he returned my investment.
Really?
Yeah, he got in the money, but I don't know if he wants me to share the rest of it. But I actually at first I thought it was just crazy what he did, but then later he told me, and I thought it made a lot of sense. But so I thought he did the right thing. But yeah,
did he cheat or something?
No, he didn't
What
cheat. He just did something that I wouldn't have thought of immediately. But when he explained it, it made sense. It's like he basically showed the guy his cards beforehand.
Oh. What kind of hand did he have?
Oh.
Say again?
Did he have a Royal
What's up?
Flush or
You're
something?
fine. You're fine.
No,
Yeah.
he had I think a high pair or something like that, or maybe he had ace king, but I think he had a.
Take your time. You're fine.
I think he had a pair of queens. Is what he had, or a pair of jacks. Yeah, that's right. He had a pair of jacks probably, and the guy didn't need to call his all in because he re-raised the dude by going all in, and he was just telling the guy like not to do it because he had he had him beat, but the guy did it anyways, and the guy ended up winning. So, like he got the straight or got the whatever it was. Context, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Don really wanted him out of the hand, just because he had him beat at the time. So.
Yeah.
Hey. Oh, you're out of here?
Oh no, that's what it was. That's what it was. They both had pockets. Don had pocket kings, and the other guy had pocket jacks.
Ooh.
And the guy flopped a jack.
That's crazy.
Whoa, was I hot micing? My bad, guys.
A while ago.
Yo, you never show anyone your cards before it's settled.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was mad. I just thought it was silly for a while, even though I got my money back.
It's dumb, dude. There's no.
After we went through it, and I agree with him that at that point he kind of didn't have any choice. Like that was his best strategy, really.
That's never a good strategy to show someone your cards while there's still money on the table, dude. That's not how you do poker. I don't know. Rocky is a big poker player. What do you think, Rocky?
I think that he is a professional poker player, and he has $1,600 to throw down on a tournament. So I think that he knows exactly what the fuck he's doing when he does it. So, I mean, when's the last time any of you guys in here have thrown $1,600 on a game? Any of you guys? Anyone? I'm gonna stick with the one that's done that he knows what the fuck he's doing. Read the table like I used to run a table. Like you can do it. Every situation is different. Depends on if you're playing a long time with the person. If you're playing a long time with the person, then yeah, it's probably not smart. But if it's like a short thing, then it might. If you're gonna be bluffing and what your bluffs are, but you can change your bluffs around. Because actually letting someone see the card strategy at times, because then you can control your better. Of course, when I was on the table, we were playing with soups, though, not money. Well, it is money, but
we've proven the shape of the Earth. We all know it's flat, correct?
No, we don't. The smart ones know it's a globe.
It's a globe only according to you. Only according to you is it a globe. We can see the alleged shape of the Earth, and the shape of the Earth is the light spectrum, and we can see the light spectrum, and it is always flat. Do you see? It's not objectively a flat shape. No. It's not a flat shape, mate. We can see the flat light spectrum. We can see it flat, and we can see things curve over the quote unquote horizon, and that is refraction. We can see refraction. We can see refraction on the horizon, and it has nothing to do with the curve, mate. We only see flat, and we see flat from as high as we can go, mate, and it is all a refraction grid system, and it follows our celestial bodies. Yes, I proved it tonight.
Define a celestial body first off.
The grid system. The grid system. You can observe it.
What is a celestial body? Are you talking about like Saturn being like what would you call Saturn? Is Saturn a real thing?
Transmission, yes, it is real, yes, but it is a system. It is something that is transmitted. It is a
So transmitted, that means that there's a transmitter someplace.
Yes.
You'd have to know where the transmitter is. And who's transmitting it? Not only that, but then you have to find out who's transmitting
Saturn is transmitting it.
Source of this transmission.
Exactly, the source, mate. It's called this grid system.
Or it's just a fucking rock up there orbiting us. That's an easy way too. I mean, that's a good explanation.
Or it's a floating rock. Yeah, because that makes logical sense.
I didn't say flat rock.
Exactly. The only other explanation is, it's a floating rock doing this. And yeah, that's chill. No worries. Let's not look into that. But as soon as someone brings up the facts that it's a grid system in a matrix, and it's plasmic based, we bring that it is completely related to computer systems. They are exactly the same, We can see them the same. I've proven them tonight, the same system. But that's no different to it being a alleged globe in a solar system, right?
I like this guy.
Do
You
you know what
sound
I'm
like you're on a
saying?
voice changer. Are you on a voice
But you see
changer?
what I'm saying? Yeah, sure, mate. But you see what I'm saying? So the absurdity goes away as soon as you bring up the globe, right? It's like,
I get it.
they're just as absurd, right? I'm talking to globers. They want to talk shit. They want to say, yeah, it's a ball. Yeah. It's like, fuck off. What I'm
He
saying to
just said
you
it
is
was
the
a
truth.
floating rock. Like that made sense.
No
It's an
such thing.
orbiting
No
rock.
such thing.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's an orbiting rock. Where have we ever seen that before? Like, I don't know. I don't get it.
I don't know. We have a moon or that orbits all the time. It's
Oh,
right
you
there.
mean it's in outer space?
Isn't Saturn a
If you
gas
want to call it outer
giant?
space, sure. You want to call it outer space? It's outer space. I'm just saying there's something up there. If you look at it with a telescope, it's definitely fucking there. 100%.
Oh, I agree with that. Yeah, I have many pictures of it. It's something.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that it's a floating rock.
Never said
Isn't
floating.
it made out of gas?
You did say floating.
Okay, well, I mean,
Orbiting.
I don't think I said floating, but
Yeah, you might have misspoke, but you definitely did, because then you said flat rock. I said no, floating rock. You were talking about Saturn, but I thought that was a gas giant.
You saying floating.
Yeah, I never said floating until he did.
I got it. Yeah,
Nice
you're right.
try.
You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
nice
You're right.
try. So
You're right.
isn't Saturn a gas giant?
Well, first off, it wasn't a try. It wasn't like it was. I realized I fucked up. Maybe like you get some humility sometimes when you realize you're wrong, which you should.
No problem. Yeah, I said it's no big deal.
All right, cool.
That's humility, right? But isn't Saturn a gas giant?
No, Saturn is not a. Oh wait, Saturn is. Wait, Saturn is a gas. But
really?
it's all. But gas is a. It's coalescing into a solid. Eventually, it'll be a solid.
Yeah,
maybe.
But as a solid, non-solid gas giant floating, orbiting around us. Yeah,
Right.
okay. There you go.
So the example that I brought up was the moons of Jupiter. We could definitely see those things orbiting Jupiter.
Yeah, that's 100%. You can see those orbiting.
Yeah, you can even see their shadow on the surface of Jupiter as they go by.
But isn't the middle of Saturn like? It's not fucking. Is it gas all the way through? Is that a dumb question? I don't know.
I think it's got a rocky core, or they think that's got a solid core, but
yeah, because it seems like gravity is it's all making it come together. Eventually it'll probably be like a solid planet. Eventually.
But yeah, but it's mostly like Jupiter's, with gas giant. Also, it's much bigger than Saturn, and it's also it's not much bigger than Saturn, but it's bigger than Saturn, and it's also there could be solids at the center. There's a lot of pressure, and
yeah, it seems like all the pressure could happen. But
so
Jupiter ascending, there's a space colony in there that harvests humans, so maybe that's what's going on.
Right. Wachowski sisters did that movie.
That's a good movie. I love Jupiter Ascending. That's a great movie.
Once you start getting into floating gas and rock giants, you can pretty much imagine anything's going on up there if you want.
Well, I mean, there's something going on. There's definitely something happening up there.
I think if you think of it as floating, it sounds kind of magical or something, but it's not floating really. It's like kind of just falling forever.
Falling forever around another floating mass in infinite space, hauling ass in all together vector. Like one direction, right? And then we're all doing different vectors orbiting around that central position, which you call the sun.
There's a couple of things I would correct about that, but I'll go and say it's correct. I wouldn't say that's floating, or I wouldn't say it's a single vector, and I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, floating's a bad word. I don't know why NASA uses that word. They're actually falling, right? Not floating. The astronauts.
I mean, you could say it's falling towards, or it's being affected by its pull towards the sun as it's moving tangentially towards it, so perpendicular towards that pull. So
as it's rotating and having other masses rotated around it, and it's falling. What'd you say? That was a beautiful word. Or infinite falling.
Yeah, but it's not.
Well,
It's not infinite.
in an orbit. In an orbit,
I should
right?
have said it's perpetually falling.
Perpetually falling. Okay, that's a better word. Perpetually falling in a continuous orbit while going in other vectors, while other things are orbiting it. Whew.
Okay.
Yep, aliens don't seem so far-fetched for sure.
When you talk about movement, different movements at the same time and different vectors of those movements at the same time, it seems eerie, but it's because you're not really meant to be doing that.
Now, it seems like a gigantic force would be needed. I think y'all call that the sun too. Like sun's gravity. Gigantic source. Think about how much it takes to move something the size of the earth.
Okay.
It's like a gigantic force, right? The sun. To keep it moving and in the same orbit.
Oh wait, no, the sun's been isn't keeping it moving. The sun's just keeping it locked into its orbit. It's not like accelerating it.
Okay.
Everything. Whatever happened to our solar system, how everything is, it was all chaotic and it started aligning itself, and this is how everything started orbiting around each other. And
well, you jumped a few steps. Everything came from a 1 point position.
No, I'm not talking
about that. Yeah, I am. No, that's the beginning, right?
None of us know that though.
Right, I understand, and that's where the problem begins, though, not knowing. And
why? Not knowing a problem.
Everything was in a superfluid form until it cooled down and started coalescing into God, what's that word?
I don't know. You don't even know the words. We're talking about it.
Now you're missing steps, Rocky.
Yeah. You don't know the steps, but you're telling me I
don't know the evidence of this superfluid.
There are a few steps. There are a few steps before the superfluid.
Oh, really? I thought the superfluid was the first thing. That's what this paper said, but I could be wrong. Okay, what came out of it? The Big Bang from the single point theory.
Well, you got to understand that superfluids are made of ionized particles, and in order to have those ionized particles, you need to have something that is made before those particles. So ionized particles would be like protons.
Yeah, all that existed
and
in
we
that
know that
point.
things like protons are made out of gluons and quarks. So before you had a superfluid, you had a gluon quark plasma.
No, all that already existed.
No, it didn't.
What?
It had to. It was compressed.
I'm telling you that before you have a superfluid, you need a gluon quark plasma, and before you have that, you would just have energy.
No, that is the energy. The pressure, how it was all compressed into a single point. That is the energy. And then it let loose, exploded. Went out in all directions.
That's the first step, the Big Bang. Then you have all of this energy around. The temperature cools down. This energy becomes matter in the form of a gluon quark plasma. That matter cools down, and then it becomes a superfluid, and that finally cools down to become, the normal matter we have now. All I was saying is there was some steps you had missed.
Well, so we do know.
That's all.
No,
well, that's the idea. That's the idea.
Yeah, I said the single point. You just included what was
and
in
there's
that
very
single point.
and there's very strong maybe it sounded like you were saying what the steps were between the Big Bang and where we are now.
No, I was saying that single point, whatever made that up, which I agree with you, neutrons, collectrons, glucons, all that was
just
compressed.
Energy.
Yeah, that is the energy. You have to have something to make the energy, right?
Where'd the energy come from? Just
what I'm saying is gluons and quarks are made from the energy.
What?
And then from gluons and quarks, you get your superfluid.
What made the energy?
Where did the energy come from to create all this?
I don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know. We don't know where it came from.
It could have happened like many a times. Like they theorized that this could have happened many times, like exploded and then it all came back together through gravity or whatever. It all came back together because they say we're all going to one certain point right now in like the vastness of the universe. And then maybe we collect together and then explodes again, and then it collects together and explodes again. Who knows?
Yeah, they call that the cyclical cosmology.
I mean,
maybe. Sorry, just a quick one. If there wasn't
someone's
a
hot
Big Bang, oh, it's a hot mic. Sorry, can you hear me all right?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. It's you.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Sorry. If there was an explosion, let's say, and the explosion was in the container, but it never fully exploded. It did explode, but there wasn't enough container in comparison to the explosion. So we could be in a explosion that hasn't finished, if that makes sense.
Yeah, or there's not enough distance, or it's either a container or there's not enough distance that the explosion threw everything, so it still grabs it and brings it back, and then boom, shoots it out again and back, and who knows. But
let's talk about that. It's an interesting story. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about that story for a second. Doesn't gravity get weaker as you get further away?
Yeah, but it's still there though. Still there.
Okay, so you got all this energy is still going on. It's pushing things out. Gravity's getting weaker. So you still got all this kinetic energy. So you're saying all of a sudden okay, everything stops and turns right around and comes back in on itself.
I mean, that could be something.
It's too fast to do that.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's still expanding, so we don't even know like if it's done. Like we're obviously still expanding, but we're also not obviously, but we're also going to a certain point.
What do you mean going to a certain point? What does that mean?
Yeah.
Like we're all going towards something in this universe. I mean,
why do you say that?
The great attractor. That's it. The great attractor. That's what it's called.
Oh, well, that's just.
The great attract. Oh.
I don't know. I have no clue.
It's pretty cool. You know what that is. That's pretty cool.
I don't know what it really is. I just know
it's just a center. It's just a center of mass, basically, of
and also
a collection of our local, what I call our local group, like all our galaxy.
What's your scientific evidence for the Big Crunch?
They say the microwave background, but I don't know.
No, I didn't say Big Bang. I said Big Crunch.
Oh, the Big Crunch.
The Big Crunch that means everything coming back, or this constant expansion and contraction, and contraction. What's your scientific evidence for that?
I don't think that. I think that the Big Crunch is not a popular hypothesis.
It's an unproven hypothesis because there is there's no evidence at the moment for it.
I think instead they think currently from what they know that it's going to
no one thinks that's what happened, man. So you're mocking what people don't think happened.
Right? So the multiverse also falls in that category too, right?
Yeah.
No scientific evidence.
Why not?
Okay. So what caused the Big Bang? Can't be right?
Because there's no scientific evidence for it.
I'm not. Why did you bring up the flat Earth? I didn't even talk about it.
No, I was doing an example. I was making an example of something else that doesn't have scientific proof, but people still believe it.
There's no real true scientific proof for the globe either. So where are we going here?
Scientific proofs for that. I mean, that's easy.
So what's your hypothesis, and what's your observed phenomenon? What's your hypothesis, and what's the experiment you're going to do to prove it?
For what?
What's your observed phenomenon? What's your hypothesis for this phenomenon, and what the experiments you're going to do to prove your phenomenon?
My hypothesis is
what does he have to prove?
Mom said that it's real, and my mom's always been honest with me, so it's got to be real. That's my hypothesis.
Okay.
I'm just not sure which claim.
Sounds very scientific to me.
It's very scientific.
Yeah, but what is the claim though?
Yeah, you can draw conclusions based on observation too.
Of course. Yeah, exactly. That's why when gravity pulls things together, it's not too out of the realm of reality or possibility that it would do that on a bigger scale. Like with all the planets that are already together.
Wait, before we talk about gravity, what is it? What is gravity? Before you talk about it, what are you talking about? on, what is gravity? Waiting.
It's apparently
He's
the
gonna
thing
make you jump. Don't, Howard. He's gonna
I
make you
didn't hear
jump through
you.
hoops. Man.
I'm not making it. He made the claim. He made a term. I'm asking him to define the term. What is gravity? Did I break up?
No, we can hear you. That's not a crazy thing to do. If somebody uses a word, you're like, well, what is, if you want to talk about this thing, well, what is it?
That's what answer you're looking for. There's several.
All right, Jeremy.
You can answer it.
What is a word, Jeremy? Since you use that word, what is a word?
Nate, please.
No, but that is, what you guys do. I say something, and all of a sudden, I gotta define this thing I said. Like, it's ridiculous.
You do. Wait. Oh, no, it's not ridiculous, dude. If I don't understand what you're talking about, or if I misunderstand what you're talking about, there's nothing wrong with you defining your terms and me understanding what you're saying.
Let me ask you this.
So you don't know. You don't know what you really don't know what gravity is. You've never heard of gravity before.
I've heard 3 different forms of gravity: bending space-time, mass attracting mass, and weight. Which one are you talking about?
Waste time? Why waste time asking what the definition is when we can just proceed with the conversation?
Those are 3 different things. Wait a minute, 3 different things. Hold on a second. Those are 3 different things. Which one are you talking about?
No, they're not. They're not.
But who says they're 3 different things? Like, I know you ain't new to the conversation. I know you've heard what people on the globe site say about what gravity is before. Why hold us hostage here? Now we're going to be arguing about the definition of gravity for the next 2 hours, and this conversation, which was moving along, is going to die.
Let's just use the one that you just
No,
stated.
it's not.
Let's use what you just stated. You just said it's a curvature of space-time, and it's also the that effect gives us the observation mass, attracting mass, and then the third thing you said was gravitational waves. For some reason, that's less of a
No, I didn't say waves. I said weight.
Oh, you said weight.
Those are
Okay,
3
yeah,
different
perfect then. Okay, yeah, then that's those 3 that we can use all that.
So we talk. So when you're talking about gravity, which one of those aspects are you wanting to discuss?
Well, you want to ask. You want to ask, but if you asked, then all 3
no,
of those things.
I'm asking the person that talked about gravity what he wants to discuss. Which part of gravity do you want to discuss, Coach? Which one of those 3 definitions do you want to discuss?
I'm defining it that way, and that's the extent of my interest at this point. Use those three definitions are all talking about the same thing. The first thing leads to the second thing, and the second thing leads to the third thing. So.
So how does something that's a concept like space-time cause things to have weight?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
You see where this goes, Joe?
Oh, you asked. I thought you were asking the other guy again. No, the first thing leads to the second thing. So space-time curving.
Okay, how does a concept,
mass,
curvature of space-time, cause weight?
I'm trying to tell you.
So how does a concept cause weight?
It gives us the observation that mass attracts mass because of the uneven distribution of mass, right? And because the masses now appear to be attracting to each other, if you were to put a measuring device on in between them that measures force, you would see that there's a force compelling them together, and we experience that force on Earth as weight. Yeah.
So now we're in a whole
quantum mechanics prove Einstein wrong. So how can you talk about space-time?
Yeah, that's bullshit. But we're in a whole different conversation than what started. I don't know.
I know. That's why I want to talk about something specific.
Exactly.
That's why I want to talk about something specific. So if you say space-time causes weight, quantum mechanics disproves space-time. Isn't gravity, isn't space-time a concept? So how do you explain?
We can help you with an explanation, but we can't help you understand.
I understand more than you realize, dude.
But then let's go.
Then what's with the question?
I think the problem with space-time.
Because I'm talking to people that's talking about terms, and I want to make sure I understand what they're talking about.
Well, the problem with space-time is that it's above many people's heads, and it's hard to understand unless you have actually studied it. You can't be a plumber or like me, like a technician or.
So since you don't understand space-time, you shouldn't be talking about gravity, right? So you talk about gravity as a cause of something. So how can you talk about it since you don't understand it?
You understand it better, so you explain how mass cause.
I've not made a single claim. So why should I explain something I've not made a claim about?
You actually just did make a claim that you knew more than we did.
I said I know more than he thinks I know. I didn't say I know more than he does.
Okay,
that's all I said.
I think you know what gravity is. Why don't you explain it?
Well, I think I explained it. The thought from the way I've always been taught, and even Kosho agreed with me. Seems like I may have a basic, or at least some kind of understanding of what gravity is. I'm just asking you guys to explain it because there seems to be some inconsistencies within it.
Well, there's the smart way to explain it, like where the scientists have studied it for fucking their whole lives can explain it, and then there's a way we can try and relate, but they have been in a lab and they have studied this shit. So, okay, so with me personally, I think gravity it's almost like it's a force that if something's big enough, it'll suck in the smaller thing until all the smaller things around it are not sucked in, but are gathered together tightly, and then whatever happens from there, you know. But it all depends on the area that's for me. I sound like a fucking lunatic. Oh my God. And anyway, bigger things attracting to smaller things. That's what I think. I'll simplify it. Bigger things attract smaller things. Now, the scientists have like this whole this well and all that shit, but I don't know anything about that because that's crazy. And all I know about that is what I've read, and which is not a lot. So, and I don't think anyone in here has really studied it all that much.
Hold on a second. So when you make a claim about gravity, hold on a second. So when he's making a claim about gravity doing something, he's really speaking out of ignorance because he doesn't really know. He's just making a claim.
I said I was ignorant. I literally said I was ignorant.
Okay, but you said that gravity is what causes things to be pulled back together. But you don't really know that for sure. That's what you
gravity is a bigger thing to attracting smaller things.
So you're just regurgitating what you've been taught or heard or something like that.
Just from we all are. Who in here is not? Who in here actually has studied gravity? No one. One person has studied gravity.
Thank you. Okay, thanks for saying that. You have
Kosho is not
exactly.
gravity.
Hold on a second. That means you have faith or you trust that someone else went out and got the information. You read it in textbook, and you trust that information in the textbook or video or whatever you want.
You watched a video and then believe the person on the video or whatever. However you gather your information. I gather my information my way. You gather your information your way. But I tell you this one thing. None of us have been in a lab studying gravity fucking the way it actually works. Guarantee that.
So we all have faith and trust in the scientist or the person above us.
Or, whoever we learned it from. Yep. And whoever has the credentials wins. Whoever has the best credentials usually wins.
Credentials don't mean anything. People can have all the credentials in the world and still be wrong.
For example, you have 5 people. You have a plumbing problem. Okay. Now you have one plumber in the group that studied it for his whole life. But then you have 4 other people that have, that they take her around their house and they figured things out. Which person are you going to fucking call, or which person are you going to believe in, put your trust in? I'm going to put my trust in the actual plumber that's dedicated to life.
We know what causes shit to flow, man. We don't know what makes rocks orbit.
You don't know.
No one knows. No one knows the cause of it.
How can you know what everyone in the world fucking knows? That's kind of fucking.
They would probably publish it if they knew.
Hold on, Ricky. I've actually talked to Globers. Ultimately, when you press people, scientists, they really don't know the cause of gravity. They use all these descriptions and descriptors to describe what they see occurring and maybe some phenomenal thing that's occurring, but really down to brass tacks, they have no idea.
But we don't need to know the root cause if we know what.
How do you know that you don't have an idea? Because you don't know them, first off. And
we know they have no idea because when Neil deGrasse Tyson gets on TV and says, we don't know what gravity is, if anyone
Neil deGrasse
would know,
surely he doesn't study this shit every day.
Him, right?
He's an astrophysicist.
He's
the guy you were talking about earlier. Oh, wait.
He's a celebrity.
Surely if they knew. Hold on a second, guys.
Jeremy, you're really low, bro, for me.
Not that. He's yelling, so he's loud.
Anyways, he's a celebrity, man. He's a celebrity fucking scientist, okay? He doesn't study the shit. Like, he only reads in papers what's going on right now. He doesn't study the shit. Like,
how do I sound now?
You sound
good. Fine, man.
Yeah, so if anybody knew, if they knew, they probably would have told Neil deGrasse Tyson, right?
That's the dumb. What? Come on, Jeremy, for real?
Yes or no? Would they have told Neil deGrasse Tyson if they knew what gravity was?
No. I think
they
would've
wouldn't.
told him.
They wouldn't have told him.
I think he would have learned it in college, getting his PhD in astrophysics.
So we don't know anything. If you go back, we do know how gravity behaves.
I don't understand it. If anybody, if they knew, it's just yes or no. If they knew what gravity was, surely they would have told Neil deGrasse, right?
Yes.
We aren't 100% sure about anything, and no, once they figure out gravity, they're not going to call up Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Isn't that our point? We don't really know.
Yeah. You don't have.
Yeah, that was my point. Thanks for proving my point for me.
Yeah.
Thanks. Don't have a point.
Easy dubs.
I don't think that's really a correct statement though, because if you look at the context of what Neil deGrasse Tyson was saying when he said that, and what Chucky's currently saying, it's not the same thing as we don't know what gravity is. They're saying that they don't know why mass has this effect on space-time. They don't know where this this relationship is derived from, but they do know the relationship, and as was stated a second ago, with the three definitions of it or whatever, all three of those definitions are true. So we know that much about it, that the curvature of space-time does make mass attract mass, or at least appear to, and that does create weight on Earth. So, and all those things are gravity. So,
unless the relationship is the complete opposite, the complete vice versa of what you just said, and it's actually
spacity. Tell them about spacity.
What's the opposite of W equals mg?
Speaking of, you guys are all taking stuff from other people. Meanwhile, I'm the founder and originator of spacity. So I guess I'm above all you guys.
What is the opposite?
What is spacity?
Spacity is
what is spacity?
Is the attraction of the 0-point energy in space attracting the levis, the less dense things down here. So basically, things that have more levity are attracted up to, the almost complete vacuum of space.
But the almost complete vacuum is all around. What? Oh, so they are attracted
to push down though.
So basically,
matter is attracted to space itself.
No. But the empty space within an object, the volume, the opposite of the density, the levity of it is attracted towards, or you could say the buoyancy, but I don't like the word buoyancy, is attracted to the space above.
What causes a bowling ball to float down?
So yeah, as these less dense things, the lighter things are attracted upwards towards the empty space, that area, that space that's now vacant, it's pushing down the more dense things, which is causing this, this reaction of gravity. But the original action is the attraction of the space.
So where does it stop? What is too dense for it to be attracted?
Everything's being, attracted, but because the more light things, the lighter things are given priority, they're the ones that go up, and as a result, the heavier things go down.
Why isn't our air pressure diminishing?
What's that?
Why isn't our air pressure diminishing?
Because the pressure, first off, the gases are created on the ground level, and secondly, there are more dense gases below. So the lighter gases, such as hydrogen and helium, they're the ones that are, being attracted more.
What gases are we creating?
Almost all gases are created.
How are we creating them?
I didn't say we are. The Earth is.
How are they being created?
You're asking a ton of different and irrelevant questions.
I would ask you guys why the gas pressure is not decreasing if it's a 1-for-1 ratio, because I've had many arguments with Globers about, I say gases are created at the ground level. They say it's a 1-for-1 ratio. So my question to you would be, why is the gas pressure not decreasing? Because they claim to be losing 90. They claim to be 90. They claim to They claim to be losing 90 to 150 metric tons of gas a day. So why is the gas pressure not decreasing?
That's not very much.
Excuse me?
That's not very much.
I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
That is not a lot.
That's not a what?
No.
He said it's not very much, Jeremy. It's not very much.
Okay, it's not very much.
Compared to
It's
the
not
size
very
of
much,
the
but
Earth,
it's
I don't
something.
think
So
so.
why is the? It's not very much yet. It's something. So why is the gas pressure not decreasing?
Because it's almost nothing. So close to nothing.
Yeah, it's something. Yeah, it's something.
Yeah,
So the gas pressure.
it's
If we're
so
losing
close to
gas,
nothing. You know that every time you
What about
smell
over
something,
a million
that
years?
is
150
if it's
tons
something,
a day over a
surely.
million years is a lot.
Go ahead, guys.
Yeah,
Whoever just took it over. Go ahead. Now you take over.
Roger. Jeremy,
Yeah,
you're not
that's
Michael.
why, you know, things are going down. It's just an effect of things going up. You have the light material going up, and you know, Archimedes' principle just taking up that volume, pushing down the more heavy things. Simple, really.
so the gas point pushes balloon down.
You're breaking up, man.
You saying the gas that goes up makes the bowling ball go down.
Exactly. Now you're getting it.
How so?
How are you getting it?
What happens?
Can you draw,
what happens
can you
in
draw a three-body diagram?
what happens in like comet vomits percentage with your spacing? What's happening then?
You're just counteracting the upwards acceleration of the gas.
What do you mean? What is that upwards acceleration?
As you counteract the upwards acceleration of the gas, as a result, the downwards acceleration of more dense matter can't, you know, happen. That volume isn't being taken, isn't being swapped, basically.
And also, as the gases are going up and down and mixing together and becoming different things, like different energy is being added, different temperature, different that you know these reactions are also causing different things. You can't. I mean, it's just not as easy as saying, you know, helium goes up or whatever.
So, what percentage? Could you draw a three-body diagram with a 10? Let's say a 1 kilogram shot.
Yes.
And show the forces on it?
Yes, I could.
Okay.
He wants it right
and
now.
Could you either post it or explain it?
I could.
Could you post it or explain it?
I could.
Will you?
No.
Why not?
'Cause it's not worth my time.
Really? To draw two lines? How many vectors would
Can
be
you
in
do it
that
for
three-body
gravity?
diagram?
I mean, Chucky,
Sorry?
it's not worth anyone's time because it's just bullshit that he's making up on the spot. I mean,
You mean it's against the mainstream
I'm
narrative?
pretty sure I made it up.
no,
He
it's
doesn't even
bullshit
know
he
what a
makes up
three-body
on the
diagram
spot.
You mean it's not what you believe, so you're automatically saying that.
No, it's logically inconsistent.
Logic.
Even
How many
internally.
vectors?
It's very consistent, actually. It's exactly what you believe, but in reverse.
It's not what he believes.
Okay, so in our model, there's going to be the weight down and friction or drag up. What are the two vectors in your diagram?
You mean, oh, the friction? Okay, yeah, it's the exact same thing. So you have the air going up, causing this friction and drag on this object as it's being pushed down, because the air is now up, taking up the space. Not everything can be up. Okay.
The air is pushing it down.
Yes, the volume that that the air is taking is now vacant, causing it to push down the more dense material. I don't know why you're not understanding this.
I guess it's because I need to see a
Yeah, but I
three-body
mean,
diagram and visual learning.
this is not even an original idea percentage. You just took buoyancy and turned it upside down, literally. How is
But
that original?
the thing is, it doesn't work upside down.
Yeah,
Have you ever
it
heard
does
of
work
spacity
upside
before,
down,
Nate?
but even
Yeah, it's
beyond
a
that,
simple
sit here and
concept,
say
but I'm the
that
one that came up with
it's
it.
an original idea. You just flip. It's like concave Earth. You know, you just turned it upside down percentage.
Have you heard of it before? Have you heard of spacity before me?
Before you, the idea that buoyancy works upside down, no, because it's silly.
There you go.
Why would I have heard that before you?
So therefore, it's original.
But it's
and I
not
am the
original
originator.
though. Okay, you're
I
the
might have heard
originator,
it
but
was
it's not an
gravity.
original idea.
You're
You are the
the
first person I've heard
originator.
say it. Like,
You're the originator of the idea, but it's not an original idea.
It is.
Because
Actually.
exactly.
Yeah,
Maybe
no,
its
I agree with you.
constituent
It is
parts
original.
aren't. Maybe it relies on things that have come before, like Archimedes' principle and what have you. But
it relies
in
on
totality,
everything we
its
know today. You
cohesiveness
just
is
turned it
original.
upside down.
I'd never heard of it.
Yeah, but you haven't added a single original piece, a single original mechanism, nothing. You just took
Then why
everything
didn't
we
it
have
exist
today
before me
and
then?
turned it upside down. How is that original?
Wait,
That is
You haven't
original. It's
added a
never been
single
turned
piece.
upside down.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
It's original.
that's all he did. He turned it upside down. That's the one
Yeah.
thing he did. That's
No,
He called
I
it
also came up with the
spacity.
name.
He called it
You can
spacity.
have that.
too.
I also came up with the name, and also like I'm trying to bring back levity.
If
What
it's all
about
about the
upside
medium, though,
downity?
the mass doesn't matter, right?
The opposite of gravity.
The mass of the shot is irrelevant, and because it's about the air being pulled out, right?
Yeah, the mass doesn't matter. What matters is density.
So why does the same air push 1 kilogram shot half as much as it would push a 2 kilogram shot?
Did you hear what I just said?
No.
What matters is density.
The density, we'll call it the same. The density of the two objects is the same. Why does the mass matter?
If the density of the two objects is the same, because the volume's the same, the mass is the same, everything's the same, including the surface area, you would have no difference.
If the density of the 1 kilogram and the 2 kilogram shot are the same, then the 2 kilogram shot is twice as much volume.
If it's the exact same in terms of density, in terms of surface area, there will be no difference.
Okay, so surface area.
Of course, I said the volume of the gas. The volume of the gas is going up, right? The less dense gas is going up. It's pushing down the more dense ball or whatever you have.
The fact that the room's even going along with this is ridiculous to begin with, but Chucky, you're asking the complete wrong questions to show that this is dumb.
It's funny that you say it's ridiculous because it's as sensible as gravity.
No, because we know the mass matters.
You don't know that actually.
Determines how much force. Yes, the mass.
You really don't know that because what matters is actually the density. Yes, because
no, W equals
you'll,
mg
you'll
has
notice
nothing
that
to do
if
with
you have
volume whatsoever.
No, you'll notice that if you have something that's taking up the same amount of volume with the same surface area and same drag, then the only difference is the density. So yeah, you could say the mass, but the fact of the matter is that there's a different drag to weight ratio, and that affects the acceleration. There's no just 9.8 meters per second squared or whatever. It's not like that ever, because there's no perfect vacuum. So it's always going to vary depending on the object. If the object is the exact same density and surface area and drag, then it's going to be falling at the exact same rate, and that's something that your model doesn't tell you.
So, well, how do you figure out the surface area?
You pull out a ruler.
That seems a lot more practical than using a scale. But I gotta
Use
go
a
get
scale
dinner.
for surface area?
No, surface area is irrelevant for the most part.
What are you talking about, man?
Then why'd you ask?
Do you know how drag works?
Mg.
Okay, first off, you said surface area, right? And you asked me, how do you measure surface area? So maybe you misspoke, but that's what you asked. So why are you saying it's irrelevant afterwards? Secondly, surface area is very relevant in terms of seeing the drag on something. That's a huge factor in the drag equation. So you can't say it's irrelevant.
Okay, so if I have two bowling balls of the same surface area but different masses, why does the one with half the mass have half the force?
I just told you.
Because of
the density, the difference in density due to the difference in mass.
And what's the formula?
Which formula?
Well, for weight, we have W equals mg. What's your formula?
It's not W equals mg, okay?
Yes, it
it's
is.
W equals mg minus the force of drag.
No, I'm talking about just the downwards vector.
That is in the downwards vector.
No, that's the
If
net
it's sitting,
vector.
hold on. If it's sitting still, percent.
Yeah, and that would just be in the net vector. The downwards vector would be W equals mg. The upwards one would be F drag.
We're not talking about an object sitting still, right? We were talking about a ball falling.
Yes, but even if we're talking about the ball falling, I'm talking about the downwards vector, which is W equals mg.
No,
What
it's
is
not.
yours?
It's W equals mg minus the force of drag. I told you there's no.
No.
The
drag
g
is
is
the
just an
upwards
agreed upon
vector.
average. In reality, it doesn't. It's not 9.8 meters per second squared. I don't know why I need to repeat myself.
You know what a free body diagram is, right?
Yes.
Okay, so in this instance of a bowling ball falling, I have the downwards vector that is the weight and the upwards vector that is the drag. Because drag always does what?
And that's not the actual weight of the object, though. The actual
Yes,
weight
it
is minus the force of drag.
Incorrect.
Not incorrect.
You don't
No,
think a
the
ball falling
acceleration.
down doesn't have drag?
I never said that. I said there's an upwards vector, didn't I?
But I'm talking about when it's falling downwards.
Yes,
Drag
and there's an
still
upwards
applies,
vector.
right?
Rakia, what percent is saying that while the ball is falling, the ball weighs less. That's what percent is saying.
That's not
Is
what
that-
I'm saying.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. While the
I
ball
would
is
rather ask-
falling,
How are
That's not
you
what I'm
telling
saying.
percentage what he's saying?
It weighs
because
the
that is
exact
what he's
same.
saying.
That's what he
But
said.
what
He
you're
said the
misunderstanding,
downwards
Gummy
vector
Bear.
subtracts
Hold up. What
drag.
you're misunderstanding, Gummy Bear, is that you think just because I've said that when it's falling it has the force of drag, that now if you remove that, it's weighing less. That's not the case. Because when it's on the
So-
table, it has the normal force, which is just more.
The normal force
So
is
the
which
question
direction?
is, hold on, Chucky. The question was, what is the weight? And you say, what?
Yeah, the weight,
Yeah.
F equals mg minus the force of drag, minus
Okay,
FD.
so you're saying
That's
that
the weight of it.
the
Who
weight
told you that?
is
When it's falling.
something. What you're saying is the weight is mg minus something, which you are saying that while it's falling, it weighs less. If that's the weight,
No,
that's the implication
again,
of what
that's
you're
not
saying.
what I'm saying.
Well,
If
why'd
the
you
weight is
subtract drag then?
mg, yeah, if the weight is mg minus the drag, then that's you saying that it weighs less while
so-
it's falling.
So we take this ball and we put it in water.
I gotta go,
Does
guys.
it weigh
Have a good
less
one.
or more?
Okay, but
That's for you, Gummy Bear.
What
It's
did
now
you
in the
say?
I
water,
wanna
it's
hear
no
that
longer
answer.
falling. Does it weigh less or more?
depends on how you define weight.
Damn,
Just make a
man. I
distinction.
knew he
No,
was
there-
going to do it.
Just make a distinction
weight's the
between
same.
net weight and weight, dude. Just whatever.
That's
it
why
is.
I'm
The weight's
asking.
the
The way
same.
you just defined weight percent, the way you just defined weight, it does weigh less when it's falling.
And when it's in the water, floating?
Then what would you say with your method?
Well, I would say that the force of drag is now such that it is counteracting that force of its weight.
So,
And its
what
downward
would it have then?
acceleration.
How much weight would it have?
If it's floating,
Yeah.
it depends. You'd have to weigh it some. I mean, it'd probably weigh as much as the water does.
What is that? What is its weight then?
It depends on how much there is, but I think it's 1 Newton force. I don't know.
Okay. So say it's falling and it drops down into the water, but then it starts moving up. What's the weight?
You'd have to measure that.
Yeah, but what is it? You'd know that
Depends.
it's something.
It depends on the force that it fell with.
Yeah, but you know it's moving upwards. What's the weight?
The weight would be negative in that amount. The
Oh,
acceleration would be
negative
negative.
weight?
The
Negative
acceleration would be
weight?
negative. Hold up. The acceleration would
Excuse
be
me?
negative.
Don't get
because
so excited.
Boy, yeah, I misspeaking.
Jesus,
Just trying to
man.
jump on it.
It's like he cummed all over himself.
The acceleration that it fell, would have been negative, and then it reversed as it's changing its trajectory.
So you can have negative weight. That's interesting.
No, not negative weight.
But
The
that's what you
acceleration
said.
would be negative.
So what's the weight then? If the acceleration is negative, what's the weight?
You'd have to calculate it depending on the actual.
But is it negative?
Mass?
Because that's what
and,
you've said.
And force to drag and all that jazz.
So is the weight negative or not? When the acceleration is negative, is the weight negative?
Depends on if you're kind of weighing it from the top, you could say it's negative. But in reality, all you have to do is just take the scale and reverse it, basically. Do it from the other direction.
Okay,
Good luck doing
so
that,
there's
though.
no such thing as negative weight, it's just directional weight. Is that what you're saying?
Can I ask one question here?
No, let me just answer that and then go.
So if you're weighing something that's floating, the best way to do that would be like a load cell on top, right?
What I'm asking
and just
is,
like acceleration, what makes you think that you couldn't describe it in negative and positive depending on the vector that it's going?
Exactly. So my question was simply, so you're saying there is no such thing as positive and negative weight, it's just weight but in different directions.
It could be described as positive and negative, but
what it's describing is the different
unconventional
directions.
because of its difficulty to actually weigh something that's going up by
just say
our
yes.
means that we have right now. Because we have spring-loaded things
different
that
directions.
No, hold up. Because we have spring-loaded things that have density, and due to spacity, they're pushed down. So it's very hard to weigh it as it goes up. You would need a similar scale that is fashioned with Levis material and goes up to register that weight.
That's what I was gonna say. Like 1 pound of helium in a heavy container that's pressing on a scale on the ground is still 1 pound of helium as you put it in a lighter container and it's going up, pressing on a ceiling of something. It's still 1 pound of helium.
Well, so would it push upwards by 1 pound, you think?
It's not pushing down with 1 pound of force. It's just in a heavier container where it's not. No, because helium is trying to go up. You just have to put it in a heavier container to put it on a scale on the ground. If you put it in, hang on. No, if you in your model, your way of thinking, I'm fine with that.
Reality.
But you still have. Yeah, go ahead and clip me again, just to prove you're a prick. Yeah, there you go.
In reality, weight is not always down.
Chucky, just let them speak. They're digging their own graves with all these things.
Digging our own graves. You think I'm gonna die from this? You sound so excited a while ago. You creamed your pants like you've never had a woman before. You're weird, man.
Just let them dig their own
just
graves.
a conversation.
So
we're digging our graves. Say it again. Say it again one more time.
They're digging their own graves.
You don't think he's making it personal there?
You asked me to say it again.
Not as personal.
Go ahead, say it again.
They're digging their own graves.
How many times would you say it?
Until you stop asking me to say it.
Please.
You do.
Please, guys.
Yeah, how ridiculous.
Come on, guys. He's going to say it as many times. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he
can
ask
a question.
Always downward.
These guys on a,
But he literally
guys
asks
on a world
Gummy.
tour.
But he asks Gummy to say it. Jim.
Percentage took these guys.
Oh, and he's defending it. If I asked Gummy to go
honest
jump off a
enough
bridge, if I asked him to go jump off a bridge, would he do it?
You're asking Gummy to say
Are you ready to be a big
Gummy
boy?
literally came in his pants. Like, come on, Rocky.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm
grow
honest
up.
enough to answer a question.
Yeah.
Which you guys aren't.
Moving on, guys. Moving on. So, percentage took these guys on a roller coaster ride with Spacey for what, 2-3 days in gems? You guys think you're gonna get them here with it?
Chucky,
I mean,
you're
give it
wrong,
a
by
shot,
the way,
but
about weight always being downwards. That's not true.
I don't think it is either.
What university told you the weight is not always down?
Weight
gives a shit about university.
Is F equals ma, W equals mg. It's
right.
the product of the mass times by the acceleration. Now you could say it's the acceleration of gravity in your outdated model, or you could say it's the upwards and downwards acceleration, which is what it actually is. And that upwards and downwards acceleration is affected by the force of drag.
That's what I think it is.
You're in.
Why do engineers only ever deal with it in the downwards direction?
Maybe they're dealing with things going down.
So what's the where does this G come from for you, percent?
I don't think engineers have to deal with overcoming
the old nomenclature of gravity, meaning downwards acceleration. In reality, they should have just stuck with A, because its acceleration could be either downward or upwards. Are we going to come up with a new variable
make
called
this,
L for levity? No.
But when you say what it weighs, you say, oh, it's W equals mg. So where's this g coming from when you say what it's weighing?
Did I just not address this a
No,
second ago?
so what you said is sometimes it's up, so you shouldn't even say g. And I'm saying, why are
That's
you
not what I
using
said.
g then?
I don't think you're listening, Gummy Bear.
Okay,
I said
then could you reword it, please?
I said that F equals ma is just for things that are going down with this outdated model is W equals mg, which is synonymous. Okay? There's no difference in the two. The downwards acceleration, they call it the downward force, they call it weight. It's still the downward force. The mass they leave the same. The A they changed to G because it's going down and they believe that it's gravity. In reality, gravity is the reciprocal. It's the inverse. It's the reaction to the original action. So they should have just left it F equals ma, or they should realize that weight could go in both directions relative to the medium. If the medium is more dense, then it'll be going up. If the medium is less dense, it'll be going down. Simple as that.
Well
Now, when
said.
earlier when you were talking to Chucky and he asked, "What's the weight of this bowling ball?" What did you say the formula was for that again?
The bowling ball's going down. So with that old nomenclature, it's W equals mg minus the force of drag, or F equals ma minus the force of drag.
So where's this g or a coming from?
The acceleration of the ball, because it's more dense
so how
in
do
the
you
less
know
dense
it?
medium.
How do you know the acceleration of it?
You can measure it.
Okay, so have you measured the acceleration of all different things to know what they'll fall at?
No.
Okay.
Have
so
you?
you wouldn't know. So you wouldn't know what this bowling ball falls at. What?
No, but he knows it falls differently.
No, I don't know
what
speed, what acceleration this imaginary bowling ball, of which we haven't specified any dimensions or weights, would fall.
So
at.
if I gave you the dimension and the density of this ball, would you know now?
Depends on the medium.
Air. Would you know now?
I could probably approximate it.
And how are you getting the acceleration?
What's that?
How are you getting this acceleration then?
What was that the question? Would I know what?
How would you
a
know
bowling
this
ball of
acceleration?
your given standards and drop it in air and measure it, like you said.
From knowing.
If you give me all the other variables, I could solve for the acceleration. Ideally, the acceleration would be measured.
Yeah. So from the density, the volume, and knowing that the medium is air.
No, you need the force too.
How do you know it? Oh, you need the force too, but that's what we're seeing happen.
Oh, you gave me the density and the volume? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I gave you the density and the volume. So okay, yeah, you can solve for the mass. How do you know the gravity or the acceleration? Sorry.
If you have the force of the
medium, we wouldn't.
And you have
we
the
wouldn't
volume
have the force.
Sorry, 1 second. You have the medium, right? So you have the drag, the force of drag. You also have the acceleration, the volume, and the density, the volume and the mass. So you have the density. You can then solve for the force that's going downwards.
But we have two unknowns. We have the weight down, which is unknown, and the acceleration down, which is unknown. So how do you know either of them?
You could solve for the acceleration.
But not if you have two unknowns. How do you solve when you have two unknowns?
Man, start from the beginning. What do we have? We have the density, mass and volume.
The density and the volume, and you know that it's falling through air.
Okay, so what's the question?
How do you know how fast it will go down? Or
Ideally,
the weight, so to speak. Okay.
Yeah, there's actually
any way of knowing it?
Formula that Sleeping Warrior. There's actually a mathematical formula that Sleeping Warrior came up with, where you divide the density of the medium into the density of the object or something.
Yeah,
and that'll tell you whether it's going to go up or down.
But either way, what we're getting 2%.
Yes.
What
Listen,
I'm showing right now,
you measure it.
I would definitely trust.
I would
definitely trust a formula from Sleeping Warrior. Yep.
Well, if you could do the formula and then go drop a bowling ball and it proves to be right, that's how formulas are made.
So
experiments.
All right,
what we're
again.
seeing,
Yeah,
we're
one second,
seeing
Gummy Bear. Let
percent.
me just say what I was saying.
Okay.
So ideally, you measure it. If the measurement of the acceleration is absent, and the force, the downwards force is absent, then you can't solve for it. So if you can't measure it or get, the acceleration, then you'd have to have the force.
So how come we can make predictions using our thing, gravity, but you can't make a prediction without already
You
measuring
can't.
the acceleration of
Because
the
they
wave?
measured things
can't.
falling in different mediums. Hello?
Okay. So you cannot make predictions,
No,
but the
you
Go
can't
model
make
can.
predictions.
Wrong.
Perfect ones, at least.
Can't
All
make
you
predictions on
hold
how
up,
fast
hold up.
something falls?
No, let me address this. So again, all you guys did was measure a bunch of things. So you had the measurements, and then you averaged them out to come up with agreed upon average. That's what your acceleration is. It's not actually accurate, like I've been saying.
But is it so when you say the average, are you talking about the average between different materials or average
No.
between different locations?
No, average between probably different tests that they did in different levels of vacuum.
Okay. But it's not different materials have different acceleration. Right?
If it's the same volume, then definitely yes, they do.
We're talking about the acceleration downwards.
Acceleration in any direction, but yeah. Well,
In
up or
air.
down.
And the medium does matter. Friction
Okay.
matters.
So say we measure the acceleration. How do you measure acceleration?
You can do it, with video, frame by frame or something.
Okay. So we see
Barometry.
Okay, so we see how fast it's moving down. What do you do now? How do you move on from here?
What if it's moving up?
Or moving up, whatever. You see you measure the acceleration. What do you do now?
What do you mean? You're the one that's like,
Okay.
I don't know what
so,
you're looking for. If you're
so
trying to
here's
solve
what we got.
for the
We
force,
got-
you have all the variables.
Okay, yes. So we want to solve for the force. How do you do this with all the variables?
You just do it like normal. F equals ma minus the force of drag.
Okay. So equals what? So you're saying you plug in that acceleration in the A?
Yes.
But now you got the net force causing the acceleration, and then you're also using that acceleration in
The
the
net force
formula.
does not cause the acceleration.
Oh, it does not.
It does not cause the acceleration. No.
Okay. So what is the total force doing then? Because you said F equals ma. You agreed
F
on
equals
that, which
ma,
means
yes, but
that is force causing acceleration.
No, it's not force causing the acceleration.
Okay. So what is it then?
The force is the byproduct of the acceleration of this mass and the specific volume it has. This dense material falling.
So the force comes from the acceleration.
Generating a force. So if anything, the acceleration is causing the force.
Okay. So what you're saying is, if we look on the left side of this equation, we have the force, the total force, right? The weight.
Yes.
You agree? Okay. So F equals ma. Can we replace this left side with ma? Since F equals
don't
ma.
forget the force of drag.
So F doesn't equal ma then, is what you're saying.
F equals ma minus the force of drag. I don't know how many times I have to
now
say
you've
this.
changed.
I never changed it. I've been saying this the whole time.
Okay. Well then, my question is, if you have the force, so you've put everything into this equation, ma minus the drag, you have this number of the force. What do you do now?
What do you want to do?
Well, for example,
what's your goal here?
Well, so you have the total force. So you don't agree that if you have the total force, you should know the total acceleration?
So now we don't have acceleration and we have the force and we're solving for acceleration. Is that what you're asking?
That's what's the thing is. What else is the final force if not acceleration?
The force is not acceleration.
Yeah, but so you agreed whether or not you agreed whether or not one comes before the other, they still have this relationship.
Of course there's a relationship between them. I told you
exactly.
The force is dictated by the acceleration of this dense material or, Leavis material, depending on what it is. But it's not you know, the acceleration isn't going to be this figure that they give you. The acceleration depends on the density and the material that it's in, the medium that it's in.
Okay, so if
That's
it's a
why things
vacuum,
don't fall at the same rate if they have different volumes and so on.
okay. So if something falls faster, it weighs less?
No, it falls up faster, but I wouldn't say fall at that point. I would just say it's, you know, it's.
Will we agree that the faster something moves, the more drag
lighter.
it has?
It depends on the medium.
For example,
Well,
I
air.
light my Bic lighter. I light my Bic lighter, and the flame goes up. Is that your acceleration?
Yeah. So hold on. So percent, you agree that in air, for example, if you move faster, the drag increases.
Yes, until you reach terminal velocity.
Okay. So if something in this equation that you mentioned, it says negative the drag. So if we have more drag, that means it's more of negative. That makes the total thing less. So weight
Correct.
is less when you move faster.
Correct. Until
Exactly.
your what's it called? Terminal velocity. Which
So you're
stops
saying,
changing.
okay, exactly. So all you've done is instead of saying the force down or the net force, you're just calling that weight. This is no longer levity.
It could go, weight could be either direction. Just the force that equals ma minus the force of drag could be in either direction. You could have a less dense thing going up and still, you know, and generate a weight just in the inverse of, like, the opposite kind of scale, the opposite side, opposite vector, I should say.
So how do you get a negative drag? Or no, sorry, not a negative. How do you get it to change direction?
No, he already got himself, dude. If he
Oh,
implied
I know, yeah.
How do you get what to change direction?
I mean, he's already gone himself many times.
Not really.
So-
Like, you're trying to poke holes, but you're doing a bad job.
Stick with the terminal velocity.
So how does it go up then? Is that when the
How
drag?
does what go up?
Whatever we're talking about, an object that's going
It's
up
lighter
instead of down.
than the medium.
Okay. And so what's the function now? Or the equation for the weight?
What do you mean, what's the equation for the weight? It's going to be the same. It's
Okay.
as a result of it going up, it's still going to be pushing down the ball at the same, you know, the same exact way.
Okay. So
still
drag
calculate the
is
force in the
just
same exact way.
So okay, so you're saying drag is just in the opposite direction of where you're moving.
Of course.
Okay.
You gotta just stick with it.
You get it now?
Terminal velocity.
It applies for
Why
objects
is
that
terminal
are
velocity
lighter
the
and going up, the same as it does for things denser and going down.
So
F
Why
equals
is
ma
terminal velocity
minus the
this?
drag.
The force is acting upward.
well, if you ask, or let me ask
What was your
him
question,
instead of
Coach?
say, let me ask him instead of saying what he would say. Would you say percent that when terminal velocity has been reached, it has zero weight?
No.
Oh, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
So what does it have? What's the weight then?
Terminal velocity doesn't mean it stops moving.
Okay.
It just means that the force of the drag has been maxed out.
So what's the weight?
You could have something in air still falling, but reaching terminal velocity. It still has a force due to the mass and the acceleration of it, and the force of drag, which has just been maxed out.
Yeah.
It's lightest in that medium if it's at terminal velocity.
Yes. So let's go with it then. So when it's at terminal velocity, we know that it's defined as it's no longer accelerating. Yes?
Sure.
So for your F equals ma, so the first part, ma, a is 0. So the first part is 0. So F equals 0 minus drag. Now it's moving, which means it must have positive drag. So if we follow this equation, we'll see that the weight is negative the drag. So it's actually having negative weight even though it's moving downwards at terminal velocity. How do you explain this?
How do you explain it when you have it at 9.8 meters per second squared?
No, so I'm asking.
Does that not apply magically now?
If you want to talk about my model, That's another conversation. Right now I'm asking, why in your model does something moving at terminal velocity have negative weight that is equal to the drag?
It does pertain to the question, because if you can explain it, then it would explain it both ways, right?
No, it wouldn't. So I want him to
Can you
explain it for
explain
the
it?
scenario.
I mean, just say yes or
It's
no.
a
You don't have to
different.
explain.
I can, but it's a different thing. That's why I'm asking him right
I do think it's a different thing. I think at that specific point, it would, like, you wouldn't calculate it as having zero I mean, maybe at that specific instant it would be zero acceleration, but you're actually you're stopping at the last kind of acceleration that it had, that last kind of velocity that it had. So it might be
almost like
different equation
equilibrium in a way, right?
I honestly don't know.
Does it not move at terminal velocity for the rest of the trip down?
It does, yes. And it's no longer accelerating, but I don't know.
So if
you
it's
just
no
take
longer
away...
accelerating,
Hold up,
doesn't that mean acceleration is zero?
Again, so I don't know if you just take away the exponent of it, you know, because it's like in the equation it's v squared. Maybe you just take away the exponential delta of like the velocity and just focus on the velocity that it is at terminal velocity.
Okay, but you still agree that the first part, the MA part, that's still going to be zero.
Yeah, I don't think it's done like that. I'm sure that there's, I don't know, to be honest.
So your equation doesn't work?
Zero because it doesn't go any faster.
Because your equation was the MA minus drag, but now you're saying that it doesn't work. So why doesn't it work now?
I didn't say it doesn't work. I said there's probably an explanation that I don't.
Okay, so there's an explanation for why currently your explanation doesn't work, but you don't know it. It just there should be an explanation for it.
Dude, I don't know how many times I have to say it. I don't presently know how you would calculate it. I imagine that you use a different equation, or that you take off the exponential value to account for the lack of a change of acceleration. I'm sure there's an explanation. I haven't, versed myself in it
so
yet.
you're saying that at terminal velocity, your equation no longer works.
I didn't say that. I said I just don't know it well enough. So do you know?
Okay, but your equation is quite simple. It's F equals ma minus drag. We know that a is zero because it's no longer accelerating. We both agree on this, which means that it's something negative drag. And so the weight is negative
I think
drag.
at that point you would have to change acceleration to account for the fact that, there's no longer a delta, and then replace it with, maybe the velocity. I'm not sure, to be honest, but maybe you
So
replace
why
it
do
with
you
velocity.
suddenly get to replace the acceleration with velocity?
It would be only in that specific example where it's reached terminal velocity.
Yeah, what you're saying is as soon as
acceleration, you're decreasing the acceleration from its from its meters per second squared to, I imagine it's meters per second. But again, I'm not well versed in this.
Yeah, so what you're saying is as soon as it reaches terminal velocity, all of a sudden the equation switches from ma to something with v.
It's possible.
For no
I'm
apparent reason.
Do you know?
Yeah, you're
Or are
speculating.
you going to keep on beating around the bush, Gummy Bear?
Well, so what I'm showing you is that this levity, spacity, whatever you want to call it, already at terminal velocity, it seems to have a big contradiction within itself.
Because I think this would be the exact same issue in W equals mg.
Oh, so you want me to explain how it doesn't have this issue in W equals mg?
By all means, go ahead.
Okay, so what we say isn't, so W equals mg will be true still right there, right then. The only difference is W equals mg will be outbalanced perfectly by the drag. So the net force would be mg minus the drag. And g is the 9.8. So it's not zero like in your example, it's 9.8. So therefore, the whole thing would be zero. W, the weight is zero because mg is perfectly balanced by the minus drag. So in my example, it works out
by the minus
perfectly.
drag.
Yeah, but in your example, the acceleration you're using isn't 9.8. You're using the actual current acceleration, which means zero.
Hold up. So if mg is balanced by the force of drag, that's basically mg minus the drag.
Correct. Mg, not ma, mg.
Okay, but either way, it's subtracted. It's canceled out by the force of drag. So you're saying that it has 0 force.
The force is net 0, yes, because there's no longer changing acceleration. The net force is 0, correct.
So how is that any different from what I said?
Because mine says that the net force is 0, so if you want to call that the weight, then the weight is 0. It perfectly balances out at terminal velocity. Your equation becomes negative drag at terminal velocity, which doesn't make any sense. Why is the weight negative drag at terminal velocity? So clearly you've got some thinking to do about why your thing doesn't work.
Unless you just didn't, if you imagined it without parentheses, maybe. But if it's all in parentheses, then, you can't, you have to follow BEDMAS.
What do you mean with or without parentheses? What do you want to
So
put?
if the force of drag, you have to, if it's a necessary operation, then you can't just add drag to the other side of the equation, the other side of the equal sign. Then you're basically screwed.
What do you mean?
You
No
said
one's
just
moving
doesn't
any.
apply.
No one's moving any drag to the other side of the equation. What do you mean?
You were saying that because ma equals 0, and then you could just add the force of drag that was subtracted or whatever, and you'd have a non-zero value. But
Hold on.
reality,
Are you
it's
talking
altogether.
about? Are you talking about your equation or mine?
Mine.
Yours. So with yours, you said you have W equals ma minus drag. So the left side is W for weight, and the right side
Listen,
is
we gotta
ma
take it easy on you
minus
old
drag.
guys.
Yes.
Jeremy, hot
Paul
mic,
got
hot
me
mic,
yesterday.
Jeremy,
So
hot mic.
He knows.
So there's no moving of anything whatsoever. All we see is that the ma part is 0 because acceleration is 0, and the negative drag is still there because it's still moving downwards. So W equals 0 minus drag. That is the same as saying W equals minus drag.
Here, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Do you think that as drag increases, that the acceleration won't decrease?
The net acceleration, yes.
It'll decrease, right?
Correct. The net
so
acceleration,
why are
because
you-
the net force is changing.
Okay, so why are you treating them separately? It's not because the net force is changing. It's causing the net force to change. But in reality,
the drag, yeah, so the drag, when the drag increases, it decreases the net force, and because F equals ma, because force causes acceleration in our model, the A, if the F goes smaller, the A goes smaller. So yes, the net acceleration has decreased.
yeah,
when
so why
the
are you treating them separately?
Treating which separately? The acceleration due to gravity and the net acceleration?
No, the acceleration and the force of drag.
What do you mean? We're not treating them separately. We're saying that the net acceleration is dependent on the net force, and the net force is mg minus drag. We're not treating them separately in any way.
No, when you were trying to dissect my thing, you were treating them separately.
I'm treating them exactly as you presented them, which is W equals ma minus drag, correct?
Yeah. Ma minus drag is one cohesive thing. That's what the force is. Okay, so if you're gonna envision it in your head, if you have then imagine them being in parentheses. You can't just calculate one end and then somehow subtract the force of drag, because you have to follow the operation.
That's fine, but A is 0. You agree on this?
Yes.
So ma minus drag, even if it's in parentheses, do you not agree that 0 minus something positive is negative, whether you put it in parentheses or not? It is negative as it comes out.
Yes, I agree with that.
So what it's saying still is that the weight is negative when you're at terminal velocity. This doesn't make sense. It's still got a contradiction in there. Your model doesn't work. Spacity doesn't work.
And what if how can I explain this?
Bro, Bacon, did this guy get you?
This is a bad.
I did get him. Yeah.
You took these guys and gems on a roller coaster ride for 2 days. How'd you let them get you like that? Percent? Come on, man.
Because I know his mind inside out, Jerry.
Bro,
We're
I'm
soulmates.
sure there's a way that you can put the parentheses so that you deal with the force of drag first.
Even if you deal with the force of drag first, it will still come out positive, will it not? And
No,
then you
not
take
if-
negative of something positive, that's negative, and then you have 0 to the end of that. That doesn't change anything. It's still negative in the end. So the problem
There's got to
percent,
be an
just so
explanation for it.
yeah, so the problem percent is that the A you're using is the total acceleration, which isn't correct. It should be the part that comes from levity. So you need to change your thing a little bit. So the A in your equation can't be this changing number. It has to be A is like the acceleration due to levity, and then the total F, or the total weight, is what causes acceleration. So you kind of need to change it back up to be more accurate, or more.
I appreciate that.
The
I appreciate
opposite.
I'll take that
Yeah,
into
you
consideration.
need a constant percentage.
Yeah.
I
Or
have a
it
question
doesn't
for
need to be a constant. It just needs to be 9.8 at the surface, and then the higher up you go, it would decrease because the levity, so to speak, the more stuff is, or the less stuff would be going up there, so to speak.
I don't like it on the surface though, because it's not true to reality. You know that.
Well, that's the thing is,
I
in
prefer
order
to
for
leave
you to,
acceleration, the actual acceleration of
I know.
this moving body.
But that when you do that, this problem arises.
Yeah, but only with terminal velocity. So maybe I'll
the other
find
way you
an
can
alternate
do it.
explanation, or like an alternate kind of solution, or maybe I'll just say fuck it. It's not worth changing acceleration to a fake agreed upon constant just for the sake of these niche kind of exceptional cases.
Instead of saying that the acceleration is this constant number, like, because you need, so the MA, if you have the actual acceleration, that needs to be linked to the actual weight or the actual net force. Otherwise, you get this contradiction.
Of course, it's at any given time.
Yeah, and that's the thing that you need to. That's the basis you need to start at, and then either make what we use as mg, this mass times 9.8. You can do that to be instead like the relative density times the relative density constant, which could be something which would end up being you could do like 18.7 divided by 2. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, I'm just following your logic of reversing the R model. I'm just showing you that you need to do that more accurately, because currently it's falling flat.
Well, just in this kind of this isolated case of terminal velocity. But yeah, I'll crunch the numbers. I'll figure it out.
Well, I also would say
I
also would say that it doesn't just happen with terminal velocity. It gets more and more inaccurate as it approaches terminal velocity.
That was a cool conversation, though, but you do agree that it's pretty close. Like, you could work with it and maybe come up with some numbers or formulas, right? Like, it
Sure, but at the end of the
obviously can be
day, yeah, but at the end of the day, what I would say is that all they are the opposite of our model.
Literally, that's all percentage.
Yeah,
is,
but
literally.
I have mine actually is more viable because I have supposed cause.
Wait, so you think you have more cause for your thing than we have for our thing?
Yeah, because we don't know the cause of I mean, in terms of gravity, they say
So what would
it's mass
what would
attracting mass,
be-
but they don't know why the mass is attracting for whatever reason. They have no clue, right? But
So
for mine,
why
it's
does
called
nothing-
zero point energy
So-
in
Yeah.
space.
What's the
Why
cause
does
of yours?
nothing attract?
Yeah, why does 0 point energy attract stuff?
The zero
Yeah.
point energy has an affinity for itself, for other energy.
Why?
Same
Why does
type.
it have this affinity?
It
And
just
how does it attract
Who knows
stuff at
why?
a distance?
Oh,
Who
And
knows?
also, are
mass
you
has an affinity
accepting?
for mass.
And also,
Yeah.
you accepting that
Yeah, but see,
space
mine goes
exists
one step
up
further
there?
because mine.
Like, do you not
Hold
see
on,
how many
Gummy,
problems
let me
there
just
are?
address what they're saying. So mine goes one
No,
step
he
further
really
because you
doesn't.
guys say mass has an affinity for mass, right? And I say, in that same vein.
And then we can say why.
Hold up, no, in that same vein, I say, like levity has and it's an affinity for levity, or volume has an affinity for volume, right?
Right. But we can
And
go
then,
one step
and
further.
then I go one step further and say that it's due to the 0-point energy in space, whereas you guys have nothing.
Well, no.
We say it's because of the bending of space-time.
Yeah, the same way that you say it's the
No,
zero.
you got to pick between your two kind of theories. It's either mass attracting mass that you're talking about, or bending of space time. Because
bending of space-time causes mass to attract mass.
No, it doesn't.
So
Yes,
what
it does.
causes?
It doesn't
what
cause it to attract.
Yeah, what causes levity to attract levity?
That's the 0-point energy.
So the 0-point energy causes levity to attract levity, and we're
let's just say
saying that
space attracts space. It's space. Let's keep it simple.
yeah, and we're saying that space-time energy attracts space-time energy. There you go.
Space-time energy.
Well, you use 0-point energy in a way that it's not
Yeah, the
supposed to
0-point
be
energy
used. So
actually
I'm gonna
exists.
use. Yeah, but
Isn't
that's not how it works.
Absolute.
0-point energy exists. I mean,
So-
you just came
so
up
do we
with
wanna-
this space-time energy thing, and it's completely false.
So
I
either
don't know what's
yeah,
the
hold
kind
on. So two things then. Either you accept that yours is just as arbitrary as ours, you just that yours ends at 0-point energy instead of space-time, or we'll ask you what 0-point energy is.
Okay, I'll address both of them. So first thing is that you guys have two different paths that you take. You have to choose one. You can't say that it's mass attracting mass, which is causing the bending of space-time, and space-time, which is causing mass attracting mass. That's a circular argument.
But that's not what we say.
Other. So which one are you going to take?
That's not what we say. What we would say is mass bends space-time so that other mass moves towards the mass. So the effect is mass. So mass bends space-time that makes other mass move towards it.
Which
So
is
the
then
effect
bending
of it-
space-time more, which is then making the space-time bend, which is then bending space.
Yes.
So the
So it's
effect
circular.
of it. Now hold on. The effect of it is mass attracting mass, but the mechanism by which it does so, the cause maybe you could call it, is that the mass is bending space-time somehow. We
Yeah,
don't
but
know
as the
how
mass
mass is
attracts
bending
mass,
space-time.
It bends space-time more, which then attracts the mass more.
What do you mean
Which then
as
bends
mass
space-time
attract?
more, which then attracts the mass
What do you
more.
mean as mass? What do you mean as mass attracts mass? It bends more space-time. What do you mean by that?
So as the space-time is bending due to the mass, like you said mass is the cause, right? Causes
Yeah.
space-time to bend, which causes the masses to come together more, which causes
Yeah.
space-time to bend more, which causes masses to come together more, which causes space-time to bend more. See how it's circular?
So the mass or the
Until
space-time
they touch.
bending exists from the
Until they
start.
touch
From
tips.
the space-time bending exists from the start. Both masses are bending space-time, but as they come closer, the space-time bending, what's the word? Works together. I forgot what the constructively works together. So it's not
Yeah, it works
more
in conjunction,
space-time
you're
coming.
saying.
Yes, it's not more space-time coming from nowhere like a paradox. It's just that the space-time bending from both objects are moving closer and constructively works
So
together.
let me ask you, what came first, the space-time
I have
or the
a-
mass?
Can I ask a question to Gummy? So you keep mentioning this bending of space-time and stuff. How are you proving that that's actually what's happening? And
Oh, that would be a different conversation. Right now, we're not talking about proving. We're talking about showing that his idea is just as arbitrary.
So you didn't
okay,
answer my
never
question,
mind
Gummy.
Yeah.
What came first, the space-time or the mass?
Well, the space-time would probably come first, and then the mass comes in, and then the mass that is in the space-time then bends the space-time.
So in a complete massless vacuum, there was space-time.
Yeah, why not?
Without any matter, nothing that has mass, you had space-time.
I mean, I can't say I wasn't there.
So the answer to what came first is you don't know? You weren't there?
Well, logically,
But they came together. At the start of the Big Bang, as space and time increased, so did energy. There's always been energy, and mass and energy are the same thing.
So if they came together, then neither caused the other, correct?
Not necessarily. We don't.
They have
So
a
there's
mutual
multiple.
cause, but we
There's
don't know what that cause is.
yeah, but there's
I'm with you,
multiple
but the point is, if they came,
possibilities. No, we
one
can't
second.
make a statement because there are multiple possibilities. Mass could have come first and then space-time. Space-time could have come first and then mass, or they came both together simultaneously.
I disagree
We don't
with
know
you. There
because we
aren't multiple
weren't there.
possibilities like that.
But they came
So
both
it's
together.
impossible.
That is the statement popular science makes.
I agree with you, Nate.
No,
that would
I
be
don't
the
find-
most logical thing. It's not logically possible for space-time to come when there's no matter at all, because there's no space at all. In that
I'm
case.
saying when space-time started, there was energy. Energy in space-time.
That would be more accurate.
So,
but
hold up.
mass
Metaphysical-
and energy are the same thing. So you know, you could
Hold up,
say
but
it either way.
energy doesn't have any physical, properties. So
Yeah,
how
they're not exactly
how
the
is
same thing.
Something that's metaphysical causing these this physically capable space-time, this space-time that's bending and warping and dilating. How is something that's metaphysical not really existing causing it?
Energy is not metaphysical. It's physical.
It has properties.
Yeah. How is
Really,
how
if
is
energy
not
has no
metaphysical
matter
then?
to
How
act
are you
upon,
making?
how is it
How are
physical?
you making these statements?
Tell me how energy is physical when there's no matter.
And there's all
Okay,
kinds of.
okay. No, hold on,
So
hold
you
on.
deciding matter
Percent.
is only what
No,
makes it
let me
physical? Come on.
answer. So percent, I would answer you with a question of how is your 0-point energy that you talked about? How does this exist when it's up there in the nothingness?
So it's not complete nothingness.
So what is it then?
It's a medium filled with this this capability of having these instantaneous or very
So it's a
transient and
medium?
quick reactions.
So it's a medium. Does this medium have a mass?
Does it have a mass? Yes, very, very. I would say it's infinitesimally small.
How do you have infinitesimally small mass?
Because you have lighter materials going up constantly, and even
But-
though it's
but isn't-
almost infinitely large, it's not infinite. It's a finite
Infinitesimally,
volume, and
but
so
percent,
it has mass.
infinitesimally small is the same, is the opposite, it's like the reciprocal of saying infinitely large or infinitely massive. How can you have an infinity? Just in the negative sense.
I don't. I just said
It doesn't.
space above is a finite volume, but there's an extreme amount, so you'll always have a non-zero value of mass.
So you're saying it's so low that you can put an infinite amount of mass in there without changing it.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. So you're saying it is finite, so if we push enough mass up there, the whole thing would collapse and things would no longer fall or move up and down.
I don't think that's possible because of just the huge amount of empty space up there.
Okay. So it's so huge that it's inconceivable
And
for
for
us
all
to
we
do
know-
so, but
for
you
all we
believe
know-
that it can be done. Or
All
not
we
that
know
it
is
can
the
be done,
0-point
but that's
energy
how...
is expending, is maybe transforming some of that mass into energy.
Okay.
I don't know how
So the
0-point energy works
0-point
exactly. All I
this
know is
0-point
it's causing it.
Yeah, so this 0-point energy is a medium of infinitesimally small mass, which makes levity attract levity. Would any flat earther like
I would
to,
change the
to-
infinitesimally small
to
part
agree
because I
here?
misspoke there. It's of a finite volume. There's a finite amount of mass that's in this Levis material, in this light material that's going up.
Well, so does
I wouldn't say
does anyone think this makes more sense than space-time? I know flat earthers would say yes for their agenda, but without being biased, does this really?
It makes as much sense, if not more, simply because I go one step further in explaining it. I have less of a
Yeah.
gap.
So I want you to at least agree that it's just as arbitrary at the very least.
It's not just as arbitrary. It's a little bit
Okay.
less.
And by what metric are you saying it's a little bit less?
Because again, you guys have this instantaneous, this space-time that was instantly formed at the same time the mass came to existence, same exact time, right? They came
Okay.
together. So that means you can't have one causing the other, because cause and effect.
So for
is-
you then,
is a temporal thing, okay?
Yeah, but-
you can't in eternity have something causing another thing. And
Okay.
effectively, like in an instant, them coming together conjunctively is basically saying that they have no relationship in terms of no causal relationship. They do have,
Okay.
they are obviously correlated with each other, but you can't say that one caused the other. Something obviously had to cause both of them to come, which is probably God. I mean, it is God, no question. But whether it's the direct step or the intermediate step, who knows?
So in your model, then, what did you do to solve that? Does space come first and then
you
mass?
guys, yeah. So no, I don't have this space-time bullshit that you guys claim.
So what do you
right?
have?
So you guys claim that it's either, you could phrase it as mass attracting mass, or you could say the bending of space-time due to mass, or whatever. But the point is, you have that one step, and you don't know what caused that. And mine goes one step closer towards God, which is that it's caused this space attracting space by the 0 point energy.
And what was the 0 point energy caused by?
That we don't know.
Okay, so the same way that we don't know, the same way that we don't know what space-time
No, but hold
came
up. I
from.
went one step further. You have to concede that. And also, I'm thinking my next hypothesis is that the mass from the Levis material going up is somehow powering the space-time. The 0 point energy.
The 0 point energy, yeah. You almost fucked up there. Okay. So are you saying that this just came into existence then, or are you just stopping at you don't know?
This sounds really theoretical, like more theoretical than any theoretical physics that I've heard of.
Yeah, but percentage. You keep saying you went one step further. What is that one step further? Is it just God, or what is it?
No, the one step further is saying that it's due to the 0 point energy. That the space attracting space is due to 0 point energy. Whereas if you guys were asked
that's just as
how's
far.
it mass attracting mass, you don't know.
No, that's just as far as us saying space-time. That's just as far. But we even go one step further. No, we get even one step further from that and say that it's mass bending space-time. So we take one step further than you. You just say that the phenomena is 0 point energy. We say that the phenomena. We say that the phenomena is bending
I just addressed
space-time.
this 5 minutes ago, which is that the mass and the space-time come together, just as Nate said. So one can't cause the other. So you can't have mass affecting space-time or space-time affecting mass. I mean, they don't.
Hold on.
I mean, they don't cause each other.
I don't think anyone's saying they happen at the same time.
Yeah. So even
we have
so first
we
of all,
have like 0.001, then 0.002 seconds.
Yeah, we still need to get some clarifications out. So first of all, there's not necessarily so that space-time and mass came at the same time. Like JS is saying, space-time came first and then mass came.
Yeah.
Even if they did, this wouldn't be illogical because we're not saying that space-time and mass, okay, so space-time and mass come together, yes, but we're not saying that mass causes space-time. We're saying that mass causes, or collections of mass causes bending in space-time. So it's a different phenomena than just space-time is caused by mass and mass by space-time in the way you're describing it. So even if they were together, they're not. It's not contradictory in the way you're presenting.
It is actually, because just imagine it. You have complete nothingness, and then you have one kind of like particle or body of mass, right? And now, what's happening with the space-time? Nothing, right?
What do you mean? Why would just one particle of mass come out?
Yes. So
randomly.
So in order to have your bending space-time, you'd have to have another particle of mass. So, and it doesn't make sense that the space-time that you have before is somehow going to cause space-time mass to come together because you only have this one, right? So you'd have to have another one, and it's obviously not being created by the space-time. So what's creating the mass? You don't know, and that's where we are.
Why do you think that it first came one mass and then came two mass?
Well, think of it this way. If you have
that's not
nothingness,
how anything works.
Hold up. If you have nothingness, and now you have space-time first, what mass is it going to affect?
What happened? So what I could say is God snapped his fingers, and at that moment, space-time and energy moved out from one point and it inflated together.
Perfect.
And then as energy and space-time, or as energy and space-time interacted, it coalesced into mass, and then mass bends space-time. None of that is contradictory.
As energy and what interacted?
As energy interacts with energy.
As energy interacts with energy, it causes matter. That's what you're
Yeah.
gonna go with?
Sure.
That is that's their whole E equals MC squared. Is that you can turn mass into energy and you can turn energy into mass.
Okay, so
That's what I said, percentage. But
So there's
I
no
know, but we
logical
have an issue here. We have an issue
inconsistency.
here because if you have energy alone, without any matter, without any vehicle to act upon, how is it moving? How is energy? You're giving it this personification, this quality that is only up for things that exist.
So you think the only way for energy to exist is within matter?
Wait,
Can you explain to me how without a volume,
wait,
without in nothingness, energy can be moving? Go ahead,
Dude, I
Matt.
think
What
this
do you
can
mean
help in
without a
that.
volume?
I think what I'm about to say can help in that a photon has no mass, yet it has energy.
Yeah.
So there
I
is
don't.
cases of energy moving around without mass at all existing.
Yeah,
That's what you
exactly.
call
Sure.
light.
That's what I'm
Okay,
getting at.
well, number one, photons don't exist. Number two, even
Oh my
light
God.
requires a light source. Okay, a light source.
Yeah,
is
the
something
source
that
of
actually
light was
exists
God
physically.
snapping his fingers, percent. Are you
And I appreciate you
questioning
said.
whether he could? Are you questioning whether he could create light from nothing?
No, see, I appreciate
I
that you
think he
mentioned
could.
God, Gummy Bear, because I think we're both agreed that that is, the very first step of everything.
The
Yeah.
necessary
So he
antecedent
snapped.
reality.
He snapped his fingers, and that's what started this whole process. And he made energy come.
I don't appreciate
into...
you saying he snapped his fingers. Please don't
Well,
humanize
it's
God.
an...
God, you
Yeah,
can't think of him in human terms like that.
This is the sloppiest.
It's a what's the word?
A figure of speech. I don't appreciate you using human figures of speech to God.
Okay, I won't. But okay, so God, in however way God did, made this happen.
This day he created.
Okay, he created this thing to start happening, and space-time and energy existed simultaneously.
I agree with that. I think that's the most logical thing. If we're putting it like your model on the stand, that's the most kind of logical outline.
But what our model says isn't that, but they stop 1 second after the creation. They don't go as far as to say that it was created by God, but they can it's still just as logical if you just stop it 1 second, 1.1 or 0.00001 second after that.
It doesn't matter about that. Like how close it is to God doesn't matter.
But so what that means is that
both
your
hold up, Gummy Bear. Let me respond. What matters is that both your things, space-time and mass, were simultaneous.
Well, not space-time and energy, but
okay.
yeah.
So then you still haven't answered my question. How is that energy like applying itself in nothingness?
I think you're
and that's
kind
why I
of
said is.
I think you're kind of strawmanning the main scientific, the mainstream scientific, I guess, position, anyways, because all that we're talking about right now is theoretical, whereas science is based off of experiments. So we should actually just be talking about the experiments that proves mass converts to energy, proves space-time, and proves that mass bends space-time. Because right now we're going back to the Big Bang, which is not actually even a proven position in their mainstream scientific view. So we're kind of not even addressing their main points.
But what's happening is it's presented this thing called spacity, and I'm currently showing some flaws with it, and that it's not more logical.
You keep on
but
walking
it's not
into
more
like imaginary fantasy land.
Okay, so where did 0 point energy come from for you?
We don't know what caused 0 point energy.
Okay, so it's exactly you're saying. So you're allowed to say
that. Go ahead.
You're allowed to say we don't know, but if I say we don't know, then you say, oh, but then I'm further than you.
Yeah, because I say I don't know at one further step. That's what you're not getting.
No, you're saying you don't know at one further.
It might even be 2 steps because I think now I'm gonna adopt the proposition that the matter that is being attracted upwards is adding to the 0 point energy. So first matter came, right, and it was in one area, and then it's it was going. Actually, I have to flesh this out a little bit.
Yeah, because I'd have to ask you then, where did the matter come from, and where did it come?
Well, the matter was created by God. I don't know what the
and where did it come to?
Are.
Where did it come to?
What exactly are we debating?
Like I said,
What the fuck are we actually debating, dude?
presented
percentages.
presented. Yeah, he presented this model called spacity, which uses levity instead of gravity. So essentially, he's trying to invert all the globe ways of explaining this, and then in order to explain gravity, he needs to use 0-point energy in some sort of bastardized way,
What?
and then he's trying to
explain gravity.
Well, the inverse of gravity, levity. And in order to do this, he's also saying that he doesn't know where 0-point energy comes from, and that's how it got to the Big Bang, saying how, well, we know that space-time somehow formed together with energy from the Big Bang, and he's stopping way before that, saying, I don't know, and somehow he's still saying that he has more knowledge, or his model is more accurate.
Because mine is all proven fact. Do you deny
What?
that 0-point energy
Wait.
exists? It's scientific fact.
Wait, can you
whereas
define
the Big Bang is not.
Can you define your version of 0-point energy so we're all on the same page, please?
Are you talking to me?
And
Yes,
the
yes, I'm talking to
experiment
you. I'm talking to you, percentage, because I want to actually
confirm this.
understand your. I want to actually understand your position. So I would like you to actually.
So 0-point
you
energy
keep mentioning
essentially
it.
is
Yeah, go ahead.
the energy. It's the energy that allows for the attraction within space. So space is basically attracting space, but meaning like the very light, almost complete vacuum of space above is attracting the empty space within a body, i.e., the levity of objects down here. So something that has less density is going to be attracted upwards more, and as a result, you have, because of Archimedes' principle, you have the now vacant area where that light object was. The more dense object is going to be pushed down, and that's why things fall.
Oh, so basically,
So
instead of mass attracting mass, it's actually void attracting. Oh, wait. Let me clarify, because I just asked him a question, so I'm trying to clarify. So basically, instead of mass attracting mass, it's actually void attracting void and pushing the mass to the exterior.
Yeah, pushing the mass down. I'm not a fan of. I actually considered it void attracting void, and voidity doesn't sound as good as spacity. So space attracting space.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm just clarifying. We can use spacity from this point out, but it basically means void, as in not anything in it attracting itself, right? So, but I'll use spacity from this point onwards.
Yeah, you fuck with spacity.
So what was the experiment you performed to verify this 0-point vacuum energy?
Are you
Or this
denying the
non-zero
scientific
vacuum
evidence
energy?
of 0-point energy?
I'm asking you, percentage.
I didn't perform any such
was it?
experiments. I'm leaning on the shoulders of giants.
Who are these? Who are these? Stop! Listen, mute yourself so I can ask him a question, bro.
Nerve.
I don't need to hear this. You're wasting
nerve
everyone's time.
percentage, I swear
You're
to God.
wasting.
No, you guys are the
You're
ones who say that.
wasting. Listen, you're wasting my fucking time. I'm trying to ask him a question. You're laughing into the mic.
Who the fuck are you talking to, bro? Shut the fuck up.
You. I'm talking to you, bro. talking to you.
Bro, I was
let's
talking
cool
to
down.
percentage.
Let's cool down.
Shut the fuck up.
Relax.
Yeah, bro. Well, I'm trying
No,
to ask him a question, and you're just
talk
and you're.
to your
I'm
boy,
trying to
yo.
ask him a question.
He's
Trying to ask him. I'm
No
trying
need
to
to be
ask
serious, guys. Let's make levity of this situation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
talk
I'm
to
trying
him.
to.
Hey, Nate,
Look at him
just
leaning
relax,
hard,
Nate. Let him ask
shouting
his
into the mic.
question. Go
I'm
ahead.
calm,
Go
bro.
ahead,
I'm
Noah.
trying to
I'm
actually
calm.
ask a question, and consciousness is interrupting
Ask
me with
it.
his fucking shit.
Your
Ask your question.
bitch. Jesus. Yeah.
Man, I already
Call
forgot
Nate.
it because this fucker interrupted me so many times.
Don't
Then shut
call
the
names,
fuck up
guys.
if you
Please.
forgot, bro.
Nate.
No, I remembered it.
All
You
right, Jeremy. I'm
interrupted me,
sorry. I'll stop.
consciousness.
I'll stop.
All right, go ahead, Numpty.
Can't even. Oh, okay. So what shoulder? You said you rest your claims on the shoulders of giants and their experiments. Could you please, I guess, go into who those people are and what those experiments were that they did to prove this spacity and void 0-point energy concept? I guess.
That was a shots fired statement. The shoulders of giants thing. Go ahead,
I'm the originator of spacity.
Yeah, how are you standing taller and to see further when you're only leaning on the shoulders of giants instead of standing on them?
That's where.
Whatever, Kosho.
Can we just actually just
I'm
address
just taller
my
than the
question?
giants, man. But I have bad balance.
Yeah, but this is a good question Numpty's asking. If you invented spacity from the ground up, which giants are you standing on?
So,
No,
for
well,
instance, the Dutch physicist Hendrik Casimir, some of his works have been crucial
the Casimir effect.
Exactly. Yes. to the experimentation that's proving, you know, the 0-point energy.
But then you must believe. But you just said photons aren't real. Percentage. Stop it.
Yeah, but see,
No,
I
stop
just have
it, stop
I
it,
have a
stop
differing. Hold up, 1 second. I have a differing opinion as to, you know, my scholarly opinion is that photons in effect don't actually exist, and that light is just the ubiquitous, you know, the transient disturbance of the medium, which is electromagnetism. That's what it is. And my proof for this is that if you have a photon, which is supposed to be the smallest, like the particle of light, the irreducible minimum particle of light, you put it through a beam splitter, and you have half a photon, which they still call a photon. It's bullshit.
No, that's not true.
No.
That's not true.
Then what is it
Oh my
then?
god.
What happens
So-
to a photon when it goes through a beam splitter? You guys
if
say
you have
that
a
there's
singular-
superpositioning and that it's going to be in two places at once? That's bullshit.
So if
No,
you
you
have
get two
spontaneous-
photons each.
When they do
One photon turns into two photons?
parametric
What is this? Light
Hold on,
sound?
when they do spontaneous metric down
Jeremy's
conversion.
trying
Hold on a second.
Jeremy, go ahead.
Hold on, real quick, guys. Real quick. When they do spontaneous parametric down conversion, they take a photon of high energy, right? You guys say a photon is the smallest unit of energy. However, when they do spontaneous parametric down conversion, they take a photon of high energy and then a photon, and then it split it in a photon of low energy or some shit. So
Yeah.
Into
I
two
don't know how
photons
you
of low
explain
energy.
that.
It's
It's the smallest
bullshit, man.
amount of
When you
energy
put
when
a
they take a
photon-
photon.
When you put a photon through a beam splitter, you get two photons. Both of them have half the energy of the original photon. It's not
Then
that
obviously
hard to
photon
comprehend.
isn't the
Yes, but I was-
smallest form.
I understand. Hold on, percent. I understand that, but I was described that a photon was the smallest amount of energy. So clearly that can't be the case if we can split it down smaller.
Photons can
no.
have an array of energy. Man,
Yeah, so
they
so
can
hold
have
on. So the
So it's
any
not it's
energy
definitely
on the
not the
electromagnetic
smallest
spectrum.
no, let
Cool,
us
so it's
explain,
definitely not the
Jeremy.
smallest amount of. I'm responding to what Jay said. Can I do that or no?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Jace just tried to explain it. Yeah, so clearly it can't be, a photon can't be the smallest amount of energy if we can take a photon and turn it into a smaller amount of energy. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, does that
So
mean
for
that
every-
does that mean
no,
that we
so-
could also take a
You're
beam
not
converger
turning it-
and take two photons and keep on combining two photons until we have like something
Okay,
that has the
let
energy
me
of a fucking
explain
gun?
so we stop you talking around each other. So if you have a specific wavelength of light, there is a minimum amount of that wavelength, energy of that wavelength. That would be one photon.
Yeah,
If you
that's
have,
what
yeah, if you
it's
then
what the
split
energy
that,
is contained in.
yeah, if you then split that into two photons, then they would both have what would be higher wavelength.
Yeah,
No, low,
I would just like to.
whatever it is.
I don't know. Do you guys know what
I would-
spontaneous
I would-
parametric down conversion is or no? Because I feel like
Yo,
we're
people are
talking.
at the same
was,
time.
I feel like we're talking.
You're
Yeah,
over-talking
I
someone,
feel
Jeremy.
like you guys don't know what it is, because I mean they're taking a photon and it's turning, which is supposed to be the smallest amount of energy you could have, and it gets
Disagree.
smaller.
Well,
I
let's let
disagree.
Jace.
Let me respond, Coach. I disagree with the last statement that a photon is the smallest amount of energy. A
I know,
photon.
this is what they say. I know, Noah. This is what they say, though.
I would say that the smallest form of energy is actually a quantum, which is an amount of energy that can be measured. A photon can only have basically a whole number of times that plus energy.
That's
So it's
what
not the photon that's actually the smallest amount of energy. The photon is kind of like the package that carries the energy. The energy
Okay, then
is,
we're on the same page.
It
Then we're on the
is.
same page, and let me have at it with the blow. Unless you know what, go ahead, you do it then, Noah.
Well, let's let Jace describe because he was trying to describe it earlier.
I was under the impression that is the Glober model, is that the photon carries the energy. The smallest unit of energy is a quantum, which is not a photon. It's what the photon contains. The photon contains a natural number, or a whole number, times a quantum, because the quantum is the smallest unit. It can't get any smaller.
Yeah,
And so
you're right.
as you add more and more quantums to the photon's frequency goes up and its energy goes up as well.
Well,
Okay, so
Yes.
since the photon's
Okay,
the
so
container
somebody
of
hold on.
quantum,
Let me be honest here. Let's be honest. There is only
the Glover side because
Bro,
there's
I
no
stopped for
other
Jeremy. I
coming
didn't
out of
stop
flat
for you,
Earth.
man.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like
So
you
if
guys
anyone were to
always,
describe,
That was mean, man.
you guys always say
No, I
Glover's
mean Jeremy started talking, so I stopped,
paradigm.
and then this guy came in swooping.
It's not this guy, it's Tony. Okay.
So forgive me.
paradigm.
You could go after Jeremy, okay?
Forgive me, Tony Christ. Forgive me, Tony Christ.
Thank you. You can pray to me later.
if anyone were to describe a photon as the smallest, amount of energy, that would be wrong then, Jace?
It's a colloquial
It's for
way
that
of
wavelength.
describing it.
So
So
yes
technically
or
wrong.
no? Would they be right or wrong if somebody said a photon's the smallest amount of energy you could have?
I wouldn't criticize them. Most likely,
Even though
it
we
would
know
be
that's
lay
wrong?
people saying that, so I wouldn't
No,
criticize.
that's wrong. You wouldn't criticize that, even though we know it's wrong.
If you were to cut a tomato in half, would it still be a fucking tomato?
No, it'd
Yeah,
be
but
half
I
a
wouldn't
tomato.
say. I wouldn't say. I wouldn't have.
was that?
I wouldn't show you a tomato. I wouldn't show you a whole tomato and say this is the smallest amount of tomato you could possibly have, and then cut it in half and be like, look at this smaller amount of tomato I have.
You would though if you said when you cut it in half, it has half the power. It's half a tomato. It's half.
Okay,
a
so
fucking
and
now
then
we
it
have
has,
half a
and then it would
photon.
be a smaller piece of tomato. I
No
wouldn't tell
shit.
you the whole tomato.
No shit.
Okay,
No,
so now when you put a photon through a
it-
beam splitter, it's half a
It's
photon.
because
It's half
they're
a photon.
using
When you put it in a
energy.
beam splitter, it's half a fucking photon. That's
guys
it. Why are we
Because
talking
they're
about this?
using energy in two different ways. In the terms of saying that a photon is the lowest energy of something of light, they're using it as in that the lowest deposit where the energy is depositing, like what's holding the thing that's holding the energy. That's the lowest that there can be in
Yes.
like the hierarchy. But when you talk about the energy of a photon, that is the spectrum of energies that those photons can have. So you're using it in two different ways. It's a value in that case. Like you can
Okay,
have.
so the
Hurry
photon
up.
is the physical container
Hurry up.
of
There
the
we go.
quantum, right?
Yeah, it's
the
it's
physical
where
container.
the energy is contained. When you send
Okay.
a photon at a detector, you don't get this big, huge dispersed thing. You get a packet of energy. That's
Sure.
what's considered a photon.
So it's the physical container. When it goes through a beam splitter, does it physically become half the size?
It's
the
not
issue-
physical. It's not made of
You just said it's
matter.
the physical container.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. It's not made of electrons, quark stuff. It's a photon. It's a force carrier, interaction
So-
particle.
Is it containing the quantum energy or not?
It's just the energy. That's what it is. It's
So
the
it's energy
packet
containing
of
energy.
No, it's the packet of energy that's deposited on a detector.
Plus,
Yeah.
I believe.
And when
I
you
believe
put it
when
through a beam
you,
splitter, it gets split in half. So the energy can
Yeah, it
become
doesn't
less.
change size or anything. It doesn't become small. It's just the amount of energy that it has.
Yes,
lower.
so it has less energy. So if somebody was to say a photon is the smallest amount of energy you can have, that'd be ridiculous because we can make one even smaller.
As I said
We could have
before,
a
Then it
they're
photon with
changes
a lot of
using
energy.
energy in two different ways, man.
Okay,
No,
well,
you were
I think
trying
I
to use it in
think
two
I
different
can-
ways.
I
You're
think
trying
I
to say it's a
can-
physical
I think I can-
container of
No, I
energy,
was
and then you're
I
trying
think
to
I
say
can
that
actually-
it's not
I think I can
actually
I
physical.
think I can actually resolve this paradox.
The way
Yeah, you're gonna resolve it.
the way
You're gonna resolve it.
Numpty
Go ahead.
said it before
I
was
think-
perfect.
What?
It's a paradox on one side.
Hold up, Numpty, go ahead.
I think I can resolve this paradox. I think what's happening is, in one
Not a
way,
paradox.
we're using. Okay, well, I'm gonna resolve the fucking contradiction. If you think it's a paradox or not, whatever. Basically, what's happening is they're using the word photon in two separate ways. They're using two separate definitions. One definite one.
Let him finish.
Wait. Who just said wrong? Who said wrong?
Don't worry about it. Just
They're
finish.
using
Who's-
energy in two separate ways.
Energy. So you don't even know you're not even saying it right. So why are you interrupting their conversation?
Let him finish.
If you know what they're talking about.
Well, he just fucking shouted in the middle wrong. So why don't you fucking tell me then?
I didn't
Since
say
you know what I was gonna say. Who said wrong then? Who fucking said
No,
wrong?
the issue isn't the usage
Wrong.
of the word
Someone yelled
energy. We
wrong.
have no
Somebody
problem
yelled
with
wrong.
it.
Who was it? Who was it?
The energy,
Who
the
was
energy
it?
issue is non-existent. It's the photon.
All
I
right,
was in the
give
middle of
Noah
my
his time to
explanation and
speak.
someone yelled wrong. Do you want to maybe back up your claim, or are you gonna shut the fuck
someone
up?
already
whoever said that?
explained how it was wrong.
Gonna
You were
start
you were
muting
you were, you were
people,
saying
Gio. I got
photon
it.
when it's energy.
I got
You
you,
said
bro.
the wrong word.
This is getting
You guys hear
guys-
Gio trying to get control of the room, guys?
Yeah, let's just let Noah finish his full thought. If anyone interrupts him, they'll be temporarily muted. So go ahead, Noah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I think the problem is they're using two different words, or they're using two different definitions for the word photon. In one version, they're saying photon is the smallest packet of energy, which I define as a quantum, which I think is a better way to do it, so you don't confuse the two and exactly same words but different definitions. The second definition they're using is the package that contains the quantums. So basically, if you used both of their definitions at once, you would say a photon is containing photons. You kind of see what I'm saying? They're using the same word but two different definitions. That's why it's so fucking confusing. Instead of just using quantum and photon, quantum being the smallest unit, photon being the package that carries them, they want to fucking use both fucking definitions, same word, and it just makes it so much more confusing.
Well
Well,
said,
that's what I
Jake,
think
but
is
even
fair.
with
The
that
problem is- the real
explanation, there's
problem
an
is-
issue. The issue
The
is,
real-
even if you consider it that the photon is the container, this packet containing the energy, that implies physicality. You can't have energy just holding energy. So if you have this physical vehicle that or container for energy and it goes through a splitter, it should change in size. It should, it shouldn't just be the energy reading from the quantum. It should actually, this thing that you consider a photon should change in size, just like you have
But it
cells
doesn't
that
have
undergo
size.
mitosis.
It's
Hold
how
up.
the
If you have
percentage-
cells that undergo mitosis, they split into two equally
Percentage,
sized,
can I respond to
smaller
that?
halves.
Okay,
You
yeah,
don't
no, I
touch that
understand.
whole
Okay,
quantum.
can I respond to percentage?
They're
The
not
thing
the
is,
same size as the original,
oh my,
though. They're not
dude,
the same size
wait,
as the original.
I'm gonna break it down for you. Percentage. It is a packet, but it is a non-physical packet. When you use the word physical, usually in physics, physical means composed of atoms or subatomic particles. If
How do
this
you have a
packet is
non-physical thing holding another non-physical thing?
that's yeah, I don't. What's the contradiction in
It's
that?
describing
What's the
what's
contradiction?
the
How's a
positive.
non-physical thing containing
Yeah,
another
both of them.
non-physical thing?
Basically, when in physics, mainstream physics, they say physical, they mean composed of subatomic particles or atoms. Given that these photons and these quantums are not made of atoms or subatomic particles, they would not qualify as physical by the very definition they use.
Physical.
Hold up, so you're saying light isn't
physical
physical?
usually means
No, it's
things
not.
made of
It's not.
fermions.
Light isn't physical.
In mainstream physics, it is not physical because it is not composed of atoms or subatomic particles.
Do you agree with
So,
that,
yeah.
Jace? Light isn't physical.
When you're talking about physical in the sense of objects, so right, the context of objects, physical would be something made of fermions, whereas a photon is a boson. It's an interaction particle. So it wouldn't be making a physical object. But it is physical in the sense of, if you define physical as anything existing in the physical world, in the real
Exactly.
world, then yes, it's physical in
Yeah, you
that
physically
sense.
feel the heat of light. You physically see it. It's physical.
Yes. But what I was going to say before is the distinction is, one is the depositing of the energy, and then the distinction is between the value of the energy deposited. That's where the confusion is occurring.
Okay, there's no confusion. Hold on. Let me tell
There
you
is.
something.
Okay, you're right, 'cause you
Somebody
started
says a
before me, Jared.
photon is the...
I started before you personally, Jeremy.
Go ahead. Go. This
You
is your
can
time to shine, bro.
deposit
Go ahead.
an array of values.
Not for Jace to go again. It's either going to be me or Tony.
Yes. Okay. Real quick. Percentage. Whoever said when the amoeba breaks in half, it is two equal halves, right? But it's not. Those two equal halves are not equal to the original half that broke off, right?
Damn it, Tony, calm down.
If it's mitosis, it is.
Don't tell me to calm down. If I'm excited about something, I'll be excited about something. I don't need you, someone I don't know, telling me not to be excited about something.
No,
If
it's
it's
me.
mitosis,
It's me,
the-
dude.
the
It's Grim.
actual
I'm just
cell
kidding. I
splits
just came
into-
in the room.
These are
cool.
two
No,
way
it's just me,
different
dude.
processes. A photon being put through a beam splitter, and something made
Really
of
different.
electrons and protons and neutrons. It's a completely different thing.
It's analogical.
It's
Was
not.
Tony going to make a,
Yes,
a
it
main
is. You
point
have
or something?
a beam
No,
splitter
it's a
splitting a
silly
photon into 2 photons, basically 2 photon halves.
Well,
It's not the same size as the original. It's not the same size as the original,
yes, it's
though.
half. Each one is half the original, right?
What's the volume of a photon?
Exactly. If it's carrying
0.7.
energy, if it's physically like this physical thing is carrying energy, it should have more than just energy. You should be able to quantify it in other ways, dimensions or something else. You can't claim
Well,
it's a
energy is
physical
an
container
and a wavelength.
and then claim it's not physical container.
Yeah,
Energy is slightly abstract because it has no shape.
Momentum.
It has no shape and it has no color. So we're talking about abstractions that don't have a concreteness to them. So in a way, we're talking about an abstract idea with nothing concrete to kind of, keep it from going off in the left, territory or something like that, or off in the left field.
But
It's
the
an
medium,
abstraction.
but the
And
medium
that's why
itself
photons don't
is the
exist.
container. The medium itself is the container. The thing that's making it not expand and dissipate and keep together is the container.
So
Like
it's a physical,
whatever it is that's keeping it together, whatever that is, I don't know if people know what it is or whatever. Whatever it's keeping it all in the relative same position or same to the point where we can actually measure it. If whatever's keeping it together, that's if it's a medium or whatever, that's the container or that's what's keeping it together, whatever that is. And
yeah,
I don't
but
think
It's
what
part
Tony,
of
that
the
necessitates
photon
physicality.
field.
Okay,
It's just a
container
piece of the
is
photon
physical.
field.
You can't have a non-physical.
Guys, there's a
container
lot of
ever.
people that want to talk. We got to go one at a time, please.
Well,
haven't
what's
even
the
tried
thing
yet.
that makes a photon concrete? Does it have a shape?
What?
Does it have a definite size? What makes it definitely concrete beyond our abstraction? Because
The
if this is nothing but our
depositing of
abstraction,
energy.
we could get into really weird territory with the way we're defining it, looking at it, and stuff like that.
But how do you
The
learn about something unless you do
deposition
that?
of its energy is what makes it concrete.
Yeah, but how do you
Yeah,
ever
let's
learn
measure
about
the
anything
surface
unless you
tension
do
of
that?
a
Unless you look
photon.
into abstract or look at the theoretical. How do you ever learn about something you can never learn about something completely, but how do you ever gain knowledge in a field unless you look at the things that it could be, or maybe it is, or it could be, like.
Okay, hold up.
Because
So are we
my main
agreed then? Are we
concern, Tony,
agreed?
is that a
All of us.
photon is an
known
arbitrary
what it is.
division, like a slice of cake. Is a slice
Yeah,
of cake something, concrete? Sure, but you're the one who's slicing it. You can make it thinner, you can make it fatter in an
Yeah, that's a
arbitrary
good way to
fashion,
put
similar
it.
to the photon.
but the
I like
answers
that.
are
In
in
half the
the
time.
abstract. The answers are in that abstract. That's where the answers live.
Okay, so can we come to some common ground? Do we all agree then that that this smallest amount of energy, the quantum, is not a photon?
I don't think quantum's the right word, but that's what we're using.
Could it be one of the parts of a photon though? You know what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah.
It's still
It could
photon.
be like the smallest irreducible part of a photon, but it's not one quantum is not one photon, right? It's
Right.
but that's the classical definition for a photon, like quantum of energy.
Well,
So
I
we
mean,
agree that
yeah,
we agree that that definition is outdated then.
You can have a radio wave or an infrared wave that has a wavelength scale of centimeters or even meters, but when it deposits its energy onto a detector, it's only going to hit in one place. That's what the
Right.
photon is. It's not going to hit over 20 centimeters or over 10 meters. It hits in one place. That's what the photon is. It's where the energy is contained.
And
Okay,
that's the
can
So
particle
we
nature.
call it the
That's
smallest
the particle nature
quantum
of
of
light.
energy, right?
I didn't hear. 3 people were talking.
Yeah.
I said you wouldn't call it the smallest quantum of energy, even though it all was in one place, right?
There's multiple problems being discussed at the same time. The physicality of it, the minimum amount of energy of it, like the quantum of it. Like there's multiple things being discussed at the same time.
Yeah,
So
that's why we never get to the bottom
Basically,
of it.
my
That's why
thing
we
was
never.
that-
That's why we never get to the bottom of anything. I know.
I was trying to find some common ground that we agree that a photon is not the elementary particle of light that the quantum would be.
No, so
photon.
Sorry, Jace, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
How's it an elementary particle if it takes quantums being together?
Okay, so the whole thing that
It would be more like a
problem is
molecule.
if you
of
have
a
Grim,
particle,
Grim, you
right?
heard him talking. Come on, man.
if you have a specific photon or a specific wavelength of a photon, then you'll have a minimum amount of energy that can contain, and that would be the photon of that wavelength. There is no way of getting any less energy of that wavelength. However, if you have a different wavelength, then you now have a different amount of minimum energy. It has a different amount of energy per photon. So if you
So
have
are
a
you
high
saying that there's
wavelength,
a different amount of energy in photons versus in quanta or something like that? Is that what you're
no.
saying? There's a different energy in
So
them
I'm
or
saying,
something?
I'm gonna connect to
so
my computer, I guess.
I'm saying that the quantum of light is photons, and photons have like the different minimum energy level, or like the quantum energy level, depending on its wavelength. High wavelengths have lower energy per photon, and lower wavelengths have higher energy per photon. There's no
Yeah,
way
just
of
like
getting less than 1 photon's worth of energy.
just
So
like
there's
a
more quanta
like
per
a tanning bed.
photon of light versus this other form of light, which has less quanta of energy per photon of light or something like that, basically.
Well, a tanning
you
bed.
guys all
Tanning
set?
bed's a good point. A tanning bed, you
Yeah,
can
I'm-
adjust
would
how
make more
like the power that's coming out. You know, photons hitting you. The photons hitting you to get more tan or in a shorter amount of time. I mean, you can adjust the wavelengths in a photon.
Mic check. Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay.
And
So
that's
to
how
describe a photon. So to describe a photon.
It's already been described, though. Like it.
So
As far as what I'm
what
getting
did
from
Jeremy
this
say?
discussion, it sounds like the basic
My
unit
AirPod
is
died.
the more basic unit is the quanta, and the less basic unit is the photon. Like a photon can be made of many quanta of energy.
No.
That's all that I'm getting from
No,
this.
No.
Can I respond since I'm the one who brought up quantum and none of you guys would be talking about it without me? Quantum's a measure. Quantum. What the
We would
fuck is
never
wrong
have
with you,
thought of
dude?
this
What
without
the fuck
you.
is wrong with you, Tony? Listen, a quantum of energy is just what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Are you schizophrenic?
Dude, you
Are you
drew
schizophrenic?
Tony
Are
into
you
this
trying to
conversation.
Yo,
temporarily
Jeremy, I think Tony
are.
muted me. Jeremy, I think Tony muted me or something because he can't hear me talking.
It's just there were 3 people talking at the
Okay,
same time.
well then shut up while I'm talking if I'm not muted.
Wait,
You want to hear my voice? If you hear my voice, why don't you shut up and not interrupt me?
Fucking idiot, man. Fuck you.
Tony, you're going on mute. Tony, you're going on mute with this temporary.
More moderator.
5-minute timeout.
More moderator.
All right,
Jace, you're
what were
going
you
on
saying,
mute.
sir?
Who else is talking right now? I'm trying to gain control of the room.
Tony got muted by me and left. What were you saying, sir?
Muted Tony. You probably unmuted him or something. Anyways, go ahead, one at a time, guys, please.
Wouldn't light be blurry if it's moving so fast?
That too.
Yeah.
What was the other person saying?
The question that we were talking about was the quantum of energy, the quantum of electromagnetism, light, whatever you want to call it. That was the question we were talking about.
Yo, I just want to say right now before we carry on with this, when the room breaks out into all-out chaos, I'm just going to have to give you an official warning because you all know better than to be talking over other people. So you're going to get official warnings. They get longer every time you get an official warning, and eventually you're going to be going a long time without being able to speak because they keep getting longer and longer. You've been warned. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mic check.
Thanks.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, we hear you, 50. Thanks, Jeremy. Can I make my point now?
Thank you.
The thing is, with this whole quantum of energy, the thing is the quantum of energy is a measured, like it's a unit of energy with a measured amount. That's all it is. It's a measurement. The photon is the actual like thing itself, the object. The quantum of energy is just the measurement of the amount of energy. And we only find these measurements in that coefficient, that quantum coefficient times natural numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. As I said before, Noah described Gummy Bear described it pretty well as well. There's a difference
Can light be
between
made of
the
different
measured
quanta of anything?
there's a difference between the dispersion of energy and the value that that energy can have.
So
Yeah,
can
so
a
when they do
photon have
spontaneous,
Okay.
Wait, hold on. What
So
specifically are you talking
spontaneous.
about?
Yeah. So Jeremy, spontaneous down conversion.
that's not what it's called.
Is it not?
Nope.
What's it called then?
It's called spontaneous parametric down conversion.
Okay, I'm sorry, I've missed out on the parametric word. Either way, that phenomena, that's not one photon just being split in half, for example. That's one photon being absorbed and then shot out as two identical, or two photons that together have the same energy as the original photons, but they have a higher wavelength, and therefore the quantum, the quantum of their, or the quanta of their energy is lower. So they are still one. There's two photons that are both individual photons, and their energy together was the same as the one photon that got absorbed to begin with.
So
Okay,
a photon in of itself
it's an
isn't the
optical
lowest.
process that.
Sorry, go ahead,
That,
Jeremy.
please, guys. So it's a process that converts one photon of higher energy pair of photons have lower energy. So if you were to describe a photon saying it's the smallest unit of energy, that would be kind of nuts, because I could have a photon with higher energy or a photon with lower energy.
No, so okay. Here's
Did you
one
not
example.
hear what I just said? I read that straight off a wiki.
I heard what you said, and I will explain. So the first photon that's coming in, let's say it has a wavelength of 1 and a value, an energy value of 1. So the quantum of the wavelength 1 has a value of 1. Then when it's absorbed and re-emitted, the new ones, they have a wavelength of 2. So they use less energy per photon, per quantum of photon. So the initial one had a higher energy per quantum. The two that came out have half that amount of energy per quantum.
I
Yes,
disagree.
I know. That's what I said. One, the first photon had a higher energy than the other photons that now have lower energy. So to describe, I mean, you could keep saying all the words you want. However, we're right here on Wiki being described about photons that have more energy than other photons. So you can't say a photon is the lowest amount of energy when you can have photons with a higher energy and photons with a lower energy.
So here's a difference. Here's a big difference. So the first photon that had the value of 1, if we had two of
the
those,
one that had more energy
than
the other ones? Okay.
Yeah. So if we had any amount of them, it would have total 1 energy, or two. If we had 2, it would be 2 energy. If there was 3, there would be 3 energy. There would be no way of getting half an energy with those original wavelengths of photon. That means that the quantum of that one is 1. We can only get it in chunks of 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4. No halves, no quarters, nothing. Then the two that came out, they have the quantum of a half, which means that we can get those in all values of a half. If we have 3 of them, that's 1.5 value of quanta. Now
I
they can't go
disagree.
in quarters, but they can go in halves. That's what
I
the
disagree.
quantum means.
Like I said, you can keep saying all the words you want after this. We're clearly being described a process in which we have one photon that has a higher energy than another photon that has lower energy. So you can keep trying to reconcile this in your mind all you want, but in the meantime, we have photons with higher energy and some photons with a lower energy.
Yeah, but those photons still are the lowest of that energy. Like, I don't get it. There's still tomato's still a fucking tomato. If you get the smallest tomato and you cut it in half, it's still a fucking tomato.
I know, and I would never show you a whole tomato and say this is the smallest amount of tomato you can have, and then cut it in half. I know. Don't let me finish.
Yeah,
I would never show you
Jeremy,
a tomato. I'm destroying your analogy right here. I know you
No,
don't
you're
want
not,
me.
Jeremy. You're not destroying it.
I know you don't want me to very badly.
That's not a good.
Go ahead and mute him.
Can I make my point now? Because Tony was.
Can I
Tony
respond to his
interrupted.
analogy, or you would never want to get to the bottom of anything ever? Is that what your
No,
goal
none
is?
of us can, because none of us ever investigated
What
the
your goal is, Noah?
to think that you can. Wait, I'm talking.
Unmuted
To think that
Tony.
you can- Jeremy,
I didn't get a chance to respond still.
Go
dude.
ahead,
I don't.
Jeremy.
What is
I
your
muted
guys'
him.
problem,
Tony will
man?
respond to you after. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah. So your little tomato analogy is terrible because I would never show you a tomato and say this is the smallest amount of tomato I could have, and then proceed to cut it in half and show you a smaller amount of tomato, which is what they're doing when they do spontaneous parametric down conversion.
They're not. No, they're not.
They're
no, they're
not.
not at all. They're saying
They're
this
not
is the smallest.
cutting
Wait,
objects in
Hold up,
half.
Jace.
My turn.
Tony's turn, and then Noah after, and then
They're not
Jace.
saying that. They're not saying that at all. Just let me fucking talk. You've been talking for like 4 fucking hours. This is what
Just
happened.
cleared the floor for you, Tony. Relax.
The smallest tomato is still going to be the smallest tomato. But when you cut that smallest tomato in half, it's going to be still a tomato, but in smaller pieces.
Yeah, so I would never tell you here is the smallest amount of tomato you can have. I thought you were done. My bad.
My bad. Go.
So I would never
You're
show
right.
you a tomato. So I would never show you a tomato and say this is the smallest amount of tomato you can have. They show us a photon and say this is. Come on, dude. They show us a photon and say this is the smallest.
Good stuff.
I'm gonna mod. Go ahead, guys.
I stopped.
You're getting official warnings.
I stopped.
Warnings from here on out.
I think to make it
You're
more
trying
accurate, you wouldn't show him a quarter of tomato or half tomato and say this is a full tomato, which is what they do.
Yes, but no one's saying that though. No one is saying that that is the smallest proton. They're saying this is the smallest proton, but this proton can be cut into smaller energy packets and distributed on the sensor.
They're saying a photon is the smallest amount of energy, right?
Yes. But the smallest
Energy is not a
energy can be
physical
broken into
thing.
smaller half amounts.
You can't
so I would
grab
never-
energy and cut it in half. You can't
That's why the
grab a
photon's bullshit.
photon. and cut
I'm
it
talking cut in half like, as layman's, okay? Because we're all layman's here. No one's ever fucking studied a photon in here. Not one of you guys have ever studied a photon.
You can't study something that doesn't exist.
We have single photon detectors in our lab.
No, none of you guys have done that though.
You really
with
need
you,
to
At a
advocate for
university.
yourself, Tony. Come on.
In the lab I work at, we have single photon detectors.
Oh, then you
Yeah,
have that.
I do
Okay,
that,
then you have that. Okay, sorry, I didn't. I thought there was no one here that worked on them, but I guess you have.
Okay, so we have a photon. Like I would never show you a tomato and be like, this is the smallest amount of tomato you can have. You show me a photon, you say this is the smallest amount of energy. You show me a tomato, say this is the smallest amount of tomato. Except I can cut a little piece of the tomato off and have a smaller piece of tomato, just like they can take a photon and make it have less energy than the other photon.
But they're not saying that.
Your
Really,
analogy-
in reality, the guy that just said he works with photons is the only one that should be talking. So, can you respond to
Quit
him?
appealing to authority.
Why is he the only one that should be talking?
It's a bad analogy because a photon isn't a physical object. And
Okay, you're right.
energy isn't a physical object. These aren't things you can grab and chop with a knife like a tomato. It's
Of course,
not
but I mean-
analogous.
Of
Then what
course,
do you
but
physically
can you
detect
give
it?
us something analogous since you know what it is? Because that's the best I came up with. And
I
I'm
said it
What are you physically
before.
detecting with your photon detector?
Photons, percentage photons.
Yes,
What are you physically
detect-
detecting? If it's not
they
physical,
hit the
what are you
detector.
detecting?
They hit the detector and their momentum imparts on the atoms on the detector, which causes a photoelectron cascade
So
that
something
goes to a
non-physical.
CCD, and then you
Yeah,
see a blip.
Yeah.
So
What's the
something
what's the
non-physical is
formula
hitting a
for
physical
momentum? I'm
detector.
just curious, Jace. What's the formula for momentum?
Hey, wait, Jeremy, you really don't think he knows what
No,
he's talking about?
Tony, shut
Come
up.
on.
P
What's the
equals
formula
HF
for
All right,
sin.
Jeremy, you know what he's talking about than he
Tony,
does.
you need to
This
stop
question
trying
is
to
for
police the
James.
I don't give a
conversation,
fuck.
man.
Mute me. I don't give a fuck. I'm pissed off right now at the world right now.
We don't want to mute you, man. Just chill.
Jace, what's the formula for momentum?
Wavelength over C, isn't it?
P
It's
equals
H.
HFC.
It's H
Guys,
over
can you let
wavelength.
Jace answer? What the fuck is wrong with you guys, man?
It's Planck's constant over the wavelength.
Sorry, what is it?
It's Planck's constant over the wavelength.
What
So
is
not
that?
P, it's not P equals MV.
Nope.
No,
It's
That's
P
not the
equals
formula.
that's
HFC.
only
That's not
P
the
equals
formula for
M.
momentum.
P
Jesus.
equals MV is a special case of non-relativistic particles that are made of mass.
So yeah, so P equals MV doesn't work. Then you're telling us.
Not for photons, no.
Yeah, which we have no
Day
idea about
one in
because
chemistry, you would learn.
I'm just like, can we have some fucking humility here? When you can realize that someone knows more about something or a topic can we be like, okay, maybe this person knows more. Maybe we can learn off of them. But not trying
Tony,
to
it's
fucking.
not about that. It's about being
Yes, it is about
indoctrinated
it's
in
about learning.
bullshit.
Hey,
I mean, can we just?
They're claiming
about
this
learning.
non-physical
easily
thing is
declining right
physically
now.
hitting a screen and being
Yes,
detected.
and there's one
It's
and there's
bullshit.
one group that knows what they're talking about. And there's one group that has a question. Whenever you look for answers in something, wait, I'm talking. Whenever someone looks for answers in a question, what do you look for? Do you look for the person that has the answers or the person that has the questions?
We're looking for the truth.
I'm not looking for the person that has the answers if you're telling me. I'll tell you what I'm not looking to do.
Not anyone who says photons are real.
Who has the truth, though? The one that's worked on the shit and knows what they're talking about? The one
Guys.
that doesn't, and then look at Wikipedia.
Let's all just listen for a little bit. Come on.
Yeah.
For real.
and, if you negate the existence of protons, then you shouldn't even be talking about them.
Listen, they don't exist, man. It's just a conception
Like,
that you guys
that's fine. You
have
can
been
have that
indoctrinated to be like to think that's real. It's not real.
We can catch them and then make energy.
You can't have this non-physical thing having momentum like the physical body.
We can catch them on a solar panel and make energy out of them, so we know how they fucking work.
No, you're not catching photons. You're just
What are
getting
we catching then?
you're getting a wave, a disturbance. You could call them a quantum. Call them an amount of
Or we
energy.
can
That's
call them a
fine.
photon.
But
Or
when
we
you
can
call them a
fucking
photon and say
photon,
it's a
dude.
particle, like a physical particle, that's bullshit.
We can call them a photon because that's what we call them. You can call them whatever the fuck you want. But they're called
Because
photon,
then
and they
you're
capture
falling into this
on the solar
wave-particle
panel.
duality
Percent,
shit.
let him
and it's
finish.
not.
Percent, let him finish.
Go ahead.
It's a photon, and they get captured on a solar panel, and then you turn that into energy. So we know how to capture them and then turn them into energy that we can use in other facets of our life.
Okay, so then how come you don't call sound particles, this quantum of vibrational energy?
You
as
know why?
phonons?
Because the people.
Why don't you call them phonons?
Finish.
You're right. You're right.
There are.
Yeah, so how come you guys haven't adopted the phonon theory of the sound quantum, the vibrational energy of sound?
Because
other
people-
molecules.
No,
but
it's me.
already quantum.
It's me who's talking to me. The people that have studied this topic and actually spend their life and their fucking blood and their fucking sweat and their tears into this topic have called it a fucking photon. And so
I'm asking you about a phonon, and if you don't know, just say you don't know.
Or a phonon.
Yeah, they don't. How come they don't use that?
Why would they? They call it photon.
It's the exact same thing. It's the quantum of energy. One is just electromagnetic, and the other one is vibrational.
Percentage. Please tell me.
People do use phonon.
Phonons and
People
photons.
do use the word phonon in publications all the time.
Okay, is a
it's
phonon an
instant.
actual particle?
Not in the sense that of
So a photon isn't either then.
photon.
So
No.
what's the difference?
Sound
If they're both-
travels through air molecules.
Yeah, but that sound has energy, right?
Yes.
And it's traveling in a wave, a disturbance of the medium that it's in, right?
Yes.
Just like light.
I want you to
So
stand in front of the solar panel.
what gave you the wherewithal to take one extra step and say, yes, we have a disturbance in this electromagnetic field, in this electromagnetic medium, and it is actually being carried by this actual particle called a phonon.
The person that's
when
standing
it hits detectors and when it hits electrons, it hits as a point. It doesn't hit as a big dispersed wave, no matter what the wavelength is. You can have a 20-meter wavelength. It hits at one location. It doesn't hit as a wave.
What is one location?
Can I
Because
put
you can apply that to anything. You could do the delayed the slit. What's it called?
Double
quantum
slit
eraser,
experiment.
double slit experiment. You could do that with electrons. You could do it with matter. So,
hey,
but they always hit
is
one
an
at a
electron
time.
now a photon?
They hit one point at a
Can I
time.
respond to that now? Can I? Okay, thank you. The thing is, basically, the photon appears to act as a particle at the site where it interacts, but in between where it's emitted and the site that it interacts in, it seems to behave as a wave. That's why they say that it's a particle wave duality, because at the point of impact, it behaves as a particle, yet in between Jin, fucking mute yourself, dude. In between, it acts as a wave. Now, when you mention the Jin, you gotta fucking mute yourself, dude. You're hot
What's
micing
wrong
like
with
shit.
Jin? Has he got an echo?
He's hot. He's hot
hot
micing.
I got him.
He's hot
Alright,
micing. Okay,
alright.
now I'm going to make my point about the electron and the matter, and then I'm going to shut up so everyone else can talk.
No,
The
you should be the one talking, dude.
I'm gonna respond
Let
to you.
me go
All right, dude,
Let me
Jeremy,
go
Tony just fucking interrupted me.
No, I said you should be the one talking, and I shut up.
He just
You're
did
not-
it again. He just did it
He's
again,
saying
Jeremy.
talk.
This is
Talk,
ridiculous.
man. I'm saying talk,
okay,
man.
this is no. Thank you. Basically, when it comes to this particles like electrons or protons or neutrons or even atoms or even whole compounds acting as basically wave dualities where they can be in a superposition at once is something called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. I think it might be a different name, but it's an uncertainty principle in the actual position of the object and the which is directly inversely proportional. The position and the momentum are directly inversely proportional at this, I guess, ratio. And so like bigger objects with more defined like features will have a smaller, I guess, a smaller superposition, basically.
Sure. Okay, so it doesn't apply just to light.
Being missed?
No, he's absolutely right. It applies to electrons,
Let me
molecules.
explain something really
What do you
quick.
need to explain?
What's being missed is when you do these experiments, no matter if it's with a photon or an electron or a proton or an atom, whatever you do it with, they hit at one distinct point. You have to send thousands of them to get the wave pattern because each one hits at one point, and after thousands and thousands of electrons or photons that you fire at the detector, it makes a wave. Each of those points makes a wave pattern, but they don't hit as a wave. They always hit as a particle.
Perfect. But this particle, this thing that hits, it applies not just to light, but also to electrons. It applies to even molecules, okay, of a certain size. So if it applies to everything, why are you saying it's a photon?
What do you mean?
Why are you
It
saying it's a
applies to
photon when this
everything.
thing, this reaction or this effect happens to matter, to all matter?
What are you talking about? You got to
It's a
elaborate.
very simple question. Is matter now made of photons?
He's
No.
basically saying you could have superpositions of protons, gluons, these other things, not just
Even
photons.
molecules of like
Is that
200
what you
nanometers or something like that.
Yeah, they've used things as big as buckyballs and
Yeah.
got them to work in a double slit, right?
The de Broglie wavelength of objects is you get bigger objects with a larger mass. Their wavelength, the de Broglie wavelength, their de Broglie wavelength is what it's called. It becomes smaller, and thus the Heisenberg uncertainty principle also becomes smaller.
So I've got a question.
My question.
Is phonon? Is there such a thing as a phonon?
Yes, I've heard people say it and publish it before. It has to do with sound.
And it's sound, okay.
It has a wiki page even.
It's a photon
Yeah.
sound. That's
It's
all
not
it
an
is.
elementary particle because its sound is a wave through the air molecules.
Yeah,
It's
not its
explained
own
as a
particle.
quasi-particle, as in it's not actually a particle. You just
And neither is a photon. It's
Hold
just
on,
an
Jace,
amount, a quantum of energy. Both are just
yeah.
quantums of energy. One is vibrational, sound. The other one is electromagnetic. It's not a physical particle.
I was gonna ask Jace if he could, because I was gonna attempt to describe. Probably you're doing a better job than me, or probably one of the two of you. I was just gonna say because the sound is traveling through a medium, and the conduit is the medium, obviously, or the photon. The energy is the photon is the conduit. That the energy.
That's not true at all.
Yeah.
It's traveling through the field.
The sound
How can a
is
photon
traveling
be its own
through-
conduit?
Sound is traveling through a medium that's consistent of other particles, protons, neutrons, electrons, etc. A photon doesn't need any of that to travel. You can send
Really?
it through
So
a vacuum.
electromagnetism isn't ubiquitous?
So percent. Can I ask what Jace on this, because this is
We don't have
something that I'm
electromagnetism everywhere.
It travels in the photon field, is what it's called, or the electromagnet.
Yeah, but
Or a
JS,
photon
isn't
is
the
traveling in
field?
electromagnetism just like a phonon is traveling in the medium that it's in.
It's not
Percent.
traveling through other elementary particles or other bosons, like in the freaking sound molecule or thing.
Yeah.
Percent.
So,
Can you let me ask some
Go
questions
ahead.
quick?
Go ahead, Gummy.
Yeah, so okay, because this is where I'm kind of being a little bit going against the standard model, or at least the way it's often described in layman terms. Don't
Okay.
they say that fields exist everywhere, like whether there is a charge there or not, or like a photon
Yeah.
there or not?
Yes.
Yeah. The
So
quantum
then,
fields exist
yeah.
throughout space everywhere.
But then, wouldn't you say then that the photon doesn't travel, like it's not its own conduit? It is actually moving through the field that exists everywhere, even if the photon's not there.
But it
And that's
is
what energy. That's what
in
quantum
quantum
means.
field theory. It's part of the field. The photon
Yes, quantum is
isn't
the
separate
energy
from
that's
the
traveling through the field. Quantum is the
Yeah,
energy that's traveling through the field.
So what
And
I'm
that energy
saying
field could be
is,
anything.
yeah, but what I'm saying is, if the field exists, whether
People are done talking, guys.
you're
Man, you're
roboting,
picking up,
Jeremy.
man. So first off, we can't understand what
Jace,
you're
were you
saying.
done?
You're
Jace, were you
roboting.
done?
I
What I
wasn't
said
really
was
done,
real,
but
though. You know, like what I said was real because I want
Tony,
everyone to know
you need
here.
to stop interrupting so much, man.
because like the photon field, the photon quantum field, it sits at around a zero value, and then what
Yeah.
the photon is a vibration or a disturbance in that field of non-zero value, the lowest value that it can have that's not zero.
Yeah, but so wouldn't you then not? You wouldn't say that the photon is its own conduit. You would say that the field exists whether the photon's there or not, and then when the photon passes through, it passes through the field.
Yeah,
So
but
the field exists whether the photon's there or
The
not.
photon, yeah, the field exists at all times throughout all space,
Yeah.
but it will sit around a zero energy value.
Yeah, yeah.
And what a photon is, it's not a separate thing from the
Oh,
field.
yeah. I
What
know
it
it is
it's a
within that field.
disturbance within the field that is of non-zero energy.
But that's why I wouldn't say that a photon moves through itself or is its own conduit. I would say that it is a ripple within the field.
Yeah,
And the
yeah,
field
that's
is the
correct.
medium, so to speak.
Yeah, but
Right.
Just like a wave.
that's the big difference, though. Is a medium has substance, and a field, when it's without, when the magnitude is zero, is not. There's not only no substance. There's nothing. It's just the field.
Yeah,
That's
but
Unless
but
there
I
is
would
something.
say
Is
I would think
space-time
it
a
has
field?
energy.
So is
Yeah, so-
space-time a field?
Yes.
Because of the uncertainty
So how
principle, it has
space-time's a field and it has no substance, then how's it bending?
First of all, dude, I just said fields. Fields have no substance, so space-time has no. Is not a substance. Substance is material. This is what means by substance.
Hold up, if the space-time is the field, then it has the field that you're talking about. This wave has the field.
Exactly.
The problem is that this field is a non-physical thing that it's going through. The photon is a wave and a non-substantial thing. Like the field is not a substance. In the case of a phonon, you actually do have a substance that a wave is passing through. Space-time is not a substance. Electromagnetic field is not a substance.
So
It's just
so
by
JS.
definition, it's not a substance. That's it.
Yeah, okay. So JS, then why is it often described that that light travels through nothingness when it's actually traveling through this energized field?
Well, a field doesn't necessarily have to be energized. It's traveling through a field. Nowhere do I say it has to be energized.
The field itself is
that field does
answer the
exist.
question?
Yeah, I asked.
Hold up,
JS,
hold
can
up.
you please
Let
answer?
Tony respond first because he's been trying to get.
Well, I did ask
field-
directly
Thank
to
you.
JS, but okay.
You're right. He did ask him. He did.
Okay, go ahead, JS. then
What
Tony jumps in.
I was gonna say is, if you're in a quantum field course or you're watching something to do with quantum field theory, they're going to talk about this minuscule minutia kind of thing. If you're just talking about regular quantum mechanics or just average people describing things, they're not going to get into all this detail.
Yes,
So I think it's just how much detail the person describing it wants to get into, depending on how much they know.
or can
the,
understand.
the reason why I'll ask this is because often the criticism that comes from the lay people or the people like in these circles is that, well, how can it travel through nothing? But then I would say, well, it's not nothing, it's this field that has energy.
It's the ether.
That's where everything lives. That's where everything lives. The bosons live there. All the energy that we have created machines and stuff to gather and collect and then gauge how much have hit it, they all reside in these fields, because quantum, all it means, it's not like it's just for photons or one certain amount of energy. Quantum means it's proportional to the field that it's in. I mean, there's different fields, and the energy is proportional to the field it's in. And there's so many different fields that you can't put it to one field or one energy packet or whatever everyone wants to call it, because there's different energy packets on each field. I shouldn't say packets. I'm sorry.
Every particle is associated to its own field. So every elementary particle, the fermions, so electrons, the quarks, the neutrinos,
but you
all
still
the
have
bosons.
interactions between the fields.
Yes.
Like
The
an
bosons
electron can become a photon. No, wait, no, other way around. A photon can split into an electron and pro.
Yeah. Can we just
positive.
Can we get
That's
back
some
to the part
bullshit,
where
too.
people are saying?
Saying
Wait till you're done, bro.
So all
Jeremy,
the
your mic's
elementary
doing that like
particles,
fading
be
in
it
and out
whether they're
thing again.
Yeah, no
fermions,
doubt. I got mic issues. Go ahead.
I think honestly, dude, it's all of us, dude. I mean, we just let's just listen and take proper turns, right?
What
So
you really
all
should do is
the
listen to one person that
every
has,
time
like,
I start talking, someone else is talking.
and I stop. If you would stop, this is a good thing. If you start talking and someone talks, wait 1 or 2 seconds and see if they keep talking. If they keep talking, then bitch. If they don't keep talking, stop bitching.
Oh, it's really frustrating, man, because
That's not
you go,
sustainable. That's not
Zach
sustainable
has to
strategy,
go,
man.
then Jeremy has to go.
Yeah, but it's frustrating because we all think we have the right to jump in. Now, whoever jumps in first gets the
No,
right.
we don't.
For the past 5 minutes, I've just been trying to get one thought.
Well, then,
All
okay,
of the
let me tell you right now. The problem is that you don't know how to jump in and fucking take
Shut
control.
up and let him make
All right,
his
I'm going to
point.
stop bitching about it now, and I'm just going to say that
Good.
all of the particles, be it they are fermions or bosons, so the force carrying the interaction particles as well, they all are associated to their own fields. So there's a field for every one of them on the standard. And these
that's why the ether
fields
exists.
interact and they exchange energy in the form of those particles between each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the field for light is the ether. Electromagnetism. The field of electromagnetism. Perfect.
No, it's the photon field.
And spacity is better than gravity.
Yeah, but electromagnetism could be canceled out with fucking with actual fucking objects on Earth that we can create.
No, it actually can't.
Yes, it can. You can make
It
it.
actually can't.
I can't make a cage that makes
No.
magnetism not work in there.
There's still going to be electromagnetism within the cage.
Okay, but it's not going to be the same electromagnetism that was outside the cage.
Of course, you're going to be, inhibiting it or affecting it in some way, but you're still going to have. You can never get rid of electromagnetism.
Okay, I can dig that.
Yeah, that makes sense. The field extends from the particle out forever, basically.
Will just exist everywhere.
And not only
but
not only that, there's no Faraday cages aren't 100% effective, right?
This Faraday cage, that's what was it. I couldn't fucking think of the word. Damn it. Hey,
They're not
anyway,
100% effective, right?
argument. I'm sorry that I've interrupted people. I'm sorry, but this
Faraday cages aren't 100% effective, right?
You interrupted me, Jeremy. I'm joking.
I know, because you're going on about bullshit.
Bro, I don't talk that much, Jeremy.
Man.
Come on, Jeremy. You talk way more than me.
Trying to talk about
hey, Jeremy, in a 24-hour period, how much do you talk and how much do I talk?
Let's
but we're trying to talk about actual topics.
I'm talking about actual topics. I'm the one that came with the quantum, the actual quantum. You just interrupted me. You just interrupted me, Jeremy. Jeremy, you just fucking interrupted me.
This conversation is cool when we talk
Tony,
about
relax or else you're going to get...
Mute Tony, the conversation gets better.
Tony's just excited.
I'm
way excited today, dude. I'm way excited.
Relax, Tony. Just relax.
Jeremy,
man.
you cannot.
I just sent you a DM and said
think
relax.
that you deserve to be in front of them, though. That's not fair.
Okay.
I was talking, and then you cut in front, and then you start talking. I was 3 words into it,
Tony,
and
it's
you
a lot
cut.
of wasted energy. You're gonna get muted. Like it was funny. It's
No,
not funny
you're right.
anymore.
You're
Just
right.
dial it down.
I'm wasting a lot of energy. You're right. Because I love Jeremy, you know, because Jeremy's cool as fuck. I'm just talking.
Oh, he's not.
I know you're
Jeremy's
talking
not
too
cool.
much shit.
He's
Go
not
ahead,
cool.
Jay.
Jason's a smart guy. Gummy's
Don't start
smart.
your shit.
Smart people. Let's listen for a little.
I think that the or the only thing that should be interesting about this question, in my opinion, that should matter or only matters to this conversation of flat Earth, is the whole thing that a criticism of space time and this whole thing is that you say that often people often say that light travels through nothingness, which to me at least, or to most people, sounds kind of wrong, while to me I would be more comfortable saying it travels through the field, which does have energy. It's not nothingness.
Because nothingness is like nothingness still is something. Because if it's to the point where we have
tell him.
Matt, you okay? Thank you. If it's something to where we named it, you're right. You're right though. It's something though. You know, even blank and vacuum of space, the most vacuumous of space, there's still stuff permeating in that space that's fucking like a cloud. It's fucking moving, it's undulating, it's in that space. We haven't been able to we haven't been able to detect it because we don't have the intellect to make a machine to detect it, but there's still something there. There has to be something there in nothing.
True. And that's why it's not nothingness.
Right.
Yes, nothingness has something
It's not
in there.
pure nothingness, I should say.
It's not expressed as nothing.
No, it's
even pure nothingness.
All right, you made your,
No, it wouldn't be. If it's pure
Tony, you
nothingness, there'd be no fields whatsoever inside.
Yeah, yeah. I was just gonna say.
Real quick, somebody check the chat. Hold on, real quick. Somebody check the chat for my last post. I posted a video. I actually found that video. Remember how I kept telling you guys there's a video of an empty vacuum and there's definitely something in it?
Yeah, there's like a blue and green fucking like cloud that like, well, they have it in the computer.
Popping in and out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've seen that.
nobody in here is claiming that it's empty.
Yeah, that's a good video though. I seen that video with Jeremy. I just want to relate to Jeremy for a second because I love Jeremy, and we were just arguing.
Okay.
Yes, I've seen that video.
Hop off my nuts now. Thank you.
Fuck you.
Yeah, you've been dick riding, Tony. Stop.
Yeah, I would just like to say the statement that there is something and nothing is a contradiction in terms.
How?
I think that dude, shut the fuck up when I'm talking, please.
I said one fucking word, man.
Dude, no, dude. Okay, Jeremy, can you mute him, please? This is fucking ridiculous. Every time I talk, Jeremy, it's this. Thank you. So the term, the term "something in nothing" is a contradiction in terms. I think the confusion here is we're describing a vacuum, aka the absence of particles, and we're conflating that with nothingness, when a vacuum is not nothing because it's permeated with fields. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
Very well
talk
said.
to him.
Except instead of particles, I would have said matter.
Yeah, I can agree to that. See, I
Okay,
think
so are we on the same page when we said we agree that the worst way to describe a photon is the smallest amount of energy, because we can have a photon with less energy than another photon, so it really makes no sense to describe it like that. Are we all on the same page with that?
Using those exact words, yes.
I never hear people say that, dude. I hear them say it's.
I've heard people say that all the time.
No, they say it's
the quantum.
A single packet of light. I hear people say the smallest.
Okay, let me ask you, Kosho or Gummy, do you guys think that you can have protons of different sizes?
No.
No, it's specific.
Okay. A proton is a proton.
Protons are the same size. Electrons, same size, right? Neutrons, same size, right?
Now that's a funny claim right there.
These are all elementary particles. Now,
Yeah,
photons,
they're all
which are
the same
considered
size
an
no matter
elementary
what.
particle, has
Protons
different
and neutrons
energy.
aren't. Protons and neutrons aren't elementary particles.
Yeah, they're
they
made
are
up
not
of
on the
quarks.
standard
So about the
model.
electron.
And even then,
How they gonna be the same size no matter what?
percent, we're not talking about the
And
size of photons. Photons themselves don't have size. They have a wavelength, but that's not the same as calling them having a size.
Yeah, but the electrons and the protons.
It doesn't matter. The point is that
size.
What's that, Kosho?
I'm sorry. At LIGO, they claim to be measuring 1/10,000 the width of a proton.
Yeah, protons
Yeah, I
have
said
size.
it has a size, but it's not an elementary.
Yeah.
Elementary particles are typically considered to be point
Like
charge.
All right, no, my bad.
yeah,
I thought
like
somebody
a
said a
proton.
proton didn't. My bad. I thought somebody said a proton didn't have a size.
Yeah,
The
like a
senator
proton,
was
like
trying
a
to say
proton
that.
or a neutron would be
I
made
was
up of
wondering if
quarks and gluons, which you do find on the standard.
so, Nate, do you
uh,
disagree with Gummy Bear then?
standard
Do
particle.
you disagree with him?
Hold up, Crypto. He wasn't done.
What?
Could you repeat that last part, Nate?
Was I disagreed with who?
He's asking if you disagree with or with what I just said.
No. Why do I? No. I'm just saying. I'm agreeing. I'm just backing up what Jace is saying that you don't find protons and neutrons on the standard model because they're made of quarks and gluons, which you do find on the standard model.
Yeah.
Okay, but what
Yeah,
Gummy
they're
Bear
a
said,
These
composite
quarks and these
particle.
gluons still have
what
one
Gummy Bear
size,
said,
right? One,
what, okay,
you know,
let's
they're all
go
the
ahead.
same. They're all the
What?
fundamental smallest thing.
Yes.
Okay,
They are
so
But
what
fundamental
photons
particles,
are
yes.
Alright.
That's
coming in
why they're on
different
the standard model.
Yo,
energies.
why
They
why
are
can't you
elementary.
talk, man? Jeez, Yeah, you
Jeez.
guys, Crypto's trying to say something. Crypto, your mic is a
Oh,
little bit
sorry,
muffled
Crypto.
though.
Sorry, man.
So-
Yeah, if it's a bit muffled, then they need to allow for that, not just talk over it.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, so Gummy Bear said that it doesn't have a size and it does have a wavelength instead. And so and then Nate, you kind of just blew past that and then agreed with what Jeremy said about them measuring 1/10,000th the size of a proton. So that doesn't seem consistent to me. So I guess I want
Width.
clarity on.
No, you
1/10,000th
misheard me.
the width.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Go ahead, Nate. No, go ahead.
You misheard me. I said I was agreeing with Jace, not Jeremy. I was just backing up what Jace was saying, and I
And
have no
also,
issue with what Gummy Bear said.
it's the difference between photon and proton. They're measuring
Yeah.
the size of a proton because they do have a size, but photons, so light, they don't have a size. They have a wavelength.
I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
thought somebody
How are
said
wavelengths measured? What's the unit of measurement?
By a length.
Meters.
Yeah.
A length. A physical
length.
length, right? Nanometers?
Sure.
Meter.
Meters.
And yet they don't have a
So
size.
you're telling me you're telling me something has length? Size?
Yeah, photon wavelengths have length. Yeah, you can have a wavelength the size of
Yeah,
the
they
size
have
of
lengths, but not size, apparently.
Wait, when the wave collapses and it hits the detector, it hits at a single point, as Jason said.
Yeah, like radio waves, Jeremy. Those are really long wavelengths, low frequency.
Yeah, they have like meter long wavelength, but
I've
they
even
don't
heard of
hit a
kilometer long
detector.
wavelengths. Yeah.
One photon is a kilometer long.
I think
But it's not.
I think
That's
I
the
think
distinction.
A photon is short wavelength, high frequency, compared
Yeah.
to like a radio wave. You know.
But
Yeah, I mean it depends on the spectrum. Like we're on the
Yeah,
spectrum.
just a clarification. When we say a photon has a wavelength of say 10 meters, that doesn't mean that a photon is stretched out over 10 meters. That's not what we're saying.
That's
Yeah.
insane.
I think
So what's
that's
it mean
what they
then?
think we
What's it
say.
mean?
And I think also
When you have
it's,
a photon, hold up. Let me just address this. If you have a photon that's a wavelength of 10 meters versus one that's 1 nanometer, what's the difference?
One
you
has
guys
a
weren't talking about
longer
the spatial.
wavelength, therefore a lower frequency.
You guys weren't talking when you said length. You weren't talking about the spatial dimensions, length, width, height.
Apparently not.
We're
You
talking
remember-
about
you have
one
to
of
remember
them.
what a photon is, dude. It's
They're
the
talking
energy.
about imaginary length,
It's
apparently.
energy
We're literally
propagating
going
through
back
the field.
now.
So
You guys are taking
Oh,
us
I thought you
back.
were talking about the spatial
I thought
dimensions earlier, like they had
I
length.
thought we had this sorted, man. You guys are taking us back now.
Yeah. The way I understand that is that in the similar way to like say sound, so like a bass sound, like a bassy sound would have a longer wavelength, and so then therefore the frequency would be lower and it would repeat less over a certain time.
That's a nice way of
It's the
looking at it.
distance. Yeah.
Okay,
It's the
fine.
distance between the peaks and troughs, essentially, is how you can think of
Yeah.
it.
So
That was
essentially
really
the
nice.
wavelength is the same thing as a frequency, it's just how you see it, right?
Yeah, but with sound, there's actual, there's time for one peak to the next peak, right?
Same with
There's
light.
Exactly.
That's the same with light.
But
yeah.
my point is, time is basically movement. The only reason we can recognize time is because of motion, right? Things moving.
Yes.
Physical things moving. So that means that if it's the same principle with wavelengths of light, then you have this like physical amount of time because of other things moving, and you could then measure it, like equivalent to that. You can measure how much movement there is or how much time it takes for that thing, and that's why you have a wavelength which is a specific length. So you could envision it as a photon being stretched out that amount if it's from one peak to the next.
But that's not.
But a
That's not the
photon is
photon, though.
Yeah, that's not a photon, and the photon isn't physical. And from our perspective, photons take time to reach us, but from the perspective of a photon, it doesn't experience time percentage,
Well, that's
Doesn't
different,
experience
so.
what?
time or space.
The photon doesn't
Doesn't
experience
experience.
movement.
Yeah, but regardless of that.
Somebody's got an echo.
Next
Oh.
left onto West 12th Street, then sharp right onto
Yo, what
Mayfield
the
Road.
Probably be him.
It was regardless of the fact of that,
Right.
whatever it experiences. You have to remember the photon. We're expressing it as it's the energy expressed in the field, right? It's propagating through the field, but the photon itself is not. Just because its wavelength and its frequency is, it's got a 1 meter wavelength. That just means that's where the distance between its peak and trough is, right? Or distance between peaks, I mean, right? So it's not
between
gonna
two
be,
peaks.
right. It's not going to. Just because it's distance between two peaks during its propagation doesn't mean that that's the size of it. That's just the distance between two of its peaks.
Right. I would just like to say the problem with this whole size thing is that the photon doesn't actually have a position before it actually gets to its end point. So it can't really have a size. You're not measuring the size. That whole wavelength is kind of like an extrapolation that they used that they determined using the wave pattern.
Nate, you have an echo, Nate.
Is it me? Really?
Yeah, it is you. I heard it coming out of your
Son of
mouth.
a bitch.
Yeah.
You
I
do
don't
this
know
on
if you moved
purpose,
up to
Nate.
a wall or something recently, but it was while I was speaking.
You fucking traitor, Nate.
What do you want, AirPods?
No, I'm just shut the fuck up. I ain't even how did it just start now? What the fuck?
Yeah, anyway, the wavelength is not no one's putting a ruler up to the peak and trough and measuring that. It's an extrapolation from the waveform emitting from the double slit, say, in the experiment.
Yeah, we know. The point is, though, that you could have photons of varying wavelengths, the only kind of measurement for this thing that's said to exist, right? Varying wavelengths, and yet they consider a fundamental particle, just like they do the fermions, bosons, whatever, like classically it was the protons, neutrons, electrons. The point is those things don't change. They have a set amount, a set quantum. Whereas for this thing, they're trying to say that it's both fundamental and yet changing. The only thing that's fundamental would be the lowest quantum.
I agree with the last statement about the most fundamental being the quantum. I'm not sure I really got the rest of your statements though, understood.
Like classically, I believe they thought, I don't know if they still do, that protons, electrons, neutrons were fundamental particles. Maybe after they found out there was something smaller, they realized that these things were made up of smaller, more fundamental particles, and therefore, they're not, and the fermions or bosons or whatever, gluons, whatever they claim they are now, are, right? Similar with light, with the photons. If they are able to splice them down into smaller energy packets, smaller quantums, then effectively the thing that they had to begin with wasn't the fundamental particle. You can't claim that you have a fundamental particle and yet you're making it into smaller fundamental particles.
Okay,
It's because you're not making it. It's not changing size.
Okay,
A
Jeremy.
physical
Changing
object
energy,
that
right?
you can chop up.
Wait, sorry, not Jeremy. Percentage. I just posted at 31 minutes past the hour a demonstration of the double slit experiment. If you look into it, you'll see that the wavelength is something that is calculated. They don't actually directly measure it. The photon does not actually have a position in space as it after it passes through the double slit until it reaches the wall on the other side. It doesn't have a size because it doesn't actually exist. It doesn't exist in any defined position. The wavelength is calculated. It isn't directly measured. Something else is measured, and then the wavelength is extrapolated from it. I'm not sure if that helps you understand.
What
but
else
that's
is measured?
the best way I could explain it. The distance between the peaks and troughs of the like statistical distribution of the impacts of the photons on the detector of the back wall. So they're not actually measuring that wavelength directly, right? They're calculating it from a different measurement.
Well,
And
now
then-
we're conflating
That's
the
even worse
quantum wave function and the wavelength of the photon, which are two different things.
that's even
He's
worse
talking
then.
about the wave function pattern on the detector. That's different than the wavelength that the photon has.
Yeah, I believe he's saying you can get the wavelength from the pattern.
From the energy, you get the wavelength from the. So it hits the detector with a certain amount of energy, and from that you can calculate what the wavelength was.
No, I'm pretty sure he's doing it a different way.
Sorry, yeah, Jace is right. Sorry, I was confused. But yeah, you're not actually measuring the wavelength. You do realize that you are measuring something else and then extrapolating the wavelength from that. The whole wavelength thing is the reason it has a distance unit like meters or nanometers is not because they're physically measuring it with a ruler. They just need it for conversions with other things in the equations, basically.
Yeah,
So
it makes the units add up right.
Yeah, sorry, I was wrong the first time, Jace. I was confused.
No, you were right, Numpty, because I'm looking at it here. It says you could calculate the wavelength by the distance between the slits and the diffraction grading.
There is a
The
relation.
sine of the distance.
That's
of that
different,
angle.
though. That's a diffraction grading, not a double slit experiment. But there is a way to get the wavelength from the pattern on the detector of the double slit experiment. It's just a little in depth.
Right, but either in both
It's basically the same thing, except through this slit, it's going straight ahead, and then it's going to be spread at different areas on that detector screen or what have you, and the angle basically between the distance of the screen and whatever's splitting the beam, or the slit I should say, is what they're using.
Right,
But
and
the interference.
The thing is, in both cases, you are not actually physically measuring a wavelength. You're measuring something else and extrapolating the wavelength from that. And like I said, the photon does not exist in a physical position in between where it's emitted and where it ends up.
Yeah, that's correct.
I think we could all
It's
agree
not a
that's
physical thing. You can't reach out and grab a photon as it travels through the air. That's not how reality works, man. And that's not what science says. But what happens with the double slit is you get the interference pattern because the photon goes through both slits and it becomes two separate sources of probability for the wave function, and they interfere with each other, and it gives that statistical ensemble that with the peaks and then the dark bands and the light bands, the dark band, light band, that's where the interference pattern comes from.
And that
Okay, so we're at a contradiction right now, because light is physical. Like when I put my hand out in sunlight, I feel the heat. I could see it, right?
That's heat, though.
I can see light. So, how are you
Okay.
gonna tell me it's not physical when it is physical?
Can I explain? I'm gonna resolve your contradiction. It is physical when it is at the impact site, but between where it is emitted and where it impacts, it is not physical. That's
True.
why they say that they say that the wave function collapses into a particle. At that point where the wave function collapses at the other end of the emission, the guy who's receiving, I guess, the signal, you would say, he is actually physically receiving something. But in between, in the area between where it's emitted and where it's received and collapses, it is not physical. That event of collapsing is what causes it to become physical, basically.
That's correct. I agree with that. Just the way we're using physical, in the sense that it exists in reality, it's all physical. But in the sense that it can give anything that can be detected physically, can only occur at the detection site. Like I said before, you can't reach out and grab a. That's just not how it works.
Yeah, you can never do that. It's not tangible at all. So
Yeah, no one's saying that you can do that.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone grab light except in Star Wars.
yeah, but
Yeah,
with
well, that's what he
big-
was trying to
you're
insinuate,
trying
that
to
it should be
I never tried to
physical.
insinuate that once.
it changes state.
No, Witsit was kind of trying to
But you're saying it changes state, man. You're saying it changes into a physical particle.
That's what they say, yeah.
No, the energy is imparted on the detector.
Right.
But what makes you think that then it's a photon? You just have energy that's localized for whatever reason, like
That's
maybe
what
it can
is
only be
fucking
detected in a specific
defined as a
spot.
photon, bro.
Right. Okay. So percentage. You said, why do you think it's a photon? And then you proceeded to give the definition of a photon.
No, my point is, even though it's localized, it could be detected, in one area for whatever reason. That doesn't mean this particle exists. That just means that energy was imparted on this medium or on this object or what have you, and it has a result.
Right.
And that's what we call a photon.
Yeah.
No,
and
you guys say it's a fundamental particle.
Yes.
Okay.
A particle should exist without it, having landed on a specific surface or detector or body of mass.
That's the problem, is that it's not a particle between the site of emission and where it's detected.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense.
Any interaction
when
will
it
cause the
interacts-
wave function to collapse into a Dirac function. At that point, it can impart its momentum and energy at a single point.
Okay, so the motion changed.
Okay, so hold up. Let me ask this question. You have this light, and it hasn't the wave function hasn't collapsed. It's traversing through through the electromagnetic field, right? It's not a particle yet, and then it hits the screen, and it transfers that energy to the screen, right? So you go from not a particle to hitting the screen. At what point does it become a particle? And how short-lived of a life as a particle does it have if it's imparting that energy almost instantaneously? Or is it not instantaneous?
Go ahead, Numpty. You were doing good.
Either one of you. When does it become a particle, and for how long?
I would say it becomes a particle at the point of impact. And what a particle is just a point in Euclidean space, right? That's what a particle is, right? A point in Euclidean space.
Sure.
An X, Y, and Z coordinate. So it is a spread out wave. It is emitted, and once it's emitted, a wave basically spreads out from the emission point. When that wave then impacts the detector, the wave then collapses from that waveform into a particle. Where that particle is determined to collapse is a statistical function given by.
Don't worry about that. So you have the particle. Right. Would you agree that particles have dimensions?
The wave, it's always a particle, right? Like, let's not get that twisted.
It's not always a particle.
It has
only a particle when the wave function collapses, right?
Okay. It has a wave function. That is not a physical thing. It's just a probability density. All right. When it interacts or when it hits a detector, it materializes or it forms a Dirac function at one place based on that probability. But the probability isn't a real thing. It's just a mathematical tool. So it's
Sure.
always a particle. It doesn't become a particle.
No,
That's
that's
not
where we
the
have
right
an
way.
issue, Jace. We have an issue with you saying it's always a particle because the only reason we know it's a particle is because we can detect it. So if we can't detect it, you can't claim it's a particle unless you're making an argument from ignorance.
Yeah, I would just like to
Whenever
say,
you
I would
detect
just
it, it's
like
a
to
particle.
say,
Whenever we
Sure,
see
you could
it,
claim that,
particle.
and we could go ahead, Numpty. You
I
would
would
say
just
something.
like to say my position is not Jace's position, and
That's fair.
I mean this is the position that an actual professor of physics told me. I'm not saying I did the experiments and proved it, but when we're discussing the theory, I pretty much know the theory pretty well, and an actual official professor taught it to me, and
That's fair.
he said at university, and he has accolades and shit, that when it is emitted, it is no longer a particle, it is a wave function. The wave function is not a particle, but when the wave function then collapses again on the other side, that is a particle. So I guess your question is, when does it become a particle? I would say,
Well, that was my original question, but then
Oh.
Jace started saying that it was always a particle, and
I think we're confusing, and you got into two things, and I think what left off. I posted a video from Ramamurthy Shankar. He's a professor of physics at Yale that I know, and he says the same thing. It's always a particle. What the wave function is, what was I think left off when they explained it to you, is that it's not a real thing. It's a probability thing. It gives you a probability density if you were to measure the photon where you would find it. That's what the wave function will tell you. It can also tell you its momentum and other properties.
How can you tell that it's always a particle when it's not physical and you are not detecting it as the light is in transit?
Because when you detect it, it's a particle. When we interact with it, it's a particle. So how can you say it's
that
not
doesn't mean that it's always a particle, just when you're detecting it, it's a particle. So why are you making the claim that you can't possibly substantiate?
Okay, but can I ask quickly then, if
No,
that
I'd
is
like
true,
to chase this down, Gummy Bear.
Well, no, because this is very important to it. If
Alright,
that is true, then how can this wave interact with itself to interfere or destructively interfere?
How does anything interfere with itself?
yeah, no, that Gummy's
There's a
making
disturbance in the energy of the wave.
Gummy's making a really good point, actually.
It's because it's the probabilities that enter. The
Yeah, but
wave
so
function is a probability thing.
But so if it's a probability that you'll find it in these positions, then how is it possible for the probability to find it in positions to interfere with each other if it's only in one position in actuality?
Because when you send it through a double slit, it becomes two separate sources of probability, and those two separate probability waves interfere with each other.
Well, okay, so one thing then, because the one thing that made me really like go back to questioning this is is it called the delayed choice experiment, where you use beam splitters? So if you send a photon through a beam splitter, and then they recombine in another beam splitter, somehow they've taken both paths because they interfere at the end in order to only take one path. So somehow, even though it technically only took one path, it probabilistically took both paths, and both paths probabilistically interfered with each other.
Jeremy, go. Because I have something to say. Because like with water, if you split water and then it combines, it's still water. Yes, of course. Yeah, the fields when you split the field, it's going to combine. I know.
No.
Yes, it is. In a way, it kind of is.
No,
when
no,
you split
no.
the field,
No, it's not that. No, so that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if it's like Jay is saying that the photon is always a photon, it's just the position of it is dependent on this wave function, on this probability wave function. But then the question is, how can the probability wave function interfere with itself? For example, in the beam splitter example, if the photon traveled one direction for real, then it would be a 50-50. And if it traveled the other direction, it would also be a 50-50. But because of the fact that it somehow travels both directions, at the end it interferes so that it only chooses one path at
Yeah,
the,
but
the
why?
final
No,
base.
no. What happens? So this delayed choice thing is multifaceted, Gumby. What happens is you send a photon and it's traveling as its wave function. Is what's said to be. You have to remember these are interpretations as well.
Oh yeah.
It's traveling as its wave function. Now, if you don't, when it goes through the slit, if you don't put a detector there, then it will come off as two new wave function probabilities that can interfere with each other, two separate sources. If you do put a detector there, then it collapses there into what's called a Dirac function, and it only goes through one of the slits and hits the screen at a spot but right behind whatever slit it went through. But now you also, during this process, you split it into an entangled pair. And this entangled photon can go down another path. And its action is going to be dependent on if you detected it at the slit, its partner, the original, or I guess you can say the original. I'll call it the original and the entangled. If you detect the original one, you'll get just the band behind the slit that it went through, and the entangled partner will end up in a specific box at the end of the experiment.
I want to say something after
So,
Gummy.
yeah, just a clarification then, because one thing that is a bit confusing is some people say that beam splitters are more a probabilistic. Half of them probabilistically travel straight, and the other half get redirected, for example, while others say that it's actually splitting up photons. Do you know what's kind of correct?
I've heard both of that as I think it's probabilistic as to which one will get split or not at the splitter. I don't think it happens every time.
Yeah, because then the thought is that if it is a probabilistic thing, then that would kind of imply that when you send just one of them, it would probabilistically choose either path, which means it shouldn't be able to interfere with itself at the end, and yet it does, which kind of shows it isn't probabilistic, but it also shows that it's not.
Then at that point, you've interfered with the original one, though, and that's going to determine what happens to the entangled partner.
Can I please say something?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay, please.
You've erased the probabilistic nature at that point of that event.
Can I go
Once
after Tony,
you
please?
detect it,
Yeah, I would like to go.
then it won't.
Yeah,
it
and then
won't
I got after you.
Yeah,
probabilistic anymore. If you don't detect it,
Let him
if you
speak.
don't detect it, then it can still be probabilistic.
We get you, Chase.
Okay, cool. First off, I want to apologize for if I did not mean to interrupt on anyone, but I have something good to say right now, I think. But first, I want to disclaim this by saying, what do I say is stupid? I don't give a fuck. For real, I don't give a fuck. But let me say the shit, and if you don't agree with it, that's fine. That's
Yo, just say it.
Say it, bro. Just say it. Jesus.
Bro, hey, you know what? I just looked at my Cash App. Never mind. Okay, this is what I have to say. When you divert water, okay, and then it combines again, it's still H2O, okay? So why can't you guys think that the wave is like water? It's all the same fucking thing. And when it gets split and comes back together, it's still a fucking H2O, or it's still photons, or it's still whatever the fuck you want to call it.
What about when you split?
It's fine.
Two people interrupted me. Two people interrupted me, but I got you.
I'm replying to you. I'm saying, what about when you split H2O?
When you split H2O, that's a different thing. We're not talking about splitting fucking.
That's what we're talking about. We're talking about splitting H2O.
Yes, but you're splitting H2O. You're splitting H2O, and you're splitting photons in a field that's full of fucking photons, though.
Yeah, we're splitting H2O and water.
They're still photons. They're still all together. It's still all together the same fucking field because you're at the frequency that it's collecting and it's collecting and reading that they're all photons, or all the energy that you're emitting to collect the photons. You know, I mean, it's still photons. You're not emitting photons and getting fucking bosons back, or you're not emitting photons and getting H2O back. You're
No,
still.
the thing is, bro, they're not photons because they've never once detected them in transit. They only detect them on the detector, obviously. So to claim that they're photons as they're in transit is wrong.
So photons in H2O.
Thing other than what you're detecting for. You created a detector to detect what you're going to split or what you're going to look for. And if you find what you're looking for, but it's a different form, but it's still the same, why are you going to call it something different?
Bro, my point is, it's an argument of ignorance to say that they're always photons the whole entire trip, when in transit you literally can't detect them or observe them in any manner to confirm that they are photons.
Except for the field, or except for the detector created to detect that field.
Yeah, I'm saying in transit, not when it hits. So when it hits, sure, let's say it's a photon.
Okay.
But in that case, how long does it take for energy to go to transfer? For light energy, how long does it take? Isn't it instantaneous or like
how long
speed of light?
Wait. How long does it take for when you divert water for the water to get combined back together? And
Hold up, Tony. So think about this, Tony. You have light traveling, and then it hits the detector, and this light is emitting the energy at the speed of light. So at what point was the particle on the detector screen?
Absolutely zero.
The point that you detected it. The point that you detected
it. At no point, right? The energy went straight through at the speed of light into this object, into this body of matter, of mass.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. How fast did it?
It didn't become a particle at all.
But it was a particle the whole time, and when you split it,
you can't say that unless you could detect it.
Yes, but the detector was created to detect that.
Yo, check it out, dude.
You're not getting what I mean by in transit.
Okay, in transit, I understand that in transit something happened and there was a vibration or there's something to break the whatever part photons are made.
Quantum wave function.
It broke them.
Jesus.
Okay, whatever.
Wave function is a complex mathematical thing.
Exactly, and I know
real
about it. There's only
solutions.
2 people in here that know something about it. Okay.
It has complex. It gives you a complex valued solution, so it has imaginary numbers in the solution.
Okay,
it's not a real.
imaginary numbers.
Yo,
Sorry.
forgive me, Nate. I kind of jumped the line. Go ahead, man.
Imaginary numbers are related to actual things, though. They're not just fucking. All of a sudden, there's imaginary numbers.
What about zero? What about
rule,
zero?
and then
What's the imaginary number zero related to?
You use the Born
imaginary
rule
number zero
to
is
pull
related
out.
to all that everything that you detected that
You use
off
the
and it became
Born
zero again.
rule to pull out the real part of the solution.
And it's still, but it's still part of the whole, though. It's still part of the original thing that got split.
Yes, but the wave function as it traveled, it's a complex value thing. So it's not a physical thing.
Everything's complex. I mean, you got
What on earth are you people talking about?
Well, Jay,
Hey,
Jason,
Brenda, hello, Brenda. How are you doing?
Guys, I waited. Man.
You're too patient. I don't jump in,
gonna
Nate.
go after Tony. I don't know.
Brandon, we're talking about dumb shit. None of us know anything about what we're talking
I'm
about.
trying to figure it out, but I can't figure out what you're even talking about.
We're talking about the wave function of a
Just
particle.
be thankful you weren't here for Spacity.
Quantum mechanic stuff.
I think they can do advanced calculus and stuff.
All right, that's not helpful, Brenda. If you don't have anything to offer, who was speaking? Was it
Nate was next.
Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, I was gone for a bit, but when I came back, Chase, I just want to confirm you were talking about the delay choice quantum eraser.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. I just had a quick question. Like, the whole information wave path, whatnot. It's only decided like late on in the experiment. Would you see that as the future effect in the past, or?
No. The experiment. It's just kind of how you look at the experiment, but either the first detection can influence the second, or if you make the second path shorter, then that can influence the first. But whatever you choose to do, whether detect it or not, is what influences the second part, the entangled pair, the photons.
It's not how you look at it, it's how you understand it.
So
I know
so
I'm talking
Jay
person.
Hold up, Tony. Nate, did you want to ask a follow up?
I think Kosho did want something.
No, Nate. Now let Nate finish up, but I appreciate that. I got to do that question.
No, hold up. I stopped Tony. He was first. So
Yes, I was first.
Come on.
It's not how you look at it,
You
it's how
Kosho
you
got
understand it. It's not how you look at it, it's how you understand it. And that difference between looking and understanding is a fucking huge difference. I mean, you guys realize that, right?
I appreciate, Tony, how you're concise with your points.
That was pretty concise, man.
I'm sorry if I interrupt people and stuff, but I'm trying to fucking like I'm a psychological, like if I was going to college, I'd be
psychological mess.
Well, let's save that for the next turn, because this question for Jace, I was just going to ask you based on what you were, because I was interpreting what you guys were saying as the the wavelength of light and it interfering with the self when when it has the choice of going through both of the slits and it you expressed it as it splitting into two, but would it be correct to say that it was it was traveling through its path and it had a superposition of paths because its wave function was still it was still existent. It hadn't collapsed at that point, so it was kind of a superposition of its positions, and that's how it interfered with itself. Or was it more correct the way you said it, like we're just
superpositions of its positions?
Yeah, if you get into the minutia, there's superpositions involved. I was just trying to make it.
No. That's fine. I'm not saying you said it incorrectly. I was clearing up for myself.
Yeah. So can I ask then, because this follows up exactly on that. So JS, are you able to look in the chat for a second?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is from an episode of PBS Spacetime. So I want to know if like the way they explained it, if you agree with it or not. So what they said is, so you see how you have two beam splitters. If you were to remove the second beam splitter, now you'd have a 50-50 to see the photon arrive at detector 1 and detector 2. It's a 50-50 whether one arrives or the other. But when you put the beam splitter in that second position, somehow it only arrives in detector 1. And the way they explain it is that it travels both paths probabilistically, but they interfere constructively and destructively, so that the constructive part enters detector 1 and the other one doesn't really do anything because it's been cancelled out. So essentially what they're saying is that when you only have the one beam splitter, it's 50-50 whether what path it actually takes. But when you have both beam splitters, somehow they recombine interferingly to only enter detector 1.
Okay, yeah, it's a little bit different setup because there's not a back screen. Usually when you do like the delayed choice, you have two different detection locations down two different pathways. So if they just have this setup here, then yes, that would be correct because they don't have the other detector along a different path.
Yeah. I did post also the episode with a timestamp if anyone's curious what I'm talking about, but because their explanation makes it seem weird, because when there's only the one time beam splitter, it's random which path it takes, but then when the second one's there, it supposedly recombines to only always take detector 1.
You missed when Jace gave me in percentage a full lesson on the double. Pretty thorough.
Yeah.
Well, I get how to think about the double slit experiment, but this specific scenario that the PBS Spacetime set up, it ruins my idea of it, and it doesn't seem to correlate with the double slit experiment.
So it's what we went over. That's one that we talked about for like an hour, maybe 2 hours or something.
So they say when you only send it through the one beam splitter that it's 50-50, it could end up at either detector.
Yeah. But then when they put the other one in, it always ends up in detector 1. That's why I'm a bit confused with how they. It might just be
It's
with
yeah,
how
that
they
sounds
present it.
backwards to me.
But I did
'Cause
link it with a timestamp below if you wanted to check it out. The actual part that they talk about this is only like not even 1 minute long. So
okay, because usually I'll have to check it out. Because what usually happens in these experiments when you have two beam splitters, the purpose of the second one is to try to lose the path information. And so that's what would typically cause the 50-50 at either
yeah,
detector, because you use the second beam splitter to get rid of the path information.
yeah,
So it
but what
sounds like they're going
what
backwards.
this saying, yeah, but what this is saying is that when you add the second beam splitter, you are canceling out the fact that you don't know which path it took, but it's still taking both paths in order to interfere with itself to give this result. And that doesn't seem to correlate with the fact that it's only a probability of where it is, not actually that it is taking both paths.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of scientists who basically say the wave nature of light is undisputable, but the particle nature of light can still be disproven.
Yeah.
So
But this is why I have problem with.
Yeah, you saying it's
Sorry.
not a wave, it kind of goes up against almost all quantum mechanic physicists who say that it's an undisputable fact, the wave nature of the photon.
He's not disputing the wave nature of it, because he is talking about the probability wave function and how that dictates where you will find the photon.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't dispute that it has a wave nature, but it's just what you detect is a particle. It's the sources that I put there. Explain.
Yeah, but that's why I asked you what I asked. Because according to what his answer, what I said was, while it exists in as a wave function and its wavelength is there, it's traveling. It's in a superposition of those positions. That's not a problem. It's even though it's a probability, it interferes with itself because it's a superposition of those paths. So I understood it as.
Yeah, but it's a probability superposition, Kosha. It's not a physical.
Yeah, but that's where this problem in my mind arrives. Is if it's only a probability of where it could be, how can the probability wave interfere with itself? That just doesn't make logical sense to me.
Because it arises from two sources. That's usually how you get it to interfere with itself. Like I said, with the double slit, it goes through both slits, and so that two separate sources of probability arise from that, and they spread out as a wave, and that's how you get the interference.
But that's why I say I get how it works in the double slit, but in this scenario they set up, they make it seem like when there's only the one beam splitter, it does 50-50 take either path. But then when there's two beam splitters, it definitely like appears to take both paths at once. And that's why this has kind of fucked up my understanding.
Yeah, like I said, it did seem weird to me. Rocky, say what you want to say, man.
Are there physical superpositions or just probability superpositions?
That's not a good question. Superposition is not a physical thing.
Yeah, it's a mathematical.
So no, that's my whole point of asking the question. There are no physical superpositions. Nothing can be one and the other. It's either one or the other.
Yeah, it's just the probability outcome of certain measurements.
That's fine. Thank you. Great answer. I appreciate it.
Yeah, the superposition is just a probability function, basically. It's only telling you where. It's only telling you where it probably will be, but there's no actual.
Probably, right. Probability. Where even in the double slit, the outcome is not the same every time, right?
No, not at all.
It depends on what you do.
No, I mean if you repeat it the same every time, the same setup, the same double slit experiment, that the photon, I'm calling it a photon, particle, whatever you want to say, doesn't hit in the same path every time, right?
Right.
The individual
The individual photon itself does not hit the same part every time, but if you repeat the experiment over and over again, you get a probability distribution, and that probability distribution is directly related to the wave function.
And you're saying due to that wave function, it's going to follow a certain path more than the other.
So they got it through testing, right? They put the double slit, they shot the light through it, and they found, oh my god, the light keeps hitting at random spots on the other side.
Right.
And then they thought, at first they thought, wow, it's just completely random. And then they repeated the test over and over and over and over again, like thousands and millions of times. And then they said, wow, this actually fits. This actually fits a statistical distribution. So they're basically, this statistical distribution is not what's causing it, it's how they describe what they're observing, basically.
Exactly. It's more like math. It's a description of what they think they're observing, right? Like, I don't want to demean it because it's very important. I get it, right? I'm not demeaning it at all. But it is a.
So let me say, when you do so if you do the double slit with photons and you reduce the illuminance of the laser down to where only single photons are getting through. When you do that and you do it thousands to hundreds of thousands of times, you'll get the same pattern on the detector every time you do that experiment. Not for each single photon that goes. After thousands to hundreds of thousands of photons go through, you'll see a distinct pattern. You can redo it again with 100,000 photons. You'll get that same distinct pattern.
The interference pattern.
And the interference. I get it. Just sum up what that means. Just sum up what that, like, what's the overall conclusion of the test? What do you think it shows or proves?
The overall conclusion of the test is that the photon has a wave nature to it. Oh yeah, wave nature to it, that it acts as a wave between the double slits and the detector. A probability wave, basically, of where it acts. Yeah.
That's where they get the wave, like, so-called wave function. It's acting as a wave, but also as what?
Particle. When it hits
but we have to make.
Isn't that a contradiction? Like, that's where I get confused.
There's the very important distinction, though, that this wave function thing isn't a real thing. It just gives you the probability that the photon, which is a particle, will hit the detector at a certain spot. That's what it tells you.
Right, yeah, that's more of a math, a description of what's happening, not the actual physical part.
Right. But if it was the thing is, it is not a particle in between where it's emitted and where it's detected.
Yeah, the wave nature.
If it was a particle, then you would not be observing this random wave interference pattern.
Why do you say that?
The wave nature.
You would just be hitting it. Oh my fucking god, dude! You would just be hitting it.
Done,
you would just, yeah, each time. It's like I'm still going, and it's each time. Anyways, you would be, if it was a particle in between where it was emitted and detected, you would not be getting this probability distribution. You would just be hitting the same spot on each time. Like when you shoot out of a gun, it always hits the target if you're facing the same way. Whereas with these particles of light, when it goes through the double slit, you point it one way, and it's just randomly hitting different targets, and then
what do they say is causing that?
The wave nature of the photon between the point at which it's emitted and which it's detected.
Wait, stop right there. The wave nature of the photon, that doesn't make sense. The wave function would be more of the path, right? Not the medium.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think you got my point.
For this to happen, it has to be true that the two slits act as separate sources of probability, and that's where the wave nature comes from, because it's going through both the slits. And particles are, if I threw a tennis ball, like Noah said, they're only going to travel one of the slits and hit at one, make a band right behind the slit that I throw it through. But with these photons, they're making an interference pattern, which has to be true that it's going through both slits, and so that's where the
I get
wave
that point. Yeah.
is from.
Well,
Right.
why can't we why
Right.
can't we track the path through its totality? Like, why do you think?
Because that tracking in and of itself is the detector, and if you were to track it or detect it, the wave function would then collapse.
What if it's not that though? Like, no, I understand the collapsing part. That's but that's a theory, right?
Because
that's
every time you detect the photon, that's what happens.
Okay.
Right. So when you don't detect it, it acts as a wave, but when you detect it, the wave function collapses and then it starts to act as a particle. So
Well, that's
by
what we're
by the
talking about,
very
though. Maybe
act of,
something's interfering with it.
by the very act of you detecting it, you will end its wave nature, and you will collapse its wave function, and you will start its particle nature. I guess that's the best way I can explain it to you. Like
It's
simply,
because it doesn't ever really end being a wave. What happens is, what's said to happen is it goes from being a wave dispersed out in space to being what's called a Dirac function or a Dirac wave when you have a detection or you interact with it. It
I've
turns
never heard
into
of that, so you might want
okay.
yeah, I'm about to explain it. It turns into a wave that is just a single peak. It no longer has multiple peaks anymore. It has a value of 0 everywhere, but in a single location. And so it's technically, they say it's still a wave. It's just a different kind of wave. And
Right.
that's what's defined as the particle.
Right. So you can kind of like you can kind of imagine it as just imagine like one, I guess you have a sine wave, right? You have the trough, the peak, the trough. You can imagine that as your superposition of the photon. When that superposition meets the detector, that, I guess, lump will become much skinnier and much taller. Therefore, the probability of its position being anywhere else declines, and in the Dirac function, which is like an absolute function, everywhere but that one point has a 0 probability of it being there, and at that one point it has a probability of 1 of being there. Yeah, Kosho just posted a yeah, that is way better than anything I could describe. Just look at what Kosho posted.
Yeah. That's that's the standard interpretation of what's happened. But basically, the like I said, the best descriptions that I've heard from physicists before is that it just becomes a different kind of wave, and that's what we define as the particle. Becomes this Dirac wave that has a 0 everywhere but at this single point, and where that point is determined by a probability from the wave function.
Right, like a Dirac function is a type of wave, but there's other types of waves.
Yeah.
But the Dirac function is directly analogous to a particle, which is a point in Euclidean space. So basically, it forms from one wave, which is distributed over a larger period of space, into a Dirac function, which is another wave where it is distributed basically only in one point. Something being only in one point is basically what a particle is. So this Dirac function is kind of like a particle and a wave at the same time. Whereas this wave function on the left side of the image, that is not a particle. That is only a wave.
Yep.
That's a lot, right? But you did clear up the superposition being, basically a probability. That's what I always thought it was. I mean, logically, when you deduce something being physical in the same, at a different position at the same time, that doesn't make sense logically. But the probability part of it, especially when you're not seeing it, right, in its physical form, makes sense. I understand why they have to come up with it. Especially when you
these
get down to the quantum.
superpositions are these are quantum things. Like you're not going to
Well,
see
that's what I
these
said.
with your
Yeah,
eyes.
especially when you get down to the quantum level.
Could I ask you another question? But it's kind of off topic. I don't know, man. Because I think we reached the end of this one.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So like when you're talking about the what is it, the Pauli exclusion principle, the idea is fermions because they have a half. Is it a half
Yeah,
integer
half
spin?
half
Yeah,
half
yeah.
energy.
They can't be in the same like quantum state,
Yep.
right? So if you
Yep.
have an electron can't be in the same place as an electron. These are two fermions. But the idea is if you combine them, they have full integer spin and they become a boson. Like what do they mean when they say that? Now how does this matter creating particle, this fermion, become a force gauge boson? Like
So
how
it it doesn't become a gauge boson. So
uh-huh.
what they're usually referring to with this is like superfluids, things like helium.
Yeah, superfluids, Einstein boson condensates, fermion condensates, things like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what it means is like the overall system, this collection of helium atoms can act as a boson, so they'll have different energy states, and all the helium atoms can fall into the lowest energy state. They're still in different locations of space. These are just the energy states that they can fall into that are the same. So they're not like all on top of each other or anything, but they're in the same energy state rather than having different ones, and so they can act as a superfluid in that sense.
Have you ever heard of the super solid?
Here, I think from you.
Okay, but I mean, just look into it. You obviously into this. It's not something I made up. It's something I've looked into.
No, I
It's
know. I'm not saying you made it up. You're just the only.
yeah, I just discovered it myself, and I've been looking into superfluid for a long time. So it's kind of strange that it never popped up because it's basically, you know, in the same thing. Just a different state turns into a solid, but still has that frictionless environment where liquid can pass through it also. It's strange. It's coming into some strange, like science is really, I think in the next 10 or 15 years, this may change a few things, especially technology. But we'll see.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Some physicists are doing some pretty abstract kind of stuff that can have some implications on technology.
Well, they're applying it to deep space or upper atmosphere or whatever you want to call it, and also some anti-gravity stuff because the fluid doesn't it defies physics in the gravitational realm. So it's also so poor. Like you can take the best beaker in the world and it'll flow right through it, trip right out the bottom, climb the walls up top, flow down and outwards.
Are you talking about a super? Are you sure you're not talking about a super fluid, not a super solid?
No, that's what I was just talking about, the super fluid, but the super solid has some of the same attributes, being frictionless, but it acts more of a solid. It can be a barrier to certain things and let other things pass right through it, and let certain conductors get trapped in it and flow forever. Like nothing will stop it.
I have a question. What are they exactly observing this in? Because I know
They can
superfluids are
create it in the
usually.
lab.
No, right. Okay, let me finish my question so you can answer it. So I know that superfluids, they're observed with like hydrogen. I believe it's not hydrogen, helium at very low temperatures. You observe a superfluid effect. What exactly are they observing this super solid effect in? Like, what's the material and what are they doing to make it? I guess to have these properties. Because if it was normal, you would see it everywhere, right? So they have to do something to make it do that.
Oh no, it's very extreme, near zero temperatures and pressure that they're able to create in the lab, but it's tough. But they're getting better at it. The super solid was only able to be observed in 1D for a long time. Now they've gotten it into 2D, which now they can really start doing their thing on it. They're still in question. Like, they know the super fluid is basically helium-3, helium-4, and it's just temperature and pressure. But the super solid's a little more complicated. But I'll be honest with you, I don't want to say it because I don't know. I don't remember it exactly. I'm new to the study, but you can look it up. It's definitely out there now. But they're creating it in labs, so it's very precise.
That's pretty cool. Thanks.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, I've never seen anything like it, and I actually saw a presentation on superfluid about 6 years ago, and the strangest thing I'd ever seen. I thought they were actually punking us at first, right? The silly physics department. I thought they were just joking around with like a putty or whatever it was, a gel, and until the lecture was over and they showed us everything, and then they actually did at the same presentation, they did a quantum blocking, which was the first time I had ever seen that, and the only time I've ever seen it in person. Really cool stuff, like out of the world type stuff. You've never thought of it, much less seen it, before you actually see it.
Rakia, I always have these like whenever I see them doing this like all this, I guess for a lack of a better word, miraculous stuff. Is the explanation they're giving to us of the mechanism of how they're actually doing this the truth? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's kind of like one of the questions I always have, like when they show us this fucking thing hovering and then they give us the explanation of quantum blocking, can I even, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not just saying that case in particular, but like
I get
a lot of things like that. It's like they give us an explanation for how they're doing it, but how do I know that's the actual
not a
fucking
gimmick? Yeah, I mean, a magic trick or whatever, but the quantum locking is really taking advance. I mean, they're even, they've looked into like trains and levitating on that, but it's the cost. It comes down to cost. Like skateboard parks or roller coasters or whatever looked into it, but it's tough to keep the temperature in the superconductor, so it's not efficient. You can only do it short term, but it's there. I mean, it's not something like just one person can do in a lab at MIT. You could pretty much do it at home. You can definitely, if you have the resources, you can go out and get these things yourselves and do them and set up like a track and do whatever you want with it. But it's pretty pricey, to buy the stuff and to keep it, going.
Well, to go with the same topic to add to it, Rakia, you can actually just get like a little slit of pyrolytic graphite, levitate over a neodymium magnet, get a magnifying glass, and use the sun's rays, and you can repel that pyrolytic graphite across that magnet.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that,
Yep.
and we dealt with metals and how to bend. Like, we had a bending machine, and what it did was use some type of frequency. And bear with me because I was like 17 when we had it. I wasn't like into it, so it was work for me. It sucked, but it broke down the molecules of the steel plate in a way where when the roller rolled it and rolled it into shape, it didn't lose any of its strength or molecular makeup, if I'm saying it right. So with heat, you break down, and when it cools down, it's not as strong, basically. But with this process, with frequency, it as far as I remember, it didn't generate heat, and if it did, it didn't generate a lot of it. But it allowed that metal to basically become almost elastic. That's kind of like an extreme, but and when it cooled, when you took the charge off, the frequency off, zap, right? It was just like metal again, just like it was in the plate form. Crazy stuff.
You're talking about induction?
Don, with your pyrolytic fight and it being moved by the sunlight, couldn't that be a plausible explanation for satellites on flat Earth? Because You could just lock it up there, keep it levitated, and then the
Exactly.
sun would just propel it around on the track.
Exactly.
So could the superconductor, because you have helium, you have everything you need, and then you have the oxygen and hydrogen can become the catalyst for the what is it called? Is that the super? I'm sorry, I said superfluid. So then you have the oxygen and nitrogen that can become superconductors. And if an object gets put in a magnetic track, and we also have the magnetics, in our system, so it all kind of comes together. Now, how it works, or is it plausible, in our system, I don't know, but we definitely have all the components, right?
Yeah, it's just kind of funny because our lack of an explanation does not basically, or I wouldn't say our, but a lack of an explanation, a lack of an alternative explanation does not automatically make your explanation now true, especially if it's the thing that is being debated itself, right? Which is I find a lot of the argument is like, well, we have an explanation for why the satellites do what they do, but you don't, so you have to just take our word for it. When it's like,
Yeah.
maybe you should prove your mechanism, and it shouldn't just be whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Do you kind of get what
It's
I'm saying?
strange how they present, all their tech up there in space. If it was
Did
that
you hear?
great, I think it would be more. But when you talk about, oh, well, how do you get the 17,000 mile an hour speed? Well, in the things that we're talking about, speed isn't a problem, right? It's frictionless. It can go at any speed, and once it's set in motion, it won't stop. There ain't nothing stopping it.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, on a debate, like on a meta debate level, when someone's
Yeah.
making the point that you don't have an explanation, I do, therefore you have to take my explanation without even examining the evidence. It's just a dishonest way to debate, I
They're
find.
so-called scientists, right? They're science gurus, and aren't interested in new, ideas. That's kind of strange to me, and they fight against it. But or they know everything and then haven't heard of these things. But when you get out of these arenas and you just go to talk to your local teacher, or someone who is just interested in science, bro, these things are like top shelf, right? I mean, they can't wait to get home and Google it and call you and ask you questions, or what have you seen this or done this or whatever, or let's do this experiment. I mean, there's all kind of cool things you do. It just remember when rocketry became a thing, and there's so many different household products you can make rockets and bombs out of. People do it. People love science, right? Well, a lot of that stuff is hidden from us for, maybe some national security reasons, but nonetheless, it's hidden or suppressed, if anything. I'm not sure why. I mean, they're scared that the public is so dumb that they can't control themselves, or they won't have as much control over us if they give us all the information. I don't know which one it is. I know how to make bombs, but I don't. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, but on 4th of July, we sure have some fun, right? I don't have to go buy dynamite. I can make something stronger with basically household products.
Yeah, and even like as a metaphor, right? Like saying that I have an explanation and you don't, so you have to take my explanation on face value. I mean, the argument could be made that back in the day, they had some sort of fucking Mithra myth where the sun goes around in a chariot. You can make the same argument. Oh, we have a theory about a sun in a chariot, and you don't have.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's just like today, though, when someone comes up with something that goes against mainstream, that's like hardcore, they're deemed basically a witch. They call them idiots and morons, but that's what witches were back in the day. They were chemists, or, when you get down to a root word of witch, but, there's other forms of them.
Well, to add to the conversation, you guys heard about the MITTE-1, the miniature tether electrodynamic experiment? These kids at University of Michigan, it's like 240 of them. They're going to make this CubeSat. Solar panels affixed to two CubeSat generating electricity, which passes through a connecting wire. As the CubeSat orbits Earth, the ionosphere completes the circuit. When a wire conducts electrical current in a magnetic field, it exerts force on the wire, boosting the CubeSat higher into orbit. That's where they're going to get propulsion from the electromagnetic field.
I've heard
And
of
that-
those tails before, though, increasing and decreasing altitude. I don't know if it's the same thing, but using the Earth's
the magnetic field, yep.
energy at higher and lower altitudes. There's some type of tail that they put on balloons or whatever. But that's an easy experiment to do. You know, you can wrap nail. Out or something high in a tree or just a pole and extend it way up in the air. You know, different readings at the ground as you do up there. The charge is different. I think that's what is up and down, but who knows?
I mean,
Which, oh, by the way, would work
isn't
on anything.
It would make sense. The ground, the earth, soil down here is negative. A positive charge. We'd have to adjust.
Ground. Everything's electrical basis. You know, the baseline for everything. So you start there. But if you believe that, you have to almost believe that water turns into everything, right? It can be compressed into, you know, let's say fire or, you know, energy nonetheless. And definitely when like you light a fire, moisture comes out.
Right.
You know, whatever. But I do think water is the baseline.
Definitely, yeah, like the sound in the jar or the star in the jar, if you will.
Yeah, just introducing, you know, a bubble and then frequency, and it lights up. That bubble
Isn't that
lights up.
interesting? How much that
Pretty
matches the Abrahamic account of creation, being that land was created from water.
Yeah, that's kind of where you know, I'm a biblical based, so everything you know, what does the Bible say is basically what I ask. And water, you find a tough time finding. It didn't say water, but it does go into where, you know, what maybe they were talking about water was created on. But it seemed to be here in the beginning, right? And then over the mist the, you know, face of the waters, and then said it was bounded. You know, water needs to be bounded, which is basically contained. I think we're in a bubble. I mean, I really do. I think the firmament basically is, you know, I would call it a super solid now or something like it. And then we're just living in this bubble with waters above and below, and everything's conductive. You have ground in the middle, and you know, an electromagnetism source of energy. You know, you can get technical, but I'm seeing the moon in my daytime sky right now, right? Like that itself doesn't add up. You know,
Okay, now let me ask: why is the air pressure not decreasing on the globe Earth if all the gas, if the globers are going to argue that gases are being, you know, there's the net zero value of gases being created at the ground level? Why is the gas pressure not decreasing on globe Earth?
What?
Well, I have arguments with globers a lot, and you know, I make a claim that gases are created at ground level, and they say, well, it's net zero. You know, so they're getting created and absorbed, so it's a net zero thing. So, right? Do you agree with that, or?
What do you mean created and absorbed? Like they created on the ground, but they get lost to space at the same rate?
No, I say gases are being created at ground level.
Yeah, and then they get lost
Yeah.
to space at the same rate.
And then, but the globers are saying no, there's nothing being created at ground level. It's net zero. They're getting created and absorbed at a net zero gain or loss.
So what gas are you talking about being created?
Any gas, all of them.
Where at?
At ground
what's
level.
gas?
All the gases at ground level.
Where's it coming from?
Where's it coming from?
Yeah.
I don't understand what you're saying, Jeremy. Yeah.
Most of them come
Both
from the
to
ocean.
say, yeah. Most of our atmosphere is made by plants in the ocean and on land. But now they're saying that all that atmosphere created on land is absorbed at land level as well.
Yes, they're saying there's a net zero effect. So there's really no gases are being created at the ground level because there's no gain. It's a net zero. No
Then
gain, no loss.
All right, but then where do they say most of the atmosphere comes from then?
I don't know. I'm just telling you the parts that I know what they say. And they say it's a net zero effect. Would you agree with that, or?
I don't know.
We have the gas pressure and the whole gradient argument, and I like to entertain the red herring of the gas pressure gradient sometimes. So I'll say, well, obviously most of the gas would be where it's being created at, which would be ground level, and they say no, it's a net zero effect there.
It just sounds like a ridiculous claim to cover up a inconsistency in their models.
Yeah. Well, either way, the net zero. So I mean, if nobody agrees that it's a net zero effect as far as the gain or loss, then whatever.
What is the inconsistent?
Yeah, I don't
It's
understand
light
what you're getting at.
gases. It's light gases like hydrogen and helium that are said to be lost, and there's processes that can replace those gases.
So definitely not a net zero effect.
I think the inconsistency is if gas is being produced in a volume, the pressure should go up. We don't actually observe pressure ever going up. It just stays consistent at sea level.
Yeah, you got this one. No, go ahead.
One of the biggest producers of gas is industrial processes, where these stacks are pluming out these gases all the time. But other than that, I'm like, volcanoes, maybe the thermal vents at Yellowstone, but like just looking out around me, I can't come up with anywhere other than that steam plant over there.
Yeah,
where-
but I mean, Howard, most of our atmosphere is made of what? Nitrogen, oxygen, and a bit of other stuff. I
Right.
think what they mean when they say there's a net effect is that the thermodynamic
I'll tell you what they mean. They mean
hang on, Jeremy. The thermodynamic nitrogen and oxygen cycles stay in balance. So there might be nitrogen loss, but it's also absorbed so that a balance, a thermodynamic balance is maintained. So it's a closed nitrogen system. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I'll tell you what they mean.
Okay.
Or left lane. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Howard, please.
All right.
And plants are producing oxygen, but they're also consuming carbon dioxide.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a system in play.
You have
All
to
right, so we
consider
got-
the type of gases being
I don't know
lost,
why you
right?
fucking bother.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, all right.
Nah.
Just let Jeremy go. Just let
Just
Jeremy
every fucking time, man. Whatever, man. Go ahead, guys. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
Jeremy. We sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
Just
Sorry.
go. We can never
Jason
get
go
to the
after.
bottom of anything ever. I know. Go
We
ahead.
will. Go, Jeremy. Go. It's all you, bro.
We got to the bottom of Rakia's shit.
He
Yeah.
muted himself. So.
Oh man. All right, Jason,
Jeremy,
go
I
ahead.
was just going to say you have to consider the gases that are being released. They're hydrogen and helium. These have very small molecular weights, thus they contribute very small pressures to the atmosphere, whereas oxygen and nitrogen are much heavier. So that's what constitutes most of the pressure. Let me finish. And there's also things that are constantly regenerating those gases, like helium is just a natural radioactive product.
That's fine.
So the
Okay.
amount that's being lost isn't a substantial amount compared to what's being replaced.
All right, I'm just letting you know we're not going to continue with this because I can never finish anything because everyone, I don't know, I bring
You
a
have
topic
your
up.
chance
I
now.
realize people want to jump in all the time, but they won't let me finish though. I don't know if you've been paying attention or not. They'll never
No,
let
I
me
I
finish
left
anything. I
for a
don't know
minute.
why It's you guys. It's my own people. I don't know what the fuck is wrong
We
with you people.
apologizing, bro. We sorry.
It's not. It's every fucking time though. Like
I
literally
know,
every time.
but Jeremy, it happens to all of us. We all get interrupted, bro. Even you interrupt people. I've seen you do it. So we sorry. Can you please make your point now, please, man? Go ahead, bro. Jeremy?
So it's definitely not a net zero. Definitely not a net zero gain loss for the gases in the atmosphere, right? Right, Jace? This is when other people start answering when I said, right, Jace?
For the gas
Maybe not.
cycles, things like carbon dioxide and oxygen and stuff, things that are using like photosynthesis, those are pretty much a net zero. But overall, when you consider all of the gases, no. But you have to consider their contributions to the pressure and how much of it is being lost. It's very
So
minuscule.
definitely not a net zero. Definitely not a net zero then, right? Right,
No,
Jace? It's yes.
I would
It's
say
yes or no. I don't know. You
yeah,
don't
I
need a whole
gave you
monologue.
the
It's just a yes or no
minutia
thing.
because there's more. It's more than just a yes or no answer, man.
It either is a net zero or it's not a net zero. It is a yes or no question. I know it's hard for people to answer yes or no questions, but
It's something to consider, but I don't think we could just answer straight up.
it's straight up. Jace answered it. It's no. Jace, is it yes or no? Left lane's confused about your answer, Jace, because you mumbled on about bullshit. Is it a yes? Is it a
I
yes
gave
or
a
a no,
more
Jace?
detailed explanation of the things you
You don't
should
need more
consider.
details. Left
If you
lane's
wanted to
confused
be
if it's yes
honest
or no.
about it. See, you just
Left lane's
interrupted me
confused
there.
if it's yes
You
or no.
interrupted me again.
Left lane's confused if it's yes or no because you mumbled on about nonsense. Can you
No,
just say if it's
overall,
yes,
when
it's a
you
net zero, or
consider
no, it's not?
all of the gases, when you consider them all, no, it's not going to be a net zero. It's going to fluctuate between a net positive, a net negative, and a net zero as time progresses.
I don't. You're saying sometimes it's a net zero, sometimes it's not.
Yes.
Well, when's it a net zero? When's it not?
It just depends on the radioactivity rates, how much hydrogen's being released. I'm not going to sit here and do the calculation right now for you.
Well, we're losing 90 to 150 metric tons of gas a day, right?
Yeah, we gain a lot of mass from space debris.
Talking about gas.
Well, I don't think the gases are net zero. Maybe sometimes.
No, well, sometimes they are, Kosho, but I don't know when.
See, but this is not a critical question for us because we understand why there's a pressure gradient.
And this is a critical question because when I make the argument about it's not a net zero gain loss, and you guys say, yes, it is net zero gain loss. There's no gases being created at ground level. It's net zero gain loss. It's definitely a critical question.
Here's a question. Can we say for a fact that gases are created at ground level?
Yes.
Some of them.
All right. So just from a layman's perspective, if there's gas created at the ground level, there's only a certain amount of gravity that can keep the gases pinned to the earth, and the excess gets flushed off, if you will, into space. Right? Like a bubbling over a beer glass.
Well, it just depends on the velocity of the gas molecules. Basically, it's kinetic energy.
Right.
And it can gain kinetic energy in different ways. And the lighter the molecules, the lighter gases like hydrogen and helium gain kinetic energy much easier than heavier gases like nitrogen, oxygen, CO2, etc.
Yeah, let me ask Jason. When it's a net, sometimes it's a net zero, sometimes it's not, sometimes it's a gain, sometimes it's a loss. Can you measure that? How do you know when that happens?
I don't measure it personally, but you can look at like NOAA and places like that keep track of those things. There are people
So they
who
can see
measure
the gas.
the atmospheric gas loss and the radioactivity rates and things like that.
So sometimes they measure different gas pressures in different spots, or how does it work?
No. Why?
What are they measuring?
They're measuring
They're
the
not
amount
measuring
of
what I just
gases.
said. Then what?
They measure the amount of gases.
The amount of gas, the gas pressure.
No, the number volume of gas molecules of a certain type.
They're counting
Right,
single gas
you're
molecules.
forgetting the first thing I said, that the gases that we lose typically are light gases like hydrogen and helium, and those contribute minuscule values to the pressure of the atmosphere. But
Sure,
we still do have processes that generate those gases as too, radioactivity being one of the major contributors of helium generation.
Okay, how'd they measure that we're losing mostly nitrogen or helium and hydrogen? Where'd they measure that at?
Oh, probably things using like the MODIS satellite.
They measured it with a satellite.
Yes.
The gas pressure.
No, the number volume of molecules being lost.
The number of molecules?
Yes.
And they find that it's mostly hydrogen and helium?
Yes.
And is it sometimes oxygen or nitrogen or anything?
Oh, yeah, probably at times, just not anywhere near the amount.
Do you know, or it sounds like you're guessing?
You can look it up, man.
I know, but I'm asking you, do you know, or I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot less. The number of nitrogen and oxygen lost is a lot less than hydrogen and helium.
And you know that.
Orders of magnitude slower. Yeah.
Okay, so regardless, if we're losing gas 90 metric tons every day, the gas pressure should be going down, right?
Yeah.
Well, how much pressure does hydrogen generate?
I don't. Less gas is going to mean less pressure, no?
But by how much, though? That's the important part, right?
I don't know, 150 metric tons a day for the past forever.
Yeah, we'd have to figure out how much pressure that's going to be. I could already tell you it's going to be minuscule.
It's going to be minuscule. Well, how much pressure can we measure?
What do you mean, how much pressure? You can measure as much pressure as you...
Well, let's say I have a fish tank with some gas in it, and I take out one gas molecule. Am I going to be able to measure that?
Oh, probably not. If it's full of gas molecules,
how about two
you
molecules?
take out one.
How about 2 molecules?
No, usually this is going to be in terms of Avogadro's number of molecules, so moles.
I got some numbers for you, Jeremy.
You got numbers for that?
I got numbers for this questions you're not asking that you probably should be asking, which is
what question should I be asking, Coach?
You have to compare the amount of atmosphere we're losing each day to the amount of atmosphere we have, right? Otherwise, it's a useless number. And yeah, so if you let's say you wanted to determine how long it's going to take until our atmosphere is half the mass it is now, at which point, let's.
Nah, we don't want to do all that. We just want to know how much before we can measure it.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So let's say, say 1% less. 1% less of what it is now.
It would have to get 1% less before we can measure it.
I'm saying you have to come up with a number with a way of.
Yeah, no. How much less would it need to be before we can measure it? That's the number we're trying to figure out, right? I don't want you to guess at say 1%, say 2%. How much less? How much gas would we need to lose before it's a measurable amount?
If someone's breaking up, I've done it. What is the volume? What is the volume?
Left lane, you're breaking up.
Of the entire planet?
You're breaking up, Howard. It's just real bad.
Yeah, I'm in a
Flap your arms or something.
Yeah, bandsaw's here now. You guys are fucked, okay?
What's going on, Jeremy? Have you had your dinner? Have they bloody well got you before dinner time or something? Have they, Jeremy?
They're just being bastards today, man.
Hey,
all right.
Not even
Especially
true,
Nate and Kosho.
Jeremy's
watch your mouth, dude.
Especially Nate.
It's not even true.
What are you?
Jeremy's
trying
been
to do,
acting
Nate?
out, muting everybody for no reason, shouting at people is crazy. I've never seen Jeremy this way before.
Really?
Bro, it's mad fucking aggravating, dude. Like,
I had to tell him like
Nobody-
3 times he was hot micing.
I know.
Jeremy's had echoes. It's
I got
crazy.
muted for hot miking earlier. Somebody's
was
got an
bullying
echo
Jen.
right now.
Well, when it's in that mode that everybody wants to jump in and there's a lot of heated energy going on, it does get more difficult to moderate because very quickly 2-3 people can pop off. So it's like you got to be really quick on like the mute button, let people know it's temporary, so it's not, they're not getting like shut down to speak, but it's just a matter of trying to let one person speak at a time. So yeah, it can get challenging to.
You got to admit though, Gio, that Jeremy is terrible at it.
He's fine. It's really hard when you can't see anyone else speaking and you start speaking and 4 other people could start speaking. That's the first problem. I mean, that's obvious. It's been like that for since we started. The other problem I have is when thank you. The other problem I have is I can't hold a thought if there's a lot of conversation, so I just want to blurt it out. I think possibly a lot of people have that problem. They just want to blurt out their thought before they lose it. Otherwise, I'll just lose it.
Like me right now ahead of Jeremy. It's when people make a point and then they go, "This is my point," and then they pause and they go, "And I want to talk about this." Yeah.
Yes.
Zanuck does that all the time. I
Well, there's also this.
I didn't finish.
Well, there's a fine line. The thing is, if the room's packed and it's more like only one person speaking at a time, because when that's happening, then it's like nobody should interrupt. And at that point, it's like that person gets their 30 seconds, the next person gets their 30 seconds. You almost have to have like a little bit of a voice cue. Like the mods have to kind of like Lemon does that really well in percentage. And, so like if you have kind of a cue going, that's the way to do it. Where, but there's another mode of conversation where it's a little bit more free flowing. I kind of say something, someone else kind of jumps in, someone else jumps in. So there's like a fine line between those two modes. And if people think it's more like the jumping in mode, and then you got 5 people doing it, then it gets to the point where no one can complete a thought. So, yeah, there's just that fine line between like kind of a quick back and forth versus like letting each person get their full 30 seconds. And when the room's really packed and everybody wants to speak, we kind of have to do the latter, like let everyone get their 30 seconds. But like I said, it can kind of blend into that other mode too. So it's definitely can be challenging.
That Tony guy was being really disruptive earlier. I don't know if it seemed like he was doing it on purpose, but
he was just
excited. He was riding Chase's dick, yo.
Yeah. Tony is quick, though. Tony is quick with these points. He blurs something out, and he's a bit disruptive at times, but at least he's quick.
Yeah, but he'll do that thing where he'll say something and then someone else will respond. 2 seconds later, he just comes in again, and it's like,
wow.
He just gets excited.
Doesn't mean any harm.
He's easily agitated.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeremy.
I forgot something.
I got you.
Listen, how much gas do we got to lose before it would be a measurable amount, Coach?
I'll tell you that it takes, let's see, what is this? After 1 million years, after 1 million years, every million years that passes, if we don't gain any atmosphere, let's just say we're only losing atmosphere. At that rate, though, in 1 million years, you'll lose 1/60,000th. So 1/60,000th of percent of your total gas.
That's the number I've been looking.
It takes 1 million years to lose that small amount.
So
okay, dude.
Quantify these arbitrary numbers. Where did you pick these numbers from?
No, the amount of atmosphere that we lose per day, then per year,
Really?
and the amount of atmosphere we have. That's right.
Well, how did you work out how much atmosphere we had to start off with?
I asked my friend.
Really? Well, your friend's not very reliable. And that
Coach,
He's the most reliable person any of us know.
Coach, I've got a very important calculation, and I expect it by the end of the day. Here's what you have to do. The air that I'm breathing right now, you have to calculate when my air that I'm breathing right now is going to get to Pluto.
I don't think it ever will.
Because the Earth is losing a little bit, right? That's what you just said.
Yeah, why would that be going to Pluto, though?
Well, once it goes to space, where does it go?
It doesn't just go wherever it wants. It's just in space now.
All right, then I should say as far as Pluto. How's that?
Well, hey, Gio, you've seen the animation. We're corkscrewing through space, so none of it.
Oh
I
my
don't think
gosh!
you're breathing air that's
never
leaving Earth.
Yeah, but I mean, technically, it would get at that distance, right? Even though it's 2.4 million miles an hour is the total flying through the galaxy?
Conceivably. Yeah, why not?
Apparently, everything's getting attracted and pushed away all at the same time, which makes a lot
What?
of sense.
It's like a marriage.
Both at the same
In other
time.
words.
Well, it's all at the same time, isn't it? Well,
No,
that's how we're here.
everything that you'll ever
Everything got
experience,
attracted. Everything got attracted.
you'll never
But
experience things moving apart.
But it's always getting pushed away at the same time.
What's getting pushed away, Benzo?
Everything. Well, it's getting attracted and pushed away.
Things outside of our local galaxies is
Who
clusters.
says this?
It's expanding. Expanding is being pushed away, right?
Yeah, but those
Not
things are
inside our
galaxies.
local. It's not expanding inside our solar and on the
Well, it
planet.
has to be. It has to be.
No.
The expansion has to come from somewhere. Has to come from somewhere.
That's your container expanding.
It doesn't have to be. No one says it
What do you
has to
mean?
be.
The distance.
It's
It's
either
the distance.
expanding or it's not.
It's the distances
the-
between the solar systems.
No, not
Between
so.
galaxy
Between
clusters.
galaxy clusters.
The effect of dark energy doesn't quantitatively outweigh. It doesn't quantitatively outweigh the effect of gravity until you get to the galaxy cluster scale.
Okay, so if it's the distance between solar systems, where is that distance coming from? Does it come from the solar system itself? Like the two different solar systems that are now pushing each other away? Like it has to come from somewhere. It can't come from nowhere, guys.
I would like to make a point about the illustration showing our solar system corkscrewing through space. I think illustrates some of you guys' idea of what we say is going on, but in reality, if you could get a vantage point where you could observe the entire solar system from a point in space, you would have to sit there and watch and wait a whole day and reference maybe a star in the background, wait a whole day and then reference that star again, and you might see some movement. But it's actually moving very slow on the big scale.
Well, it doesn't really matter if it's moving slow or fast, Howard. You've quantified that it is actually moving. So it doesn't matter what reference frame you want to put us in to notice this actual movement, whether it's very slow or very fast. You can once again go, it's really, really big numbers or really, really little numbers. The fact still remains that you are saying it is expanding. And that expansion has to come from somewhere. It can't come from nowhere.
Well, that's a big question.
It's coming from everywhere. It's but Jace already said it's happening everywhere. It's happening at such a small rate. I forget exactly how to quantify it in a way. I know I once heard like in a million years, like 7 millionths of a meter. A meter will grow by 7 millionths of a meter, something like that. Even though that might not be the calculation, the point is that it's expanding at such a rate that gravity is much. It's easy enough for gravity. The effects of gravity, the effects of the regular motions that we're doing, are going to counteract that expansion, and we're not going. It's not going to be something that we experience and that on our scale.
Well, is it the effects of gravity or bendy space time? What are the effects?
It's similar. It's similar to the effects of or the limited amount of depth of field when you look through a camera lens. If the lens has a shorter depth of field, at a shorter distance, that matters. But at a long distance, the short depth of field doesn't matter. The depth of field actually get much, much bigger. And so the distances between the planets or whatever are moving probably, at a minuscule amount. And then between the,
No,
but between
no. That's not the same analogy, Hugh, because that depth of distance between two objects, all you're doing is just changing your lens. That distance is still the same. The distance hasn't changed at all.
I mean, what I mean is, if it's a 0.00001% difference over 100 years at a close distance, that's less than at a far distance. So 0.00001%, if you're talking about several trillion miles, that's a long distance compared to the distances between the stars. I mean, between the planets in our solar system.
All you're trying to do is explain really, really big numbers and really, really little numbers.
Yeah.
Okay then. Well, the thing is still expanding. It's still expanding.
So they say.
They're big numbers or little numbers.
Yeah. So they say. They say this. So I don't.
Exactly.
You've got to
That's all.
compare two numbers,
Do
man.
you remember that thing
And
that Rakia likes talking about, dark fluid?
yeah, yeah.
That's a good way to see it. You know, when you have these big concentrations of mass within solar systems and galaxies, all of this mass wants to clump together. But when you reach this interstellar space where there's no mass, you have these big, vast regions in between galaxy clusters. You could. This isn't really what's happening. This isn't technically correct, but you could say, you know, all the space between the masses. This is where the expansion is happening. You know, if you wanted to see it as a lack of matter being there to clump together, this is where we see this expansion happen. You know, that's one way to visualize it. That isn't what's happening,
Well,
but I mean,
okay, I'm
hopefully
trying.
that
Yeah,
that
okay, and
explains it.
I'm trying to visualize that, right? I've got it visualized. So this thing of superfluid and dark fluid and all that sort of stuff, which is collecting together, right? It's collecting together in a space that is already there, right? There is no non-space that it is all of a sudden making up and turning into space. Like the space is already there for it to collect in.
Yeah, bandsaw. You just have to. You got to think about it in a totally different way. And you have to follow my example. Okay, you just have to do that because I'm going to tell you about a balloon. There's a balloon, and there's ants holding hands. Okay, and these ants are holding hands together, and the balloon's blowing up, and the ants. Some of them are clustered together, and some of them are in groups. You know, as isolated groups. And the point is that the balloon's expanding at such a rate that the ants that are close together already, they can easily just move together and grab their hands and be in the same position that they were in as the balloon's expanding. But the ants that are in further groups from that group of ants, they're going to be expanding away. Like everything's expanding away. It's just this effect of the one of gathering together is happening at the same time, and we're close enough to where that's outdoing the expansion.
Okay. And then all of a sudden, that balloon is going to get to a size where those ants can't hold hands anymore, so they're no longer connected. Right? So they're no longer a group of ants.
No,
But by the
the
time
dark energy concentration would have to increase for that to happen. Right. So this effect, as I said, there becomes a point where the quantity of the gravitational effects outweigh the quantity of this dark energy effect. At that point, this expansion stops. It's only things outside of that expand. In order for that expansion to start creeping in and causing things that are in the gravitational point to start expanding, the dark energy density would have to increase. And as far as we know, that's not currently happening in the universe.
Okay, so if it
That's
gets
why
to
my
a
example
point,
was better
if
than Coach.
if it gets to a point where gravity stops and has no effect, well then how can then anything now be pulled into that space by this gravity if it has no effect? Because it reaches a stage, you just said that it has no effect. Well, if it's got no effect, it's null and void. So it's got no magical pulling force to actually now pull it into that space and make that space bigger.
No.
Once the effect of dark energy, the quantity value of it outweighs the value of gravitational effect, then the things just start receding. Anything outside of that area just starts receding away. The further it gets away from whatever point, the faster it starts receding.
All right, I'm going to drop off. I think I've got to my level of non-understanding. No, I'm still here.
I'm sorry, Coach, for confusing
I'm
you.
just not going to engage anymore on ant theories.
Okay, yeah. Coach's example is horrible, man. I'm
My
sorry.
example was not horrible, you jackass. It's the best one.
It was too.
Yeah, it was not horrible, asshole. Actually, it wasn't. The ants holding hands. Okay,
Happy Thursday, everybody.
it's not Thursday yet over here, man.
Of course it is. Where the hell are you?
I'm
you
in
got
the
stuck.
civilized world.
You're stuck behind in. Yeah, you haven't expanded yet. in
Yeah,
the
that's
first
right.
day. Yeah,
That's what happened.
understandable. Understandable.
You know, these ideas are crazy, but they're cool, and it's cool because there's evidence for them, and it's like I don't know, it's crazy. It is crazy stuff like to think about, especially on the scales that we really don't have. We barely have access to. You know what I mean? Like we're clever creatures, so we sort of have access to it. We build models of it, but we